In the year 3069, 6 colossal monoliths descended from the sky, bringing about the end of days for the entire planet, as demons emerged from them, slaughtering humanity. This young man had single-handedly defeated all the rank 7 demons, but Aki didn't realize that the ancient obelisk contained an even greater evil. A rank 8 demon, 10,000 times stronger than rank 7. Exhausted and defeated, Aki resigned himself to being devoured by the 8th stage demon. But in the encroaching darkness, a light appeared. Aki jolts awake to the familiar sound of military orders, bewildered by the strange surroundings. Could this be a dream? Just a moment ago he was facing death, and now he's here. But this feeling is far too real to be a dream. Sensing something was wrong, Aki touched his body all over, then held his head in dismay. This isn't my face, my muscular body, or my strong, masculine good looks. Who am I? Where is this? His mind races with unanswered questions. First, this is F Venus, a town surrounded by towering walls, and the speaker is none other than Kook Yodang, the captain of Venus City. You must understand what it means to participate in the warrior examination. The so-called warriors represent protection and hope. Then Ji Miaotang began to tell the origin of the warriors as well as the Dawn War that took place 60 years ago. Aki is shocked to realize he's been transported to the future after his death, and the history he's hearing seems to be inaccurate. The highest-ranking demons aren't the 7 calamities but the 8, though unclear, he knows he saw it. Humanity still doesn't fully understand the true power of demons, and the thought terrifies Aki. Meanwhile, Master Gu's inspiring speech continued. Without warriors, there would be no us. Without warriors, there would be no life, no home. It is the greatest identity, representing hope and protection. Do you all understand what a warrior represents now? All the warriors present at the test roared with passion, declaring their resolve. Just then, Kook Yodang heard a mumble from behind. No, the northern demonic warrior. These words caught the attention of Kook Yodang, who approached Aki with a murderous look on his face. You don't seem to understand what a warrior represents. What's your name? Aki hesitated, about to answer, but then reconsidered. Should he claim to be that Aki? Would anyone believe I'm Aki from 60 years ago, transported into this weak body? Just then, Ji Miaotang looked at the name tag and chuckled. Unbelievable. Ha ha, what an insult to that great name. You share it with the greatest warrior. How dare this idiot Aki, who doesn't even grasp the basics of combat, sully such a legendary name? For that reason, Kook Yodang couldn't contain his anger and slapped Aki with tremendous force. Before he could react, Aki was sent flying back, coughing up blood. Damn it! This useless body can't even react to an attack like that, and I share a name with my past life? Luckily someone caught you, so you're not seriously hurt. But you've definitely caught the eye of the extreme wine hall during the upcoming warrior trials. After dealing with the troublemaker, Master Gu ordered all the warrior trainees to the arena for the physical fitness test. Following the order, all the warrior candidates head to the physical fitness field, except for Sino, who is concerned about Aki lying on the ground. Are you okay? Your name is Aki? That's quite the imposing name. My name is Sino. I look forward to learning from you. At that moment, a girl named Situ Liu sneered. Humph, so you dare to call yourself Aki, you fool. You think having the same name means you have the same strength. Aki is furious as Ouchi is insulted because of his name. What's my name got to do with her? Shino replies, you don't even know her. She's our most promising combatant in this exam. Situ Liu is known as the Smiling Rakshasa Maiden, the young miss of the Situ family, the most famous martial arts family in Venus City. Speaking of the Situ family, Aki feels a sense of familiarity but can't quite place it. After recovering, Shino helps Aki up so they can make it to the arena on time. Just then, a flash of light went off. Ah, the allure of male bonding. Oh, don't mind me, carry on. Aki, seeing the girl, asks seriously, who are you? He may look cool, but the nosebleed kind of ruins it. Sino, however, is only interested in the photo the girl just took. Speaking of the photo, the girl's eyes lit up. I'm Sumo, and I'm here because I'm drawn to your radiant bromance. Ha ha, what amazing material. I'm speechless. Aki coolly heads to the athletic field. Ha ha. Even with this body, I'm still the strongest warrior. How dare they discuss warriors in front of me? Ridiculous. I'll use my terrifying performance to scare them all to death in this assessment. In the first round, the physical fitness test begins with a long-distance run, and right from the start, Aki sprints ahead of the pack. He planned to take first place in one fell swoop, breaking the record while he was at it. But life isn't a dream, and he took first place from the bottom, breaking the record for the worst endurance run in history. He collapsed to the ground, panting like a dog amidst the jeers of the other warriors. In every physical test, not just the endurance run, Aki became a laughingstock, failing miserably and nearly breaking his own hand. In the end, he ranked dead last in the physical fitness test, an unbelievably poor performance that led to his immediate disqualification. He couldn't believe that he, once humanity's strongest warrior, had become so weak. Aki collapses to the ground in despair, with only Shino offering a word of comfort, while Somoe seizes the moment to capture their final embarrassing moment. The examiner approached, saying, "Captain, Aki's performance is so poor, we don't need to test him in the second round. We can eliminate him now." Although displeased with Aki's attitude, Diaotong simply shook his head, saying that even though he had no hope, he still had the right to participate in the second round. This will likely be his last assessment. He then turned and ordered the second round of assessment to begin, synchronization with the interface device. Hearing the announcement, Aki smirks confidently, knowing that the synchronization test is his chance to prove that he, the strongest existence from 60 years ago, has a stable average synchronization rate of over 96%. His body may be weak, but synchronization is determined by will. You all see me as a joke, but just you wait. What level of synchronization did the strongest warrior achieve? Aki's eyes burned with a different fire than before. Aki then heads straight to the next location, and after putting on the interface device, he can't help but marvel at the current technology. Compared to 60 years ago, the level of convenience has improved quite a bit. Just then, Situ's test results were announced, a synchronization rate of 39%, passing the test. Upon hearing the results, the other warriors in the examination began to murmur, "Wow, Situ really scored 39%. This is probably the best result this year, as expected of someone raised in a martial arts family. How can I ever win over such an outstanding girl? She's practically glowing." Hearing the chatter, Aki sighed wearily, having long since lost interest in romance. Having completed the test, Situ removed the device and strode proudly to the waiting room. Her expression suggested that the result was no surprise. Whispers about her continued to spread, everyone envying her background, strength, and beauty. But the moment Situ entered the waiting room, her true colors were revealed, blushing furiously and practically steaming. "Well done, Tudo Lu, 39%, hee. Everyone saw how well you did just now. You really stood out this time." As expected, being aloof has more fans, but a little humility is good. Calm down, Situ, calm the hell down. Turns out, this girl has a severe case of teenage angst. Meanwhile, back at the testing area, Aki is quite surprised by the girl's results. He didn't expect her synchronization rate to reach 39%. At that moment, Shino approached and put his arm around him. She's certainly strong and spirited. Not knowing how to respond, Aki just agreed, saying, "I can feel her powerful aura." Suddenly, Shino asks him why he doesn't seem stressed, considering his terrible test results make passing the warrior exam seem impossible. Aki nonchalantly says he's used to it, which piques Shino's curiosity. How used to it could they be at their age? The test continued, and many who were new to the interface device showed signs of suffering. The initial connection placed a burden on the body, subjecting it to the impact of the demon core's power. Some couldn't bear it and gave up, but a synchronization rate of just over 10% was enough to pass. Of course, there were also a few people with surprisingly good results, Shino with 24% and Tomoe with 30%. Observing the entire process, Gyeokgyodong smiles with satisfaction, seemingly having discovered some promising talents. The assistant beside him then announced the test results. 6 people, including Tomo, had a synchronization rate of over 30% compared to other class members. Overall, the quality of this warrior assessment isn't bad. Just then, Kukyoku stopped him mid-sentence. There are also some with poor aptitude. His eyes are on the next examinee. As Aki stepped onto the platform, the others began to mock him. "Hey, it's Aki's turn. His body will probably be crushed by the overload and he'll cough up blood. Ha ha ha." He ranked last in the first round of testing, and though he tried to play it cool, he was seething inside. "Laugh now, you inexperienced kids, but just wait until your jaws drop." Stepping onto the platform, Aki points to the red core, the core of power. Demon cores retrieved from the battlefield are divided into 6 types, the most common being red, yellow, green, and blue. Red represents strength, yellow represents defense, green represents recovery, and blue represents agility. The rare purple cores represent illusion, and the black cores represent space and time, making them exceedingly rare. Especially the black ones. The most important factor in synchronization rate is willpower. The strength of one's will determines their ability to withstand a demon core, which in turn determines their ability to control it. Before the first connection, the staff carefully asked Aki if he was ready. Having gone through this countless times, Aki unhesitatingly requested the assessment to begin. The moment it began, a blinding red light engulfed the entire hall, visible even in the break room. Aki shouted, his eyes full of confidence as he looked down, utterly satisfied. Open your eyes wide and behold the synchronization rate of the strongest warrior. Aki's test results shocked everyone, as his synchronization rate quickly climbed to 40%. But 40% isn't enough for Aki. 40%? He used to be at 96% synchronization. Push it further. The aura radiating from Aki was no longer that of someone measuring synchronization rates. The numbers just kept climbing. In the monitoring room, the extreme alchemist was so agitated he almost broke the glass. He'd never seen such an unbelievable synchronization rate. As the number reached 80%, panic began to set in, while Akijong spread his arms like a savior. I am the warrior, revered by all as the strongest. Aki, if it weren't for this useless core, if it weren't for this weak body, my aura alone would bring you to your knees. This is the difference between you and me, you little brats. Aki savors the satisfaction of slapping the faces of those who mocked him. But suddenly, his surging power vanishes, and cracks appear in his demonic core. Aki collapses to the ground, unable to withstand the strain any longer. His body is failing him. The terrified employees screamed in anger. What the hell was that? So it really was an equipment malfunction. The synchronization rate has dropped to 10%. The secretary then reported to team leader Gu Jue. The demon core was found to be broken upon inspection. It must have been an abnormal core that caused the data to go haywire. What a scare. Hearing this, Gu Kyotang sighed in disappointment. He thought humanity had given birth to another super warrior, but it wasn't to be. Aki's 10% synchronization barely passed the test, and the other trainees began to whisper at his miserable state. I knew that aberrant demon core was behind this. That synchronization rate is almost exclusively for perfect S-class city garrison captains. Only Shino rushed to the platform to check on his new friend, followed by Tomo, who was recording the homoerotic moment. Meanwhile, Situ breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he almost thought there was someone here shining brighter than him. Absolutely not allowed. Aki, now utterly drained, looks pale and vomits blood. What was I thinking? Comparing myself to these kids? Good thing I passed. After recovering slightly, Aki pondered the earlier situation in the waiting room. What was that just now? It felt like something deep within my heart suddenly drained all my power. This has never happened before. My will should have been able to withstand at least 80%. Even the lowest level core shouldn't have shattered. Why? Countless questions swirled in his mind, without answers, beyond even a veteran warrior's understanding. Just then, the waiting room door opened, and Aki shakily tried to stand at attention. Master Jutang entered the room and announced, "Congratulations on reaching the final practical combat exercise. You're about to face a demon for the first time in your lives. I hope you all make it through this test safely." After the pep talk, the warriors in the exam were asked to line up and head to examination area number 3. Aki, though breathless, struggled to drag his battered body forward. Ahead, Aki was too exhausted to notice Ji Yaotang's gaze fixed on him. But then, Gu Kyotang noticed something near where Aki had been sitting. A fragment of a demon core, slowly dissolving. Clutching the fragment, he stared at Aki's back. You intrigue me, Aki. I'm curious to see how you'll perform in the mist hunting exam outside the wall. With all the test warriors gathered, the massive gates of Venus City opened. The youths, seeing the world outside for the first time, began to chatter. Wow, is this our first time outside the city? Do you think the outside world has always been shrouded in mist? Aki was shocked to learn that humans had been living in isolation within these cities for 60 years. Seeing the naive youths, the stern examiner warned, "Enough gawking. Quietly exit the city and check your gear. Otherwise, you won't know how you died." Aki then carefully checked his newly issued flawless energy core. He didn't think the problem was the energy core. His power had suddenly vanished, as if something inside him was rejecting it. But he couldn't think of a reasonable explanation. Could it be the after effects of transmigrating? As Aki pondered this, he followed the group out of the city, and the moment he stepped onto the ground outside, he felt a signal emanating from his body. This signal spread far and wide, attracting every demon in the vicinity to a mysterious cave, from which an eerie voice echoed. No, it can't be. Demons even greater than me? The scenes flashing before Aki's eyes leave him stunned. What is this? The things I just saw were demons. In that instant, a resonance seemed to arise from the depths of his heart. Just then, Situ spoke, jolting him awake. Are you going or not? Unable to explain, Aki awkwardly apologizes. Sino and Tomo approached, drawn by the commotion, when suddenly the examiner looked at the four of them and shouted, "You four, form a group and go. The rest of you are ready. Let's go." Seeing this, Tomo mistakenly thinks this is Aki's strategy for forming a team, But before Aki can explain, Situ interrupts saying, "Just don't be a burden." Despite her cold demeanor, she was secretly relieved, having worried no one would team up with her. Sino pats Aki on the shoulder, saying, "Let's go, Aki, we have to try our best too." Meanwhile, Sumo uses her camera to record their team's first moments, unaware of the terrible events to come. This exam is made possible by an item called a dispel stone, a black stone made of solid rock. The stone contains a special substance that can dispel the fog, and after everyone gathers, the examiner announces the rules of the exam. The third round will consist of 4-person teams, and as you know, the test is to hunt the mist beasts outside the wall. Each team will now receive a combat knife and a small mist-dispelling device. Your mission is simple. Venture into the fog, reach the designated point, set up the mist-dispelling device, and hunt the Nove demons. Your performance will be judged on individual ability and teamwork to determine whether you pass. Good luck, teams. Mist hunting was once the ultimate fear that newcomers had to face in this mist-covered world. The battles warriors face hold unknown dangers. Becoming one requires not only physical strength and aptitude, but also a strong mentality, unafraid of the mist. Facing the unknown, they rely on teamwork to conquer fear, secure visibility, and slay the randomly appearing demons on the battlefield. Finally, in their first taste of battle, the newly titled soldiers moved out in groups to carry out their missions while Dada Jago, captain of the second squad, observed from atop the wall. There are quite a few promising rookies this time, but Situ is the only one who interests me. What about you guys? Captain Joel of the 2nd Division is carefully observing. They come from martial arts families. They must be nurtured well. Who knows? They might become excellent warriors. With his arms crossed, Guk Jung-tang mentions another noteworthy recruit among the new garden, his eyes fixed on Aki below. I specifically checked his core and confirmed there were no problems. What exactly happened to him back then? Lost in thought, Ji Myung-tang is suddenly flicked on the head by Jago. What's he thinking about? Dang Dang is teased, and Ji Miao-dang blushes, yelling, "Don't call me Tang Tang." It's clear the 3 captains have a great relationship. Amidst the laughter, Ju suddenly turns serious. Has the demon's rank been determined? The scope of the test confirms that only scaleless demons are present. The pillar once again confirms that it has been thoroughly checked, ensuring no errors. Joel also smiled confidently, saying, "If there really are any, we'll eliminate them all to protect these future warriors." After several teams passed the test, it was Akile's team's turn, drawing attention as the combination of the best and worst from the previous 2 rounds. All 4 were confident they would complete this test quickly and easily. Suddenly, Situ snatched the device from Aki's hand and dashed forward. As before, Situ's mind is filled with childish thoughts. Follow this dazzling, radiant person. Aki, though annoyed, has no choice but to follow. Entering the fog, Situ leaps high and somersaults gracefully on the central mound, planting the device precisely where it needs to go. Jago praises her performance, noting her recovery core and agility rivaling even the blue speed core. This is the true skill of a martial arts family. Sensing their presence, 3 blood-red demons rush madly towards Situ. Immediately, Aki signals Shino to charge forward. For some reason, Shino instinctively obeys Aki's commands. He leaps in front of Situ, raising his shield against the demons. The exquisite path praises, "Not bad, he's mastered the core's power." As the demons were launched into the air, Aki signaled again, and the 3 rushed forward, each taking on a demon, round 1, with its core of agility. Tomoe slashes at the demon relentlessly, then kicks it to the ground, where Shino delivers a knockout punch. Joelo praises their teamwork, noting their unexpected synergy, especially from the girl. He. The core is a nimble azure, making the body even more balanced and harmonious. As he said that, a sinister smile crept across his face. Words fail to describe this Squad 1 captain. Situ's battle. While the demon was still in the air, she quickly plunged her blade into its body. Suddenly, a green light surged from the blade into the demon's body, which swelled and exploded into pieces. As expected of the best, so powerful. And finally, Rhoda and Aki's battle. In a flash, Aki pinpointed and struck 3 of the demon's weak points, neck, chest, and abdomen. But somehow, not only was the demon knocked down, but he was sent tumbling as well. Luckily, Aki managed to stop himself by plunging his blade into the ground. The explosive power of this weak body is truly limited. But seeing this as a chance to test his body's abilities, Aki's eyes lit up, and he charged toward the demon without hesitation, dodging its attack and stabbing it in the side. But because this body is too weak, the blade can't penetrate deeply enough, and the demon immediately attacks with its foot. Quick as lightning, Aki dodges backward, switches hands, and attacks the demon's stomach again. In agony, the demon lunges forward, trying to crush Aki, but Aki calmly leaps back and slashes its throat, felling the beast. Although his movements looked perfect, Aki thought this body was terrible. Too slow, too cold, and not powerful enough. Luckily, his countless battles have made him more than a match for this demon. Anyone else would have been dead long ago. Shino is in awe of Aki's masterful display, while To records everything and Tudulu is visibly displeased. How dare he steal my spotlight? He's doing this on purpose. Ah, the three captains have all turned their attention to Aki. It's certainly surprising to see such skilled moves from a frail boy. The extreme nectar instructor, who had been watching Aki from the start, remained silent, observing him closely, sensing too many inexplicable oddities about him. Back at the test, the proctor has declared it over, and Aki is still panting from his recent maneuvers. His body and skills were useless. Even the slightest movement left him gasping for air. As expected, this is quite a mess. My evaluation is over, so I should end you as well. Aki, catching his breath, lunges towards the demon to end its suffering, when suddenly something bursts from the ground, impaling it. Luckily, Aki reacted in time, but the surroundings were now covered in vines, making escape nearly impossible. The team of 4 looked around in confusion, unsure of what was happening, when suddenly a demon tore through the other's stomach and emerged. With a single roar, a chilling aura spread, and sensing the intent, the exalted path grimaced and shouted, "A first-stage devil! Everyone, back to the city." Hearing this, the trainees lost all will and fled in panic. Instantly, Jago and Joel leapt from the wall, charging towards the first-class demon, Jago reassuring the trainees as they went. "And don't panic, head to the safe zone around Captain Licorice. He'll protect you." Inside the vine wall, the first demon suddenly spoke. "Humans, which one of you smells like a demon?" Aki's eyes widened in disbelief. "A human who smells like a devil? What is it saying?" As it spoke, the first-class demon advanced towards Aki's team. Its murderous aura sent shivers down their spines, freezing even the famed Tudulu in place. Is this the power of a high-ranking demon? These unranked demons are nothing like what we faced before. It's as if we'd be torn to shreds in an instant, completely paralyzed. Even a seasoned warrior like Aki felt suffocated in his battered body. Clearly no match for it in his weakened state. Is this the pressure that other warriors feel when facing demons? Meanwhile, the one-horned demon seems to be searching for humans with a demonic scent, which is why it hasn't attacked. Unable to distinguish them, it decides to take all 4, firing beams of light from its hands that knock Aki and the others unconscious. Just then, cracks appeared in the wall of vines, and Jago and Joel arrived, violently breaking through. "Try to touch them, why don't you?" To Joel's threat, the one-horned demon simply sneered. "Hello, come with me." Countless vines burst from the ground, dragging the demon and Aki's group underground. Standing at the pit's edge, Jago and Joel were frozen, unsure of what to do next, when suddenly the ground began to warp in one direction. It seems this is the direction the demon took underground. Seeing this, Joe shouted, "Follow it!" But they had only gone a short distance when the trail disappeared. "The trail ends here. I've confirmed things for days, so why is a first-stage demon appearing now? He's never been careless about this before. Damn it, this has never happened." At that moment, Gukyodong arrived after stabilizing the situation in the city, and immediately asked loudly, "Jago, Zoel, how are the kids?" "Why did you stop? Keep chasing this," Joe reassured him, explaining that the trail ended here, and Jago shared his deductions. "It seems the demon horde stopped here before digging in deeper. Ahead lies uncharted territory, and proceeding further would be unwise." Touching the ground, Kukdyu Duong recalls a terrifying childhood memory, and in a fit of rage punches the earth, blaming himself. "It's all my fault. I didn't confirm things properly. It's all my fault." Knowing things couldn't continue like this, Joel proposed a course of action. "Let's head back. The city must be in chaos and we're all needed there. Later, send out a scouting party to observe the area around the city, confirm if there are any Class 1 demons, and also offer comfort. Duong Duong, none of us wanted this situation to happen to those 4 kids, but we need to calm down. I know you're upset," but before she could finish, Extreme Elixir brushed her hand away and stood up. "You 2 go back first. I'll stay and see what I can find. Don't worry. Then you must return before sunset. Understood?" A weary Juye Tang agreed, heading straight into the fog in search. Watching him leave, Jago felt helpless, knowing they couldn't dissuade him. Joel could only scratch his head and sigh. "Yeah, I know. His younger brother was taken by demons years ago, and he's always blamed himself. It's a painful memory. If his brother were still alive, he'd be about their age. They remind him of his brother. So it seems the radiant path saw his own reflection in Aki, which is why he cared for him so much. Fate is cruel indeed. Meanwhile, Aki groggily opens his eyes and looks around, wondering where he is. Beneath the surface, it seems everyone is still alive, when suddenly the voice of the first demon echoes from behind. You woke up so fast. You're definitely not ordinary. Not ordinary at all. I'm intrigued. The first demon slowly approaches, then suddenly grabs Aki's neck, demanding, "Why do you possess our aura? Why is the aura of a human stronger than mine?" Confused, Aki asks, "What are you talking about?" But this was just a distraction to catch the demon off guard. He used the core's energy in his chest, unleashing a burst of power to break free. The demon is pushed back by the powerful aura, and Aki, now free, grabs a bone from the ground and attacks. But at this speed, the first demon easily dodges, unfazed by these tricks, and immediately retaliates. Knowing he's at a disadvantage, Aki chooses to evade rather than block. He leaps back searching for a solution. Damn it, in my past life I could have taken its head before it even reacted. I have to save those three. It's a red nucleus demon with agile movements. Its joints allow for faster strikes and reactions. But those joints also lack strong protection, both a strength and a weakness. With his experience, Aki quickly analyzes his opponent's weak point. Aki attacks, but the fiend doesn't even flinch, instead thrusting a hand straight towards his head. Aki can't react in time and is forced to take the blow on his shoulder. But this was also part of his plan. The moment the one-horned demon's arm pierced his shoulder, Aki grabbed it. Only then could he find an opportunity to attack the weak point at the joint. Enduring the pain, Aki used the bone he picked up to stab repeatedly at the joints on the grabbed arm. He yanked hard, successfully severing one of the fiend's arms. "Don't underestimate me, you bastard. You're just a fiend. I've killed countless others." Aki got cocky after landing one hit and was immediately punished. Even with a missing arm, the primal devil's power remains undiminished, and Aki is sent flying before he can react. Regaining its arm, the first demon begins to reattach it, saying, "Ah, you know my weakness, but I'm a red core wood type, so I can recover." Aki lies on the ground, barely able to open his eyes. Regeneration. Isn't regeneration only for 6-core demons? It just said it was wood-based. Could it be that demons have evolved in the last half-century? Realizing this, Aki was speechless. He had underestimated this demon race. After reattaching his hand, the first demon was as good as new. "You're the one who underestimated your opponent." With a single finger, countless vines erupt from the earth, piercing Aki and propelling him forward. The first stage devil grabs Aki's head and begins to mock him, saying he doesn't understand him and that it's a waste. In this desperate situation, Aki's mind begins to cloud over. Has it pierced through my organs? The pain is so bad I can't breathe. Am I really going to die right after transmigrating? Will they die too, just like my former comrades who died beside me? I'm sorry, everyone. I can't accept this. Damn it, Aki is starting to hallucinate from the blood loss. Oblivious to the situation, the lesser demon one sensed Aki weakening and opened its maw, ready for a feast. Is he dead already? Weak humans evolve. Can I evolve by eating? I'll just eat then. Just then, Aki's aura suddenly exploded, and the first demon instinctively recoiled. Aki's body suddenly undergoes a transformation, the core in his chest gradually cracking. This voice, it's not his. "Two, you can't die now, or the plan will fall apart. I never thought my last spark of consciousness would be used here." The first demon quakes in fear at Aki's aura. It's overwhelmingly terrifying. 5th stage, 6th stage. Aki's core glows crimson, and his wounds begin to heal. Red threads erupted from his core, enveloping his body, and his hair turned white. Soon, Aki was transformed into a demon. The moment his eyes opened, a colossal crimson energy erupted, piercing the earth and soaring into the sky, instantly turning the 5th Order demons to dust. The energy then receded, converging on Aki, who now sprouted wings and flew before the one-eyed demon. "I am the one and only Baki, the strongest red core, your king." Hearing this, the one-horned demon was frozen in fear. E8, 8-headed serpent, our king. The 8-headed serpent spread his arms wide, speaking with authority, and knelt, saying, "My name." The one-horned demon immediately prostrated himself, his voice trembling. While elsewhere, the Crimson Devil King frantically searched the fog, destroying any demons he encountered. After scouting around, there were only 2 low-level demons in this area, so the kids aren't here. I have to keep searching and find them before sunset. He looked up at the sky, deeply worried about the kids' safety. Just then, a blazing red pillar of energy erupted behind him, and even the residual energy waves were almost too much for Guimyodong to bear. Regaining his composure, he pinpointed the source of that terrifying energy and returned to the crimson demonic beast. Its foot structure began to change, adapting to walk on land. He approached the one-star devil and spoke. I can't believe it's still a dark, lightless place out here. Answer my question. Since my disappearance, are the 5 kings still the same? The first-ranked devil dared not look him in the eye, stammering, Yes, it is still those 5. The 5 kings. Hearing this, the Crimson King grew agitated. The 5 kings remain unchanged. It seems they've been living peacefully. Have they forgotten what they did to me 60 years ago? With a mere wave, my overwhelming aura almost made that first-seat demon wet himself. After calming down, the Scarlet King muttered, looking at his arm, To choose this so-called strongest warrior as a vessel, I didn't expect it to be so weak after transmigrating. What a disappointment. My last sliver of spirit is wasted on this ridiculous situation. To manifest again, it seems I must fully awaken. This truly tests my patience. I must wait until this strongest warrior gradually perceives the memories of a king. Hearing these words, the one-horned demon wondered. Cheese memories? Memories, the king said they're used for evolution, like a gift. The Crimson King explained it to him. The number of Kirs that emerge on our bodies determines our rank. The more we have, the higher we are. We Dark Ones sprout new Kai to evolve, requiring Kai memories, a unique ability that keeps us above all other races. This human named Aki is now like you, except you need to consume dark beings of the same level to evolve, while he needs to seize those of a higher level to sense the memories of the flag and then evolve. Consider it a gift. Hey. Upon hearing this, the one-horned demon roared to the heavens, My king, I will do everything to assist you, to be your right hand, to help you awaken. But before it could finish, the Crimson King casually annihilated it. You are unworthy. Your only value is to become the memory that awakens this human warrior's first stage. Human warrior, I have prepared the first step for you. Don't disappoint me on your path to ascension. I need you to awaken to the 8th stage, step by step, so I can awaken from my slumber and return. Aki's body slowly returned to normal, but the light on his chest grew increasingly red, as if a genetic code was invading his body. The demon's power seemed to devour Aki, who relived the final moments of his past life. Lying in a pool of blood, Aki, humanity's strongest warrior, clings to life, gazing at his fallen comrades. Our strongest king, I don't want to die yet. She's waiting for me to return. You won't die. You won't. I'll get everyone out of here. Suddenly, his dead comrade grabbed his hand, face contorted like a demon. But we're all dead, so why are you still alive? Aki jolts awake in his hospital bed, drenched in sweat, realizing it was all a dream. He clutches his head, forcing a painful smile. Just then, his 3 teammates pulled back the curtain to visit him, and before Aki could react, Tumway leaned in close. But why did your hair change color? Did that special devil take you to get it dyed? I'm speechless with this girl. Aki was startled by the million-dollar view, but he suddenly remembered an important question. Wait, are you 3 okay? Guys, I remember the Supreme Demon brought us to his lair. Just then, the Supreme Hall Master interrupted. Looks like you remember something. Tell us what happened in the cave. Aki recognized the 2 figures behind Jago as the captains who were at the city walls during the inspection. And despite already guessing the reason, he feigned ignorance and asked Jago why they were here. Jago immediately spoke up. You 4 are the ones that Sugar brought back. Don't call me Duong Duong. Jago winked, signaling that he understood. How embarrassing. The image of the stern captain was gone, and Sino and the others struggled not to laugh at the name Duong. At that moment, Dao Heo spoke up, saying he found them unconscious on the ground outside the cave. Luckily, that first-stage demon seems to have vanished, or it's uncertain if we could have brought you all back safely. Then, Zago approached and handed Aki a mirror. His companions had already awakened, claiming no memory of the cave, but he alone remained unconscious and underwent a transformation. He mentioned something in the cave. Can he recall anything else? Aki holds the mirror, surprised by his new hair color. So, this is the dye that Sumoe was talking about. What is going on? Everything's been unbelievable since I traveled through time. All I remember about the cave is losing consciousness after the attack. I don't know what happened after that. Should I tell them I'm from another world? No, that would be too complicated. Besides, would they even believe me? And since I'm not even sure of my current situation, I'll have to act as Aki to figure everything out. After careful consideration, Aki looked up and answered the captains. I only remember vaguely waking up and realizing I'd been brought to the cave. Then I fell unconscious again. I don't know anything else. I woke up here. After hearing the answer, Gukyo Dung pondered. You also fell unconscious? Perhaps I'm overthinking things. But I found blood splattered all over the cave walls as if sprayed violently. What could have caused that? Just then, Joel approached Aki. Your name is Aki, correct? Is the same as our great warrior. I've seen your test scores, and they're the worst. Yet you're calm when fighting demons. You've fought demons before? Joel's smile held a hidden meaning. Caught off guard, Aki frantically explains, No, I've just always been interested in combat. He had merely gathered and analyzed the weaknesses of demons, to which Jago responded with praise. Oh, so you're the theoretical type. A fine warrior like you needs proper nurturing. Speaking of which, Aki asks about the test results, wondering if he passed, to which Sumo smiles brightly. He passed the warrior assessment. We're still a team. Because of the incident, which they considered fate, Ji Miao-tung formed them into a group of 4, at which point Situ Liu, who had been silent until now, spoke up. We've fallen far behind the other teams. Aki was confused by this. How far behind could we be when the test just ended? Kuk Duong explained. Teams accumulate points by accepting missions, and you were unconscious for 3 days. Your team's current score is still 0. Aki, upon hearing that he'd been unconscious for 3 days, shouted in shock. He thought he'd only been out for a moment, not 3 whole days. Fully recovered, Aki and his team donned their gear, ready to earn some points. At the gathering place, the people began to murmur. Just 3 days prior, they had witnessed another team of warriors assemble here. These warriors are humanity's hope. After gathering, Shukyodang solemnly said, Now I'll give you a brief overview. First, congratulations on officially becoming warriors, and for returning safely from the hands of the one-horned demon. I'm truly happy for you all. As I mentioned before, the 4 of you will be assigned to a squad under my command, meaning I'm your team leader. I oversee 9 squads in total, and I hope you all live up to your potential. Hearing this, Aki raises his hand and asks, By live up to your potential, do you mean the warrior code is far more complicated now than it was 60 years ago? Back then, strength and status were earned by killing demons. But times have changed, and Aki doesn't quite grasp this yet. Shino then speaks up. Aki, have you really never heard of the squad rankings? Seeing Aki's confusion, Shino explains that their squad is currently at the bottom of the rankings, while Situ Liu remains cold and disdainful. Don't hold me back, said Ji Miao-tang, offering an explanation. What it means to succeed is to rank high on the team leaderboard. Teams under the same captain compete against each other, encouraging progress. I oversee 9 squads, meaning you'll be competing against 8 others. You can earn points by taking on missions of varying difficulty, and the more points you accumulate, the higher your ranking. Each month, the top 2 squads under each of the 3 captains, including myself, can participate in a squad duel with a reward for first place. Likewise, the lowest-ranked squad under each captain will be penalized. They're essentially the cleanup crew until a last-place team emerges. Aki glanced around after hearing that. Ugh, how troublesome, he thought. No wonder the city's so clean. Jue Miao-tang continued. These rules ensure warriors compete and improve. Demons evolve and warriors can't rest. So, will you accept Situ Liu with the highest overall score as your squad leader? Any objections? Shino and Tomo wholeheartedly agreed, but Aki was a little disgruntled. Why wasn't he chosen? I'm Aki, known as the King, the strongest warrior. Well, that's what you think anyway, since your test results were at the very bottom. Having earned their trust, Situ Liu steps forward, shouting her resolve to complete the mission, secretly overjoyed. Of course I'm the leader. Who else would they choose? Before leaving, Ji Yao-tang offered a careful reminder. All right, it's still midday, so check the mission board for tasks and other teams' scores. Also, you'll need to learn how to adapt the combat suit's nano wings in actual combat. If there are any problems, come directly to me. As soon as Juoyu Tang left, Sidalu immediately signaled everyone to follow. Let's go check the mission board. We've missed 3 days of points, so we need to catch up. Wait, there's something more important first. Sidalu turned back to ask what was wrong, but inside she was panicking, close to tears. Had she forgotten something important? Assigning positions, preparing supplies. No, those can wait until after we get a quest. Has she already messed up as captain? Has her perfect captain image been shattered? He's definitely in the terminal stage of overthinking, hopeless. But Tomo wants to take an official squad photo, leaving Situ Liu frozen in place. Aki, on the other hand, doesn't think it's a bad idea, wanting to capture a memory with his new teammates. Meanwhile, the 3 captains observed from a high vantage point and were asked for their thoughts. Jago stretches wearily, noting that all the surrounding demons have exploded, and inside the cave, there's violent bloodstains of an unknown demon. Joel lights a cigarette and shares his theory. Could those 4 kids be responsible? After a moment's thought, Ji Myung-do said, I suspect that Aki kid is strange. I'm very sensitive. I always smell a familiar, indescribable stench on him. As the tension mounted, Jago suddenly embraced him, saying, "You're overthinking it, Duong. The kids are back safe, and besides, their squad is pretty strong. Take good care of them, and don't let them lose to my team." Kukdio Duong's face turned red as the pair of mountains pressed against his back. Gel, however, remained calm, suggesting they observe first and deal with any abnormalities as they arise. Meanwhile, Aki was intently observing the town's mission board, and upon seeing 3 remaining A-rank quests worth 10 points each, he shouted with joy. Shino and Tomo then explained it to him. "Aki, it seems there's something you don't know. Level A quests are the highest rank we can access, and these must be the 3 most difficult of the bunch. Compared to a level B quest with 6 points, or even a level C with 3, 10 points for an A-rank mission is tempting, but B and C-rank missions are the safest and most reliable." Aki, aware that A-rank missions often result in casualties, sighs and says to take them all. Coincidentally, Situ tore off all 3 quests at the same time. Great minds think alike. After accepting the quest, the team immediately set out. In the dense fog, the 4 moved forward without hesitation, as Aki gently pressed the core on his chest. The nano wings successfully activate, and he rushes to a nearby boulder, leaning against it as he experiments with his new wings. Next, he imagines deconstructing the nano wings, manipulating them into a weapon, and with just one try, he successfully creates a sharp blade. 60 years later, humanity's technology has advanced considerably, and the others have successfully created their own weapons. With preparations complete, the mission's targets, 2 lesser demons, came into view, and at Situlu's command, the team split up as planned. The mission commander is squad leader Situlu, who has 3 Class A missions pending and cannot afford a prolonged battle. Strike fast and hard. Shino blinds them, while Aki and Tomo simultaneously neutralize their abilities. Next, Shino delivers a stunning blow, and finally, she ends the battle herself, everything going exactly according to Situlu's plan, without a single mistake. Turning her back to the explosion, she strikes a cool pose and admires herself. "Very good. I was perfect and dazzling once again." With the 2 demons defeated, it's time for the main part of the mission, clearing the fog. It's much harder in practice than it was during the test, but luckily one of the 2 formless demons contained a crimson core, making this mission a profitable one. With the A-rank mission complete, 10 points are awarded, and the task is automatically cancelled. Aki is once again amazed by the advanced technology. Tomo, used to Aki's lack of knowledge, explained that technology is now focused on demons. The mission ships are linked to the town's point ledger, so completion automatically tallies the points. We just completed the task of clearing the fog zone outside of town. Now, let's see what else there is. As she spoke, she took the mission scroll from Achi. The 2 remaining tasks were to capture 3 faceless demons alive and obtain 10 faceless demon cores. After taking a look, Sumo fell to the ground, defeated. It looks difficult just looking at it. We spent all afternoon fighting and only got 3 demon cores. 7 more to go, plus we have to capture them alive. I heard that's the hardest task of all. Sino offered comfort, but it seemed their time wouldn't be easy, as other squads were also racking up points. Situ then spoke up, suggesting they complete the remaining 2 A-rank quests, then take on more, aiming straight for the top. These words ignited a fire within Shino, as Sumoye recorded their leader's cool demeanor. Seeing Aki's silence, Sino asks how he feels, and Aki responds with a smile. "They're right. The other teams are probably working hard to earn more points. If we don't act fast, we'll have a hard time catching up. In this world, only the swift succeed. Those who hesitate gain nothing." At that moment, Aki was overcome with emotion. "I thought my heart, hardened by over 50 years and 2 lifetimes, had become barren. But being with them makes me feel strangely young again." The tenacity and refusal to give up of youth truly makes one feel full of life. Following that, the team decided to move forward with the mission before sunset. After a struggle, the mission to capture 3 nameless devils was finally complete, and just in time, as the tranquilizer rounds were spent. The ammunition specially distributed to each squad is also very limited. Seeing Aki staring intently at the gun in his hand, Situlu sighed helplessly. "Seriously, I have to explain everything. This is also synthesized by Nano, a tranquilizer gun for devils. Like daggers, they're standard-issue weapons embedded in the nano wings, but with more complex synthesis and operation." Afterwards, Aki looked at the devils lying on the ground, lost in thought. "So, now we can use tranquilizers to capture devils? Before, we could only knock them out with brute force and capture them alive. The researchers always resented us for smashing the brains of some demons. Ha 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 ha." Shino could finally breathe a sigh of relief after cleaning up. "It's good we could capture them after running out of ammo. This mission is complete. To capture these three, we had to eliminate a whole horde of lesser demons, a dozen or so. Judging by the scene, the battle was anything but easy, and now Tomi stretches wearily. Warriors must return to the city before sunset, or they'll face penalties. Let's go home for dinner. Speaking of home, Aki suddenly realizes he knows nothing about the background of his current body. He wasn't even sure if he had a home in this world. Situ took out a device, preparing to return to the city. Well, I should head back to the academy soon. Now I just need to use the locator to send my position to the research lab. They're here to collect these three demons, so our mission is complete. Aki then asks, "Hey, do you guys feel a murderous aura?" Before he could finish, a bullet flew out of nowhere, instantly killing the three devils. I can't let you complete this mission. You're the rookie squad that's been taking all the A-rank missions off the board. Missions we wanted. Who said you could take it? Where did you even come from? Four strangers suddenly appeared, and it was clear they meant no good. Seeing this, Aki frowned uncomfortably. Who are you people? The red-haired one, apparently the leader, responds, "We joined Captain Ji Yaotang's squad at the last tryout. The Black Spear Squad. Simply put, we're your seniors, one of the 9 squads. You're the new recruits, yet you show no respect, taking on A-rank missions without our consent. Aren't you being a little disrespectful?" At this moment, Situlu's eyes were fixed on the corpses of the newly slain, faceless demons. Demons her comrades risked their lives to capture alive, and she couldn't simply ignore their deaths. The redhead continued to blather on. "Who's the captain of your squad?" And he hasn't even introduced his team. Before he could finish, Situ charged forward. But the redhead wasn't useless. He dodged the attack. You dare attack a senior? You insolent rookie." Situ, enraged, prepared to attack again. "You call yourself a senior?" Seeing the situation, Shino and Tomo stopped her, saying, "Liu, don't act rashly. They're still our seniors. Let's talk first." Tomo confronted the redhead, saying, "Why won't you listen to reason? You can't just kill the demon we worked so hard to catch." The redhead ignored her, eyes wide as he threatened, "Reason? This is a competition. Are you that naive?" This was the last straw for Situ, and her inner rage began to boil over. How dare they ruin our mission? How much effort did we waste, you bastards? And what about the captain's reputation? Without another word, I'll fight you all. Seeing that he couldn't contain the captain's anger, Shino turned to Aki for help. "Aki, the sun's about to set, tell them." But before he could finish, Aki's battle spirit broke free. "Get the hell out of here." Before the redhead could react, he was kicked, sending blood gushing from his mouth. Aki then boldly declared his intention to bully the new recruits, something he'd never heard before. "Do you know how much effort it took us to catch those 3 devils? In all his years, Aki had never seen anything like it. What a messed up rule." The captain gives him a thumbs up while everyone else is stunned. The redhead was furious after being kicked. How dare he treat a senior like that? The Black Squad prepared for battle. Receiving the order, the remaining 3 members of the Black Spear Squad draw their weapons, ready to attack, while the others prepare to fight back. Just as a fight was about to break out, Master Brewer appeared, disrupting the scene. With a simple move, he blocked the red-haired man and Aki's attacks, pushing them both away. Seeing this, Aki felt a little regretful, as he originally intended to take this opportunity to see the level of this younger generation of warriors. Extreme Intoxication sternly reprimanded both squads, saying they were a bunch of brats who didn't know how to live, fighting when the sun was about to set and asking to become food for the demons. The redhead immediately tries to get ahead, claiming that they attacked first and even knocked off his mask. Situ chimed in. "Are you a child?" tattling to the captain. The redhead was speechless, frustrated, and helpless. Just then, Sumo pointed with the camera in hand. "I have photographic evidence that they killed the 3 demons we captured alive, and they still dare to tattle first." A true professional photographer, capturing every moment. Hearing this, Jua Miaotang approached and asked, "Capturing demons alive is a Class A mission. Did your team accept it?" Situ, with his hands clasped behind his back, solemnly reports that the completed mission was sabotaged by the Black Spear Squad. Understanding the situation, Chiaotang was about to leave just like that. "I see. You might think they're going too far, but what you're experiencing now, they experienced as a new squad. Of course, how you deal with it is up to you. In the end, the squad still considers points. All competition is allowed except for intentional injury or life-threatening situations. That's how all the town rules are. As warriors, they will face far more difficult situations in the future, situations that will require more than low-level training. I intervened to stop it, not to prevent the training, but because sundown is upon us. Get back to town, all of you." Then the hallmaster looked towards the Black Spear Squad. "And you guys had your A-rank mission stolen and got beaten up by rookies? I'm embarrassed just hearing about it. Go back and reflect on your failures. They were bitter but powerless to act. The redhead had no choice but to retreat, but as he passed Aki, he asked, "Hey, what's your name?" The tension was palpable until Aki revealed his name, sending the redhead into hysterics. "Ha ha, did you hear that? Aki? He dares share a name with the greatest warrior?" After his laughter, he put his hands in his pockets, looking menacing. "Aki, I won't let you earn points easily. I guarantee your team will be last, and I'll repay this debt tenfold." After delivering his threat, the redhead donned his mask and left with his teammates. At this point, Gook Young-tang chimed in, reminding them that while the Black Spear Squad may not be the strongest, they are known for their swift execution. They'll definitely try their best to interfere with or sabotage your missions, and the Black Mercenaries' captain is a crack shot. In that encounter, he didn't use a gun. I'm sure you rookies are strong, but there are also gifted warriors out there. If you show all your cards, victory is far from certain. Now, let's head back to town. These words gave Situ Liu much to consider, realizing her impulsive actions could have endangered her teammates. She then ordered everyone to return, saying a few more words as she passed Aki. "What are you standing around for? Trying to look cool?" But that kick was weak. Looks like our house husband has his first female fan in this life. On the way back, Shino invited Aki for dinner, but he refused. Aki had other plans for tonight, to capture 3 demons himself. As night falls, the city gates are under lockdown, with warnings blaring, "For your safety. Please remain inside the town." In the shadows, a figure lurks near the city gates, carefully analyzing the situation. It's Aki. The path to the city gate is marked only by the looping broadcast, and there aren't many people in the closed-off town. Guess everyone's staying home tonight? Once I finish this mission, I want to go home and see. The guard at the gate doesn't seem as strict as I thought. Just this sign. Are they short on manpower? Or perhaps no one expects anyone to be out this late. But leaving a loophole seems odd. Unlike my past life, we didn't care if it was nighttime. Sometimes we even organized night hunts since we didn't have to worry about finding demons in the dark. Heh. Using my past life's forceful methods to catch 3 unremarkable demons should be no problem. The masked man seems determined to hinder our team, so let's complete the mission when he least expects it. Seems I truly am a genius. Aki was laughing to himself when he heard a voice nearby. Sure enough, he turned to see Situ Liu leaning against the wall. She may look cool, but inside she's beyond excited. "Oh, this is so thrilling. A night out is so exciting." Having become a warrior, I'm definitely much freer. A flimsy excuse to leave the dojo? Having heard Aki's plan during the day, I knew he'd make a move tonight, and I was eager to see what the city was like at night. Despite becoming a warrior, she's still just a curious young girl. When questioned by her father, Aki blankly tries to deny it. "What are you talking about? I just came out for a walk. I'm still full from dinner." Ha ha ha. This is Aki, the strongest warrior in her past life. A powerful fighter, but a bit ditzy in everyday life. He barely finished speaking when his stomach rumbled with hunger. What a ridiculous excuse. There's no way out. He has no choice but to admit it. Ice. All right. Geez, I was going to surprise you guys tomorrow. I just wanted to use the darkness to finish the mission that was ruined this afternoon. The mission time isn't up yet, right? But if you found out, there's no helping it. Just don't report me. Aki thought Situ Liu was there to stop her, so she turned to leave. But then she says she'll participate and asks him for the specific plan. She really thinks she's a genius for coming up with this excuse to go out at night. Just thinking about the Black Spear Squad tomorrow already excites her. But seeing Situ Liu Yun's sly smile, Aki knows something's up. On the high walls, a guard yawns, bored out of his mind. Every watch is torture. He's so sleepy. Who would go out at night? Are they looking for death? "Why not just close the gates then?" said the guard beside him, pausing from his meal to chime in. "Spit. Idiot. Don't let the 3 great captains hear you say that. Leaving the gate open is for emergencies. Has everyone forgotten that a few years ago some refugees came to the town for help, but because the gate opened too slowly, they all died tragically at the hands of the demons? From then on, it seems all towns left an emergency gap in the main gate. For in this world, nothing is more important than survival." After a change of heart, the guards apologized and shared the rare adult magazine. While those two were up to no good, Aki and Situ Liu successfully snuck out of the city. Before them lay the location of their previous assessment, now shrouded in a much denser night mist. Following Aki's directions, they arrive at their destination, and Situ Liu immediately assesses the area. "Yes, being far from the city walls will help us avoid detection, and these decaying trees are perfect for hiding." Aki then explained his plan. "I would lure the monster in, attack its head repeatedly, and knock it unconscious. Wait for me to come back." Watching Aki disappear into the mist, Situ Liu felt a tremor of fear run through her. Even though Aki was confident, he just went straight into the night mist. but she quickly regained her composure and prepared herself. No, that's not right. I'm the same. Alone in the forest at night, it feels like the thick mist and darkness could swallow me whole at any moment. Fear or excitement aside, I must focus and be ready to assist him at any moment. Aki's skill in luring demons amazes Situ Liu. Because Aki always lures a single rogue demon, it greatly reduces the difficulty of capture. And for Situ Liu, this unheard-of method of force capture is incredibly novel and exciting. She's adapting quickly, growing stronger. Following Aki's lead, the two bodies danced around the nameless demon, its head taking blow after blow. By relentlessly attacking its head, the demon grew tired and fell unconscious. This method of forced capture, lost for half a century, was revived this night. Although the process went smoothly, this method of hunting with pure energy was a test of stamina, and Aki was soon drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. You need to train this body more. In your past life, hunting these devils was a child's play. At that moment, Situ Liu dragged over the third unconscious demon, completing their final task. Experiencing a hunt for the first time, she felt far more exhausted than she ever did training at the dojo. Hearing that Aki would leave the three demons here, she was shocked. Aki explained, "The void demons have no intelligence. They don't know how to save their own kind, and they won't get too close to the city walls. Leaving these three here is fine. This headhunting method will keep them unconscious for a while. We'll head out early tomorrow and just submit the mission." After a moment's thought, Situ Liu wondered how a rookie could know such things, leaving Aki scrambling for a plausible explanation after saying too much. Just then, a chilling voice echoed, "Found them. Found the humans. Heh, just as I thought, they all smell the same." The appearance of two first-class demons leaves Aki frozen in place. This is bad. This is really bad. Why are there two rank 1 demons? We're in no shape to fight them. Damn it, why two of them? Back at the wall, the warning sirens blared. The 3 squad leaders gathered immediately, detecting first-stage demons and activating searchlights. 2 guards quickly stashed the classified documents and began carrying out their orders, as Jago wondered why first-stage demons were appearing now. She wondered if it was the same demon from the exam, but Guk Dang said that demon had died in the underground cave, and this was a different one. After shining the lights around, the location of the 2 Class 1 demons was discovered. The sudden appearance of 2 demons was strange indeed, but there was no time to dwell on it. Zoe immediately gave orders to his subordinates. "Don't panic, close the city gates, they can't hurt us. Prepare the defensive cannons, all cannons on the wall, charge up and prepare to fire." Just then, Guk Yodang shouted, "Wait, don't close the gates. There seem to be people down there." After shining more light on the demons, Guk Yodang gritted his teeth. Those two idiots, what are they doing there? Jago couldn't understand why these 2 rookies were outside the city walls at this late hour. At this point, Ju Yotang says helplessly, "Those 3 imprisoned 0-stage demons, I know what's going on." The master completed his capture mission late at night, only to be disturbed during the day. Joe gritted his teeth, annoyed. A little power makes them reckless, a common ailment for rookie warriors. Unable to stand still any longer, he charged toward the 2 first-stage demons. Seeing this, Zago hurried to follow, leaving Joel to command the city walls, while the 2 rank 1 demons sensed someone approaching. Knowing the situation, Aki tells Situ Liu to hide behind him. Their best bet is to stall for reinforcements. He carefully reconsiders how this situation arose. Is he their target, just like the last first-class demon because he was reborn? Or did something happen back in the cave? As tensions rise, Situ Liu suddenly steps forward. She couldn't fight alongside him. She didn't want Aki to face 2 first-class demons alone because of her. If forced to fight, she wouldn't cower behind him. But to the demons, this was all a joke. They leap to the ground, ready to attack, but only the blue demon lands. The gray one suddenly vanishes, only to reappear behind them, claws bared, aiming to take out Situ Liu first. Luckily, Aki reacted in time, shoving Situ Liu aside and saving her life by a hair's breadth as the gray demon's attack split the ground. Immediately, Situ Liu retaliated with a kick, but her attack was blocked by water, and upon closer inspection she found herself bound by blue threads. This is the blue demon's power, and Situ Liu, caught off guard, is now bound and unable to move. Seeing this, Aki tries to help, but becomes the target of the gray demon, a costly distraction. Just then, Ji Yaotang arrived just in time, delivering a punch to the demon's face. "You won't hurt them." Jago arrives and immediately analyzes the 2 demons, identifying them as a blue core water type and a red core earth type. Now the urgent mission is to rescue Situ Liu, but the gray demon that was just knocked away has returned, seemingly unharmed thanks to its rocky armor. Luckily, he blocked it. He almost had his brains bashed in. Seeing the stalemate, Joel immediately ordered the defensive guns not to fire, to avoid injuring their own people. Suddenly, a soldier rushed in to report that Captain Joe had spotted a massive, countless horde of lesser demons advancing towards them. Under the blood-red moon, the ground suddenly trembles violently as countless faceless demons gather beneath the city walls, a truly terrifying sight. Covered in sweat, Zoel roared orders to his subordinates, sounding the general alarm, and every warrior in the city immediately went on high alert. As the alarm blared, all the warriors gathered at the city walls, their hearts set on protecting the town's people at all costs. On Aki's side, the demon tide completely ignored them and headed straight for the town. This must be the work of the two first-stage demons. The two captains were forced to fight quickly and return to the city walls, and realizing the dire situation, Situ Li shouted, "Forget about me. Go reinforce the town." She blamed herself for endangering the captains, but before she could speak, the Blue Devil gagged her with water. "Nice. Shut up." At that moment, Zhu Diaotang decided not to retreat, but to attack the two Phase 1 demons, followed by Jago and Aki, prompting the gray demon to slam its hands on the ground, causing countless sharp stones to rise up. Its only target was the two captains, rushing past Aki without attacking. Go over there. This action is too confusing. Zhu Yutang is dumbfounded, but now is not the time to think about it. The two captains have been held back by the gray demon and can't move forward. At that moment, the Blue Devil gestured, "You, come with me." Then it turned into water, pulling Situ Liu into the forest. Seeing this, Aki stood still, a fierce battle raging within him. This trap was clearly designed to separate him from the captains. "Damn it, stay calm, don't get worked up, I'm still not strong enough." Despite the fierce battle, the two captains shouted almost simultaneously, "Aki, don't go, you're no match for him." Aki trembled, gritting his teeth in anger. But Situ Liu might die. That look is so familiar. How could I not chase after her? How could I abandon her? Having made up his mind, Aki chased after them with all his might. "I will save Situ Liu at all costs." The demon carried Situ Liu far away before suddenly stopping, standing before her and saying, "Intriguing humans. We demons are very curious about your rich emotions. Humans are said to scream in despair, beg for mercy, I want to hear you plead." After a moment, it realized it couldn't hear anything with her mouth covered. To hear her desperate screams, it removed the gag and prepared to savor the moment. "Okay, scream, beg for mercy." But contrary to its expectations, Situ Liu's eyes were filled with only resentment. You're worthy?" the demon, confused, asks in return. Worthy? Do I deserve it or not? Even though the first demon had intelligence, it didn't seem very bright. Seeing this, Situ Liu explained, "I was born into a martial arts family, and I will never bow my head to the enemy. Weakness is a disgrace to us. Either kill me or continue fighting me." After a long pause, the demon angrily kicked Situ Liu in the face. "Angry, me, angry. You are bait. You will die." Situ Liu fell to the ground, his eyes filled with resentment, wishing he could fight to the death. Just then, Aki arrived on the scene. "Hey, let her go. I'm your target, right?" The demon rejoices at Aki's arrival. You actually came. The bait worked. You're the target. Hearing these words, Situ Liu was utterly confused. Her mind raced with questions, but Aki was more concerned with her well-being. With unwavering spirit, she yelled to Aki, "I'm okay. Why did you come alone? You're no match for a first-class demon. Go quickly." The fiend silenced her with a kick to the stomach, unwilling to let anything interfere with its goal. Seeing this, Aki was furious. "Hey, don't you hurt her. If I'm your target, take me instead. Let her go." The fiend simply sneered in response. An exchange. You're all going to die." With terrifying speed, it lunges at Aki in an instant. Aki's attack misses, and he's struck hard in the ribs. In his current state, he can't react to its speed. The fiend turns its body into water, relentlessly attacking Aki. "You smell like us." Curious as to why, Aki struggles to defend himself while searching for a solution. This is water magic. The demons have evolved to have more attributes now. This weak body can only rely on physical skills. If this continues, Situ Liu will be helpless to watch Aki die. Suddenly, she spots a sharp rock jutting from the ground nearby. Refusing to simply lie there and die, she crawls with all her might toward the rock near Aki, whose arm is now encased in the demon's water. Though he can't move, this is his chance, now that the distance has closed. Instantly, he slashed forward with his dagger. A good idea, but his body was too slow, and the attack was easily seen through. Now, both of his hands are restrained by the demon. "You were in the cave, killing the first stage. You shouldn't be this weak. Are you pretending?" Aki struggled with all his might to find a way to counterattack. I have no idea what you're barking about. What do you mean, kill the first demon? Aki's fierce attitude enraged the demon, who decided to punish him by twisting his arms. Aki's mind reels as he cries out in pain, but the fiend is relentless, intent on tormenting him further. Dishonest, dishonest, you must die. Quickly tell me your secret. Aki is sent flying from a kick, landing helplessly on the ground, unable to move. It hurts. Did it shatter all my organs? I never thought I'd be taken down by a first-stage demon. Situ was trying to break free from the restraints as quickly as possible, ignoring the blood flowing from her hands, but the demon ignored her and advanced towards Aki. I won't admit to killing. Then eating. Sensing Aki could help it evolve, it lunged for him, only to narrowly dodge Situ blade. After kicking the demon away, Situ stood in front of Aki, her eyes sharp. Don't touch my team members. If you want to kill one of them, kill me, the captain, first. Aki dimly saw the wounds on her wrists and ankles, realizing that she had forcibly broken free. Never did he imagine a girl would stand up to protect him like this. Obeying Situ wishes, the demon unleashes its ultimate attack. From its body, droplets of water formed countless sharp needles, all of which shot forward with incredible speed. Feeling like a burden, Aki gasped, "Liu, get away!" But no matter what, Situ would not run. She mustered all her strength to deflect the needles, keeping Aki safe. But then the demon reached out, and the deflected needles suddenly reformed, piercing Situ and sending her flying toward the fiend. The demon clutches her neck, a gruesome smile spreading across its face. You want to fight to the death? I won't kill you. I'll torture you and make you scream. Aki could barely make out the scene, his heart screaming with helplessness. Let her go. Let her go. How ironic that even after being reborn, he still has to watch his comrades die before his eyes. Nothing has changed. In the end, he still has to rely on a girl's protection. He can't even protect himself, let alone anyone else. Suddenly, the core in Aki's chest shatters. His eyes turn blood red, and he unleashes a terrifying power. At least he can't bear to watch his comrades die before his eyes without being able to do anything. Aki slams his fist into the ground, sending tremors everywhere as a figure snatches Situ from the demon's grasp. Aki hadn't even attacked, yet the demon's arm was already riddled with wounds, all from the pressure of the wind. Aki carefully cradles Situ in his arms, saying tenderly, "For your first time as captain, you did great. Liu, leave the rest to me." Aki's one eye has turned red, no longer human, a change the demon has noticed. You... human. Oh, our auras are so strong. You really are hiding something. After gently placing Situ on the ground, Aki turned around aggressively, breathing. I don't know exactly what happened. He clutches his head in agony as the power within his chest surges, threatening to tear him apart, then suddenly erupts in a violent explosion. On his chest, where the demon stone heart once was, another stone heart with a unique symbol appears, and the demon recognizes it instantly. That heart... Is that Wang Chi's heart? Situ murmured from the ground, sensing the change in Aki, but she was too weak to speak and could only lie there helplessly. Having fully unleashed his power, Aki undergoes a transformation, his left side becoming demonic with horns and jagged claws. The first form has awakened. Now, with every step Aki takes, the other Aki retreats in fear. It's time for you to die. Elsewhere, the gray demon holding back the two captains suddenly felt a tremor from afar. Ugh, dizzy. Such a strong aura. A fellow demon? Huh? Taking advantage of its distraction, the extreme poison blade strikes. You lost focus, you mongrel. Jago adds a kick to its face, sending it flying. Not stopping there, the two captains immediately rush in for a relentless assault. The demon staggers from the blow, unable to withstand such power. Before it could recover, the two captains teamed up to punch a hole through its body, turning it into a demonic donut, and Jago finished it off with a kick into the air. The demon, still clinging to life, reached for the core in its chest and tore a hole in itself, declaring that humanity would die with it. Realizing the demon was about to self-destruct, Jago immediately shielded the sugarcane pole. She knew neither of them could withstand the explosion of a first-stage demon, and she was willing to sacrifice herself to save her comrades. Just then, the demon was struck by something, crashing to the ground and dying before it could self-destruct. The arrow-shaped object that flashed by was fired from a defense gun. Though the wall was in dire straits, the order came just in time, successfully saving the two captains, while Joel continued to fight like a man possessed. But no matter how many he slays, the number of demons seems endless. At this rate, they'll bypass the wall and slaughter the humans in the town. With no other choice, Joel shouts at the two captains to return to the city immediately. The demon tide has struck. Tang Tang, Jago! Hearing this, Jago decided to return and help. Duong Duong, we have to get back to the city immediately. They need us. But Tang-san hesitated, looking back. Damn it! What about the 2 kids? Understanding his teammates' feelings, Jago urged him on. I feel the same. But we're not just leaders. We're warriors. These words awakened him, and he had no choice but to grit his teeth and return to the city walls. Meanwhile, on the other side, the blue demon trembled uncontrollably. What's wrong with you? Our fellow humans, you're the most demonic. No, that's not right. You're even stronger. Huh? How can a human sprout wings? No, it can't be. Why? Its mind raced with unanswered questions, for nothing so absurd had ever occurred. In contrast, Aki calmly conjured a small orb of light on his finger. Perhaps this is the meaning of his rebirth. To possess all the power of a demon, and then change everything. With a snap of her fingers, the orb of light flew toward Situ Liu, healing all her wounds, leaving the demon utterly speechless. Huh? Sis Luli, you're a wood elemental? Aki placed a hand over her chest and muttered to herself, I seem to have some of those memories now. Perhaps it's from absorbing that first stage wood spirit. If I absorb you, perhaps I can possess water-based powers. As he spoke, countless wooden claws rose from the ground, forming a massive throne. Standing tall on his throne, Aki spreads his arms wide, becoming more like a demon. Ha, I'm starting to look forward to demonic power. Hearing Aki's words, the demon was utterly terrified, absorbing the wood-type demon core to become us. Seeing the demon tremble, Aki grinned with delight. This is truly fascinating. I've never seen anything like it, not even in my past life, so even demons can feel fear. And so he decides to prolong this a little longer. The branches begin to grow, embracing Aki's feet. As the branches grew, Aki moved nimbly, hovering before the demon. Come on, attack me with all you've got. I want to see what other powers this form has. The demon, unable to bear the questions in its head, screamed, What are you, human or demon? Screaming, it conjures a blade of water and slashes forward. But in this state, Aki easily leaps back to evade the blow. Ha, elemental control. I remember the wood-type demon I absorbed had this ability. Aki raises his hand, clenching it into a fist, and countless branches erupt from the ground, instantly binding the demon. Not stopping there, he clenches his fists and crosses his arms, and the branches slowly tighten. Aki can easily control the surrounding wood elements as if they were a part of his own body. The demon, caught in the bind, roared in agony. At this rate, it would be torn to shreds. With no other choice, it was forced to play its trump card, instantly turning its body into water, escaping its bonds, and lunging toward Aki. Aki manages to dodge, but the fiend instantly regenerates its upper body and attacks relentlessly. Huh, not enough. You can't kill me. You can't break yourself down like I can, wood style, can you? It taunts, ripping off Aki's arm and continuing its relentless assault. Ha ha ha. You humans don't understand the power of a demon like me. Aki is overwhelmed, unable to counterattack, and is kicked away, but he smiles confidently. He conjures a massive hand, catching his falling body and gently setting him on the ground. You're right. I don't understand the full extent of a demon's power. But you know, I'm the strongest warrior, and my ability to learn is unmatched. To kill you, all I need to do is keep learning and adapting to demonic power. In an instant, Aki's arm began to grow back, just like the first demon in the cave, shocking the blue demon. Wood element, self-healing? He figured it out in a flash. Aki's arm was soon fully restored, and he immediately charged forward, unleashing his demonic powers. Countless small branches sprouted from the ground, propelling him forward, and before the demon could react, Aki was upon it. It frantically retreats to avoid the blow, but its leg is already caught. Aki grabs its head with both hands, his eyes full of ferocity. Too bad, don't run. This fight with you is getting boring. This scene is truly beyond words. The demon felt something was wrong, suddenly swelling and exploding just like Situ Liu's signature move. But from the demon's core, droplets of water began to coalesce, reforming its body. Foolish, ha-ha. I can split myself apart. The demon laughs, thinking he's cornered by the branches. Of course I know, but as a demon, your most important core cannot be split. Fool, were you too confident in your abilities? The demon's core was pierced by the branches, preventing it from splitting apart. As its core drifted away, the demon reached out in despair. My core, my core. It desperately clung to its last hope for survival. But it was too late. Aki seized the core, a sinister smile spreading across his face. The core is destroyed. Even a 7th stage demon can only die. Your water abilities are mine now. Losing its core, the demon's body slowly dissolves into a puddle, as Aki crushes the core, savoring the water-based energy. Ha ha, make me stronger. Is this really the strongest warrior of humanity? The demon's thoughts are slowly invading Aki's mind. Having fully absorbed the water-based core, Aki's eyes turned to Situ. Even with just one core, he could already transform his body into water with ease. Standing before Situ, Aki looked more and more like a ferocious demon. Devour demons, kill humans. Devouring demons, killing humans. Under the blood-red moon, Aki repeats these words. It was as if an absolute command was manipulating his mind. Without hesitation, he plunged his sharp claws into Situ, shattering the wood-based healing barrier. Blood splatters, staining the sky crimson, but it's Aki's blood. In that critical moment, his human side regained control of half his body, shielding Situ. Stop it, damn it, stop! How could I kill my own teammate? How can this be? I have to get her back. Get out of my head, damn voice! Aki screamed, clutching his head as the demon core glowed intensely once more. The Red King Flag's will has fallen asleep again, yet it can resist my will. How interesting. On the city walls, the warriors fought desperately as demons scaled the walls and began their assault on the town. Amidst the fighting, Shino shouted to To, "Where are Aki and Liu? 2 people aren't enough for our squad." While slaying demons, To calmly replied, "On the way here, I heard from other squads that 2 warriors snuck out of the city and were targeted by first-class demons. Apparently, it was Aki and Liu." Shino was stunned by the news. What did you say? Sneaking out of the city? I can't believe anyone would do something so crazy." Tao could only hold her head and sigh, afraid to imagine the consequences of being targeted by 2 first-stage demons. But now is not the time for idle thoughts. They must focus on fighting if they don't want to die here. At that moment, Juk Yodang and Jago returned and joined the battle. Upon seeing them, Joel immediately inquired about their core status. As he fought, Extreme Elixir responded that their consumption wasn't too high, and they could continue killing these damned demons. A warrior's core will be depleted. The higher the burst intensity, the greater the depletion, and the weaker their strength becomes. Fortunately, the 2 captains teamed up to deal with the first-stage demon, so their core status is relatively stable. Otherwise, this afternoon's wave of demons will be extremely troublesome. Soon, the 3 captains gathered, and Jago asked Joel what his next move was. As he fought, Joel outlined his plan, noting that after they killed one of the first-stage demons, the lesser demon's aggression had noticeably decreased. The remaining first-class demon is nowhere to be found, so when these demons, like headless snakes, attack without purpose or discipline. These mindless demons may lack reason, but they understand the fear of death. Let us use that against them. This will further weaken their will to fight, giving the warriors on the wall more time to recover. Grasping their own cores, they unleash another burst. The 2 captains' core energies suddenly erupt according to plan. They both leap into the air and crash down like bombs, crushing countless demons to pieces. The second time today, they've unleashed their core energy, including the previous wave of demons. If their cores and bodies weren't limited, they could fight like this forever. The Crimson Extreme and Jago became 2 red streaks, rampaging through everything in their path. The unleashed power of the red core is indeed the most intense, but Joe's blue core is not to be outdone. With dizzying speed, he cuts a path forward, leaving no demon unscathed. Meanwhile, Sumo stopped to film. Amazing seeing the captain's attacks for the first time. Wow, so powerful. Damn, words fail me. Meanwhile, Shino carefully observes the 3 captains' fighting styles. This is the strength Hung desires from a core warrior, and he vows to reach this level one day. After the slaughter, the 3 captains paused before the city gates, their conditions stable for now. The demons, terrified by the recent slaughter, dared not approach the 3. Taking advantage of this, Joe issued orders to the city walls. The warriors replenish their strength and continue fighting. Repelling the demon tide and emboldened, they prepare for the next battle. Joel can finally breathe a sigh of relief, but then his eyes widen as he shouts, "Careful, something's coming." The 3 captains immediately prepared to fight the remaining first-class demon, as countless lesser demons knelt, forming a path. But what appeared left the 3 captains speechless. Aki walked through the demons, carrying Situ in her arms. Jago watched Aki, utterly bewildered, remembering that Aki had been chasing after a first-class demon. It was truly unimaginable that Aki had managed to rescue Situ. Joel was in a panic. "Hey Aki, even if we broke the demon's will to fight, you can't just stroll through like that. They'll be overwhelmed in an instant." Just as expected, the demons immediately pounced on Aki, ready to tear him apart. Seeing this, the 3 squad leaders charged forward, willing to sacrifice themselves to save their subordinates. Surrounded by countless devils, Aki remained motionless, his mood suggesting he wanted no disturbance. And with a final chilling word, his gaze sent them all cowering back, trembling and afraid to approach. When fear reaches its peak, they choose to flee, knowing that only death awaits them if they stay. The demons in the distance, though clueless, followed suit and fled. Aki stood amidst the demon horde, unscathed and unharmed. The three captains slammed to a halt, witnessing the demons' retreat. The warriors on the wall, believing it was the three captains' doing, showered them with praise, but the ones being celebrated didn't understand what was happening. Was it because of us, or was it because of Aki? Just then, Aki collapsed, exhausted. In his daze, he felt as though he were lying on a giant demon's head, surrounded by a vast ocean of blood. In the dark space, a voice echoes, "You're enjoying this, aren't you?" "My power," Aki asked calmly, without reacting. "Who are you?" The voice continued. "You've met me before, just half a century ago, you must remember." Aki paused, then said, "One of the 8 kings? You're one of the 2 I saw back then." "Just how many of these 8 kings are there?" Suddenly a voice echoed right next to Aki. "Oh, don't worry about that. You'll know soon enough." As Aki turned, he saw a crimson demon sitting beside him, who casually said, "I am the Crimson King, the strongest of the 8 kings. You're not afraid to see me, so no wonder your mind is strong enough to resist my suggestion. Worthy of being the strongest warrior, but I certainly won't hurt you now." Ignoring these words, Aki rises up and relentlessly asks, "Why choose me? What exactly happened to my body?" So many questions annoyed the Red King. Suddenly, another Crimson King appeared, embracing Aki from behind. "You'll know soon enough. No need to rush. As for your body, it's mine now too. The reason being, I may have to go into hibernation for a while, so for my safety, I'll have to trouble you to evolve. Then it will infinitely approach my perfect form." Hearing these words, Aki couldn't contain his anger. He mustered his strength and threw a punch straight at the demon's face. "Humph, what do you demons really think of humans? You bastard, I'll kill you!" Just then, a voice snapped him back to reality. "Aki, wake up." By the time he realized it, he was staring at 2 mountains. It was all so white. Aki knew the situation was wrong, but he couldn't tear his eyes away. "Wait, what am I doing?" Immediately, Situlu's guards grabbed him and began to beat him. "Boy, where do you get the nerve? Damn it, even if you saved our young lady, this is unforgivable. To dare disrespect her like that? We should just cut off your arm and kill you." Just then, a man entered the room, scolding loudly. "What is the meaning of this? Is this how we treat our saviors?" Everyone in the room bowed in respect to the man. Master Tulu called out to his father, and Aki stared blankly, not understanding. Joel then introduced him. "This is the head of our town's well-known martial arts family. The Situ family, Situ Hunchung. You're from around here, aren't you? Why do you seem so clueless?" Aki, guessing he'd been cared for while unconscious, immediately bowed. "Greetings, Master Situ." "Don't be so formal." Situ Jungong laughed heartily, appearing very friendly. "Ha ha ha ha! It's nothing. You saved my daughter's life. The Situ family is grateful for your bravery." Then he said to the 3 captains, "Rest here at our dojo tonight, and let's celebrate today's victory over the demons. The 3 of you have grown up before my eyes, so there's no need to be so polite. Just make yourselves at home here. It's my daughter who will be troubling you. She's always been stubborn and gets punished a lot, so she'll need your guidance and training in the future." To which Ji Miedang replied, "Don't worry, Uncle Shungong. We'll do our best." It's clear the Situ family holds a high position in this town, as even the 3 captains are respectful before Situ Shungong. At this moment, Ji Miaotang suddenly asks everyone to leave the room, leaving only Aki behind. With only the 3 captains and Aki remaining, Ji Miaotang cautiously asked Aki what he knew about the appearance of the first-term demon during the warrior assessment and this afternoon's demon as well. Joel suddenly interrupted. How could he hesitate about his own teammate? "Let me go." Turning to Aki, the 3 captains emanated a palpable bloodlust. "Aki, are you a demon?" At this question, Aki froze for a moment, then scratched his head sheepishly. "I'm a demon." "Ha ha, are you all joking with me? Liu and I barely escaped death at the hands of a rank 1 demon." As Joel moved closer, he asked, "Tang Tang and Ju defeated the remaining one-eyed demons. Could you have taken down that one-eyed demon all by yourself? How could she explain how she helped Situ Liu escape?" Aki frantically searched for a plausible reason. At that moment, Joe's eyes lit up. "Is it because he's a demon accomplice that he's always able to escape?" Aki gritted her teeth, unsure of what to do. Was she really going to have to reveal her secret here? Could he reveal his secret to them? And if he did, what would become of him? "They'll kill me instantly. They can't pass up this chance. They don't believe I'm human. They'll only see me as a devil. After all, the strongest demon resides within me. Seeing Aki's silence, Joel prepares to draw his weapon, saying, "If you don't speak, I will act." Aki clenched his fists, bracing for the worst-case scenario, battling all three captains. The tension was palpable. A fight could break out at any moment. Just then, someone stepped in to stop them. "Don't cause trouble. Only fourth-stage demons or higher can take human form. It doesn't seem like Aki is a fourth-stage demon, right? Even if he could reach a Tier C town, it wouldn't mean anything to us," said Extreme Path Hall. "Furthermore, demons don't save their teammates. They have no concept of camaraderie. They're selfish and cruel, but Aki risked everything to save Situ Liu. I don't believe he's a demon." Joe then withdrew his murderous aura and said with a cheerful smile, I knew it, I just wanted to tease him." "Why are you two so serious? You and Liu have been through hell and back, you've earned a rest." "I'm speechless with this, Captain. We were almost fighting." Though his doubts were quelled, Gokuyo still had a question for Aki. "Liu told us that when she fought the first-class demon, she fainted, and doesn't remember anything after that. You saved her from the demons, so what exactly happened?" Jago had the same question. Could he really have defeated that first-class demon? This question sparks an idea in Aki's mind, who's been so focused on the demon within that he's forgotten his other abilities. Without hesitation, he confidently replies, "Actually, I'm a genius." Seeing the captain's speechless reactions, Aki backpedals a bit. "I can instantly absorb most of the core's energy to use, temporarily unleashing power beyond my current abilities. It's my secret weapon." Jago followed up. "You said you absorb most of the core's power in a blink like we activate the core's power?" "Yeah." Aki nodded without hesitation. The three captains exchanged glances, then continued. "So you're saying you used this ability to defeat the first-stage demons both times?" Without hesitation, Aki added, "Yes, the first time was when I discovered this ability. My body instantly absorbed all the core's power and unleashed an attack. Taking the demon by surprise, I detonated its body and lost consciousness as it was my first awakening. And that's how I defeated the first-stage devil, Akaku Ryu. My body couldn't handle the sudden surge of power, so I held on just long enough to bring Ryu back before passing out again." Hearing this, Gukyodong pondered, realizing that it could explain why he had detected the core in Aki's chest breaking several times, because the power within the core was being pushed beyond its limits. Is that really the case? Is it because Aki's a genius? Jago then spoke up. "If what you say is true, your ability really goes beyond the norm, and you can control it now. This is similar to how the captains activate their energy. Through training, our captains can minimize the strain on their bodies when activating their powers. Therefore, we can control it. So until you learn how to control it, try not to use this power, or it could be dangerous." Jago is right, so let me test this power of yours. Aki, if you're a genius, let me see it for myself. Let's go to the training grounds. After changing, the two head to the training grounds to exchange moves, but it seems that Jago still doesn't quite believe Aki's words. Right from the start, Guk Ryodang looked ready to devour Aki whole. Aki simply couldn't keep up. Although the captain's abilities are rudimentary compared to his past life, his current body can't utilize those techniques. Aki places his hand on his core, wondering if he should use his demonic power. Just then, the sugar extremist attacked with blinding speed, but Aki narrowly dodged the blow. But judging by the force of that kick, it seems the extreme alcoholic isn't holding back, prompting Jago to warn him to be careful. Though lacking in many areas, Aki's reaction speed is commendable, a testament to his combat experience, which has reached its peak. Without giving Aki a moment to rest, the drunken master throws a punch straight at his face, shattering the training ground, but luckily Aki dodges it once again. Suddenly, Guk Ryodang appears behind him, grabbing his neck, and with his weakened body, Aki can't break free. At that moment, Guk Yodong swept Aki's legs and sent him crashing into a wall. Joel tried to intervene, but Jago stopped him. Zhou Yaotong cracks his knuckles, taunting, "Is that all you've got? Then you're no genius at all." Aki has really been provoked now. "I really don't like being underestimated, especially since I was hailed as a king by all warriors in my past life. Extreme sugar rush, huh? An extreme sugar rush. You're just a descendant of mine. Calling yourself a genius without the power to back it up won't cut it. If he's been reborn, he can't hold himself to his past life standards. Maybe he should secretly use the power of the demon inside him. Surely this 200-month-old brat won't mind a few tricks." As Aki rises, the core in his chest glows, and his aura shifts completely. Without hesitation, he advances. "Captain Sweet Tooth, it's my turn to attack." Aki's aura explodes outward. After using his demonic powers, his body is surrounded by a red aura, and his synchronization rate increases from 19% to 30%. Rion's eyes widened in surprise. Could she sense his synchronization rate skyrocketing? Jago is also taken aback by Aki's aura. Could it be that our forest city actually has a genius among geniuses, and at C rank no less? The Crimson Road captain gritted his teeth, staring at Aki with worry. His synchronization rate has jumped to at least 40%. It's still increasing. He recalls Situ Liu's synchronization rate was 39%. Aki surpassed Liu, but a voice cut through his thoughts. Team leader Reuniting. Aki walks through the smoke, slowly approaching. Don't lose focus. In an instant, he teleports to Reuniting, raising his fist. I'm here. Aki delivers a powerful punch to the gut, but the captain blocks it with ease, barely concealing his excitement. This Aki kid is twice as fast as before, and his stats are increasing too. Aki's voice rings out, and as the extreme martial arts captain turns, Aki swings his leg. That was just a feint, and kicks him right in the ankle, throwing him off balance. Seeing Aki's fighting style, he struggles but still manages a smile. Not bad, kid. Taking advantage of the distraction, he attacks again, throwing his opponent off balance. A very calculated assault. He looks down, sensing something is amiss. Without warning, Aki kicks him, and Jaeon marvels at the density of the attack. Where did Aki get such extensive combat experience? A voice suddenly echoed from behind. Pressing a close combat specialist isn't a good idea. The newcomer is none other than Situ Shungong, head of the Situ family. Leon and Jago spotted him and exclaimed, Uncle Jongong! Jago grabbed his hand, looking excited. Uncle Shungong, when did you get here? Situ Shungong seemed quite relaxed. You two were too focused. John scratched his head, embarrassed. Sorry, Uncle Shungong, we borrowed the training grounds. This little skirmish caused quite a stir. Situ Hunkung looked at the arena, sweating. A little stir, they call it. John remains confident, calling for a fair fight. Situ Hun just chuckled, brushing it off. No matter, I want to see what this kid, who shares a name with the greatest warrior, is capable of. How will he face Tiu Duong's counterattack? At this moment, Kuk Tiu Duong has grabbed Aki's leg. He draws his leg back, eyes filled with murderous intent. Gotcha. Situ Hunchung recalls Zhou Yaotang's past, confident of his victory, saying that even a small chance for retaliation is all Zhou Yaotang needs to seize it. Not to mention his years battling demons have honed his uncanny ability to seize opportunities. Once his ankle is caught, escape is near impossible. That kid Aki is about to get the beating of a lifetime. At the same time, the ultimate path wielder raised his fist to strike Aki, but Aki, unafraid, smirked. No, his eyes flashed with a terrifying light, like the greatest warrior. He grinned confidently. I've got you now. Captain, Aki says, leaping back and slamming his forehead into the captain's. The others were shocked by his unexpected move as Extreme Radiant Hall stumbled back, clutching his aching forehead. He released Aki, retreating with resentment. You little punk. But in that moment, Aki broke free, landing with eyes blazing red. The human head is strong, but the brow is weak. With that, he teleported and lunged at Extreme Elixir Hall, saying, Take this. Team leader of Extreme Mystery Hall. Extreme Mystery Hall's eyes light up, and his body seems to be changing. He regains his fighting stance, emitting a red aura. Come and get me. Jeon senses something is wrong and shouts a warning. It seems like Duong Duong isn't planning on raising his hand anymore. Massive rocks surround Gyukyung Teng, and Aki realizes his technique is an all-in-one offense and defense. Instead of worry, he's excited, eager to test the demon's power further. He reaches out, manipulating the demon's hand to seize the boulders, shattering the Extreme Elixir Hall's technique in an instant. Sugarpole never saw this coming. What is this? Aki vanishes and reappears behind him in an instant, leaving Jago stunned once again. Using the dust as cover, he circles around his opponent, countering with Tang Tong's own move, leaving John to remark on his vengeful nature. Situ Hongkong retorts that it's an incredible learning ability. Then, Jago turns around, reaching out to grab Aki. Don't forget, this is my technique. I know it better than anyone, but sadly this match has reached its end. Unable to defeat Aki, Zhu Yu Tang is clearly outmatched, as Situ Hunshun observes. As he finishes speaking, Aki's fist flies forward, delivering a powerful blow to Extreme Elixir, but he deliberately aims it to the side. Gukjung Tang was shocked. Aki intentionally threw that punch off course. Aki slowly returns to his stance, explaining that the squad leader always uses capture as his method of attack. If I'd used my full strength from the start, I might not have gained the upper hand. He explained to the Extreme Wine Squad that an attack to the brow and damage to the eyes can cause double vision, leading to misjudgment. I simply took advantage of that. He smiled and winked. So, do you all believe me now? Jemiao Tang remained silent, closing his eyes. Was he really a genius? Situ Honggong watched the match, his heart filled with excitement, unable to hide his smile. A chi, if it's this young man, perhaps it really is possible. Suddenly, Sumoe and two others appeared. Why aren't you all eating? What are you doing here? Drawn by the noise, she finds Lu's house filled with delicious food and lavish decorations, a shocking sight to behold. What are you all doing? The scene is quite chaotic. Aki could only scratch his head and smile awkwardly, saying, well, most of it was done by the sugar alcohol squad captain. Situ Lu looked at the wreckage and wondered what had happened, so Jian went to the Extreme Nectar team to ask. So you admit defeat? He just scoffed. Aki explains that he's doing it for him since the Extreme Elixir Hall leader has always fought demons. No wonder he's not used to suddenly having a kid like me as his opponent. Suddenly, Situ Sungong burst out laughing, winking with a bright smile. Don't be so polite. Let's end the sparring here. The celebration tonight is about to begin, Aki said, leaving and turning back to thank him. I was getting hungry anyway. Thanks, master. Then I won't hold back. He silently watched him go, his eyes fixed on the boy's back, impressed by his strength, discretion, and consideration for Xiao Tang. His combat skills are exceptional, and his potential is limitless. He turns to call Situ Lu, his large figure towering over the smaller Situ Lu. He suddenly asked her, that young man isn't bad. Are you interested in him? Startled, she blushed and exclaimed, huh. Later, under the romantic moonlight, everyone dined intimately with Situ Sun and his daughter as he raised his glass in gratitude. Everyone, on behalf of all the residents of this town, I thank you for your protection, and I especially thank the warriors who fought to the very end. Saying this, he looked at Aki. And you, talented young man, thank you for saving my daughter. Hearing his name, Aki raises his glass, stands, and bows politely. It was my duty. Sect leader Shun was being polite and about to clink glasses when he was punched in the face by a drunkard. You're an adult? And he dares to drink? Aki doesn't know his birthday, but he still argues. I'm an adult now. I'm already 18. That's right, soldiers can't participate in the selection exam until they're 18, can they? Jago laughs at the scene. Ha ha ha. He's clearly using this opportunity for revenge. Situjun smiles, not forcing any pretense of respect. It's all right, it's all right. He glances at his daughter with a knowing look. That makes Situ Lu blush like a young girl. She sighs, remembering what just happened. Her father watched her with his hands clasped behind his back, having observed the battle and found him to be quite impressive. His potential isn't any less than yours. If it's him, perhaps he could move your proud heart. On the surface, Tudo Lu Ko feigns ignorance, but inside, she's screaming. What is he even talking about? Make my heart flutter? Situ Liu Yun grimaces as she recalls Aki ripping her shirt and sending buttons flying that morning. Dad, stop joking around. Besides, that guy's a total idiot. At that moment, Sumoe's eyes sparkled as she snapped pictures of the dishes. What a feast. Ha ha ha. Sino and I are reaping the rewards, thanks to you. Sino finally gets a chance to ask Aki how he managed to repel the first-class demon, a question that clearly flusters him. That's amazing. Ugh, how could I explain it back then? Luckily, Mr. Dio was there to explain that Aki can forcibly draw power from the core, temporarily unleashing strength beyond his current capabilities. Jago added that it's like how they, as captains, draw power from their cores, and perhaps he unleashed his power in a life-threatening moment. She expressed her concern, saying it was incredibly dangerous as he hadn't trained for it, and it would put a huge strain on his body, potentially causing serious damage. Joel added, we just had Aki spar with Duong. He chuckled, raising his glass, acknowledging Aki's incredible outburst. But he needs more training, or his body won't hold up. Meanwhile, Aki was thinking something else entirely. If he told them he absorbed 2 Phase 1 demon cores and possessed wood-based regeneration, his body could quickly recover, even if it couldn't handle the strain. But he knew this wasn't the time to reveal that, so he laughed it off, not wanting to say more. Let them think he had the ability to absorb cores like the captain's. The situation was already good. The captain was right, so he lost consciousness afterward, meaning he needed to step up his physical training. Hearing this, Sino looked at Aki with envy, while Tomo snapped photos of him like he was a celebrity. If it weren't for that ability of yours, Aki, you're amazing. We can't fall behind. I'm so amazing. Situliu kept his thoughts to himself, but this guy has this ability. No wonder he was able to save me back then. At that moment, Master Ji Yaotong spoke up, saying that Aki and Liu's nighttime actions were wrong and deserved punishment. But then he said they could redeem themselves for killing a first-stage demon, which brought them both a sigh of relief. Joel and Jigo chuckled, reminding them not to celebrate too soon as the team competition was still underway. Their team was still small and they needed to work hard to earn points tomorrow. Aki clenches his fist, affirming that their team's goal is to be #1 after the demon incident. And a month has passed in the blink of an eye. The competition for points is heating up, and many teams are aiming for A-level missions, making them hard to come by. So, after discussing it, Ryu and the others decided to find a fat lamb to challenge another team, wagering their accumulated points. Their target? The Black Spear Squad. Hearing the challenge, the Black Spear Squad leader was shocked. What? Using points for a challenge? He scoffed derisively. Have you already forgotten what happened last time? Situ cuts him off mid-sentence, telling him to save his breath. 10 points. Solo-masked Black Spear Squad leader accepts immediately. 10 points? This match is worth Aki's points, plus an A-rank mission. You want to play? I'm game. This time, the amazing Captain Duongkan won't be here. Time to settle old and new scores. The Black Spear Squad is ready, their eyes full of murderous intent. Soon, a challenge is issued in the arena, drawing a large crowd. A rookie team challenging a veteran team with points? Are they serious? 10 points per match. These rookies truly don't know what they're getting into. They probably haven't even killed many demons. Which team is so arrogant? They probably couldn't get any missions, so they resorted to this. Interesting. The Black Spear Squad isn't going to take this lying down. How dare they? The redhead tries to advise the two girls on the platform, but Aki doesn't care. More and more spectators gather. It's not too late to regret this. Don't say we're bullying the newbies. We'll see who loses face. Aki glanced over and asked, Captain, why aren't you guys going? Red Hair wants to play fair to get points easily, but if you send a girl and lose, you'll just make excuses not to give up the points. He introduced Sister Ong in the arena, and coincidentally, our vice captain is also a woman. Enough to give you face. Hearing this, Aki smiled in amusement. Is that so? I advise you not to underestimate our captain. His eyes flashed gold as he turned to the redhead, warning him, she's no ordinary girl. Cameras flash as the match begins, and Liu makes her move. And so, Situ moves toward her opponent, taking the initiative, her body radiating the blue of the demon core to quickly score points. Let's make this quick. 10 points, 10 points. Get them back for me now. Meanwhile, Miss Ong prefers to talk first. This is Situ, the young miss of the Situ family, known as the unsmiling Scarlet Maiden. She channels the cyan energy of her agility core into the sharp tree branch in her hand. Today, I'll get a taste of her power. Situ, not wanting to waste time, charged at Ong with incredible speed. Let's go. In the blink of an eye, a powerful punch forces Ong to raise her arms in defense, as she grits her teeth, wondering, isn't she a green core recovery type? How is she, as fast as a blue agility core? Ong realizes something, looking down at her arm, seeing Situ transferring energy through her. She quickly disarmed her opponent, knocking away the needles. Seeing her plan succeed, she thought, just as I predicted. Although this former member became a warrior earlier than us, she mostly relies on teamwork. Her solo attacks and defenses are disorganized. Teamwork is good, but she neglected her individual abilities. Ong thought to herself, gritting her teeth as she forced energy into her muscles, causing them to contract suddenly. Situ transmitted energy into her palms, opening the forbidden gate of combat. Like an arrow, she strikes, targeting Ong's pressure points, leaving her defenseless, a feat that leaves even Red Hair in disbelief. Quickly, Ong was knocked to the ground, unable to fight. Situ glanced down, thinking Situ was best at martial arts. With a flip of her hair, she turned and walked away, leaving the two team members to rush onto the stage amidst the audience's complaints. Vice Captain Situ truly is the best of the new recruits. Their team must be relying on her to advance. She truly lives up to her title of the unsmiling Rakshasa. So cool. So Situ is truly formidable now. When it comes to martial arts, few can match her. Smiling, Sui reminds Redhead to remember to deliver the 10 points to their squad. The Redhead, blood vessels now visible in his eyes, thought to himself how infuriating this was. Situ was indeed formidable. He steps forward, challenging Aki's group. Let me handle this. Do you even dare to fight? Make it 20 points. Hearing this, Situ's eyes lit up. Her face remained cold, but inwardly delighted, she reached out to activate the demon core again. Playing for 20 points was tempting, but Aki held out his hand to stop her. The captain just fought. Rest up. He pointed to himself with confidence and authority, infuriating the redhead. Let me, the target said, reverting to his rude behavior, pointing a finger at Situ. You're not worthy. Step aside. I only fight your captain. Aki watched him with a smile, as if enjoying a good show. I did say she was our captain, so shouldn't you defeat me first before you're qualified to challenge her? He shrugged, unimpressed. He doesn't even have the confidence to fight me. I don't care either, the target's underlings whispered. What a clumsy attempt at provocation. The target points directly at Aki, taunting, "All right, I'll beat you so bad your own mother won't recognize you." Panic spread through the crowd as their leader took the bait. Sino looks back to see Aki entering the arena. She's excitedly snapping photos with her camera as the target, and Aki step into the arena. Surrounded by onlookers, the target conjures a gun, using his abilities. I've switched to airsoft pellets for training. He smirks. Don't worry, it won't hurt you, but it will sting. Aki watches him, her eyes full of thought. So they even have training ammunition now? Impressive. He ponders, recalling how, without such luxuries, marksmen had to learn on the battlefield, slowly advancing with confidence and an inscrutable expression. Now, aim carefully. Someone below cheered, as expected of the rookie. Even among the soldiers, the captain's marksmanship is not to be underestimated, says the one who's about to be humiliated. Ha! The target is frowning at you. Having confidence is good, but his stance shows he's ready for battle. I'll let you use any weapon you want. What will you use? Don't say I'm bullying the new guy. Aki rests his chin in thought for a moment. A weapon, huh? For now, I'll just use a standard small fry to fight. But my weapon from my past life? His eyes hardened as he reminisced. That unique existence was also my comrade. I wonder if it's still there. Aki regains his confidence, rubs his hands and says, "Forget it, never mind. Can I use my fists?" The target is surprised. What? Fists? The Black Spear squad below was just as surprised. Fists? What is he talking about? The target tilts his head, mocking him. Fighting me barehanded, is it? Are rookies these days really this arrogant? He even added, I gave you a chance. If you've chosen to go barehanded, I'll indulge you. Aki sighs, feigning annoyance. All talk really should get him a silencer for that mask. The target suddenly growls. But I'm warning you, a lion always uses its full strength, even when hunting a rabbit. I won't hold back. I'm taking back all the points I've earned in one go. Aki's face is calm, full of confidence. Good, it's best to use your full strength. Below, Shino chatters with Tomo, wondering how they'd react if they knew Aki single-handedly repelled a first-tier demon and defeated the Crimson Radiance captain. Tomo agrees, which is why she's looking forward to the battle. Situ looks troubled, her mind heavy with thoughts. Defeating the Extreme Path captain in a mock battle is truly attention-grabbing. Is he even more outstanding than me? Situ is starting to doubt herself. As captain, I can't be weaker than my team. Her face flushed, remembering her father's words, and seeing that fool reminded her of them even more. No, I can't be thinking about this now. The scene shifts to the arena as the referee gives the signal to begin. He bursts forward, his speed creating afterimages and a cloud of dust. For every inch longer, there's an inch of strength. I'll fill you with bullets before you even reach me. Situ was surprised to see something. Instead of shooting, he's using footwork to find a position. Lost in thought, he's inadvertently revealed his power to the three captains, so there's no need to hide it anymore. His emotions are unreadable, but his goal is simple: to take first place, and his spirit seems renewed. Furthermore, if he wants to fight the demon inside him, he must quickly regain his previous level as soon as possible, even surpassing his past life. He must become stronger than before. His speed skyrockets, and the target seems to sense the danger. He raises his gun, quickly aiming. Stunned? You're asking for death. I told you I wouldn't hold back. As he spoke, he fired a shot slightly forward. Not bad, using his strength to his advantage, meaning the demon within him would be his to control. He dodges the shot with ease, eyes gleaming as he advances, while his opponent unflinchingly prepares for the next attack. Good, he's taking the bait. The gun is immediately reloaded, aimed repeatedly at the mana, his voice full of provocation. Diversion rounds in my right hand, you fool. 3 shots fired in quick succession, their speed astonishing. Even a swift blue-core demon would struggle to evade these high-velocity, adhesive rounds. He thought to himself that if one hit, the rest would follow thanks to their adhesive properties. He focused his strength and considered how goading his opponent was a test of his own abilities. The water type swiftly dodges each bullet, leaving the crowd below astonished. He evaded the captain's bullets with liquid-like speed? It's impossible to see. The target is restrained, and he never expected his bullets to be dodged so easily. Damn it, I didn't want to use my ultimate move to win. I'm moving so fast towards the target that it's hard to see me. Meanwhile, below the arena, someone is analyzing the captain's weapon, noting that its greatest advantage lies in storing energy and then firing a powerful shot on the field. The target raises his gun, confident that there's no dodging a point-blank, max-power explosive round. But with a gathering fist and a knowing look, our hero seems to anticipate his move, as vines erupt from the ground, taking the target by surprise. What? That shot went straight into the sky. Everyone around was shocked. Did Blackspear miss? Seizing the chance to strike back, he lunged forward, grabbed the gun barrel, and punched the target's arm. He immediately lost his balance, but continued to attack, so he kicked him straight in the stomach. Below, the Black Tortoise squad worried. Captain, they saw the target get kicked back dozens of meters. He placed the target's weapon down and shouted loudly. 20 points secured, and the target's turning green. He never imagined his opponent would be this strong. How? How is this possible? Below the arena, Mung's team rejoiced, and Sino was overjoyed. Excellent. Sue is capturing this moment with her camera. As Ngautudulu watched with his arms crossed, he wondered where that guy had learned his movement techniques. Lu's challenge smoothly earned 30 points from the Black Spear squad, and also attracted the attention of other squads. More and more young warriors were eager to challenge them, and many veteran teams took the initiative. After getting a taste of success, Liu's 4-person team used the point-based challenge rules to battle one after another. Shino and Tomo also performed well, and Liu's team won more than they lost. Their points steadily accumulated, and the scoreboard climbed at an astonishing rate. By the end of the month, Liu's team had taken the lead in the Extreme Brilliance Hall rankings, leaving everyone speechless. The group stood tall, their faces beaming as they earned their final duel qualification. The ultimate showdown of the last 3 teams was about to begin. Time passes, and the end of the month arrives at the arena. On this beautiful sunny day, a voice rings out. Every month, this ruin in town evokes many emotions. Watching the teams grow and improve, even if it's always the same faces. Joel muses that Liu's team went from last place to first in just a few days, surpassing 9 other teams, which is no easy feat. Ju adds that they've been betting their points in matches against other teams, winning more than they lose. She smooths her hair, calling it a chaotic method, and asks why he didn't stop them with a hint of reproach. Tang Duduong responded, saying that they earned their points through skill, so there was no reason to stop them. He seriously explained, Aki and Lu, their team was never weak, and I've been secretly watching their matches, even the other 2. His eyes shifted. Shino and Tomo were not bad either. The 3 stopped before the stone door, as if they had arrived at the training ground. Joel's eyes gleam with interest. It's been years since a new team made it to the finals of the 3 squads. He adds, things are really heating up outside. The Extreme Wine squad pushed open the stone door, releasing a blinding light as everyone eagerly awaited to see who would win this time. Behind the door was the gathering place where all the squads had assembled. All eyes turned to them, as the leader of the elite squad looks on with disdain. How could they reach the finals without even a name? What are the other Extreme Elixir teams doing? The black-haired guy next to him covered his mouth and whispered, Shh, don't let them hear you. The elite squad captain scoffed and fell silent. They were the victors against the Anga squad, the elite of the elite. Sinu, meanwhile, the leader of the light squad, speaks up. That leader from the Extreme Mystery sect is from the rookie squad with the highest points. I thought they were just bluffing. He crossed his legs, looking mocking, and said it seems they're the real deal this time. The one from before was from Joel's team, the light squad. Meanwhile, over with Su Moe, she's stretching and observing. They're all full of energy. Shino stretches his hand and looks at her, at the elite and the radiant. Then he explains softly. They're the strongest squads under Anga and Joel, and quite famous in our city of 4. He seriously sizes up the competition, even hearing that the next generation of the 3 great captains will be chosen from among them. Aki warms up, shrugging his shoulders with interest. Rua is that strong? Then our squad has to step it up. He winked, considering. Though this body is still my weakness, I can rely on my secret abilities now. At least I won't be at a disadvantage fighting the core 1st Division soldiers of the Extreme Elixir team. He was full of confidence, certain that taking first place would be no problem. The question was, what would the reward be? Jago, with her captivating figure, confidently strides in, calling out cheerfully, You kids, gather around. Immediately, the group of 4 ran over. Captain Ong reached out and patted the head of Team Tianhua's leader, looking at them with affection as the team leader beamed. We're aiming for first place, and if we get it, we want an even bigger reward. They playfully demanded rewards like children, such as a trip to Town B for shopping. Someone interrupted, chiming in. Going to a B-class town to shop, is that really the grand ambition of Team Essence? He sneered. Truly admirable. The leader of the Ray squad scoffed. We're really looking forward to meeting stronger warriors in a Tier B city. He casually put his hands in his pockets, oozing arrogance. The Starflower Squad leader glared at him. What do you know? Shopping is a form of cultivation for girls, you idiot. The Starflower Squad members angrily agreed, hating the Light Squad. They're always at odds with us. Another voice echoed as Captain Joel and Captain Gukmidang appeared. Joel chimes in, "Are you about to spark a romance?" The leader of the Starglow Squad frowns in anger. Captain Joel is as unserious as ever. Jue Yaotang looked over at Aki's group and called out, "Liu, come over here and gather with us." The group responded in unison, "Yes." Situ leads the group, saying, "Let's go." All squads have gathered, and the Hall of Supreme Mysteries introduces a few bridges. I'm sure you all know each other well enough, so no need for introductions. Let me explain the rules. The finals are divided into 2 stages: team competition and individual challenges. In the end, points will be used to determine the top team. Jago continued, raising his hand. The specific rules will be detailed at the start of each stage, but to pique your interest, let's talk about the rewards. She winks. I know you've been dreaming of the reward, and this time you won't be disappointed. Joel says excitedly, spreading his arms wide. As you wish, the first-place team in this competition will get to observe and study in a Tier B city for a week. We have to win first place this time. It'll make all those missions worth it. Sino looked at So with curious eyes. We're really going to a B-rank city. Tomo, what do you want to do? Tomo looks at her old camera, thinking she should buy a better one. The Hall of Miracles announces that squad leaders should come forward to draw lots, causing a stir among the members below. Rank B, huh? The rewards this time must be huge. Rumor has it that resources in B class are far richer than in our C class, and as the team leaders step forward, the crowd below begins to stir. Is Class B town far away? Class B has warriors capable of surviving the second core. The murmurs continued. Were second stage core warriors even stronger than the 3 captains? In theory, yes, but they're putting too much hope in the Phase 2 warriors, a stark contrast to the chaos around them. Amidst the noise, Aki quietly pondered, hand on his chin, still finding many changes unclear even half a century later. A Class B city, huh? Back in my day, there weren't such precise rankings. We just fought and provided for ourselves. Aki fell into deep thought, his expression serious. Shino mentioned before that Feveris is a C-level city, the lowest level, followed by B and then A. He imagines the whole map in his head. The city levels are divided based on strength and warrior rank. Core warriors of the 1st and 2nd ranks are usually C-level, while 2nd and 3rd rank warriors are B-level. If there are 3rd, 4th, and some 5th rank warriors, it will be an A-level city. The City of Splendor appears in Aki's mind, and the one who determines the level of these towns is the only S-class town, Binmin City, located in the heart of the Land of Hope. Aki clearly remembered its location. The City of Dawn is said to be vast, home to not only 5th and 6th stage core warriors, but also the strongest 7th stage warriors. Aki remembers his old town, the only S-class town, Dawn City, a brilliant name, but how does it compare to his old dominion? Recalling these memories, Aki feels a little troubled. He sighed, wondering if his town and trusted comrades still existed 60 years after that great war. Aki looked somber as he thought about it. He recalled the faces of his old comrades when a voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Shino and Tomo. Sino watches him, concerned, commenting that Aki likes to daydream as Tomo pulls on his hand. Stop spacing out, it's almost our turn. She then looked towards the captain. Sino looked at everyone, her face calm as she held up the number 1 ticket. The first match is about to begin, the referee announces, and the weapons have been swapped for training equipment. Tia's team faces Lu's team, both squads sizing each other up, ready to spring into action. Sue suggests, "We don't have a team name yet, do we? Don't you think we should come up with one?" Sino smiles, agreeing. Indeed, a cool team name is important, especially when we're famous. Aki agrees too. Not bad, let's talk after the fight. Situ Lu doesn't look too good. He's tense. The leader of the Light Ray squad spoke with displeasure. You want to compete for first place with such a sluggish team? Annoyed, he raised his eyebrows and commanded, Listen up, everyone find your own target. I'll handle that team leader, Lu. The rest of the squad responded in unison. As the referee signaled the start of the match, a shout of "Begin" echoed, followed by the order to scatter the team. Immediately, Tudo Lu visualized the plan he had meticulously prepared. A solo tactic? Effective when you have the advantage, but unfortunately for Hersher, my sharp eyes are fully engaged in combat. She signals them to fight together, and Team Liu immediately charges forward. Aki continues to strategize, realizing Liu has seen through their tactics. For our squad, taking out the leader is the most effective strategy. Aki observes and makes her prediction. The weakness of splitting up is that everyone fights alone. If the captain loses, the others will immediately lose their will. Aki watched Situ lose back, impressed by her judgment. Someone in the light squad has noticed the problem. They're trying to take out the leader first? Situ Liu is the target. 3 enemies suddenly attack him from behind, but she calmly maintains the covering formation. Immediately, Shino and Tu rush out to break the encirclement. The light squad leader feels the pressure, wanting to take me down directly. His eyes full of resolve, he thought, "Don't underestimate me." He stomped his foot, ready to counter Situ Liu's attack. Situ Liu then wielded his staff from above the river. As the light squad captain spun and charged, a cold glint in his eye as he unleashed his attack, leaping up to strike her. "Take my Anshan light!" Situ Liu warned everyone to close their eyes and defend themselves, thinking to herself that she would concentrate energy in her hands into a light blast, affecting even his own team. His attack was so powerful that the light flashed, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. Kukdio Duong, shielding his eyes, said, "That kid still fights the same way. Didn't you remind him? One-on-one, his skills are an asset, but in a team battle, he'll affect his allies." No, I've told him countless times, but it's no use. Sometimes personal habits can only be changed through suffering. The light squad captain thought to himself, twirling his sword, "Don't act tough in front of my Zen light. If I take out their captain, their squad will lose all fighting power." He swung his sword. "I don't care if you're from the Situ family." Aki rushed forward to block the blow for Situ Liu. "Did you ever think your teammates would be affected?" Aki then raised his leg, delivering a powerful kick to the captain's shoulder, sending him flying. The light squad captain grimaced. "Since when did you have those hydro-optic combat glasses?" Aki didn't answer, only smirked, offering an explanation. Putting your teammates aside in a team battle isn't a smart choice. Waterform glasses are made of water, bending all absolute barriers and blinding light. Situ Liu couldn't help but look at him in surprise, wondering when he had? Aki then brushed past her, smiled, and said, "The rest is up to you." She watched him struggle to stand, thinking, Aki really did a number on him. Is this when everyone's guard is down? Well done, Aki. Situ Liu then turned and charged towards the leader of the Ray Squad, who grimaced as he braced himself, thinking, "She dares to come at me directly? Perfect, I'll take her down with one blow." Suddenly, he felt the strength leave his arm, unable to lift it. That bastard dislocated his shoulder. Unable to retaliate, he takes Situ Liu's blow head-on as she coldly says, "You were right about a swift victory, and Aki's side has it much easier, mostly just helping Sino and Tomoe. These two were already promising, and they're only getting better." A loud sound echoed, and everyone turned to see Situ Liu standing tall, declaring, "Your captain has lost. Are you still fighting?" Everyone was exhausted and out of fighting spirit. On the city wall, the extreme martial artist said it was over. As expected, Ju looked at Aki and said that Aki hasn't used her power yet. The captain of the Starflower Squad, unsurprised by the battle's outcome, asked, "Are you serious? You lost? So it's because of that Situ Liu? Is she really that strong?" The Light Squad leader, crestfallen, admitted, "We underestimated them. Now it's your turn, our longtime rivals. A word of warning. Stand before Aki's team and comrades." She paused, lost in thought, her mind clouded by the Light Squad's words. "Damn it." Jago, standing on the wall, shouts, "The Flow Squad's match against the Elite has turned into a weapon trial." The match begins, and the Elite Squad captain rushes forward, reminding everyone, "Don't let the words of the Light Squad shake your resolve. Based on our previous training, we absolutely cannot break formation." Understood. Z unleashes his power, focusing all his strength into a devastating punch that shatters the earth around him. Aki bides his time, waiting for the perfect moment to strike, using the dust as cover. He launches a surprise attack, catching the Elite Squad completely off guard. "Where did this dirt come from?" Aki smirked. "It worked. It seems the element absorbed from that demon has many uses. I wonder about the other elements besides water and wood." He calls out to Sino, then dashes towards the Elite Squad like lightning, his swift attack catching their captain off guard. The team scatters to regroup, their formation disrupted. Tomoe and Situ Liu charge forward, attacking the Elite Squad captain, but she blocks their combined assault. She then called for great support, but Aki intercepted her teammates before they could reach her. It was then she recalled the words of the Flash Squad captain. "You're next. As rivals for many years, I'll give you a warning. Be careful of that Aki. In my opinion, he's the strongest in that squad." He linked the battlefield together, and as she continued her train of thought, Tomo called her back to reality. "Oh, you can't ignore us," she retorted. "So what if I'm an agility type?" As Tomo attacked, she taunted her opponent, "Agility type, huh? Me too." Then she made a move that left her opponent paralyzed, and cheers of victory erupted from the stands. "Well done, Tomo. It seems this match is over as well." Team Lu Tuan wins the group match, and next up is the individual competition. Both the leader of the Starflower Squad and the leader of the Ray Squad lock eyes, their expressions hardening for the fight, and point at Aki saying, "You can challenge any member of the other team." Zhou Tong said, "I want to challenge Aki from the Lu Squad. Individual challenges can only be one-on-one." Aki didn't refuse, saying, "I don't care who goes first, but to save time, why don't you both come at me at once?" In the challenge match, Aki faces two opponents alone, adjusting his gloves. He thinks, "The final battle. Time to get serious." The leader of the Flash Squad frowned, displeased, and said, It seems we're being underestimated." Clenching her fist, Zago, the leader of the Yonga Squad watching from the city walls, declared, "I'll make him regret being so arrogant." The rules are the same as a normal challenge. The fight ends when one side surrenders or is unable to battle. Let the challenge begin. With that, she signaled and shouted, "Begin!" As Jago's words faded, the leaders of the Light and Essence squads quickly separated. Charging towards Aki, the Flash Squad captain yelled, "Don't forget our plan!" The Elite Squad captain glanced at him, replying, "Like I could forget." Aki stood his ground, crouched, and unleashed his power, shattering the earth beneath him. His eyes lit up as he shot toward the Flash Squad captain with lightning speed. Watching the two figures collide, the Elite Squad captain anxiously shouted, "Hey, watch out! Do you think I'm useless?" The Flash Squad captain responded, conjuring a blinding red light in his palm. "Don't underestimate me, you bastard." The Stellar Squad captain was shocked, realizing Flash had already put their plan into motion. Before the competition, they had a discussion, and the Flash Squad leader said, "Listen, we're joining forces this time, and we can only win. This way, we can continue to challenge, and perhaps even seize the opportunity to go to the surface city. I have a foolproof plan." As he spoke, he held out a pair of glasses to the leader of the Starflower Squad. "Wear these specialized glasses. There's only one, after all." He held the special golden protective glasses in his hand. "These tactical glasses should offer some protection from my light. I need you to exploit the moment I blind him and strike a fatal blow." The Elite Squad captain reached out without hesitation, looking at the glasses with a questioning gaze. "You're giving me something this good? I can't believe it." The Light Squad captain clenched his fist, his eyes gleaming with determination, and said, "Aki is no pushover. To get to City B, we need to coordinate using the light as a signal. When you see my flash, return to reality." The Flash Squad captain unleashes his flash, a blinding light erupting from his hand as he charges toward Aki, who shields his face, yelling, "You can't escape this! It's a five-fold flash!" The audience couldn't look directly, forced to turn away from the intense light. Zago exclaimed in surprise, "That kid has accumulated so much energy into extreme light, it's even stronger than before." Joel observes that using so much energy at the start will overload his core, so he's trying to win quickly. Sumo covers her eyes, lamenting that she can't film anything. The Elite Squad captain stared at Aki, thinking that he must have temporarily lost his sight, and that all she needed to do was defeat him in the blink of an eye. She channels energy into her arm as the Starflower Squad captain lunges forward, ready to strike Aki unconscious. In that crucial moment, Aki's eyes flashed gold as he turned to her, saying she was indeed in charge of the attack. The Elite Squad captain's eyes widened in shock behind her visor as her body froze, paralyzed with fear. What's with this guy's eyes? It felt like being targeted by something terrifying, like being dragged into the cold, deep sea. Aki coldly declared, "Water manipulation." A stream of water slowly emerged from his hand, growing larger and enveloping the Starflower Squad captain, transforming into a massive water hand that crushed her body. The attack shatters her goggles and she cries out in agony. The Light Squad captain is reaching his limit, trembling as he struggles to maintain the light. "Why are you yelling when you're the one attacking?" The flashing light shines directly into the Starflower Squad captain's eyes, forcing her to shut them tight. She gritted her teeth and shouted, "I'm getting beat up here." The fool even dropped her goggles. "Can't see a thing." Aki, controlling the Elite Squad captain with water, coldly says, "Sorry, the separation plan failed." As he spoke, Aki summoned countless vines from the earth, striking the captain of the Ray Squad. With the flashbang neutralized, Aki used the vines to hurl the captain out of the arena. At the same time, he manipulated the water, throwing the Elite Squad captain backward. Aki had taken them both down at once, his power stirring up a cloud of dust across the arena. Standing on the platform, Jujube couldn't see through the dust cloud and worried that things might get too violent. So he jumped down into the arena. Someone anxiously shouted, unaware of who it was, as Extreme Nectar safely landed. He looked up at the center of the arena, his eyes widening in shock. Aki still emanates a terrifying aura, like a demon ready to devour everything around him. As the dust settles, members of both teams rush forward and someone says, "The smoke is clearing. It looks like someone won against their captain." "What about our captain?" From the stands, a clear voice suddenly cuts through the air. "That's not right." Situ Liu crossed his arms and continued, "I bet it's Aki." Sure enough, in the arena, Aki was adjusting his glasses. Aki smiles at her as the remaining 4 members of his squad rush onto the field, and Sino excitedly asks, "How did you fight back in that intense light?" "And defeated those 2 at the same time. By the time our vision recovered from the light, you were already done." Aki, holding the goggles he'd grabbed, winked at Shino and said, "Yeah, I snatched their eye protection." She says that, but Aki secretly thinks he was lucky to grab it. Shino hugs Aki tightly, ruffling his hair and shouting, "That's you all right." Standing beside them, 2E snapped photos of the moment, while 2Dulu watched with a thoughtful expression. Why does Aki always give off such an unfathomable vibe? Her thoughts were interrupted by Zhuo Miaotang calling out Lu Tiang's team. Zhuo Miaotang approached their team, ordering them to attention, and they responded with a loud and clear salute. Then, Zhuo Miaotang announced, "Your team has won first place in the competition." "Congratulations," he said. Kiju Diao looked at Aki admiringly. "Aki, you did great. You always surprise me in battle, especially just now, counterattacking while being attacked by 2 team leaders." Aki humbly replies, "You flatter me." But in his heart, he remains confident that he is the strongest warrior. The head of the Extreme Mystery Hall's eyes lit up as he continued. "In short, you all took first place this time and earned a reward. Tomorrow morning, you'll go through the underground passage to the nearest B-class town to begin a week of training." Unlike Aki and 2Dolu's calm demeanor, Tomoe jumped for joy, and Jiang Rong shouted with both hands, "Great!" Even Shino couldn't help but clench his fists, happily exclaiming, "Awesome! Everyone, prepare yourselves for tomorrow morning's gathering here." As Kukdio Duong dismissed them, Lu's team responded with a resounding cheer. The 4 of them left together, and Shino excitedly said, "I heard that Grade B cities have 3rd-term core warriors. I can't wait." So to immediately volunteers to take photos of them, while Aki asks Lu what she wants to do in the B-class city. Situ Lu crossed her arms, calmly watching them leave, and said with a smile, "That Aki is truly terrifying. If he went all out, we might not be able to defeat him. He doesn't belong here." He watched Aki's imposing figure and continued, "He's going to keep moving forward, and I'm going to take them through the underground passage." Joe looked at Extreme Elixir and said, "All right, it's safer than the surface route." Jago stood beside him, arms crossed, and said with some concern, "We still need to be vigilant. Occasionally, stray demons wander in there." Though Yue Miaotang is only a Phase 1 core warrior, he confidently replies, "Rest assured, it will kill any Phase 1 demons that come. Even if I don't lift a finger, those 4 will be fine." The underground tunnels are a complex network of abandoned passageways now used only for travel between towns. A terrified soldier desperately sprints through the underground tunnel, a red light hot on his heels. In a flash, the light transforms into a hand, swiftly ending his life. The massive crimson demon with long black claws casually lifted another soldier by the head. These humans were pathetically weak, it mused, scratching its head. It drops the lifeless warrior to the ground, pacing the underground tunnel in search of an exit. "Lost. How did I get lost underground?" The demon strides past the fallen warriors, a second stage demon. Abilities unknown, attributes unknown. It has a kill record of 21 rookie soldiers, 9 first-term soldiers, and 2 second-term soldiers. Meanwhile, Aki's group had entered the tunnel, and Zoe's eyes sparkled as she snapped photos of the underground passage. "Wow, so this is an underground tunnel? I had no idea this was down here." Mo snaps photos left and right, but it looks like this structure is ancient. Closing his eyes, Gukyo Dong remarks that this underground passage has been around longer than he has, and even the old cobwebs don't escape Zoe's attention. She kneels to take a commemorative photo, then asks curiously, "It looks so desolate. Is anyone really using this?" Gukyo Dong explained that after the Dawn War, countless great warriors fell, and the number of elite warriors dwindled, making it impossible to exploit territory and carry out large-scale missions, causing the amount of energy crystals used for survival to drop sharply due to the lack of energy crystal supply. This vast network of underground passages was gradually abandoned, built during the reign of the great King Aki. The entire squad turned to look at Aki, who was bringing up the rear. So-in chuckled. Oh, Aki, it was built during the reign of the king who shares your name. Aki, hands behind his head, strolled along casually. No wonder Guk Yodong, walking ahead, was furious to hear him so cheerfully taking credit. He couldn't help but turn around and yell at Aki. But why? You just share a name. It's not your accomplishment. Don't make a joke out of the greatest warrior. Aki flinches, then sheepishly rubs his head and says, "Hey, don't bust my chops." Captain Aurora is fuming, and Sue bursts out laughing. Ha ha, it feels like team leader Extreme Elixir is about to blow his top. Sino laughs freely, and even the usually cold Situ can't help but cover his mouth and chuckle. Idiot. The leader of the Extreme Wine Squad coughed, raising a hand to his mouth to cover his embarrassment. He thought to himself that he'd been too carefree with them, losing his image a bit, and glanced at them sternly, ordering, "Hurry up, let's move on." Aki looked at the underground passage, lost in thought, ashamed to admit that this massive project was his idea from back then. Aki follows the others, his gaze hardening, but the Radiant Path Captain is mistaken. This underground passage is actually a massive subterranean city network, once connecting towns both large and small, and serving as a safe and thriving trade route. Aki reached out to touch the tunnel, never imagining that this structure, once hailed as the greatest miracle, would be abandoned after his death. A flicker of sadness crossed Aki's eyes, and the shadow of the great king, filled with regret, appeared over him. At that moment, Shino suddenly asked, "Captain, is the energy crystal you mentioned like the demon core in our chess?" The captain replied, "Yes, you can think of it as an aggregate of demon cores. A single demon core can power our warriors, but what happens when you refine a collection of them? Based on this principle, after many failures, they finally succeeded in synthesizing and refining energy crystals, which are large-scale energy cores that power the current cities. Like electricity from the old days, high-level towns organize extermination missions to collect demon cores, refine them into energy crystals, and distribute them by zone, from S as the center, then A, B, and finally C. Ji Miaotang led the team forward, saying, "This time, your B-level town is going to PE not only to broaden your horizons, but also to receive the energy crystals allocated to our FF town." Sumo asked curiously, "What happens if a town runs out of energy cores and can't replace them?" Ji Yaotang turned to look at everyone, his expression a little frightening as he replied, "Complete paralysis." Hearing this, the members of Team Lu were shaken. Without energy, normal life is impossible, and the town's most important weapons and defenses will be useless. Ultimately, without protection and with essential equipment failing, people would be forced to abandon their homes. Exile, a devastating catastrophe for the town. The members of Lu's squad were worried and sweating, but Zhu Tang smiled and said, "Ha ha, don't be nervous. Our town isn't that big, and our current energy crystals are enough to last for about 3 months. We go to P-City every month anyway. This trip is just for backup, so don't worry." Sue glanced at him, stuck out her tongue, and made a face, thinking that the captain was exaggerating. He told them to be prepared this time. Per City is a B-class raid town with not only several second-term core warriors, but even 2 third-term core warriors. His expression turned grave. Word has it one of them has a synchronization rate of 69%. Truly astonishing. Everyone was amazed, their eyes shining as Sino couldn't help but repeat it. "Wow, a third-stage core warrior with a 69% sync rate?" Tomo exclaimed. "Is that true?" "Too strong," Aki thought to herself. "Behind you all stands the strongest Phase 7 core warrior with a stable synchronization rate of 96%. Tomo spots a red button on the wall, wondering what it is. As she reached out to press it, Aki shouted, "Stop!" "Don't touch it," he yelled, rushing over and angrily smacking her on the head. "Don't go touching things here." Luckily, Aki was careful. Nursing her head, Sumoi protested, "But the button was right there. I couldn't help myself." Judong sealed the button, explaining, "This is an emergency lockdown. In a crisis, it seals off the passages. The button is labeled with a black and yellow warning, absolute lockdown." Judong looked up at the tunnel ceiling behind them. "Got it?" Once pressed, a massive iron plate will slam down in an instant. This is a failsafe for the most dangerous moments, meant to protect the other passages and the city. Aki stands by with his hands in his pockets. It seems the passage's vital functions are still operating normally. Suddenly, a powerful tremor runs through him. His brow furrows, his eyes sharpen, and he tenses, sensing an intense bloodlust coming from ahead. And something is approaching. Seeing Aki preparing for battle, Jue Miaotang worriedly tried to stop him, but then he noticed the smell of blood. Did Aki sense it a step earlier? Guk Yodong stared at Aki's back, wondering how his nose could be sharper than his own. Is it just intuition? Now's not the time to be thinking about that. Joe shouted, preparing for battle, ordering everyone to maintain formation. Soon, the tunnel ahead was covered in a red liquid. This is blood. The extreme elixir hall looks towards the city of Per in shock and worry. What's going on? In the dark passage, a red light appears before them. Guk Ryldang gritted his teeth. What is that thing? A demon? A warrior is rushing toward them. Kyokushidori and Aki shout in unison, he's a soldier from the city of Per. The wounded warrior ran towards them, shouting, You're from First City! Before he could finish, his eyes rolled back and he collapsed to the ground before them. Aki looked at him worriedly and asked, Hey, what's wrong? Kyokuyo rushes over, noticing the injury. What's happening in Per? A gravely injured soldier collapses. His dying words a warning. A demon horde is attacking Per City. Per City has sounded the abandoned city alarm. Extreme radiance widened his eyes, unable to hide his shock. Situ looks at Gudre Tong and shouts, Captain, what does abandon the city mean? Are we going to help? Kukyodong was silent, then said sadly, There's only one reason a city sounds the abandonment alarm. Every warrior has fallen. Everyone was shocked and terrified. Aki gripped his dagger, wondering how many more had died breaking through the city. Before anyone could react, a golden light shot out from the dark passage, striking the fallen warrior. Aki is startled, annoyed that he lost focus. Before he can react, the golden light drags the fallen soldier into the darkness before everyone's eyes. The demon seized the warrior's head. I've found you. Dragging the soldier from the shadows, it wondered, how are there more? It grinned, revealing its sharp teeth. It would be difficult to explain if it didn't kill them all. With his last breath, the PR City warrior said, Run, quickly, before the demon snapped his neck. The dead tell no tales. The demon slams its hand against the passage, still clutching the warrior's corpse, its mouth full of sharp teeth, snapping open and closed as it continues its slaughter. The demon, bathed in light, is a second-stage demon, a fire attribute core, stained with the blood of 21 new recruits, 10 first-stage soldiers, and 2 second-stage soldiers. Its record 1 of slaughter. In its hand, it wields a long whip with a razor-sharp blade, still dripping with the blood of innocent soldiers. It scanned them, so many humans, and began walking toward the sugar addicts. It grips the whip's head and spins it at breakneck speed, the blade forming a razor-sharp golden halo. Which one of you? Which name shall I start with? It opened its mouth, a viscous liquid dripping out. Ha, I've decided. You're going down. As soon as it finished speaking, the blade on its long whip was released, turning into a golden ray of light that shot towards Shino. Shino didn't have time to react and could only stare blankly as the blade got closer and closer, but a flash of red light streaked past as Gyuk Yungdang rushed in front of Shino with incredible speed. His hands met the blade, struggling to stop it. A deafening explosion echoed as the blade ricocheted off the tunnel ceiling, the demon lightly scratching its face. Oh, you're not bad. You're much stronger than the last one. The arm that blocked the blade trembled, bleeding profusely. He gasped for breath, exhausted. This second-stage fire demon was stronger than he thought. Damn it, I can't block another attack like that. Gukyodon gritted his teeth. Now's not the time to show off, I have to protect the kids. With no time to think, Master Guiju grabbed Aki, Situ, Tomoe, and Shino, and they turned and ran as fast as they could in the opposite direction. The demon immediately picks up speed, chasing after them. You think you can escape? It stomps its feet, launching blades attached to a long whip, relentlessly pursuing them, its immense power overwhelming even Gokuto. He yelled, "Push the button, get through the door, I'll push the button." But the demon wouldn't let them go. It lunges, attacking the sugar extremist before he can pull them through the door. They will all die. Just then, Aki suddenly stopped, shoving the others forward and taking the demon's attack head-on, sending him tumbling across the ground. The 4 sugars were pushed through the door, falling flat on their faces as Shino and Gukyodon cried out, "Aki!" As the drunken masters turned around, Aki plunged his dagger into the ground to stop himself, the demon closing in behind him, saying he'd only bought himself a little more time. "I told you, when it comes, you'll all die." Aki rises, glances at the demon, then turns to face it, one hand gripping his dagger, the other smashing the button panel and hitting the red button. The door slammed shut behind him. "Aki!" Situ screamed and rushed forward. "Be careful! Get over here!" Aki turned to look at her, his expression extremely calm. The demons closed in as the door shut completely. "Aki!" Situ fell to the ground, then got up and frantically pounded on the door, shouting, "Aki, are you okay?" There was no response. Extreme Clarity Hall paled, lowering her head as she recalled Aki telling her to protect the 3 of them before he pushed her away. Jemiao Tang looked at the 3 of them, her expression unreadable. "Calm down. Aki bought us a chance to survive. We can't let his sacrifice be in vain. This place isn't safe. We have to leave now. Sino shouts, Captain, that's a stage 2 demon. Even Aki can't handle a stage 2 demon. Tomoe immediately chimes in. That's right, we can't leave Aki behind. Situ Liu punched the door, shouting to break it down and save Aki. Ju Yao Tang explained. This door is made of special materials and alloys, strong enough to withstand attacks from third-stage demons. It's not easy to break, and the security is excellent. We can't even hear sounds from the other side. Unfortunately, there's nothing we can do. Sinu is desperate to intervene. Captain, please reconsider, Sua agreed. That's right. Is there really no other way? Situ Liu clenches his fist, suggesting another, more viable option. Let's go back and call Captain Joel and the other captain. Please, give the order, Captain Gyokru. With his eyes closed, Ju Tang says helplessly, No. Even Joel and OA couldn't guarantee it. But then, something occurred to Captain Gyokru, and his eyes widened. Yes, there's another way. Follow me back. Leading the team, Gyok Ryodang sped forward. These are the tunnel's branches. One leads to Aryan City, where we can ask for help. The Extreme Liquor Squad stopped at a fork in the tunnel. This was it. The group sped into the passage with everything they had. Choosing this path means we trust Aki will survive, no matter what happens to the remaining door or the B-class town. Beyond that door, streaks of the demon's blue blood splattered against the gate as it stared in disbelief at Aki, wondering how this seemingly weak warrior could wound it. Aki activates his demonic form, a blood-red horn emerging from his forehead, and kicks the demon away before steadying himself. Finally, he no longer needs to hide his power. The demon stares at Aki, uncomprehending. You human devil. Aki smirks. I'm not sure either, only that you had to try harder than him just now. Perhaps I'll have to transform in front of them, but for now, I'm just curious about your fire affinity. As soon as he finished speaking, Aki unleashed his power, his eyes gleaming. He licks his lips, looking crazed as a red aura surrounds him, shocking the demon. This isn't first stage, it's beyond even that. Aki completes his transformation, summoning vines that he sends hurtling towards the second-level demon, who scoffs, If you're a first-level wood type, then my fire is your perfect counter. As he spoke, a great fire erupted around the demon, incinerating all the vines Aki had summoned. Yet, Aki remained calm and silent. Unaware of the danger closing in, the demon grinned, its fiery maw wide open. Then I'll devour you and make your power my own. Heh heh. It opened its mouth wide, and a fireball began to form within. It roared, the fireball growing larger as it hurtled toward Aki, who nimbly dodged the attack. The fireball slams into the door, but it has no effect. Aki uses the vines to propel himself toward the incubus. The demon is briefly surprised, but quickly dismisses the attack. Close combat. You can't even touch me. Coming closer is just suicide. Ignoring the demon's words, Aki circled around, his hand forming a claw. Traces of water could be seen as he unleashed his water attribute, piercing through the demon's body and seizing its core. Who told you that? I only have the wood element. Now I'm the one who counters you. Water affinity? You humans have dual affinities? The demon exclaimed in shock. Before it could beg for mercy, Aki ripped the demon's core from its body, triggering a massive explosion that sent smoke and debris billowing through the tunnel. Aki looked terrifying, still in his demon form, clutching a core in one hand and a demon's head in the other, as dozens of demons stampeded from the tunnel. Desperate to attack Aki, the sound of the demons reached his ears, and he glanced towards the tunnel as they charged toward him. They bared their sharp teeth and charged. Aki thought to himself, a low-level demon. It seems the sound of the battle lured it here. He stares at the demon's heart in his hand, muttering, Second stage fire core, what power will you grant me? No time like the present. He decisively crushes the demon's heart in his hand, and as he does, it unleashes a burst of energy, blasting the surrounding demons back. Aki raised his hand and shouted, Fire demon, become my power! Then he channeled that energy into his demon core. Instantly, Aki extends his hands, and the energy spreads, enveloping his body as the light reaches his eyes. Aki has completed his evolution, transforming into his second demon form. 2 long red horns sprouted from his temples, and his eyes turned gold. Good. He could feel the burning flames coursing through his body. The demons continued to roar ferociously, baring their fangs as they tried to attack Aki, who thought to himself, these low-level demons are really something. Then, remembering something, he opened his mouth, mimicking the attack of the demon he had fought, gathering energy into a sphere in front of his mouth. Thinking that's how fire is used, he unleashes a fiery tornado upon the demons, turning them to dust, an attack so powerful no demon remains. As the demons screamed in the inferno, Aki calmly walked through the flames. Use your cries to comfort the soldiers who died in the tunnel. With that, Aki moves forward, leaving the burning demons behind him. At the tunnel exit, surrounded by fallen electrical equipment, a fire suddenly erupts from below, blowing away the door, blocking the exit. Below, Aki calmly ascended the stairs through the thick smoke, but upon reaching the surface he was stunned by the sight before him. The exit was a scene of carnage, innocent civilians lying dead in pools of blood, the entire city engulfed in flames. Buildings collapsed into ruins, devoid of life. Aki surveyed the scene in shock, realizing Qingjin had been completely destroyed. Then he carefully stepped over the bodies of the fallen citizens, thinking that this was a high-level demon. Then he saw a warrior impaled by wooden stakes, imagining the demon piercing the civilians with its bare hands. He thought of a one-hit kill technique as Aki stepped outside. This is a large-scale skill. This power must belong to a primal fear devil who's slaughtering civilians. Aki cursed under his breath, imagining the scene of everyone being burned to ashes by the fiend. Damn it. Now, 2 core warriors of the Third Order are here, and a gust of wind blows Aki through, carrying smoke with it. The crows took flight, and as Aki looked up, he saw a pair of legs dangling in the air. Hanging from the tree were 2 warriors impaled by branches. Aki looked closer and recognized them as the 2 3rd Division Corps members, but they lost their lives. Aki silently stood there, gazing at them without a word. Then he used his wood-based power, slowly extending it toward the 2 warriors. After laying the 2 warriors down, Aki silently bowed his head. They were all skilled fighters. Then he reached out to a fallen warrior whose eyes remained open, gently closing them. Aki felt a pang of sorrow as he gazed upon the 2 soldiers. Rest in peace. At least you can finally rest. He thought of everyone fighting those demons with all their might, lost in thought. This is a brutal war, and suddenly a voice calls out from behind him. That damn demon, what are you doing to them? Aki was surprised to hear the voice. A survivor. He turned to see the man holding a knife, his body trembling, tears streaming down his face. Yet he shouted, "You must be a high-ranking demon to take human form. They saved my life, and I won't let you desecrate their bodies." Aki, his face sorrowful, wanted to explain, but realized he looked like the enemy, and the boy wouldn't believe him. This was difficult. While everyone was distracted, the demon suddenly attacked the man. Aki was stunned for a moment. The survivor of the attack had lost consciousness and was falling backward. Aki swiftly uses his power to defeat the demon surrounding the man, catching his head to prevent it from hitting the ground. Damn it, there's still a hidden demon lurking in the city. He then used his wood-based healing abilities to treat the man's wounds. Don't talk, let me heal you. The survivor was exhausted and could only whisper with his remaining strength. Are you ultimately a demon, or one of us humans? And just like that, he collapsed into Aki's arms, stunning him for a moment. He wondered, was he now demon or human? Sensing his presence, the demons rushed toward him, surrounding him. Aki rises, and whether demon or human, he surveys the fiends, a frown creasing his brow. One thing remains unchanged, and he prepares to unleash his power, determined to slaughter them all. As they charged, Aki's fiery wings completed their transformation. He stomped on the ground, cracking it into a large fissure. Like a rocket, he bursts into the enemy's encirclement, but instead of attacking, he flies into the air. He then unleashed a barrage of fireballs, decimating the demons in a wide area before landing gracefully a short distance away. He turned to look behind him and muttered, "So, accumulating flames on my back not only increases speed, but can also release exploding sparks. It's a pity I can't fly." And so, he continued his assault on the demons. Try this on for size. The demons he struck couldn't resist, and were sent flying. Aki immediately rushed towards them, quickly grabbing the neck of a demon suspended in mid-air. By pouring flames into the demon's body and transferring his energy, he caused large spots of fire to erupt before hurling it to the ground, shouting, "Get back to your kind!" Aki smirks, whispering, "Surprise!" The demon he just threw down suddenly explodes, shaking the earth. Seeing this, Aki smiles in satisfaction, having compressed the flames and infused them into the demon's body. So, you can make demon bombs? With this elemental power and a little creativity, the possibilities are endless. Seeing their comrade explode so horribly, the demons looked at Aki in terror, screaming and fleeing. He glared at the fleeing demons and asked Ilgui to show no mercy, and without a word, he shot towards the demons like an arrow. Landing, he plunged his hand into the earth, creating twin pillars of fire that incinerated the demons. Standing amidst the ashes, he smirked, "Too late, beasts." Moments later, all the fleeing demons had been annihilated, and Aki stood, stepping on the head of a fallen foe. He remembers his squad, who were so looking forward to this trip. Team leader Kokuk Duang wanted to come here for the energy crystals. He wonders how they are now. The town of Forvaris can only sustain its core energy for 3 more months. But now the path to Pur is closed. If they can't bring back the energy crystals, the whole town will be in danger. Determined to find the energy crystal storage and bring at least one back, Aki surveyed his surroundings, only to find there was no path forward. Frowning, he considers his options, knowing he can't wander aimlessly. He must consider the resources at his disposal. Then, a sudden flash of insight lights up his eyes. Using his abilities, he summons roots, taking advantage of his wood affinity, and directs them to scout the area. Energy crystals are a fusion of cores, likely emitting energy pulses. Perhaps he can scan the town, sense the pulses, and pinpoint the crystal's location. Soon, the roots began to burrow underground, searching the depths. Aki sensed the roots were about to find what he wanted, so he used more power, and the roots discovered the energy crystal. Aki glanced back, a surge of joy welling up within him. He'd found it. Immediately, Aki dashed forward like an arrow, spotting a large hole in the ground. He sensed a faint energy fluctuation beneath, likely well protected. Good, no hesitation, he jumped straight into the pit. As he jumped, he glanced at the energy crystal and couldn't help but be amazed. A cavern lay beneath the surface. Finally, Aki lands softly and looks up at the energy crystal. Is this the energy transmission system for a Class B town? It's magnificent. But then, a sound echoes from behind him near the energy crystal. Please, warriors, stay away from the crystal. Hearing this, Aki turned towards the source of the voice. An automated generator. There it is. The crystal storage. He rushed toward it. He didn't know how many were hidden, but upon entering, his eyes widened in shock at the sight before him. Behind the door lay only ruin, scattered with corpses, those who had fought to protect the crystals. Seeing this, Aki was visibly annoyed, cursing the demons in his heart. Damn it, damn demons! He moved forward, looking from side to side. These warriors fought to their deaths to protect the crystal. He reached out and touched the red crystal. A calculated attack. The fiends infiltrated with the goal of destroying the crystal. They're more intelligent than the devils before, acting on orders. He sighed, realizing the energy crystal was no longer intact, and he'd have to search the underground base for equipment and supplies. Biting down, he resolves to return the energy crystal at all costs, for if even the Sugar Squad captain is in trouble, Pharos faces grave danger. Aki quickly concludes that he must find a new town within 3 months and return the energy crystal to Pharos. Just then, the equipment room door blares an alarm, and a light flashes from behind it. Aki floors it, tires spinning and spitting sparks as he races like the wind. He speeds off in his car, heading straight ahead. And so he sped off, the order echoing in his mind. Find a new town. Lost in thought, Aki knew the town's exterior remained unexplored, and the fog would thicken by nightfall. Soon, he reached the desert terrain, where a once great city lay buried beneath the sands. These ruined structures were once teeming with life, but now they're likely havens for demons. Aki muttered, glancing at the map in his hand as he drove. The next town is marked on the map. This way should be right. As Aki drives, someone watches him intently from the side. The figure quickly cut the rope, releasing the tethered trees, startling Aki. He swerved to the side to avoid them, his skilled driving allowing him to drift sharply around the falling trees. He narrowly avoids it, and Aki steps out of the car. He took off his glasses, muttering, "What was that?" Then, looking at the fallen trees, he thought, "This demon is strange. There are ropes. Could it be?" Suddenly, someone appeared, pointing a gun at him, shouting, "Who are you? Don't move." "Who are you, hunters? State your name." And this person is a member of the Hunter Squad, human warriors who live outside the towns, often forming small teams with extremely strict requirements for individual ability. Aki sighed inwardly. What bad luck, it really is a hunting party. The hunter standing on the wooden planks boomed, "State your name, I won't ask again." Hearing this, Aki thought to himself, what a headache. He never expected to run into hunters here. He quickly raised both hands to explain, "Don't get me wrong, I don't belong to any hunting party. I'm just a regular soldier passing through. Hunter squads are human warriors who don't live in towns. They usually operate in teams, have strict requirements for individual ability, wander outside the towns, have no fixed place to live, and their main purpose is to explore and collect materials combined with armed, highly organized actions." The other party retorted, "A soldier, huh? What a blatant lie. Town soldiers don't come here alone. You're a scout for the Silver Wolf Hunters, aren't you?" He thought in surprise. "Silver Wolf Hunters?" Then he calmly replied, "No, I told you, I'm not a hunter. It's hard to explain right now. But the other person ignored him, immediately raising their gun and shouting loudly. A shot rang out, but the bullet only landed near Aki's feet. That left him speechless as she continued to shout furiously, "Shut up! You demons are worse than animals! Are any of the lost trade hunter teams still alive? Answer me now!" Hearing that, Aki stared at the woman, thinking, Lost trade hunting squad? Did she just ask if her comrades were still alive? It seems like it was the Silver Wolf hunting squad. He calmly regarded the person before him, thinking, Listen, I can't prove whether I'm a soldier or belong to a hunting party right now, but we can't communicate if you keep pointing a gun at me. Hearing this, she slowly lowered her gun without a word. But suddenly, Aki glanced to the side, sensing another presence. Seeing this, she grew suspicious and pointed her gun at him again, telling him not to move. But in an instant, bullets struck her hand, stunning her. In the distance, two dark figures speed towards them on a motorcycle, one grinning at his teammate. Huh, take out the one with the weapon first. Turns out Luo Shang still has survivors. We can take credit with the boss. Let's go see. And they are from the Silver Wolf Scout Squad. Meanwhile, the girl is suddenly shot in the hand, leaving her unable to hold her weapon, and she wonders if they're from the Silver Wolf Squad. Damn it, I can't lift my arm. One of the men climbed up and grabbed her head, laughing mockingly. Well, well, what do we have here? A girl. Perfect. Then he lifted her head. Let's see what you look like. Injured and helpless, the girl could only glare at him in anger. The thug turns to his buddy, saying, Damn it, hurry up and get this fine piece. Before handing her over to the boss, let's have some fun with her. Aki couldn't stand by any longer, and he kicked the man. The other man, now terrified, stared wide-eyed as Aki kicked his companion away and landed effortlessly. Aki stands before the girl, saying, I don't want to get involved in your personal vendettas, but it seems your Silver Wolf Squad really is trash. I've already had a rough day and my mood is terrible. Before I make my move, staring down the man, I growl one word, scram. Seeing this, the man is terrified, quickly raising his gun and thinking I'm a demon. But Aki stopped the gun with his hand, crushed it, and glared at him. Being aimed at twice was really annoying. The man stared at him in terror, trembling. Just go! Silver Lake will spare you. But without a word, he unleashed his wood-based powers. Roots then erupt from the ground, forming a hand that punches him skyward, leaving the girl in the back in shock. The man was sent flying several meters by the punch, landing hard. Clutching his stomach, he cried out, Core! There's a core device! Are you human or demon? Aki crushes the gun with his power, repeating the man's question. Human or demon? In a flash, he crushes the man's gun into pieces, angrily stalking toward him. It doesn't matter to you. Then, only the man's desperate screams echoed through the area. Aki then used his ability to slowly heal the girl's wound, reassuring her, Don't worry. I just happen to have healing powers. The bullet only pierced through Kothik's arm. Just heal the injured Kothik, thank you. Then she shyly turned her head back to see the corpse of the attacker, now impaled by iron bars. The girl looked down at her almost healed wound, overjoyed. It's really healed. This is unbelievable skill. I've heard that 4-core warriors can possess skills that create extraordinary phenomena, almost divine. You're amazing, she exclaimed, looking up at him with sparkling eyes. Could he be a 5th-core warrior? Aki wondered, sensing the power of a second-stage demon within himself. Although his power far surpasses that of other second-stage warriors, he smiles and replies, I'm a second-stage warrior. I just possess a special ability. Hearing this, the girl is overjoyed and quickly bows in apology. 2 cores is still amazing. Anyway, thank you for saving my life. I'm really sorry for pointing a gun at you earlier. It's all right. Being cautious outside the city is understandable. He looked at her and asked, I need to get to the nearest town. Do you know where that is? After a moment of silence, she slowly replies, I know the way, but if you're going, could you take me with you? Aki is surprised by this request. Oh, we've just met, and you don't even know my name. Why do you trust me so much? What are you going there for? The girl bit her lip. The nearby town was Jinwei, a very small C-grade town. She then explained that the town had been seized by the damned Silver Wolf hunting party. A few days prior, her own lost trade hunting party had tried to liberate the town, but they failed. Her comrades had a chance to win, but the Silver Wolf captain had recently become a tri-core warrior, greatly increasing his strength. My captain was a 2-core warrior, and no match for a 3-core warrior. In the end, I was the only one who escaped. If rescuing the town doesn't interfere with your plans, I beg you to help. I'll give you my life in return. Hearing this, Aki looked at her, recalling that in his past life, although hunting teams existed, none dared to overstep their bounds under his management, yet now they forcibly occupy towns. What is the current manager doing? The girl continued. I also heard the Silver Wolf Squad occupied the town to steal energy crystals. I don't know what their purpose is. Aki seemed to know their purpose was the energy crystals and thought to himself, they dare steal the town's basic energy source. Then he stood up to lead the way. Either way, he growls, it's enough to make me furious. The scene shifts to a mountainous area, trees lining the road as Aki and the girl drive forward together. The girl announced that ahead was Tanvi town. Okay, we need to hide the car before we get any closer. As soon as she finished speaking, the car came to a stop. Aki quickly got out, looked around, and thought to himself that this town was not only unfamiliar, but didn't even appear on any maps. Now it's occupied by the Silver Wolf Hunter Squad. After a quick look, he wants to enter the town for a closer inspection. But suddenly a demon appears behind him, baring its fangs, ready to attack. The girl turned and gasped in shock, then screamed, "Demons!" At the same moment, the demons swarmed around them. Without a word, Aki used his wood-based power, and roots erupted from the ground, binding the demons. The moment he slams his fist into the ground, roots erupt, pinning the demons. He coldly watches them struggle. These beasts can't interfere with our invasion. We can't kill them yet. The demon's blood will likely attract more of its kind. Then he calmly turned to urge the girl onward. Let's go. The girl's admiration only grew. Aki happily agrees. Okay. Yes. And she hurried after him, secretly assessing him in her heart. He's so strong. There's hope for the town and our comrades now. As they hid behind a bush observing, Aki suddenly spoke up. Strangely, there were no guards in the town. Indeed, even the city gates are wide open. Suddenly, a figure carrying someone emerges from within. Aki notices someone leaving, but the man carrying the boy cries out for help in terror. Behind him, a hunter reached out, grabbing the man's head and slamming it violently into the ground. Unable to bear the sight, the girl raises her gun, but Aki stops her, glaring at her reckless action. Doing so would expose our position. Let me handle this. Suddenly, a massive hand reached out from behind the gate. Aki looked over to see the giant hand clutching the man and the boy. Then, the hand slowly retreated behind the door, witnessed by the hunters. The girl cried out in shock, saying there was a demon in the city. Meanwhile, Aki was calculating his next move. If there's a demon, he can't wait to plan. He has to rush in and save whoever he can. Thinking quickly, he instantly teleported forward, stunning the girl, and swiftly defeated the two hunters. Seeing this, the girl hurriedly followed. Wait for me. This was originally my request. She ran past the fallen hunters, a sense of awe washing over her. But then she noticed something strange. Observing the two men more closely, she was shocked. What is going on? Their flesh is decaying, like they've been dead for days. She looks up and shouts, the city is full of Silver Wolf members. But Aki doesn't care. He flies in and takes them down one by one. He grabbed a dead man's knife and realized they were all corpses, controlled by a demon's special power. So he unleashed his speed and strength, showing no mercy. Aki cuts down each enemy like a professional assassin, then lands gracefully, noticing a strange aura emanating from the corpses. He realizes the black strings are the key, connecting the corpses to a devil with a unique power, likely acting alone. Then, noticing purple smoke in the distance, he decides to follow the trail of the dead. Then, he called out to the girl, I'm going to rescue that father and son. Can you search the town for any other survivors? And so, they split up and went their separate ways. Aki ran through the houses, eventually landing near a shrine. Aki headed straight for the door, certain this was the place, and kicked it open without hesitation, only to be met with a shocking sight. The man and boy were nothing more than corpses. Seeing this, Aki cursed in anger, realizing he was a step too late. And before him now, a demon appeared, staring intently at him. Then it spoke, Everything in this town belongs to me. Whether alive or dead, they've crossed the line by trying to escape the city. Now, it beckons him. Let's see who our guest is. The demon is a third-stage demon with the powers of deathcore, illusion, and corpse control, and unknown attributes. Aki watches intently. Behind it are 3 crystal energy cores. Did the Silver Wolf hunters taking over the town to steal crystal energy attract this demon? What do you want with the energy crystals? The third-stage devil laughs. Stranger, are you human or devil? But Aki just glared at it in anger, not responding, thinking to himself that it was indeed a rare purple core. Aki approaches the demon who possesses a unique phantom core. You killed the Silver Wolf squad, didn't you? Even if Silver Wolf's captain broke through to become a third-stage warrior, he probably wouldn't be a match for someone who can control corpses like you. Hearing this, the demon blankly asked, "A third stage warrior, huh? Who are you?" Then it suddenly pulls out energy crystals. This? Something suddenly hurtles toward Aki, catching him completely off guard. Another demon ambushes him, but luckily he dodges it. Aki quickly retreats to observe, finally getting a good look at the demon, assessing the Core 3 warrior. That man is none other than the former captain of the Silver Orchid hunting team, a third Core warrior. And even more surprising, many points of light appeared from the surrounding shadows, and one by one, people stepped out. Seeing this, the third stage demon happily shouted, "Come on, everyone, we have a guest." Seeing the situation, Aki frowned, realizing it wasn't just the Silver Lily squad, but also other city garrison soldiers. The numbers are overwhelming. Seeing his expression, the third stage demon laughs. "Welcome to my feast." No sooner said than done, the soldiers ferociously charged at Aki, and the demon swarmed in to surround him. Aki frowned, annoyed, thinking, "A three-phase devil? I'm in phase 2. If it were a normal three-phase devil, I'd be in trouble. But luckily, it's a death core devil, not specialized in combat, but in using illusions to control the battlefield." Without a second thought, he ignited his hand with power, then punched the ground, unleashing a wave of energy that incinerated and blasted away the surrounding demons. With a single blow, he wiped out the demon warriors, prompting the third stage demon to exclaim, "You don't look human at all." It then used its power to command them to rise and fight, but Aki remained calm. "Useless. I've already cremated their bodies with fire." The third stage devil trembled upon hearing this, lamenting the loss of its precious collection. Aki coldly retorted that while it may seem disrespectful, being incinerated was a better fate than being controlled by the demon. With no bodies to control, he stomped his foot in frustration. In a flash, Aki was upon the third stage devil, knife in hand. Aki shouts, "Your combat ability has been directly reduced." He relentlessly punches the demon, who can't defend himself. Unable to withstand the attack, the demon cried out, "Core final strike!" Suddenly, the boy appeared before Aki, forcing him to stop. Then he stared in shock at the boy, who saw him hesitate, and the demon behind him laughed, ready to throw a punch. It roared. "You hesitated," and landed a decisive blow, the force so great it shook the very ground beneath Aki. Aki dodges and uses his water abilities to defend himself, relying on it to protect his abdomen from a fatal blow. Seeing this, the demon smiled at him. "I don't just know how to control, I also have the sharp element of metal." The third demon lord suddenly speaks. "Looks like I'll have to take a risk to bring you down. I'll have to try using what I worked so hard to get." And then he commands the man's corpse to bring something over. In the man's hand was a vial filled with green liquid, and the demon turned its gaze upon the corpses. "You and your son both have your uses," it says, grabbing the vial and taking a swig. Aki sensed something was wrong. He didn't know what it was, but his instincts screamed danger. Before he could recover, he suppressed his injuries and charged forward, igniting his blade and aiming it at the primal fear devil. But it had already swallowed the tube and instantly created a lightning shield to block Aki's attack. That blast sent Aki flying, taking him completely by surprise. Where did it get that burst of energy? It's forcibly absorbing the energy from the crystal. Impossible. The energy in those crystals is refined and condensed by humans. Absorbing it like that is certain death, he muttered, a theory he'd already proven in his past life. But seeing the third circle demon like that, he surmised that the energy in its body, though violent, was limited because of that potion, something a demon could never create. "What's happening?" Suddenly the Phase 3 demon cried out. "Evolving, evolving," and just like that, a purple light flashed across the demon's body. Seeing this, Aki realizes it used the energy crystal to evolve. In an instant, the third circle demon has become a fourth circle demon, with the power of the purple illusion, the metal attribute. Aki gritted his teeth, annoyed, thinking, a fourth stage demon. This is troublesome. Seeing his expression, the fourth stage demon couldn't help but feel excited. Is this the feeling of the fourth stage? It then summons several orbs around its hand and launches them into the air, sending them hurtling toward Aki. The four fiends grinned wickedly, their wind-infused gold sharp. The orbs surrounded Aki, ready to strike, leaving him momentarily bewildered. He's done for. He now possesses the abilities of the Four Seasons Devil. He quickly uses his wood-based powers. Roots sprouted around him, and as the spheres fired their projectiles, Aki curled up inside the protective barrier. But quickly, the fourth demon leapt toward Aki, delivering a devastating kick. One blow sends him hurtling from the sky to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Aki lay prone on the ground, unable to move or defend himself, and the fiend stomped on him without hesitation. It gloats, reveling in its triumph. See that? Each evolution has an insurmountable gap. This is the end for you. And then it channels power into its hand, saying, "But I really like you." Then it shouts, "Become mine," and prepares to stab Aki. Of course, it was a corpse, but the Four Seasons Devil's blade hand about to pierce Aki's neck suddenly stopped, and space around them distorted. Even the motionless Aki was astonished. Space itself was warping. More and more distortions appeared around the primal fear devil, when suddenly a hand emerged from the warped space, grabbing its head as a chilling voice echoed out. A strange demon crawled out of the distorted dimension, grabbed the Four Seasons Devil's head, and whispered in its ear, "I won't let a nobody like you ruin my plans." Hearing this, the primal fear devil trembled. Could it be the Black King? But the demon didn't answer, uttering only one word: compress. It snapped the Four Horsemen's head to the side, then sucked it into another dimension. Then, the fourth demon gradually disappeared before Aki's eyes in astonishment, leaving only lingering smoke and dust in the air as the demon set foot on the ground. The fourth demon, the Black King. The fiend looked at Aki with glee, confirming its distrust of humans. The Black King gradually materialized before Aki, appearing strikingly beautiful. Aki frowned, thinking to himself that this pressure felt just like the red demon inside him. Suddenly, he noticed something was off. He remembered that one of the remaining 8 black demons was there when the Black King demon appeared before him and spoke, ignoring everything else. "I wonder when the Red King will awaken. Even the 4 kings couldn't win. Humans really are an inferior race." Aki retorts angrily. "What did you say?" She points at him mockingly. "And you call yourself the strongest human. You're too slow to digest." Then, using her power, she lifted his aching body into the air as the Black King rushed forward with an orb in hand, shouting, "Evolve into the 4th king obediently." And then, the orb pierced through Aki's body, sending him reeling back with a groan. He then collapsed to his knees, looking down at the spot where the sphere had entered his body. She had directly implanted the core of a 4-realm demon into his chest, skipping the 3rd realm entirely. Soon, Aki began to feel the pain, crying out in agony. "I'm going to explode. My chest can't take it. The power in the 4th stage core is too much." The Black Queen watched from the sidelines, biting her nails and muttering, "He's really useless. So weak? He can't even absorb the power of a 4 seasons core." Aki cried out, "No, I'm about to explode. This body can't take it. Think of something, you stupid demon, think." And just then, long cracks began to appear around his body. Black Queen immediately used 8 spatial shields to lock him down, yelling, "The space around you is locked. Hold on, you human trash." Inside Aki, a figure with closed eyes is disturbed, grumbling, "You've disturbed my slumber." Then he slowly opens his eyes as Black Queen happily exclaims, "Could it be that in just a moment, Aki's body has recovered?" His eyes filled with murderous intent, he angrily asks, "Have you already forgotten what I told you before?" Black King was quick to shatter the barrier surrounding him, shocking the Black King who stood nearby. Aki has completely transformed into someone else, the Red King. The Black King trembles as he calls out to him. With that, she rushed forward and embraced him tightly. "So you finally revealed yourself." Red King then embraced her, answering softly, "It's been a while." Black King calmly watched Red King. "I've been secretly observing him this whole time. His strength is too weak to fight that newly advanced 4th stage being. If he dies, wouldn't you?" Red King Chi embraced her face, answering with concern. "This body needs constant forging. A human body isn't like ours. They're weak but full of the unknown." He was only supposed to evolve to the 2nd stage of fusion, but she forced him to skip to the 3rd and absorb 4th stage energy. His body couldn't handle it, but the 4th stage energy released has temporarily awakened me from my deep slumber. The Crimson King warned her not to interfere with his evolution again. He needs to evolve gradually to become the perfect vessel in the future, then glanced at her. "Understood, whatever you say." Then she suddenly remembered something. "That's right, you faked your death during this time." Although the 4 royal flags took action, none made the first move, creating a balance between them, just as you predicted. Hearing this, the red royal flag chuckled softly. "They initially feared my power and joined forces to eliminate me, but it seems that even without me, they can't change their inherent mutual suspicion. Perhaps they've forgotten their original mission. What about you? Have you been all right lately? They haven't suspected you, have they?" She quickly scoffed. "Lucky you remembered me. Even if they are suspicious, they don't have the energy to investigate what happened in the beginning. So I'm fine. Don't worry about me." She then gently touched the Crimson King's body, expressing her feelings, saying she only wanted to welcome back the strongest one. The Crimson King smiled, assuring her, "It's only a matter of time. I forced this body to evolve to the fourth stage, but it needs to gradually adapt and stabilize the power within." She also tries to avoid involving herself with humans, to avoid unnecessary attention and ruining our plans. She shyly replies, "Well, I just missed you and wanted to come see you. Even as your vessel, the girl who accompanied Aki has drawn their attention." She trembled. "How can there be an Eight Kings devil?" Seeing this, the Black King laughed, covering his mouth. I forgot to take care of this area." Meanwhile, the Red King just stared silently at the girl. And so, the girl fell into the Red King's gaze, and a slash appeared. At that moment, a voice echoed in the depths of Aki's subconscious. "So, you're the demon Aki." Aki suddenly awoke at those words. The moment he regained consciousness, he realized he was impaling the girl he was with, and he cried out in horror, "The Huntress." The girl lost consciousness, and seeing her like that, he cried out in anguish, causing the area around him to tremble as he stared at his hands. "It was all my fault." Then, gritting his teeth, he unleashed his power, screaming in agony. His power formed a lightning rod, blasting straight into the sky. Then, grinding his teeth in fury, he finally achieved a new state. The fourth form completes its evolution, and Aki recalls the words of the Huntress. "I want to go to Dawn City and become a floral apprentice if I can. Actually, I really liked flowers." Back in the present, he still stood there, but the girl was no longer ahead of him. She had drowned in a sea of fire. She lies within, as a voice from the past echoes. "This apocalypse is so cruel. I feel like we need more beautiful flowers." After all this, Aki thinks to himself that he can never forgive himself for not being able to suppress the power of the demons. Hopefully, the flames can spare everyone from the demons' humiliation and suffering. I'm in no mood to test my newfound fourth stage powers right now. There are many things to consider, and each clue must be clarified one by one. I wonder if that terrifying octodemoness has anything to do with the king stage within me, forcing my body to skip the third stage and reach the fourth. Damn demons, what is the meaning of all this? That suspicious object the rank 3 demon used to break through to rank 4 is unsettling. That's not something a demon could create. How did it get its hands on it? Or rather, who's supplying weapons of that caliber? Only the most advanced cities could produce something like that. Could it have come from Dawn City? In any case, we need to find a large town quickly, at least to let Captain Joel know they're safe. And he worried, unsure if he should have kept them. How are they now? He then got in the car, put on his glasses, and hoped they would escape the tunnel and reach the town safely, heading forward in this direction. There was an A-class town called Pedia, where they could at least send news to First City. And so, the last vehicle rolled onward. Another night passed, and the next morning, the 4 from the liquor store successfully arrived at the A-class city of Bryan. Bryan, a 5th stage core warrior and combat commander, stated, "I'm sorry, we can't send reinforcements. We've just received news that the A-class city of Peta is under a high-level demon tide. The Aki you speak of is likely beyond saving. To recklessly send soldiers to rescue him would be irresponsible." At that moment, standing solemnly, Ji Miaotang exclaimed, "But Commander, this soldier of ours has a special talent. Perhaps he can survive the danger." The other party coldly replied, "Bryan of Class A. We have no shortage of young soldiers with special talents here, but they cannot survive a demon tide of that scale." Hearing this, Jiaotang remained silent. But in this apocalypse, no life is disposable. If I can't send direct aid, I can at least send Shuntang scouts to assess the situation. Startled by those words, Ji Miaotang happily replied, "Thank you. I have matters to attend to. Please excuse me, make yourselves at home," he announced as he stepped out. The high-level demon suppression in Peta City may affect the Dawn City Demon Hunt competition. Gukyodong replied softly, "I've heard about the upcoming Demon Hunt competition, but as you know, we FF are only a C-class town. It's fine. If you're interested, you can stay for a few days to learn about the only S-class town. In Dawn City, they're holding a demon hunting competition, and the minimum registration requirement is B rank. While your city may not qualify now, the 3 young warriors behind you might in the future. It's good to learn more. Feel free to explore this office and town and amaze them." The 4 of them bowed deeply, and Guk Ryodang exclaimed, "Thank you." After he left, Su Moe softly called out, "Team leader Guk Jung Tong." He turned around and replied, "What is it, Su Moe?" "What's the demon hunt competition?" she asked curiously, and Guk Yodang explained, "It's a competition unique to Dawn City. Roughly, it's a competition to hunt demons of varying levels, selecting the strongest new generation of warriors and awarding them special prizes provided by Dawn City. It's a recurring event and a goal for all warriors." It's a shame participation requires at least a B-rank town, but I believe you'll have your chance in the future. Sino is worried, wondering how Aki is doing. The Dawn City Demon Hunt, he would have loved it, and Pita City is facing a high-level demon tide. I hope he's okay. Waiting for the demon tide to be pushed back, Tomo added. He never imagined his first time leaving the city would be like this. Rakshasa Cat looks out the window at Aki. He's in danger because of us, and so she gazed into the distance, while Kyokuyodo could only sigh. He then reassured everyone, we can only await news from the scouts. I've used the communicator here to report the situation to Fuss, so we'll be staying in Bryan for the time being. We've come all this way, so we should learn and observe. This place is full of excellent warriors, under a clear blue sky. Clouds drift idly by over the A-class city of Pisidia. In the PCIA waiting room, two people sat together. One spoke, we've verified the information you provided. Just as you said, the B-class city of Peta has been destroyed by demons. He tapped his cigarette ashes, adding that he'd sent a message to 4C. Explain your squad's situation, and you'll surely receive news soon. But regarding your other request, the woman put a cigarette in her mouth and regretfully declined Aki. We can't provide you with energy crystals, and that woman is 5th Stage Corps Warrior and PDIA Combat Commander Parisi. She explains that the distribution of crystals isn't up to them, but is usually fixed by the higher-level towns. Since your higher-level town, Peta, has been destroyed, you can appeal to Dawn City to request a redistribution. Hearing this, Aki thought to himself that the Dawn City's crystal distribution system was more complicated than he'd imagined. If that's the case, perhaps he should pay Dawn City a visit, and conveniently investigate the demon's breakthrough equipment. Whether I can even enter Dawn City is another matter. With that in mind, he spoke up. Thanks for the reminder. I'd like to represent our force in Dawn City. Is that possible? But she replied sternly, no, unless you hold the position of captain in FF, or you can get authorization from FF Town. Otherwise, you are not qualified. We can't just let any representative negotiate. He thought to himself that requesting authorization would mean a troublesome trip back, but then she spoke, saying there was another way. A guarantee from a higher-level city. Like me? Aki asked in surprise. So you're saying you can vouch for me? I can vouch for you, but I have a condition. Hearing this, Aki smiles with interest. Oh, tell me more. She chuckled. You've probably heard of Dawn City's demon hunting competition. If you become a mercenary and join our team as a vanguard, helping us gather information during the competition, I'll vouch for you. But I can't guarantee your safety as a vanguard in the demon hunt. Each team sends out a vanguard, whose job is to scout out the demon's levels and gather intel, like an intelligence operative. But due to the extreme difficulty of the demon hunt and the high level of demons, the vanguard is extremely dangerous, with casualties being extremely common, often seen as cannon fodder. Therefore, participating warriors try to avoid this position. But Aki calmly replied, looks like no one in your squad wants this position. It's fine. I accept your decision. He thought to himself that he was the one who created this large-scale demon hunting competition. Recruiting you as a vanguard member was also a last resort. Most towns participating now avoid assigning important members to the vanguard position. That's why I warned you. I can't guarantee your safety. I can only try to meet your arrangement requests. And with that, they entered the equipment depot. Aki cheerfully agreed and stepped forward. I understand. I'll take a look. Watching Aki's retreating figure, she thought to herself, his core rank insignia is either damaged beyond recognition, or he's just a coreless nobody from Foresee City. At best, his strength is no more than a 2-core warrior, but he seems very confident in himself. A warrior from a C-class town. Could he have some kind of trump card? After a moment of consideration, he decides on this one. Looking at the object before him, Aki was pleased. The wingman could transform into a great sword. He thought to himself that although the small knife was flexible in the previous battle, its damage was not enough. Seeing him touching it, she shouted, wait! The specifications of this Nami wing require at least a triple-core warrior to use. Forcing it with your strength could backfire, but he ignores her and takes out his energy core. A brilliant light then emanated from him, forcing Berezi to shield her eyes, and she stared at him intently, as if realizing something. The short sword spun in the air before plunging into the ground, and he praised it, saying it felt perfect in his hand with a reassuring weight. Seeing this, Berezi was terrified. He actually managed to use it so easily. Does he have some special understanding of the southern wings? I've heard of warriors with exceptional talent, but seeing it is still surprising. Then Aki asked, by the way, you guys have a combat training school, right? Then they both walked out the door. I will try to meet your demands. But what's the point of going to the combat arena? Aki turned to look at her. I just want to test my new Nami wings on some demons. Consider it a warm-up. Barisi worriedly confirmed, "You're sure you want to go alone?" "Even though we've planted flags at the combat training grounds, first-class demons still appear from time to time. If it gets to be too much, I can go with you." "It's fine. I can handle a first-class demon if one appears." Watching Aki Baresi's retreating figure, he smiled with amusement. Confident and bold, a rare quality in a warrior. "And then be careful. I have some fourth corps warriors waiting to be taught if they can gain your confidence." Everything is so much easier now. And then they both turned and walked in opposite directions, only to turn back to meet again in unison. Then a sinister smile creeps across Aki's face as he thinks to himself, "Of course, I can't let her come along. Because I not only want to test this new weapon, but more importantly, what abilities I'll have in my Four Wonders form." In the flagged area, Aki wanders around a ruined place. He muttered, "The area's been flagged, the mist's been dispelled, so this is the place." Suddenly, a demon cried out, and Aki realized another was targeting him from behind. As he predicted, the demon quickly lunged to attack him, but Aki swiftly dodged and summoned his short sword. In a flash, Aki cleanly sliced the demon in two. Pleased, he gazed at his small sword. Indeed, the great sword is more comfortable. Then, facing the remaining demons, Aki sheathed his sword and glanced down below. Just then, more demons appeared, and Aki grinned. "Perfect. I was worried you wouldn't show your faces in daylight. Now I can get acquainted with my new weapon and have a good slaughter. Too much pent-up frustration lately." Without another word, he stomps the ground and leaps into the air, targeting the approaching demons, swinging his greatsword, each strike scattering blood and demonic limbs. In a frenzied dance of blood and steel, Aki moved with deadly grace, as if born to slay demons, not relying on the four elements he had mastered. He swung his sword again and again, forging the memories of his flesh in this life. In this wasteland, Aki is locked in a frenzied battle with a horde of demons, or rather, a one-sided slaughter. In the darkness, only the agonizing screams of demons echoed. Aki had been slashing for who knows how long, but finally, the last demon's head fell. Aki swiftly plunges his blade into its head. Then, he sighs wearily, wondering if his body is evolving with the demonic power within him. Though he's far stronger than when he first arrived in this world, other aspects are still lacking. Even a little movement leaves him breathless. Suddenly, roots appear behind Aki, hurtling toward his back. Aki sensed the danger and sliced away the roots, glancing back to see a demon appear, muttering, "So that's why something felt off. It's the first phase demon." The wood-type demon muttered, "Humans." A warrior appeared, meaning food had arrived, and it grinned with delight. "So you finally arrived? The First Order demons." Seeing his calm demeanor, they exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, you're not afraid of us." Strange. Strange. This should be a face of fear, yet his face is one of extreme happiness. One of the demons suddenly turns to the other. "It's all because of him, that Wu Qi." The other demon responded, and the fire demon rushed forward, shouting, "Let me try!" And it screamed, "Burn, burn it all!" Suddenly, a powerful light flashed, and the fire demon was blasted back to its original position. The remaining demon was shocked, not understanding what was happening. But before they could react, Aki charged towards the fire demon lying prone on the ground. He then stabbed it with his sword, showing utter contempt, for metal is most effective against fire. And so he turned to the last one, thinking, "I have to test the power of the apocalypse." As he thought this, his body began to change. Seeing this, the demon fearfully retreated, trembling uncontrollably. You're not human?" He thought to himself that the primal devil's power could control the corpses of warriors, so if he ate it, he could. So he channeled his energy into the demon and commanded, "Work for me." In moments, the fiend rose, shocking the demon before him. Impossible. The demon behind Aki then stood, radiating malice as it glared at its counterpart, who was now utterly terrified to see its comrade controlled. He can control the fiend's corpse on the Picardia side. And the sun begins to rise. The Picardia commander, a Corps 5 flag warrior, Barris, frowned and demanded an answer. "You're saying the young man I brought to the city gate hasn't returned yet?" He clasped his hands behind his back and reported seriously. "That's right, Commander Barris. The sun is almost down, and it's related to the PA demon tide. As per regulations, the city gates, including the side gates, are about to be closed." He begins to report on the recent demon appearances. "Commander, we've had a surge in not only first-class demons, but also second- and third-class demons recently. There have even been reports of fourth-stage demons." She lowered her eyes, biting her nails in resentment. "Damn it, I hope that kid hasn't become demon food. I told him to come back soon. I just submitted the tournament list, so don't cause me any more trouble." And with that, she was gone in a blur. "I'll find him at the combat school and be back before the gates close." Hivan stood there at attention. Yes. She moved so fast she left a red afterimage, regretting brushing against a branch as she leaped to another. That kid is just a regular soldier from a C-class city. I shouldn't have let him go to the combat training grounds alone. Though he stubbornly insisted, and the combat arena is essentially only for the demonkin, Wu Qi have appeared there many years ago. Thinking this, she gritted her teeth and accelerated. If he dies during field training, I'll lose all credibility as a 5th stage warrior and fail First City. Then, with a powerful leap, she launched herself forward. Kid, you better be alive. But then she sensed something. The aura of a demon. But why was the scent of death so strong? Frowning, she bit down and landed on a nearby branch, using her sense of smell to determine the direction of the combat training grounds. This doesn't feel right. The number of demons is far too high. There are even 2nd and 3rd stage demons. What's going on? This doesn't seem like a demon raid. Why are even 2nd and 3rd stage demons gathering in large numbers? As she lands on the next branch, a demon rushes past. It seemed to notice something and glanced back, spotting the 5th Order badge on her uniform. That caused it to panic and slam on the brakes, turning to flee immediately. But she was faster, appearing behind it from the tree branch before it could escape. She kicks high over its head, creating a shockwave. The surrounding area was filled with gusts of wind and lingering smoke, and the demon that had tried to escape now lay at her feet, splattered with blue fluid. But she frowned, sensing something different than usual. Just as she sensed, countless demons began to emerge from the shadows, prompting her to ask, "How strange. Since when did you all start gathering like this?" Immediately after, a long blade gradually appeared. Time seems to be of the essence, but the demons tremble nonetheless, and she notices something is off. These demons are like zombies, full of death, only moving forward, but they don't scare her. Instead, they make her laugh with glee as she prepares to swing her blade. Never mind, all demons must die. She poured all her strength into her arm, muscles bulging, and with one swing cleaved countless demons in two. Her strike created a shockwave that devastated the forest. Yet after the shockwave subsides, another horde appears in the distance. She slowly raises her blade as more approach from behind. How many are there? Before she could dwell on it, he jumped down, startling her. What is she doing here? Reacting instinctively, she swings her blade, only to have him block it. Hey, it's me, look closely. Hearing that, she panicked. Aki, it's you, are you okay? Then, her eyes widened as realization dawned. Wait, he blocked my attack. That last strike was a completely unconscious attack, and its power and speed were considerable. Wasn't this kid from City C, a Class O city? Looking over, she saw him retracting his weapon, something even a 4-core warrior would have to defend against with all their might. And yet, he brushed himself off and looked at her. A level 5 Ren core, not bad at all. My hands are starting to tremble. I was testing out some moves and lost track of time. Sorry. She doesn't mind, though. Never mind, as long as you're okay. First, we need to deal with these strange demons, many of whom are Tier 3 and pose a threat. Follow me, but before she could finish, you stepped ahead of her. Oh, you mean these? Don't worry, they're all dead. Then, with a snap of his fingers, a purple flame appears, incinerating the demons. She was shocked, her eyes wide with surprise as all the demons collapsed at once. With the demons dealt with, he turned back with a smile. All done, let's head back to the city. But she grabs his collar, pulls him close, and demands to know what he just did. Those demons were under his control. He clearly has a red core of power. What exactly are his abilities? But he calmly brushes her hand away. I don't need to tell you that. She fell into thought upon hearing this. He continued, but I can tell you that I can control the dead demons of this apocalypse. A warrior having a few tricks up his sleeve is normal, right? Hearing this, she looked down at the fallen dark demons, controlling the dead. Even among the 5 Order warriors, this ability is rarely heard of. The woman then said, in that case, we can depart for Dawn City tomorrow. He couldn't hide his joy upon hearing this. That's great, the sooner the better. We need to resolve the energy crystal issue for Forest City quickly. He said, walking ahead of her, with her following behind, perhaps hinting at greater hopes for him in the upcoming demon hunt competition. Meanwhile, Barris hurried back to the city, unaware of the situation far from the training grounds. The scene shifts to the place where he had just fought. The area was devastated, with blood and demon corpses everywhere. Later reports would confirm that the training grounds had been completely destroyed by an unknown force. Aki and she departed with the group, leaving behind a scene of devastation, with trees and monsters scattered throughout the city. According to later reports, the actual battlefield was completely destroyed by some mysterious force. The armored vehicle arrives at its destination, and Baresi curtly reminds Aki, "We're here. Everyone out and try not to trash our town." Aki gazed at the city for a long time, recognizing the scenery and terrain along the way. It was just as he suspected. He looked up at the towering walls. Luminous Fortress was indeed the town he once managed. The only level 9 city, Kwang Citadel. It seems after my death in the previous life, it was renamed. Was it because of the Dawn campaign? But it seems this place has changed a lot since then. He frowned, thinking to himself, he thought it would be a long time before he could return to the city of his past life. Wait a minute. Aki's face lit up with joy. Could we be seeing those 6? In my past life, I forged the strongest team. They called themselves the 6 heroes, my 6 strongest subordinates. I can't help but wonder about those who once fought alongside me on the battlefield. I wonder what happened to them after the Eastern campaign. If I told them everything, would they even believe me? What's wrong? Never been to Luminary City before and got the wind knocked out of you? Hehehe, don't be so surprised. You haven't even gone inside yet. Luxembourg is humanity's only S-class city and a symbol of ultimate power. She steps forward, saying not everyone is as fortunate as him to visit the City of Light once in their lifetime. He realizes that the 5-core warrior, Paris, must know something useful, so he asks her, I wanted to ask after the Eastern War, what happened to the 6 heroes? Parisi stopped and asked with a puzzled look, after the Eastern War? That's a strange question. Are you asking about the new 6 heroes or the old 6 heroes? Aki feigns ignorance, asking what he means by old and new. Aren't the 6 heroes just those 6? You mean his former subordinates? They're the ones crowned as the strongest warriors, serving the Vu who shares my name. The strongest 6. Before Aki could finish, Parisi covered his mouth. Oh, was this guy really that dense? She tensely tells him that everyone knows the new 6 heroes don't like hearing about the old 6. Such talk is forbidden within the city walls, and as for the king, dynasties change. The old king is no more. The strongest warrior is now the new king. You said the king, the strongest warrior who shares your name, is now the old king. She waved her hand, sternly saying, I'm warning you again. Inside the city, don't say such mindless things. Meanwhile, Aki kept repeating the words he had just heard. The new king, the new 6 heroes. Then tell me, what happened to the old 6 heroes? Enraged, Parisi grabs his collar and shouts, Are you deaf? But Aki remains silent. The two lock eyes, the tension thick in the air as a subordinate calls out, Commander Parisi. Parisi slowly lowered her hand, saying, All right. I don't know why you insist on calling him Iki. Maybe it's out of reverence, but I wasn't going to ask. She pointed directly at him, threateningly. I'm warning you, at least in Luminary City, don't mention the old king or the 6 heroes again. Perhaps in your city of Heracles, those you speak of are still revered, but not everyone recognizes them. Especially that old king who died in the City of Light. No one acknowledges him. Aki, speechless, remained rooted to the spot as Parisi glanced back. Enter the city and remember what I said. The 3 of them entered the city, but Aki was lost in thought. Not everyone acknowledged him. Not everyone recognized his sacrifice. What exactly happened after he died? He recalls the past, when he led 6 heroes and all his soldiers in a desperate battle against the demons. Aki remembers the bloody scenes where he once fought. Back then, I ventured alone into the Ancient King's tomb to uncover the secrets of the demons. The Ancient King's tomb of 3069. 6 colossal Ancient King tombstones descended from the sky. Red, yellow, green, blue, purple, and black. 6 differently colored demons poured forth from within the tomb, the very source of all demons. No one knows what lies within the Ancient King's tombstones, but it seems Aki may have discovered a secret hidden inside. After everything, he felt it was unfair. Was everything he did meaningless? Wasn't I supposed to leave as a hero? Aki approaches the gate, where people and animals bustle about, happy and lively. Stepping through that gate, he arrived in a new place, shielding his eyes from the sun as he gazed upon the city. Is this the city's center? It's far more advanced than I imagined. This colossal city, known as the City of Radiant Light. Calling it a city hardly seems adequate. Within the city are urban clusters and many independent buildings of varying styles, with dense forests, lakes, and mountains. A self-contained world with its own ecosystem. This boundless city, surrounded by towering walls, is divided into 7 districts, with 6 great heroes ruling over the 6 major areas. The new king resides in the central area, basking in the fresh sunlight. Though much has changed, the divisions remain the same. Even the air feels the same. I remember there used to be a statue of me there. And before it, a strange, giant statue with bandages wrapped around its face. Parisi, thinking he didn't know, explained that the statue of the old king he revered had been there for decades, carved by the people of that time. When the old king was still in power, he was very popular with the people. But old age is inevitable. In short, I hear this statue will be moved soon, and a new, even larger statue of the new king will be erected in its place. Barisi, frustrated, clutches his head. Oh dear, I don't know whether to call this luck or misfortune. There, at the foot of the statue, is the person you keep mentioning, one of the old 6 heroes, the last of them, Lena, who was once the strongest 7-stone warrior. Lena Linder hears someone calling her name and quickly takes off her hat, revealing a lovely face. Is someone calling me? Some brute shoves her aside, scattering flowers from her hands, telling her to stop standing around reminiscing. It turns out she's also the last of the old 6 heroes. Lena Barisi adds about the girlie. A patrol warrior, though a healing specialist, she's known for her fiery temper. Ha ha, Aki is suddenly intrigued. This should be interesting. Those 3 low-ranking soldiers are acting like gods. Sorry, is Aki surprised by their attitude? The 3 men gloated as she bent to pick up the flowers from the ground, one of them looking particularly menacing. Feng Meng's eyes widened. Who cared what her status was in the past? The old 6 heroes. That so-called core ownership means nothing now. You're no longer soldiers. If the new king hadn't allowed you to stay, we would have kicked you out of the city long ago to fend for yourselves. He raised his hand to strike her. It's all the fault of your old self-righteous king. Otherwise, humanity wouldn't have to live in fear like this. The sooner his statue is gone, the better. What a waste of space. And just as he was running his mouth, Lena silenced him with a resounding slap. This slap doesn't seem to have calmed her down. The nameless patrol soldier, unwilling to back down, reaches out to grab her. How dare a bitch like you hit me? Little did he know Aki's axe was already menacingly pointed at his face. He stared him down, his eyes radiating murderous intent. Daring to face the sharp blade, the man trembled, unable to speak. Aki presses the blade even closer, veins throbbing on his face. You dare protect your teammates. Kid, this is Thu Quang Than, what do you want to do? They draw their guns and aim them at him, threatening to shoot if he doesn't drop his sword. Aki is ready to fight to the death against these unreasonable people. How are you any different from the hunting teams outside the city? Barisi, gripping the sword's hilt, declares they need to be taught a lesson. That's enough. She steps in to defuse the situation. It's a misunderstanding. We're warriors from Pikia, a Class A town here to participate in the Sanma competition. Did you want outside warriors to cause conflict? Barisi soothed him. And you, Aki, put your sword away. Don't forget, you're a warrior representing Pikia now. Aki reluctantly sheathes his sword. Put that away, the 3 whispered to each other, realizing they were warriors here to compete. Let's not cause any more trouble with the warriors from the other towns. Right, if the captain of the enforcement team finds out, we might get reprimanded as well. The soldier, still fuming, gritted his teeth and said, If you're here as warriors, just head back to your hotel. Consider yourselves lucky this time. Let's go. Suddenly, Lena asked Aki, Do you know me? He almost blurted out that their strongest warrior had returned, but stopped himself, wondering if it would cause her trouble. Seeing Aki's silence, Parisi answers for him. This nuisance is named Aki. Lena stared at him, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Aki. Aki closes his eyes and sighs, scratching his head in embarrassment as he offers a half-hearted reply. Well, it's just a coincidence that my name is also Aki. Lena seemed disappointed but said nothing, silently pulling her hood over her head. With that, she turned and left, a real headache. Barisi found her behavior odd, saying to her back, she's still our senior. Aki helped her out. The least she could do is say, thank you, right? Aki stops him, saying they shouldn't bother her anymore. He sadly watches Lena leave, thinking he'll find a way to explain things to her later, realizing she has a lot she wants to say to him directly. Red banners flutter throughout the city as the demon parade and Pikia competition begin, and Barisi's team is praised wherever they go. How handsome. And there's a new face, too. Barisi turned back to Aki and whispered, When the competition is over, I'll vouch for you and introduce you to the person in charge of the energy crystal. Remember that. Thank you. Aki confidently promised Barisi, Rest assured, I will definitely bring you a result that satisfies you. It better be, a voice whispered, lost in the noise, a reminder only he could hear. You better be careful and not die in the competition, handsome. Look over here. Good luck. Aki realized it was Lena standing in the crowd. He slightly curved his lips and waved at her. Knowing he'd noticed, Lena pulled her hat down further. Dawn City, a competition forest within the city. This forest is reserved for the monster hunt competition, and it's as large as a town, a city within a city. This type of large-scale structure is quite common in Dawn City. Since you're not participating, this is as far as I can take you. Once inside, you're on your own. Barisi slams the flag down. For the glory of Pikagia, bravely hunt down the demons' warriors for the honor of our town. Not my responsibility, Aki chuckled to his team. Should I have shouted along with them just now? May the heavens guide you, and, small teams, please enter the arena in order. The captains of the Vanguard teams gather in the referee's room. He looks toward the door. It's starting, and the excitement is palpable. So, the Demon Tournament has grown into such a large-scale event over the past few decades. It used to be just a small town competition. Next up is Team Pikia and Warrior Aki. They even bow before him. Eternal friendship. Tomoe looked at him as if she wanted to cry. We entrust you with the mission of gathering intelligence, and we will forever remember your contribution. Everyone looked at him wistfully, as if it were the last time. Aki, how about one more handshake? Don't worry, I'll do my best. And hey, I'm not dead yet. He watched them helplessly, thinking, you know how dangerous the Vanguard position is, right? Everyone looks like they're sending me off to my death. To be chosen as a Vanguard, for them, it's a 1 in 10 chance of survival, isn't it? Their faces are filled with despair. The MC guides, the Vanguard is ready. First, I offer my deepest respect to you all. Your mission is fraught with the unknown and danger. The Hunting Dogs team is excited, and they admire the courage of those who dare to stand up in this way. Your mission is to venture into the competition zone, gathering as much information and clues about the demons as possible for your team. Frontliners, good luck, be careful, and prioritize your safety, as you'll be facing demons of unknown levels. The current demon hunt is essentially a selection process to find the town with the best new generation of warriors, so high-level fighters are naturally excluded. He chuckled. They clearly know my strength far exceeds 2 factors. Luckily, as long as I don't reveal it, no one will suspect my true power. And now let's give a warm welcome to this great figure who will be joining us as the supreme judge for this competition. One of the 6 greatest warriors. Hearing this phrase, he is very sensitive. One of the 6 greatest warriors? The mysterious figure steps forward. The strongest warrior of our humanity. Please, come forward. The girls scream, Hubby, you're so handsome. The greatest of the new 6 stars, the dual 7-core warrior Van Dalen. This is Van Dion, one of the new 6 heroes, a double 7-core warrior, a green recovery human factor, and his entrance drives the ladies wild. He is one of the great new 6, the dual 7-core warrior Vanden. With his current status, he strides confidently, one of the new 6 dual 7-core green recovery Van Dion. Everyone here knows him, and many excitedly chant his name. New 6 star, Lord Van Dilen. Vanden, Van Dion. He quietly observes him closely. Dual-core technology, merely a concept in the previous world, has been realized, representing the power of 2 faiths. If the synchronization rate is high, unexpected power can be unleashed. A warrior's ability stems from the energy provided by the demon core. The higher the synchronization between warrior and core, the more the demon core's hidden power can be stimulated. But the higher the synchronization rate, the more the human body has to withstand the shock of demonic power, like an energy crush. This is also why some warriors with low core adaptability or weak bodies have low synchronization rates. In the previous world, human technology could only develop coupling devices that deciphered 1 core. It seems the new 6th seat of this world not only possesses a dual-core coupling device, but also greater power. All the pioneers here respectfully bow to him. You've worked hard, taking time out of your busy schedule to watch the fight, but Aki alone remains unmoved. Thinking of the previous 6th Master's situation, he suddenly felt uncomfortable with him. I won't bow to you like the rest, he says to those gathered. Magnificent Vanguard. Knowing the danger, they still stand here. You are all great and wonderful warriors. To commend your bravery after the battle, I will personally award each of you a 3-circle stone heart as a memento. May you all return safely. The Vanguards replied in unison, Thank you, sir. Hey, why are you being so disrespectful? Someone noticed and said. Hurry and bow your head. Unable to speak the truth, Aki awkwardly scratched his head, saying, Sorry, my back hurts, I can't bow. So Aki comes face to face with Vanden, who winks at him instead of getting angry, making him shudder. Disgusting. Why would you leer at a man like that? The guide continued. Next, witness the great warrior Vanden, one of the new 6 heroes in a 4-winged demon hunt, ensuring the success of this demon hunt competition. Please welcome the great Vanden. We've been waiting. The MC leads the crowd forward. Now, pioneers, please follow me to the sidelines to observe. Leaving the stage for Lord Van Dien, Aki resentfully eyes the show-off as the 4-winged demon hunt begins. So, this is how the new 6 stars show off their power and prestige, huh? Capturing and safely containing a 4-winged demon won't be easy. It seems the overall strength of today's Holy Light City is far greater than before. Dan stopped in front of her. Are you the new commanding officer? The commander, thinking he was interested in her, was overjoyed. Yes, it's an honor to meet you. Dan suddenly leaned in close to her ear. Ah, Vanden, my lord, Dalen whispered into her ear, leaving her frozen in place. Then have someone replace her later. Huh? We are the only 6 lords. That new in New 6 Lords is grating. If you weren't a warrior of Shangguan City, I might have accidentally shattered your organs. What are they saying? I can't hear a thing. Oh, even Van Dai Lan is bowing his head, so gentle. Get lost. She frantically tries to catch frogs several times. Oh, great! Aki saw all of that. The conference call connects to Dailan, and he puts on a benevolent face. Then allow me, on behalf of the 6 virtues, to demonstrate a 4-winged demon hunt for you all. May this demon hunt be a success, and a grand opening for our brave vanguard warriors. The audience in the stands shouts down, Lord Vandale Lan, Lord Vandale Lan, they are not worthy. A massive machine containing the demon appears, and he's delighted as it's lifted. Open your eyes, viewers. We'll now provide detailed commentary of the match via broadcast. To capture this 4-winged demon in the transport box, we mobilized 3 4-factor warriors, a testament to its terrifying power. Before you now stands a 4-winged demon, a rare and ferocious specimen of red and gold. It lumbers out, growling as if it's been caged for too long. What is this? I don't know what you humans are planning, but if you're not going to kill me, just leave me here in an outdoor area, all prepared like this. Not so smart. Jack. It leaps into the air, gaining momentum. Your warriors aren't smart. This demon is fast, and its attack even affects the audience on the platform. Oh my, 4 wings. But it didn't expect the protective glass on the platform, and it clutches its head in frustration. The barrier is thrown back by Dailan. Now who's not so smart? This protective barrier surrounding the area is quite sturdy, isn't it? It was created by one of our 6 heroes. The one known as the strongest magic warrior. Everyone watched Dan, enveloped in blue light, with admiration. Look, brother, it's like an invisible veil is covering everything. How interesting. The dying demon is fascinating, while Dailan is extremely pleased. And so, in his next performance, Dailan enunciated each word. Die. The demon used its last breath to beg him. No, stop. It roars, rising to its feet. Don't come any closer. Its attacks are meaningless. Dan walked on unscathed, unimpressed by the demon's crude and ignorant attacks. The demon stubbornly continues its suicidal attacks, but even its giant hands can't crush him. Dan stands within his protective barrier, arms crossed, watching the demon's attacks like a mere sideshow, unworthy of retaliation. Indeed, this scene fills the demon with despair. What is this power of the green zone? How can it be so aggressive? The guide said green generally represents recovery. Most healing warriors are 6-core warriors, and the demon is determined to fight Dan to the death. Even with only 1 arm, this human warrior will drag you down to hell with him. Before he could finish, he was blasted in the face with the man's power, blinding him completely. Oh dear, let me rephrase that. Although I am a 6-core warrior, I am actually a double 7th stage 6-core warrior of the 6 styles. The demon is left speechless. Huh? The Booster Society is under attack again, this time from Dailan. You talk too much. Let's start with your mouth. The giant monster kneels before the ordinary man with extraordinary power, and finally explodes. He welcomes the blood with open arms, as the demon's blood marks the beginning of our Demon Hunt tournament. Now, let the Demon Hunt tournament officially begin. The crowd in the stands went wild, chanting his name. Luke Hao, Luke Hao, Luke Hao. Aki, watching from above, has witnessed everything, and he acknowledges the man's terrifying power. Judging by his energy flow, the dual core provides more than double the power of a single core. They even support each other to create greater strength. This new Lu Hao is no simple man. He suddenly recalls that mysterious person, wondering what this so-called new king will be like. It's just that the way they treat Lena makes him very uncomfortable. The commander announces that the great Lu Hao should leave the arena first, and the pioneers should return, as they continuously admire Don. The pioneers passing by bowed their heads in greeting. Dian was indeed well loved. Don brushes past Aki, each sensing the other's presence. Wait. Don began. You seem to have some dissatisfaction with me. Aki didn't like him, but still had to be polite. A misunderstanding. I tend to be hostile before a fight to keep myself alert. You know, being in the vanguard isn't easy. He stared at him silently, then dismissed him, saying he was an interesting warrior. He would keep an eye on him. I hope you don't disappoint me. He found that comment ridiculous. Don't disappoint me? Please, your parents were probably still playing in the mud while I was playing with demon guts. The commander continued reading the instructions, and the vanguards of each team were asked to gather. Pioneers, prepare yourselves and listen closely to the rules. As the vanguard, you are the eyes of your team. Your mission is to find the optimal combat route within the time limit before the demon hunt begins, using the strength of your teams. Points will be awarded not only for demons without wings, but also for one-winged, two-winged, and three-winged demons, all randomly distributed throughout the inner city forest. Aki listened intently to each rule as the team's vanguards were tasked with thoroughly scouting the vast inner city forest. During your exploration, please be mindful of your safety. This is no game. Please be careful, and remember, you're on your own. Try not to attract A's attention. Upon hearing this, the pioneers whispered amongst themselves. Does that even need to be said? Who would want to provoke a demon? That's right. While wingless and single-winged demons aren't much of a problem, they're still dangerous. That's right, we don't know if it will attract other demons to attack, and two-winged or three-winged demons are even more dangerous. In short, you're on your own. Don't forget that in previous demon hunts, the survival rate for the vanguard was only about 36%. Only Aki silently observes. These dual-core warriors may be far weaker than true dual cores. As for synchronization rate, the warrior's own spirit is also an important factor. Perhaps because they are young and lack the responsibility of a captain, they seem inexperienced, lacking the sharpness of first-core warriors like Guk-Yokdang. These are the skills and awareness honed in battles to protect resource-scarce towns. Some warriors were already trembling, muttering unconsciously. Aki has seen it. Some warriors are already trembling. Two-winged, even three-winged demons. And lastly, a special round exists in every competition. The four-winged demon. That's right, there's a four-winged demon in the arena. This fiend is locked in a container. If your team is strong enough, you might consider it a target. If you successfully hunt the four-winged, the competition ends immediately and that team wins. Aki's lips curl into a slight smirk. Ha ha ha. So this arrangement is still in place. Everyone knows this. The four-winged fiends represent the lead in points, but no team dares risk it. They're the four-winged fiends, after all. The four wings officially announced the start of the competition, and as warriors scattered, Aki began his hunt. His powerful legs crushed the earth beneath him. Yes, the four-winged is his target. Aki's powerful legs crush the earth as he runs, his face set with determination. The four fiends are his target. He stops abruptly, and after dispersing, most conservatively follow the main force forward. It seems the vanguards of the other squads have no intention of seeking out the four fiends. Looking up at the other warriors, he knew that while the four horsemen represented victory, these young soldiers still feared the threat of death. Meanwhile, Dan activated a large monitoring screen to observe Aki and calmly told his assistant, "Get me the files on that warrior." The assistant immediately obeyed. "Yes, Lord D. Which vanguard soldier would you like to know about first?" He propped his chin on his hand, directing, "That one. The one with the white tuft of hair. He walks with a slow, leisurely gait." His assistant quickly found the information. Found him. He's a warrior registered for Pakisha, registration level, triple-core warrior. He narrowed his eyes, thinking, a three-core. I remember the vanguard position allows three-core warriors to participate, but it's rare for them to agree to participate in this competition. It's arduous with no benefit, a whole level above the other warriors competing. Is that why he looks down on everyone? He chuckled, then asked his assistant, "What's his name?" The assistant stammered, His name is Aki." Hearing the name, his lustful aura flared. "What did you just say?" The assistant, sensing his anger, quickly explained, "I'm just reporting to you just based on the information in the documents. You can see the system's assessment of him." Aki Piki Aki, huh? What a damned name. The audience cheers wildly, as always. Go, pioneers! The vanguard seems to have discovered demons, as warriors carefully scout from the trees. The broadcast begins, and the vanguards have already discovered demons, using every method to record their coordinates. They carefully reminded each other that this was a gathering place for nameless demons. Then, the pioneers headed to the next location, one by one, as Aki stretched languidly, recorded the coordinates, marked the path, and planned the best route for scoring points. This is the duty of a vanguard. He smiles at the scene, as if it's all too familiar. Pushing through the trees, so nostalgic, like changing rooms back in Pikesha. People might be annoyed by how leisurely he is, looking like he's just taking a stroll. Is this guy really reliable? Commander Barris, take a look at that Aki. She's casually smoking, legs crossed on the sofa. I see her. She recalls what he told her. Barris, if you trust me, I won't follow the same path as the pioneers, but I can guarantee that Pikia will be victorious. So, what do you say? A guaranteed victory? The confidence in his eyes wasn't a joke, and neither was the ability he'd shown in actual combat. Ha, that little punk is getting bolder, daring to call me by my name. Regardless, she still finds you interesting. But I'm becoming even more intrigued. Someone. Warn the Vanguard. This warrior seems vulnerable, being chased by 3 level 1 demons, but there are 3 of them here, so try to avoid this location or it will reduce your score. The others are just as panicked. They're level 2. A stage 2 red core runs for their life, hoping to escape. A stage 3 demon, run, just run. Someone running past Aki, seeing him so calm, warns him, hey, there's a stage 3 demon over there. Don't go that way if you want to live. But Aki stood firm. A 3rd stage. This was the only path he could take. Ahead, many pioneers are tossed around like feathers, crying out in despair as the fiend approaches. It roars loudly. Yes, this is the blue core wood element 3 chi demon, and the audience in the stands are worried for him. Look at that 3rd stage demon, get out of there. The young warrior is met with the demon's hateful curses. Damn it, humans have imprisoned us here for far too long, those wretched humans. He stood there, contemplating. Because they were imprisoned here, the demons inside the battlefield were mostly more brutal than those outside. It quickly adjusted its speed and charged towards Aki, determined not to let him escape. He dodged it with ease, but couldn't reveal his full abilities, not with so many eyes watching. Aki makes a split-second decision to end this quickly, moving so fast it's measured in fractions of a second. 0.25 seconds locating the core, 0.5 seconds, 0.75 seconds. Time to end this. The 4th stage is waiting for me. Sorry, but I don't have time to play with you. In a single second, he lands a devastating blow, leaving the demon stunned and the audience in awe. That warrior killed a 3rd stage demon in 1 second. A vanguard, alone, killed a demon. Yeah, the demon's dead. A jewel flew from its chest, the golden elemental greatsword, adding gold to weapons, enhancing their sharpness and destructive power. That was the fluctuation of the gold element. Aki sighed, collecting his spoils. He's found it, the core, the 3rd Kalpa's flexible spirit core, a weight lifted from his shoulders. With a sigh, he continued forward, knowing time was of the essence. If the layout hasn't changed, the 4th disaster must be up ahead, placed in the highest location near the highest audience chamber, offering the elite a chance to enjoy the most spectacular panoramic view. This is a cross-sectional view of the hall, and Dan realizes his objective with a grimace. Aki, it seems your target is the 4 Seasons demon. The battle rages on, each of your moves like an explosion across the vast sky. His sword slices through a beast, the 5th. He stands firm, staring it down, roaring as he thinks. Deeper in, the demon's bloodlust intensifies unnaturally, forcing me to kill even those I'd study. They just keep chasing me down. No wonder so few are willing to be pioneers. For low-level soldiers, it's practically suicide. But as the Vanguard, I've slain 5 second-tier demons for the team. Surely they can see our points rising dramatically. Hopefully, I won't surprise them too much. In contrast to that calm in the war room, Aki's teammates are gaping at their score, while Aki looks up to the highest point of the castle. The 4th stage demon must be at the highest peak, and Van Dyne of the new 6 is in the highest room, overlooking it all. Van Dyne noticed him as well and smirked. Ambitious, aren't we? Is targeting the 4 Seasons devil a team decision or just yours, Aki? Their eyes met with a cold intensity, each aware of the other's gaze, as the observation room buzzed with speculation about Aki's next move. The Vanguard from Pygdia is heading towards the 4 Horsemen. Strange. How does he know their location? Could he be trying to create a path for our squad to kill 4 Horsemen? Our squad doesn't stand a chance against one of them. This is his decision. Commander Paris, what do you think? She ignored their questions, watching the screen as she smoked, saying, No, I don't know what he's planning either. Aki, you little brat, don't bring trouble my way. Our squad doesn't stand a chance against the 4 fiends. The commentators suddenly announced, He's found the 4th demon. Before Aki, the 4th demon was sealed, and the Vanguard of Pygdia seemed to be observing his surroundings, secretly plotting a plan. What's he looking around for? I bet he's about to leave. If he makes it back to his squad, they'll be the first to depart. Suddenly, everyone was stunned by his actions. He sliced through all the seals of the 4 fiends, leaving the audience and commentators frozen in shock. Aki, with a cold glare, says, Get out here, 4th demon. Van Diedelan, watching from above, is thrilled by his actions, laughing and saying, So that's how it is. Interesting. Very interesting. He never intended for his team to fight the 4 fiends, but to fight them alone. Does he intend to win the competition outright as the Vanguard? The commentators are in an uproar after his actions. Unbelievable. Pygdia's Vanguard has removed his restraints, a situation never before seen in the history of the Grand Tournament. A vanguard facing off against a fourth-stage devil alone. Barris was so shocked, he dropped his cigarette. Commander Sequan wonders if that brat Paris has lost his mind, as the commentators grow increasingly frantic. The tournament atmosphere is reaching a fever pitch, and Aki's actions have electrified the entire stadium. But these are the four fiends. He's sure to die. The commander simply stares at the screen, thinking, even with that miraculous ability, the fourth demon isn't as easy as you think. When I fought the Four Wonders Devil, I had to use 100% of my power. Does Aki really stand a chance? The seal on the fourth circle demon shattered, and he emerged, a water elemental demon of the blue core. He finally broke through, and spotting Aki below, sneered, "Just a human warrior. I'll start with you." The drill explodes, but Aki calmly deflects it with a sword strike, raising a wall of earth. Meanwhile, the commentators continue as the warrior swings his greatsword, forming an earthen wall, but the demon's speed turns it into an unstoppable drill. To the fourth demon, this wall of earth is nothing more than paper. Our warrior is in danger. The fourth demon roars, "A lone human soldier dares to fight me, you'll be crushed like that wall." Aki's last line of defense finally cracks, but a demon as large as the fourth suddenly appears from the ground, grabbing his arm. Aki calmly replies, "Who said I was alone?" Vandale was surprised to see the demon he had defeated, along with a horde of others, attacking the fourth demon, sending him flying. The stench of death. What is going on? "You can control the undead?" Aki laughs. "Isn't that supposed to be the exclusive ability of you demons? But I don't have time to explain it to you slowly." Officer Paris smirks as the boy's special ability finally appears. "Control? The commentators are going wild. Are we seeing things? What exactly did the vanguard from Pygdia do? Those three demons are actually helping him fight. Are those the demons he just killed? Good heavens, can warriors really possess abilities like this?" Controlling the corpses of demons to fight is insane. Then, with just one word from him, all three demons simultaneously attack the fourth stage demon. The Eternity Devil isn't fazed, immediately retaliating. "You think you can defeat me with just a few dead devils? Behold my accelerated water gun." Suddenly, a figure appears above the fourth circle devil. He delivers a powerful blow to the demon, burying it in the ground. Aki raises his hand to shield himself from the demon's blood, thinking that the impact alone was enough to crush the fourth stage demon. So it was Van. He landed grinning wickedly at Aki. "Sorry, I'm really curious about your strength and abilities. I'd like to have a simple match with you." With a mysterious look, Van Dalen controls the dead demon, a power Aki has never heard of before. "I believe you are strong enough to defeat the four demon kings." He's using his power. "Let me test your strength." With that, a tremendous power emanated from behind him, a skull with glowing blue eyes, radiating a palpable bloodlust as he stepped toward Aki. The scene shifting to below the stands, the atmosphere in stark contrast. Sunlight streams, the sky is clear, and the crowd roars. Wow, our great warrior Dian wants to test the excellent warrior himself. Everyone is excited, the audience is lucky to witness this, and they raise their hands to cheer him on. Lord D is really taking a liking to the new guy. Everyone's wondering if he'll last longer than that fourth stage demon from before. From below, things are getting dicey. A group worries, what exactly is going on? The group panics as Dawn of the 6th Division personally tests Aki's strength. Baresi realizes they've lost control. Aki shielded her face, lost in thought. What's this guy's deal? His gaze is unreadable. Testing my strength? That subtle hostility can't be masked by words. Dee's face remains unchanged. Not bad. You don't seem flustered at all. Your composure is not that of a young soldier. Aki calmly smiles and replies, "I've been through a lot of training. You focus because I was born with special abilities, so my captain has been very strict with me since I was little." Holding the precious sword, Your Highness's strength far surpassed others his age. He confidently stated, "You know, it's called being a genius." He thought to himself, "Even if I made it up, he probably wouldn't check, would he?" Dien faced Aki calmly. "Ha ha. You're interesting. I'm getting more and more intrigued by you, if that's the case." Before he could finish, Dien charged forward, his eyes glowing, his hand covered in a green magic as he rushed towards Aki. Aki swiftly leaps away just as the green magic morphs into a colossal fist, pulverizing the ground and leaving a gaping crater. Aki calmly assesses the situation, realizing the rubble is like bullets. He uses his sword to shield himself from the rapid and powerful attack. He's sent flying backwards. If he hadn't been on guard, he never would have dodged that. Aki frowns at Den, realizing this is bad. He's serious. "The damned thing," D smirks. "You're always on guard around me, aren't you? Otherwise you wouldn't have been able to dodge that attack." His eyes gleam, and the strange aura emanating from him intensifies. Could it be that I can expect more from you? Aki struggled to his feet and ventured a question. You don't seem very friendly. Why? The person in front of Aki vanished instantly. He vanished, leaving only an afterimage, his voice deep and rough. There are 3 reasons. Suddenly, DN appears behind Aki. First, I don't like your attitude. DN uses his power to form a fist and slams it where Aki is standing. He acts as if he hasn't used any strength at all, as Aki struggles to hold onto his sword and is pushed away. DN reappears behind him, saying, Second, you reek of demons. He calmly attacks Aki with his power, forcing him to constantly evade, his body nearing exhaustion. He crashed through branches, sweat pouring down. He couldn't stop thinking. He'd made the man suspicious, one way or another. As long as he has the power of a devil within him. But this guy's current strength is definitely not exceeding 50%. Aki felt immense pressure, silently assessing his opponent's abilities. This oppressive feeling only comes from being faced with absolute power. How long has it been since I felt this, other than against Orochi? He continues to apply pressure, whispering into Aki's ear. Third, I really hate your name. Aki was stunned by his words. He was truly angry, his expression changing. Hates my name? Ah, so you hate my past royal status, huh? Memories flood his mind. He risked his life for them, losing many comrades along the way. DN presses his advantage, raising a hand and pointing all 5 fingers at him, unleashing his power. Enough playing around. Aki's mind is now consumed by a torrent of thoughts. That's enough playing around. His body awakens, his eyes glow, and a terrifying bloodlust and power are unleashed as he charges forward to counterattack. Who do you think you are? Face to face, their powers clash, creating 2 opposing energies that shatter the earth. Dust fills the air, creating a massive explosion that shakes the entire area, and the crowd erupts in screams. Luckily, the chairman protected him. Dion emerged from the center of the blast, his face unchanged, save for a small scratch from which blood trickled. He regains his stance, facing the immense magical power head-on. Aki's strength stuns even those watching on screen. Incredible. This vanguard actually withstood Lord Den's attack. He stood there, radiating an immense power. I couldn't even begin to fathom the extent of this vanguard's strength. Dawn uses his 6 cores and regeneration to heal the scratch from before. As he silently observes, the others on the screen assess him. Though it was only for a moment, DN was injured. Dion gathers his strength, unleashing a powerful aura. He seemed out of control, killing people. Later, it was explained that it was due to the strong demonic aura within him. The crowd roars as the great Dion unleashes his skill on the screen. A sight to behold. The crowd roars, a frenzy of excitement. The high-speed gears will crush everything in their path. They chant confident that Lord DN will end it all. Let us witness the spectacle of the great DN. Each step D takes is filled with power as he leaps forward, his speed ever increasing. Meanwhile, Aki struggles with his own thoughts. This aura, he's trying to kill me. If I keep hiding my power, I'll die here. Aki's thoughts are in turmoil, and he's being pushed to the brink. Van Deelen Tan Luke Hao, if you want me dead, I'll fight you to the bitter end, even if I can't win. Aki awakens, his eyes wide, no longer the calm, arrogant gaze they once were. Now it's wilder, more belligerent, a murderous aura filling the sky. 2 opposing energies, 2 passionate souls, their fierce and eager confrontation creates a captivating scene. From afar, a figure suddenly appears, blocking between the 2, protecting the porridge that suddenly appeared, and skillfully blocking Lord Den's skill. He retreats, his eyes deep and unreadable. This was not a wise move. Why did she interfere? One of the former 6 heroes, a core member of the 7 Wonders, specializing in healing. Lena calmly and decisively states, "You said you hate this kid?" Her eyes flashed as she declared, "But I like him very much." When Lena unleashed her attack, her sharp gaze piercing her opponent, causing Aki's eyes to widen. Stunned, he looks up at Lena, who stands silhouetted against the light, shining like the sun in his eyes. Has she used the green nucleus to restore her body to its prime? Vandale glared at her with hatred, his smile a fierce snarl. When Lena, have you forgotten that you're not allowed to wear combat gear? Smoke fills the air as he mocks them, but she stands firm, shielding herself and the injured Aki. Is she defying the king's rules? She retracts her stance, crosses her arms, and stares at him with unwavering resolve as Aki recalls her fighting alongside everyone, Lena's joyful energy, and her dedication to her comrades. Lena is still Lena, as quick-tongued as ever. She was always the most energetic of the 6 heroes. He stood behind her, reminiscing about old memories while the other man watched them both, hands in his pockets, a dark look in his eyes. In my past life, I was always in front of her. Now the roles are reversed. How can this be? The person who suddenly appeared is none other than the Sixth Order, Lena. Vandale Land smirked, his face darkening, but she and he stood firm. Heavens, is this some kind of mysterious connection? This demon hunt is full of surprises. I respect you as a former warrior, but I won't give you any face. Shameless woman. Lena frowned, gritted her teeth, and glared at him. And what about you, acting out in broad daylight? It's unbecoming of a Sixth Order to cause such a scene. Lena kept her gaze fixed on him, but this time she mentioned Aki, surprising him. That kid behind me is the son of an old friend. Huh, surely you've tested him enough by now. Or perhaps her eyes flashed sharply in his direction. His true objective wasn't inspection at all. He stares at her, a mocking smile plastered across his face. Just as she expected, he suddenly unleashed a barrage of green arrows, catching her off guard. How loathsome. She braced herself, a radiant light emanating from her chest, her eyes filled with cold hatred. Lord Dillon uses his command to unleash a dense energy field, preventing his opponents from escaping with their skills. How boring. As Lena prepared to shield herself, something flashed before her eyes. Aki had leapt in front of her, sword raised to block the attack. Her eyes widened in shock as she leaned forward. A familiar figure appeared before him, and another attack was unleashed, threatening to overwhelm them both. The vanguard actually managed to deflect the first wave of attacks, but unfortunately, the next attack is headed straight for them, and it looks unstoppable. She lunges, grips his shoulder, and with a determined glint in her eyes, orders him to retreat, using his shoulder as a springboard to leap forward. He gritted his teeth, realizing he'd messed up. He'd made such a show to prevent Reyna from acting. She vaults forward, using her hands to propel herself, then kicks off the ground for extra momentum. Once her temper flares, she wipes away tears, her empty eye socket glowing green, and rockets toward him like a lightning bolt. There will be casualties. Meanwhile, the MC watches the fight on screen, commenting, "Is this a battle between the 6 stars? This is even rarer than a 7 calamities devil." He observes her with cold eyes and a smile. "It seems I'll have to use my full strength to deal with her." The two rush at each other like rockets. Both sides are ready for a deadly battle as he tilts his head back and spews a cloud of gray smoke. Lord Dai Lun has used the secret technique, soul-piercing gaze. He's truly serious. Vandale is about to launch his sword at her, and upon seeing this, she opens her eyes in shock. "Thank you, great warrior Dai Lun." Lena turns back in surprise. Huh? He used his skill, his eyes now completely white, staring at them both. "Thank you, great warrior Dillion." A deadly smile spreads across his face. It worked, just as he'd hoped. "And so," he shouted loudly, "great enemy wheel warrior, thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to pass on your experience to the younger generation." He shouts loudly, his voice echoing through the arena as the two opponents stare, forgetting their fight. I am truly grateful. Barris, watching the match, looks up, confused by what's happening in the arena. What is going on? The entire audience is also surprised, staring at him. Even though there's no response, he continues to shout, unconcerned. "I ask you, are you satisfied with my performance?" After shouting, he looks at the two of them with a silly grin, as the entire stadium erupts in a frenzy of chatter. The vanguard from Bacardi expressed sincere gratitude to Lord Dillon. "I thought we were going to see a fight between the 6 heroes, but it's ending like this?" Quiet down, Lu Hao only fights when necessary. Seeing Lord Dai Lun fight twice is satisfying enough. Yes, yes. The entire stadium agreed with him, rising to their feet and chanting, "Great warrior, great warrior. Lord Dillon, Lord Dillon." Indeed, he still makes time to nurture the younger generation despite his busy schedule. And Dan looks up at the fireworks falling over the arena. The stands buzzed with excitement, praising their great 6th star. "Let's all cheer for our great 6th seat." He closes his eyes and smirks. He's got some tricks up his sleeve. Lena, Van Dyen, and Aki remain in place as fireworks explode across the arena. "So I can't continue what I was doing before, right? No. Thank you so much for your guidance." Aki stood akimbo, looking at him with provocative eyes. "I trust that future generations won't disappoint you. I'll keep striving." Thankfully, this flattery worked. He couldn't attack me in front of everyone. Both of them glared at him, their interest gone, and stopped fighting. He gritted his teeth in resentment, wishing he could send him to the afterlife, but his performance was not bad, and he passed the test. "You are a very outstanding young warrior. Keep it up." Congratulations to Pioneer from Bigdaya City for receiving the approval of the great Dillon. "This was truly an excellent test," he announced, as he heard the cheers from the stands looking up at the screen. "Congratulations to Bacadia for winning this competition." Bacadia. "Big Dicky Ya." Big dicky ya. Elsewhere, people were stunned by this turn of events. What, we won without even trying? Above the arena, he remained in place, gazing at him while she walked toward him. I hereby declare this the fastest and most unexpected demon hunt competition ever. This miracle was made possible by the Vanguard. She brushes past him, looking displeased, while he stares in shock as Aki's image appears on the news screen. An incredibly strong outside aid relied on the Vanguard, but they won the championship in this demon hunt. Everyone gathered around, tossing him in the air and cheering. The gleaming golden trophy sits to the side, and that kid's got real spirit. Barizi happily hugs him, so proud of what he's done for the team. We won the championship. Do you know how many rewards I'll get when I return? I'm so moved I don't know what to say. I almost got killed, Bully too. She puffed out her chest, giggled, and bowed, offering herself to him. Tonight, you're my guest. You can do whatever you want. The image was blocked, and Aki, seeing it, blushed crimson and was speechless with dizziness. Commander 34, calm down, and seems to be suffocating. Commander Balizi, stop this at once. Commander 34. Lizzie, calm yourself. She awkwardly looks away, but is actually glancing at him, while Aki, freed from her grasp, coughs to ease the awkwardness. Third Commander Lizzie. Her sharp gaze narrowed, her expression growing serious. Do you remember? What did you promise before? She stands akimbo, watching him. Of course I remember. I will vouch for you, so you can speak with the person in charge of the quartz stones. Well, thank you for your trouble. He flicks his fingers, removing his outer robe, which is now soiled. And could you prepare a new set of clothes for me? Also, if there's a celebration or anything, I won't be able to attend. One of them, hearing this, looked at him with eyes shining like 1,000 stars. Does the Yan have important business? Male or female? He asked with a smile. Lena went to a high hill overlooking the city, and he donned a long cloak to meet his old friend. The setting sun casts a romantic glow as he walks toward Lena. Hey, I'm here. What did you want to meet about? She turned to face him. So you really did come. She recalls Barisi calling him by another name, and the dazed look he gave her on the field. How did you know about this place? Lena asked, stepping closer with each word. Is it really you? Her eyes welled with tears, shimmering with a sad, beautiful light. Is that Aki? Vi, Lena, and Aki stand precariously on the cliff. Lena says loudly, Aki, look, am I right? Not only is this place deserted, but you can also see the whole town from here. She took a deep breath. Wow, I love this place. She sounded relieved. This is the place where you and I... She stopped abruptly, unable to finish the sentence. Lena then began to reminisce about her memories, twirling a lock of her hair. I mean, this is my secret base. Aki flicked Lena's forehead, his eyes gentle. Secret base. Haha. He said softly, Lena, are you still a child? Lena, annoyed, flicks my forehead again. I'll get dumber. Everyone wants their own secret base. She glares at Aki reproachfully, adding that all he knows is killing demons, and he doesn't understand anything else. Aki calmly covers his ears. Okay. He gazed towards the sunset, his voice soft. But it's true that this place is very peaceful. Lena and he both like it here. She uses her magic to summon countless small plants from under the rock, then controls them to carve something into the stone. I've made up my mind. From now on, this will be our secret base. So those symbols are her name and Aki's. Aki, you can't tell anyone about this, okay? Her mind returns to the present, the stone now covered in moss, her eyes glistening with tears. Are you Aki? She just needed to confirm something. You still remember our secret hideout, right? Aki hesitated. Lena turned away, wiping the tears from her eyes. I apologize. I lost control for a moment and startled you. You remind me of someone very important from my past. Lena's silhouette looked so lonely. His actions in the competition were reckless. If I hadn't appeared in time, he might not have survived. She reminded herself that this was repayment for the statue, and now they were even. Aki's voice cuts her off, and Lena looks at him, surprised. Huh? What did you just call me? Aki flicks her forehead, a familiar tenderness in his eyes. Remember our secret base? After all these years, you're still such a crybaby. That voice, those words, everything is just like that old friend. Her eyes filled with hope couldn't hide her surprise. Aki. She called his name, and tears streamed down her face. Aki looked at her with affection, relieved that she was doing so well. Under the setting sun, Aki admits, yes, I am Aki, his face serene. I'm back. Lena rushes to Aki. She embraces him tightly, her voice filled with resentment. Why are you only coming back now? She exclaimed. Why? Why are you only coming back now? Wah? Aki embraces Lena tenderly, the two figures silhouetted against the sunset, finally reunited with those they cherished from the past. Birds soar through the sky, and peace returns to their hearts. Lena is curious. Did you say you traveled through time from half a century ago? And there's a hidden variable within the ancient royal tablet? She continued to question. Aren't the 7 great demons the highest rank? Aki said, putting his hands in his pockets, calmly explaining. Confusing, right? I don't really know the cause and effect either. Aki's eyes shifted. Even I find it absurd to say, but simply put, I'm someone who died half a century ago and I've traveled straight to the present. And there's something strange residing within me. Aki looked at Lena, puzzled. Oh, right, Lena. I don't understand why the people in this city are so hostile to us these days. His eyes darkened. Why do they hate us so much when we sacrificed our lives for them? Lena sighed. Actually, if I had to say you're the reason. Aki was confused. Me? Lena slowly explained. Back during the Battle of the Silver Light, you led a group of warriors to the ancient king's stele. Do you remember? Most tried to dissuade him from recklessly entering the ancient king's tomb. Recalling the scene, she remembered even the logistics officers and soldiers going to the front lines to stop him. Because the situation wasn't in our favor, everyone wanted to maintain the current balance. But you wouldn't listen. He told everyone to wait for their return, and then a group of warriors entered. The scene was chaotic, and then news of his death in the ancient king's tomb arrived. Aki was impaled on a cross-like pillar. Lena calmly continued, relaying the news of his death. The warriors' morale and faith were shattered. Their strongest warrior was dead, and their king had abandoned them. Despair consumed humanity, and the tragic scene resurfaced in Lena's memory. After your sacrifice, the demons launched a massive counterattack, reclaiming and trampling the 7 territories. Everywhere, the bodies of fallen warriors lay strewn about, a testament to the brutal, all-consuming war. Sadly, Lena recounts that for every 10 warriors, 9 would perish. For many, none of this should have happened. She sadly recalls her comrades, thinking that if she had listened and not entered the ancient king's monument, perhaps many more would have survived the Shangguan War. Lena continued, explaining that as time passed, the new 6 heroes and the new king emerged, all of whom opposed his decision from years ago. And so, many now resent him. Lena recalls how she and the other survivors of the 6 heroes were scorned for being his supposed supporters. Eventually, the new king stripped him of his warrior status. Aki listened to Lena's story, his face frozen, his hands trembling. My decision from all those years ago. Aki questions himself. Have I caused the deaths of so many? Lena wondered softly, her face serene. Years have passed, and I've grown accustomed to it. It's all in the past now. Who's right and who's wrong no longer matters, as Lena reflects on her past. Sometimes when I pass your old statue, I stop and look up remembering so much. She turned to Aki, but he had been resurrected in a bizarre way. Aki responds, calling it a true miracle. Aki's eyes widened in disbelief as he questioned her, raising his voice. What kind of logic is that? I entered the ancient king's tomb years ago to eliminate demons at their core. I made that decision for humanity so our descendants wouldn't suffer the torment of demons, Lena said with sympathy. She tilted her head and lifted his chin. Aki, I understand your pain, and perhaps you can't blame them, as many can't accept what happened years ago. And a king like you would surely become a target of humanity's scorn. Aki closed his eyes, contemplating, and calmly asked, So, what happened to the remaining members of the 6 heroes? Lena's hand froze. After your sacrifice, the other 3 of the 6 heroes also perished in battle, leaving only 3 of us, myself included. Huanghe Anran, one of the 6 heroes, was gravely injured and chose to relinquish his title, retreating to a quiet life in some town. I had also planned to leave this place, to escape these painful memories, she continued. But Hayun Yongda, the Azure Core, was imprisoned and left to die after resisting the new king, his arms and legs broken. What? They would treat us like that after what Da did? Those bastards. Why don't you join forces with our supporters to resist the new king? Lena calmly replies that he's too strong. Aki wondered, elemental power? Lena explained and then made a certain symbol with her hand. Demons no longer just have 6 core abilities like red, yellow, green, indigo, and black. Now they've evolved 5 elemental powers. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Images of demons flashed through Lena's mind. Demons that were no longer as easy to deal with as before. Aki understands, realizing the elements are divided into 5 categories: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, meaning he only lacks the earth element within him. He questioned, but what does this have to do with warriors? Lena paused, then replied seriously, what if a warrior could fuse elemental power? Aki was surprised. Warriors can now fuse elemental power? He wondered if fusing elemental power was similar to his own ability to control the elements. Lena looked at him, her eyes resolute. It wasn't just the difference in strength between a 4-core and 5-core warrior. She calmly explained, now 5-core warriors possess immense power and they will compete for precious fusion stones. The image of the great fortress appears in her mind, Dogura, the ossuary, where she obtained the power of fusion. I believe you still remember this special place. Aki's eyes narrow as he thinks. Dogura Fortress. Of course I remember. Old memories resurface. One of the most brutal battlefields where he led 1,000,000 warriors against demons. Images of that brutal battle replay in his mind. Dogura, now known as the Bone Burial Citadel, was the epicenter of that great war. So that's why it's called the Burial Grounds? Lena said, her eyes deep with thought. Many years have passed since the Tukwang War, and beneath the Fortress of Bones lie the countless bodies of human and demonic warriors. One day, someone discovered a special kind of demon inside, Lena continued. These special demons were at least Fifth Circle demons, she mused, picturing them. Furthermore, unlike other demons, they have a floating fusion crystal in their empty chest. Lena, raising her voice, tells Aki that this special crystal allows warriors to fuse with elemental power, but not every warrior is strong enough to fuse with the crystal. Lena states that a warrior must be at least a 5th-tier core and possess exceptional resistance. Aki wonders if the fusion crystal allows for the fusion of all 5 elements. Lena waved her hand dismissively. No. How could they fuse with 5 elements? They can only fuse with 1. Because theoretically, a body can't contain multiple elements, even the new king and new 6 have only merged with 1 element. Aki is shocked, shouting, You mean they've also merged with elemental power? She continues, When Van Dylen and I fought, I didn't recognize it at all, because I was worried that using full power would overwhelm the arena's defenses and injure the audience. That guy cares a lot about his image. If he'd used his full power from the start, you wouldn't have had a chance to fight back. The wind tousled Lena's hair as she gently brushed it aside and continued her explanation. Though I hate to admit it, the new 6 and the new king are far stronger than we were back then. They not only possess dual cores, but also elemental power. Remembering her comrades, she knew why she couldn't rescue DA from prison. After hearing Lena's words, Aki reflected on himself. He already possesses 4 elemental powers. Is it because of Orochi? But Lena is right. Even so, he's still far weaker than the new 6 stars. Aki steels himself, knowing that as a warrior he can't forever rely on the power of the evil spirit. To save Daza, I must become strong enough. Aki's eyes burned with determination. I understand. It seems I have no choice but to go to the Dogura Bone Burial Fortress. Lena looked at him with sympathy, but he still hadn't reached the strength of a 5th-stage core. Core 4 to Core 5 is a huge leap, he interjected, a confident look returning to Aki's face. Of course, I know that. This so-called insurmountable gap is something I myself established years ago. But this time, you hesitate. Aki begins to accept the truth. Perhaps I no longer need to adhere to these sayings. I think I can break through these limitations. Aki and Barizi leave the bar, and she hurriedly pulls me away. I thought you were going to stay and enjoy yourself for a few days. Aki spoke casually. Plans have changed. I need to leave after I've exchanged the energy stone. Barizi stands tall, reaching out her hand. Such youthful energy, she simply fixes her hair. Rest assured, I promise to vouch for you and I'll see it through. Aki glanced back. Okay, thanks. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoes. The problem of supplying Hylos City with energy quartz has been resolved. He walked towards the voice in surprise. The figure continued. Next, we'll head to the Warrior Ops Division for reinforcements. He recognized the group ahead. Huh? Barizi is confused. Why did you stop? Sensing something, Aki Tudulu turns around, a familiar figure seemingly appearing before her eyes, and she cries out, Aki! The whole group turns. Aki! Aki greets everyone. Everyone was shocked, rushing to Aki and embracing him with joy. Why are you here? Gukyodo shakes his hand. Everyone was stunned. Aki, this kid, his eyes shine. He really has been revived and he's become so strong. Aki looks at him and replies, Captain Gokyodang, thank you for your hard work. Sino eyed him suspiciously. But Aki, haven't you gotten a lot taller? Aki was flustered. Huh? I hadn't noticed. Maybe it's the influence of the demon core? Sino wonders. Excitedly recounting everything, they explain that they were only there with Brian's commanding officer to observe the competition. On the way here, Lou seemed to have caught wind of some news about you, so we left Brian's squad to look for you, but the intel was wrong. We just arrived at Lumina City, and the leader of the Aurora Knights just finished discussing the redistribution of the energy crystals. he said. "We were planning to look for you, but it turns out you were already here." Aki happily replied, "That's great." "So the distribution of quartz energy is settled. I was going to negotiate as a representative." Baresi lowered her head, relieved as she left. "So you must be Aki's long-lost teammates. I won't intrude on your reunion." Realization dawns on the extreme bliss hall, her face etched with embarrassment. "Say, we were so excited. We didn't even notice you." "Sorry, and thank you for taking care of Aki." "Ha ha. You newcomers probably don't know that Aki took care of me and became Pajia." Sino pulls him aside, urging him to talk to Lu, saying she's barely eaten since he left them. Tomo chimes in, "Look at the picture I took of Lu. She looks so sad, and when I talk to her, she seems completely lost." Situ hangs her head, her silhouette utterly alone. Aki gently approaches her, his eyes full of tenderness. "Captain, reporting for duty." "I'm sorry for worrying you." Situ pouted and playfully hit him. She raises her hand, cheeks flushed, reminding him cheerfully, "Don't ever leave the team alone again." He looks at her with affection, the patrol order given. The whole squad laughs and talks happily. From the shadows, Lena watched everything unfold, a hint of regret in her eyes, her lips pressed into a thin line. Lena recalls a memory from the past, saying it's just like they were back then. The image of that boy remains so beautiful and warm. Beside the fortress where Dogora is buried, Situ panting echoes as he supports a weary Aki. Surrounded by the corpses of demons, Lu urges Aki to keep going. In Aki's hand is the elemental quartz, the fusion crystal they obtained from the recent battle. She watches him close his eyes, panic rising, desperate to keep him awake. Situ struggles to carry Aki on his back, his legs trembling with exhaustion, constantly telling him not to fall asleep. "Wake up," she pleaded. "We barely—" But before she could finish, his hand went limp, and the elemental quartz slipped from his grasp. This quartz could allow a fusion warrior to absorb a demon's elemental power. Suddenly, a demon appears, saying, "Low-level warriors possessing an elemental crystal. But your end is here." It attacks, uttering a single word: death. Situ quickly parries the demon's attack, but exhaustion overtakes her, and she collapses. But she struggles to her feet, an act that piques the demon's interest. "Oh, you can still move." She then looked over at Aki lying next to her. "I'm too weak to protect you. I'm sorry." She reached out to touch Aki's motionless body, trying to call his name, when suddenly Situ's eyes snapped open. She lay in bed, drenched in sweat, realizing it was all a dream. Then she slowly sat up, feeling the dream's vivid reality. Even the feeling of being stabbed felt so real. She sighed, deciding not to dwell on it any longer. Looking down at her sweat-soaked clothes, she decides to take a shower, but suddenly Aki bursts in, yelling, "What's wrong, Lu? I heard you scream from the next room." Seeing him, Situ quickly covered herself with a blanket, her face as red as a tomato with embarrassment. Then she grabbed a pillow and smacked Aki in the face, yelling, "Don't look! Did no one ever tell you to knock before entering a girl's room?" Aki tried to explain. "I heard you scream, so—" But before he could finish, Situ angrily shouted for him to get out. And with that, she slammed the door, leaving a battered and bewildered Aki outside. Soon after, Situ emerged from the C-Class Town Hotel, urging him on. "Let's go. Are you ready?" But Situ was still annoyed about this morning, so she was very upset when she heard him call her that and reminded him, "Call me Captain." Not wanting to argue with her, he agreed with a smile. "Okay, Captain, are you well rested? We have a long journey ahead of us today." Situ coldly replied that he didn't need to worry. She thought to herself, it was just a strange dream that scared her half to death. How annoying. Even after what happened, he still acts so nonchalant. Aki, holding a map, says they're currently in a C-rank town, a necessary stop on the way to Dogora Burial Fortress. If we go all out, we should reach Kod Dogora Fortress by evening. Apparently, to enter the Bone Burial Fortress now, you have to pass a strength test by the gatekeeper, or you'll be considered an illegal intruder. How annoying. But didn't Extreme Clarity Hall's captain say? The Burial Grounds Fortress is now a strategic location where Fifth Order warriors can obtain elemental quartz, surrounded by a specially constructed wall. There's also a garrison of high-ranking warriors stationed around it, heavily guarding the entire fortress, not only to prevent unauthorized warriors from entering, but also in case the demons inside ever break free. This is also a defensive measure for the fortress, to which Aki asks suspiciously, "Are you really not afraid to come to the Bone Burial Fortress with me?" Though it was a request from the Extreme Radiance Hall captain, he didn't expect her to agree so readily, especially since it was a place only 5 Order warriors dared to tread. Situ bluntly replied that the Extreme Mystery Hall captain was worried about a troublemaker like him. It's not safe without a 6-core recovery-type warrior by your side, and I just happen to be one. She turns back to him, explaining that she's not here for him, but for the mission. The Extreme Elixir Captain told me to level up with you and strive to become a Phase 2 warrior when we return, so don't forget. Of course, Aki wouldn't dare to forget. Don't Hannah and Snow need special training from the Extreme Mystery Captain as well? They seem eager. Situ Liu sternly brought up the past again, saying, I'm the captain, and after what happened last time when you left the team on your own, I have to keep an eye on you. Hearing that, Aki couldn't help but smile as he recalled her innocent appearance. Seeing him silent, Situ Liu glanced at him, puzzled, and couldn't help but wonder, why was he smiling at Tho Tuk? Are they still thinking about what happened earlier? And so the two continue on their way towards their next goal, somewhere far off, amidst the echoing voices. We're short a 6-core recovery system here. Minimum requirement is a 5-core warrior. Our squad is moving out. Meanwhile, at Kudura City, the main gate was under inspection and preparing for war. Situ Liu and Aki finally arrived after a long journey, and the warriors there couldn't stop gossiping when they saw them. Huh? A 4-core warrior? And a 1-core warrior? Where did this little runt come from? Is this for real? So desperate for power that you'll become demon fodder in the fortress? Meanwhile, 2 others were talking. Did this pair get lost? They won't get in. They won't pass the strength test. With that, one of them smirked. Hearing this, Aki remained calm and composed. It seems we're being underestimated. A crowd gathers as a group of 3 approaches. How cute, trying to imitate the ladies. Hearing that, Aki turned to see who was speaking to him. It was a red-haired 5th-stage warrior, sneering at them. What a pathetic 4th-stage fool trying to act tough. Bringing a 1st-stage warrior to the burial grounds, they're as good as dead. Hearing this, Situ Liu was annoyed. Where did this nobody come from? No matter, the best thing to do is ignore this petty provocation. The crowd recognizes the red-haired man as the infamous young master of the Min family from Ura City, here to claim the elemental shard. And he's brought a rank 6 warrior, apparently one of their top mercenaries. I've seen these mercenaries' profiles before, they're incredibly strong. I never imagined they'd sell themselves to the Min family. I've seen him use an elemental stone to gain a compatible elemental power. With his escort, the elemental stone is as good as theirs. Hearing the whispers about his background, Hod became even more emboldened. I am Hod, young master of the A-rank Min clan of Ura City. Surely you've heard of us. Our Min family is the greatest warrior clan in Ura City. And listen to my advice, long-haired beauty. This bone burial stronghold is no place for games. You're a 6th core, right? Ignoring the woman gasping in his arms, he mockingly extends his hand. This young master has a spot open for a personal healer. I could make an exception for you. When she didn't answer, he glanced at the 2 of them and scoffed. While he was boasting, Tudo Lu and Aki ignored him and talked amongst themselves, causing his outstretched hand to tremble. He roars in fury. Don't you know the Min family? Damn it, I was giving you face because you're pretty, Situ Liu retorted furiously. Who allowed you to speak to me? Hao Tao and the blonde beside him were so frightened by the outburst that their faces turned green, and they immediately fell silent. His pupils constricted as Situ Liu scoffed, always flaunting his family name. You must be a useless piece of trash. Insulted, Hao Tao angrily throws the blonde woman aside and shouts, Shut your mouth, are you talking to me? You think I won't crush you with one finger? Situ Liu, enraged, throws his luggage to the ground, declaring that while he may not be strong enough, he fears nothing. Though she said that, she thought to herself, how dare a pervert like you get angry? I'm cursing trash like you. Who's afraid of who? I'll fight you to the death. Hearing this, Hao Ti sneered and instantly launched an attack. Just a 1st-stage warrior. He raised his hand, ready to strike. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. Suddenly, a red light flashed as Aki rushed in front of Situ Liu, blocking Hao Ti's attack. Aki's foot slid back as he effortlessly blocked Hao's palm with one hand. Seeing this, he still glared with rage. If you don't let go, I'll take you down too. Aki looked down at his tightly gripped hand with disdain. The wasteful young master of the Min family, am I right? You started this, and if you continue, it'll reflect poorly on the Min family. Aki glanced at the entrance and continued. Besides, causing trouble here will surely attract the guards. Aki silenced him, tightening his grip. Need a moment to reconsider? But Hao Tao, enraged, focused his strength on the arm Aki gripped, retorting furiously, Screw your thoughts. Suddenly a voice called out, Young Master Hao Tia, and the giant man with the axe advised, That kid has a point. Young Master Hao, you've surely got some skill to have made it this far, and a bad reputation here could hurt you back home. Even if you want to teach them a lesson, now's not the time or place. Getting into Bonefort is what matters most. Inside, anything can happen, and a sinister look crosses his face. Hao Sa seemed to understand his intention, smirking sinisterly as he yanked his hand from Aki's grip. I won't bother with you trash anymore. He brushed past Aki and Situ Liu, leading the old man and the blonde woman. Let's go. As the 6-chi warrior passed Aki, he cast a sinister glance, as if plotting something. His footfalls triggered the earth element, and red sparks began to dance around his feet. The earth around Aki's feet begins to rise, small stones flying up and hurtling towards him with a red glow. He closed his eyes, not even bothering to look back, and unleashed a fist that shattered the old man's attack. Situ Liu, hearing the commotion, turned back in bewilderment, unable to suppress his curiosity. What's wrong? Aki simply smiles. It's nothing, just swatting a mosquito. Let's get to the test. I believe we can pass this test with ease, as you released your grip, causing the earth and rocks to fall away, having used the rigid metal element to neutralize the hidden attack of the Six-Flag warrior following the redhead. Seeing this, he glanced at Aki, unable to hide his shock. That kid blocked his hidden earth element attack with his bare hand? Forget his insane reaction speed. His hand should have been pierced right through that kid. Suddenly, he called out. The young master, Hao, turned to see what was happening. We need to revise our list of contenders for the heavy element quartz. That kid, I believe he's the most formidable. His strength is definitely more than 4th level. I couldn't read that kid's power level. We need to eliminate them both to avoid future problems. Meanwhile, someone stared at the display screen and exclaimed, Sis, the synchronization rate is as high as 54%. Another is over 42%. After examining Aki and Situ Liu, the staff were astonished, but the two remained calm as if they were used to it. Since there are no rank restrictions, does this mean our synchronization rate test is complete? The staff member hesitated, looking at the results on the screen. This is, Aki thought to himself in surprise. I remember her sync rate was 39% before, and now it's not only increased to core stage 1, but has jumped to 42% in this short time. That's a rapid increase. The examining employee hesitated, looking at the screen. So, you two, a red core stage 4 warrior and a green core stage 1 warrior, want to enter Bone Burial Stronghold to seize elemental quartz, is that right? Her expression turned serious. The demons inside are at least 3rd stage. Are you sure? Ved quickly pointed at Situ Liu, affirming, Yes, we're capable of defending ourselves. She's our team's healer and a very agile fighter. Hearing this, Situ Liu's face flushed red with anger, grinding her teeth. She was so mad at being called a healer. Aki was so annoying. The inspector explained that no warrior below the 5th rank had ever dared to enter the Bone Burial Fortress. While there are no strict rules regarding strength, your duo is the lowest-ranked team in history. And remember, quartz elements can only be found on special quartz element demons within the fortress. And these demons only reappear for a limited time after being killed, then they vanish again for a while. So you'll face not only demons, but powerful warriors and contenders, where even survival is a challenge. Knowing this, do you still wish to proceed? Aki's eyes are firm, of course, and our goal is more than just survival. Thanks for the reminder. Seeing their determination, the clerk didn't try to dissuade them further and led them inside, saying, This way. Stepping inside, Situ Liu breathed a sigh of relief. The burial ground was rumored to be 9 parts death and 1 part life, a place that should inspire fear. But for some reason, he felt calm, extremely confident, as if with Aki by his side, he possessed endless courage. Within the Dogura burial grounds, a demon seems to be searching for something. As it moves away, Situ Liu says, This place has been completely taken over by demons. Aki, observing the situation, replies, Dogura burial grounds is called a fortress, but it's actually a city. Did you know that Dogura Fortress was once as grand and popular as the current Upper Light City, due to its central location on the continent? It was once the most densely populated city, but the invasion of demons gradually turned it into a desolate battlefield. The demons then seized the vast central region of the once great fortress, and no one dared remain. People began calling it the Citadel, perhaps to forget its past glory. Aki's eyes saddened as he said this. Situ Liu sat opposite him and said, You really know a lot. He replied, I just heard a lot of random things when I was little. Situ Liu thought, Damn it, just get up and call me Situ Liu. We're going to the demons and we brought elemental quartz, so let's conserve our strength and avoid unnecessary fights. Situ Liu noticed an explosion in the distance and asked, Aki, should we go help? Aki coldly replied, It's best not to help, especially not in this necropolis. He sighed inwardly, thinking, Liu grew up in Hesperus with a kind heart. and doesn't yet understand the dangers outside. Does she think the hateful warriors we met outside the gate are just a minority? There are many selfish and unpredictable people here. It's better to be safe than sorry. As he spoke, he turned back to look at Situ Liu, his eyes widening in horror as he saw a demon behind her. The creature's terrifying attack reverberates, shaking the land. Luckily, Aki managed to move her, as the 5th stage blue core water demon smugly remarks, "I didn't expect you to react so quickly. My water attack is usually silent." Aki set her down, but Situ Liu was still shaken. When had that level 5 demon appeared behind her? That bastard must be using the silent fluidity of the water element combined with his agility to get close to us. If Aki hadn't turned around and noticed him in time, Aki cut through her thoughts, saying, "Liu, we need to make this quick. Try not to attract any other demons. And the attention of the other squad members, we have to take it down quickly and cleanly. I can't be a burden to Aki." The Azure Core. 5th stage devil leisurely approached, saying, "Quickly deal with me? A 4th core warrior and a 1st core warrior. I can't believe you'd underestimate me so." He really did transform, making him unrecognizable. He appeared above them, ready to strike. How adorable. He then launched a deadly attack, but Aki dodged it just in time. The attack range was immense, pulverizing the earth. He scoffed, saying, "A 4th stage and a 1st stage. Rest assured, I won't even glance at your corpses." The demon then unleashed another direct attack. Aki intercepts the attack, wielding both wood and metal elements, leaving the demon astonished. How can he possess 2 powers? Aren't humans only able to master elements at the 5th rank? Aki then lunged at the 5th level blue core demon, landing a blow that sent him reeling back. He blocked the attack with the power of water, boasting that he also knew the water element. He then rushed forward with a speed that surprised the demon. Too fast. Aki closes in, leaving him stunned. The demon smugly replies, "Fooled you. So what if you know water magic? Can you compare to my water-enhanced agility?" Aki called out to Situ Liu, allowing her to dodge the demon's attack, then kicked him in the back. At the same time, Aki raised his sword and pierced the demon, ending him. He turned and said, "Great teamwork, Liu." "A pleasure doing business," Situ Liu replied, taking the spirit brick from the demon's back. "Your Bluestone 5 wonders. 1 core warrior, I'll be taking this, rest assured." She kicks him down, saying, "I wouldn't even look at your corpse." Situ Liu retrieves the 5th Order Azure Stone and steps on his back. Seeing her agility, Aki began to assess her. Not bad speed for that last move. He withdrew his sword from the man, blood still dripping from the blade, as she lowered her head. "Don't forget, the Situ family are martial artists. This is just basic." He slings his sword over his shoulder, glancing at the woman with a gaping hole in her chest. "Let's get out of here." That fight must have attracted attention. She panicked, seeing a long, bloody cut on his face. "Next, you're injured, so let's find somewhere for me to heal that scratch on your face." He jokingly touches the wound, saying it's just a scratch. "Does this little scratch really need healing? Do you see me as so weak?" Situ Liu looked at him with an unprecedentedly serious gaze. "I told you when we set out together, healing is my duty. Whether the wound is big or small, I must heal it or my existence is meaningless." Seeing her so serious, he sighs and runs a hand through his hair. So serious and determined, huh? Notorious as the unsmiling Rakshasa of Hesperus. Very well, she's right, and it's a good time to adjust my condition. A massive shadow falls over her, and Situ Liu looks up in horror. "Aki, watch out!" He's raising his leg, ready to strike. Aki is stunned to see her like this, as the swift attack cracks the ground and sends tremors through her. Aki was a step ahead, using his sword behind him to block the attack in the blink of an eye. So fast, and he's already been targeted? He presses down harder with his foot on the axe blade. He's definitely not simple. His attacker is none other than the 6th stage Mystic Core warrior, who increases the pressure with his foot, but Aki remains unmoved, blocking the attack. So my judgment was correct. Even though you're only a 4th core warrior, his one eye seems to want to devour me. But your strength far exceeds that of a 4 core, doesn't it? The axe blade presses down on the sword, creating red sparks. He swung his sword, deflected the axe, and leaped away. Get lost. His eyes flashed with cold fire as he glared at Dam, a red core earth element 6th warrior. Seeing this, Situ Liu used a support skill, but something seemed to stop her, causing her eyes to widen in surprise. A 3rd stage, 6 core warrior used a skill to imprison her in place. "Oh, if you keep focusing on your teammate, it makes it easier for me to paralyze you. A 3-star, 6-nucleus warrior delivers paralysis. She retracted her power, leaving her body trembling and unable to move. Damn it. This is the healing class's special paralysis skill. As a 6-core healer, you must know what's going on, right? This paralysis skill, meant to treat wounds, can completely immobilize someone if directly applied to their body. She abandoned her and walked towards Aki and the old man. So it was you guys. No wonder I was targeted so quickly. Her cold eyes scanned them both. Shouldn't you be protecting your precious young master instead of ambushing us? This is a place where life and death are commonplace. Someone else is slowly approaching, talking as he walks, drawing Hao Ti's attention. To be so stubborn when death is at your doorstep? You appeared as Hao Ti mentioned you, his eyes dark and inscrutable as he smirked. Ha ha, don't want to be embarrassed in front of your woman? Situ Lu is stunned by his words, which strike her like a thunderbolt. She grits her teeth, her face red with anger, but she can't move. His woman? She's absolutely fuming. Her face darkened as she bit her lip, trying to contain her rage. Calm down, now is not the time to be angry. Hao walks over to her, one hand in his pocket, the other patting her butt, making her jolt. Well done, baby. I'll reward you when we get home. He turned to grab Situ Lu's chin, lifting it up with a mocking laugh, but her eyes remained fixed on him. And she, he, and she all looked toward him, standing tall with his sword in hand. Ha ha. I want you to see him die. And then you're next. No woman has ever dared to refuse me. You intrigue me. His hand remained on her chin, angering her as she glared at him, teeth clenched in fury, while the 6th Order Red Corps warrior watched them from atop a rock. Young Master Hao, didn't I tell you to hide? I can handle this one myself, and if you like that woman, I'll bring her back for you. They remained in place, talking, as he continued to hold her chin, a mocking smile on his face. Ha ha ha. With you here, I doubt anyone would dare ambush us. This young master doesn't need to hide. It's far too cowardly. He glances at him, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Besides, I'm a 5th-stage warrior. Are you looking down on me? Do you not need your hands anymore? Sparks of blood crackle around him. I thought you were just a spoiled young master, and I didn't want to bother with you, Du. Looks like you really are scum. I just wanted to confirm. His eyes gleam with a cold, deadly light, lips pressed into a thin line. Hao Tao, how many girls have you hurt? Situ Liu's eyes flashed with murderous intent, but Hao Tao just laughed, pointed at him, and mocked, Ha ha ha, what foolish words. You're trying to act tough? Tonight I'll defile your woman. You're just a 4-core trash. Even the 6-core Red Warrior here is enough to make you grind your teeth in anger. A spoiled young master who doesn't even realize how weak he is. The 5th Order. Warrior you speak of only exists because your powerful father pulled strings to get you that title. A symbol inside a red circle. A warrior who's never personally killed a demon. What a pathetic joke. I'm a rank 6 warrior. If the Ming family didn't treat me so well, I would have snapped your neck long ago, you annoying little brat who doesn't know his place. He sat there, listening to him rant and rave and sighed. Forget it. Ah, young master. The master instructed that you follow my orders while you're out, please. He cut him off, his eyes as cold as if he wanted to devour them. Then I won't hesitate to kill you. He charged like lightning, startling the man. The Red Corps 6th-stage warrior sped up, chasing after him, shouting for him to dodge, to be careful. A deadly aura emanated from the protagonist's vengeful eyes. Why does he have the aura of the fire element? He's only a 4th Corps. How can he wield elemental power? He hurtles toward him like a missile, while Hao and the 3rd Squad soldier prepare to strike back, fists clenched. He raised his fiery fist, brimming with terrifying power, his eyes blazing with rage, while the other trembled in fear as he charged like a starving wolf. Hao To's eyes wide, teeth clenched, and body shaking. He stumbled backward, falling and screaming in utter terror. Stay away! Why can't I even think about fighting back? He covered his face, trembling as he stared at him. He was clearly only a 4th Corps warrior, but the way he looked... He pointed his sword straight at him, his other hand clenched into a fist, his sharp eyes sparking. He was like a demon about to devour him. The power was so immense that even she could barely stand, while she remained frozen, as still as a god. Ah, save me. Please save me. He flew in, raising his halberd to strike, but the boy was ready. The blade fell, threatening to cleave him in two, but he dodged in time, preparing to retaliate. He slashed, sending the man flying back, who then glared at him with gritted teeth, changing tactics on the fly. The six-fingered red nucleus warrior uses his weapon to parry the attack, but the force is too great, sending him reeling backward. He really can control the fire element? How is this kid doing this? But my earth element won't show any mercy either. As he was pushed back, the hero seized the opportunity to unleash a barrage of attacks, with branches piercing towards him, turning his surprise into shock. He nimbly dodged the hero's attacks, even with his wood element. The red core warrior is pushed back, forced to brace himself, and he can even control the element of wood? What is going on here? He flashes a wide smile. How interesting. I underestimated you. You're hiding quite a few secrets, aren't you? He slams his weapon into the ground. I didn't expect you to control two elements. He uses his power to encase his axe in stone, and I'm truly curious how you managed that. He prepares to strike with his axe. If I could master two elemental powers, like the earth element's rock axe, I would become stronger. For 10 minutes, he mocked and ridiculed him, waiting for him to speak up. Now, a purple power surrounds you, and you're creating something in your hand as you look at him. Is that so? A giant blue hand grips his, stopping him cold, and a fifth-stage blue core demon appears, taking control and preventing the strike. Gao, he's controlling a fifth-stage Azure Core water elemental demon. A fifth-order Azure Core demon appeared behind the warrior, who only then realized how close it was, breaking out in a sweat. How could I not sense any demonic energy? The moment he realized it, the stone on his chest glowed, and he discovered it was already so close. The warrior turned away from the demon, putting distance between them, as the 5-chi demon cast its weapon aside. The warrior also recognized its element, water. The demon doesn't wait for him to act, lunging forward and knocking the warrior back. Sensing danger, the warrior turns back, seeking help. Kid, can we put our differences aside for now? Let's take care of this demon together. Aki gestures as if controlling something, cutting him off. Why do you think that demon is only attacking you? At the same moment, the demon conjured thousands of sharp crystals, and the warrior realized something. He turned, but the crystals were already upon him, ready to take his life. A demon, he commanded. Fear fills the warrior's eyes. How could this devil, one he controls, turn against him? How much power was he hiding? There's no time to think. He summons a shield from the earth, just as the crystal rain descends, only to be stopped by the barrier. Aki watches, impressed, acknowledging his strength. No wonder the great families are so eager to hire him. While deflecting the rain, the warrior reached out as if summoning something, and the axe in the distance stirred to life. The axe spins through the air, returning to the warrior's hand, but the demon is already upon him. The axe struck the demon's back before returning to the warrior's hand, who instantly unlocked its giant axe form, but the demon dodged the blow. He looks over at Aki, realizing the boy is controlling these powers. In his eyes, Aki is no different than a demon. Could he be a 7th-stage warrior? No time to think. The warrior charges forward, determined to defeat the 5th-stage demon first. Suddenly, vines ensnare the warrior's legs. He stares in disbelief at the tightening tendrils, oblivious to the demon's impending attack. Using wood-based attacks to disrupt his movements, the demon climbs onto him, attacking, but the warrior blocks with his axe. However, he's wounded and weakening. A mere 5th-stage demon would be nothing, but with that unpredictable, mysterious kid around, Hao Tao, terrified, cowardly, pushes the 6th-stage warrior forward. Demons are demons. Take care of the demon first. Hurry up and you get in there. Did you hear me? She stammered. But master, I'm not good at fighting, only healing, and I need to use paralysis to keep an eye on her, don't I? If I run into trouble with that demon, you won't get a penny. The hexacore warrior stammered, but Situ ambushed her from behind, causing her to cry out in pain. She bitterly retorts, How pathetic for a warrior. Shouldn't you be fighting tooth and nail so you don't lose to men? The Core 6 warrior turned to see her body paralyzed by the sneak attack, struggling to ask, How did you break free from my paralysis? Situ glares at her with murderous intent. Ha, I was a level 6 warrior. Knowledge of healing is etched into my brain. I simply reversed your skill's energy to escape. A healing class can save lives, but it can also take them, can it? The Hex Core warrior slowly lost consciousness, unable to speak. The healing prodigy collapses as Situ withdraws his blade. Now, he turns to face Hao Tu, the scumbag, saying he spared her vitals, leaving her fate to her own healing abilities. But you're different. Hao Tu's hand trembled as he clenched it, and he shouted, You dare ambush us? You're just a 1st-stage warrior, only daring to strike from behind. I may not be able to defeat a demon, but you're just a 1st-stage female warrior. You're dead meat. Situ mocked him, sensing his chaotic energy and weak demeanor, revealing his lack of combat experience. So, your family used their resources to buy you a 5-core warrior title to boost their reputation, huh? What a spoiled brat. Her eyes gleamed with murderous intent, tainting the warrior's pride, who was mocked for being a resource drain, driving him mad. Humph, you wretched woman. He wondered how this wretched woman knew he lacked combat experience as forced memories flooded back. For 10 years, his father had hired powerful warriors to guide him, forcibly burdening him with cores. Though the process was excruciating, and I could never endure it, at least I had the protection of those warriors, barely reaching the heights of a 5-core warrior. And then, the figure of a tall, 6-core warrior appeared. For the trip to the Bone Burial Fortress, his father spent a fortune to hire this warrior as an escort and even arranged a healer. He could have obtained the elemental quartz with no effort at all. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. This whole plan had been ruined by that damned woman. Meanwhile, the brat shouted at the warrior, "Hey, what are you doing? Protect me. My father paid you handsomely to protect me." Yet he prances around while the warrior struggles against the demon. "Do you hear me? Come here and protect me." He ordered the warrior around, infuriating him. "Hurry up and finish it, then come here." Unable to contain himself, the warrior roared, "Shut your mouth, you piece of trash. You're nothing but a womanizer, a useless wretch even demons won't touch." He trembled, never having been insulted so harshly before. He wanted to scream, but saw Situ standing silently before him, still holding the knife. Knowing he couldn't rely on the warrior, Haoto decided to act, but Situ had already teleported behind him, stabbing him in the side, causing Haoto to cry out in pain. He spins around, throwing Situ off him, yelling at her to get away. Situ stumbles back as Haoto suddenly clutches his head, losing control and screaming, "It hurts too much." A glance at Situ and she knew something was wrong. This kid didn't know how to use energy, and now he was recklessly activating the terrifying energy of the Phase 5 core. She recalled Ji Miedang's words. Listen carefully. If the core's energy backfires, it will become even more uncontrollable. If you encounter a warrior like that, get away quickly. Their loss of control is unpredictable. If it causes damage, it will be a severe injury. Extreme clarity. Hall's expression was serious then. If one encounters energy backlash, one must calmly control the energy back to a familiar path. Otherwise, the violent energy will ultimately lead to self-destruction. Back in reality, Situ smirked, and since that was the case, she charged towards Haoto, a fitting end for him. As he wound up for a strike, Situ rushed towards Haoto at a terrifying, almost imperceptible speed, without hesitation. Haoto's face turned red with rage as he glared, one hand running through his hair, the other gripping his sword, daring her to challenge him. He swung his blade at Situ with incredible speed and power. He was nearly insane, losing all control as he drew his sword back, raised it high, and wound up his body. "Taste this technique of mine." He unleashed a flurry of sword strikes aimed at Situ, a triumphant grin plastered across his face, catching her off guard with his relentless assault. But with her innate skill and quick reflexes, she was still able to block such a powerful blow. Haoto, pleased with Situ's reaction, smugly boasted about himself. "And I'm a blue core agility fighter. How could a green core recovery type like you ever match my speed?" Situ frowned, clearly annoyed by his incessant chatter. As Situ parried, she recalled forgotten memories of daily exercises and her father's words. She remembered handstand training on a high pole, realizing that compared to her father's agility training, his attacks, though powered by immense energy, were simply wild, chaotic swings. Meanwhile, Haoto continues to swing his sword wildly at Situ, gritting his teeth as he watches her effortlessly evade his incredibly fast attacks, demanding, "How can a core like you withstand my agile attacks?" It was as if Situ was toying with Haoto, letting him attack as she pleased, while she remained calm, confident in her victory, thinking, "I will defeat you, head on." Situ launched a green blast like an arrow, pushing Haoto back, hitting him before he could dodge. Situ stared at Haoto, saying, "My father once said, no matter how great your power, if you don't know how to use it, your strength is less than 1%. With a decisive move, she struck Haoto, who couldn't accept it, grinding his teeth. "I am Haoto, the young master of the Min family. You are not allowed to look down on me. You must all die." Haoto throws everything he has at Situ, screaming, "Die, all of you!" Situ recoils, realizing his self-destructive burst is faster than she anticipated, making escape impossible at this distance. She plants her blade into the ground, lowers her stance, and summons a blue shield around herself. Situ braced herself to withstand the full force of his self-destruction, relying solely on her protective barrier for a direct defense as Hao's power surged, veins bulging, eyes wide, and a blinding blue light erupted around him, unleashing bolts of energy that shook the very ground. The intense light drew Aki and the 6th Order Red Corps warriors' attention, leaving them stunned and bewildered. Aki quickly rushes to Situ Lu and Haotu's side, while the 6th Flag Red Nucleus warrior stands by, enraged. Mocking him, he says that idiot was driven mad by a single-core girl. The blinding light engulfs the area, and a powerful aura erupts, forming a terrifying blue energy mass where the two fought, creating an earth-shattering explosion. After the dust settled, a massive crater was left in the ground, filled with thick smoke. Suddenly, a voice echoed, saying she had forced a 5-crane warrior to self-destruct. Situ Liu opened her eyes and looked up in the direction of the voice. Aki appeared before her, bracing a large rock with one hand, and said, "Well done, Liu." He used the power of metal and wood to create a defensive barrier, which was the only way to protect her. Otherwise, Situ Liu's flimsy shield, mainly used for healing, might not have held up. Situ Liu slumped to the ground, uncomfortably admitting that he possessed a 5th Corps strength but a terrible personality. Lacking any combat experience and unable to defeat even a seasoned 1st Corps warrior. A confused Situ Liu continued. Otherwise, I would never have been able to defeat a 5th Corps warrior. I probably would have lost instantly. Aki simply looks at Situ Liu, offering a brief reminder. She was injured in the fight and needs to recover. It seems Situ Liu is finally taking a good look at himself. I didn't pay attention earlier. Aki stared at Situ Liu for a moment before continuing. Your strategy and courage are impressive. Upon hearing this, Situ Liu blushed, her heart filled with indescribable joy and confusion. She looked at Aki with sparkling eyes, a hint of surprise, her hands and feet fidgeting, and she stammered. "Stop your yapping. Is your fight over? Hey, where's that nuclear warrior?" Her mind raced with questions. Why the sudden serious praise? Aki turns her gaze to her own battle, where the demon she controlled has been scattered by the previous explosion. But it was just a mindless body anyway. As for that warrior, he's the 6th Order Corps. I don't think he will. Before he could finish, the 6-star Crimson Corps warrior emerged from the smoke. Damn it. Ha ha. He emerged, weapon in hand, completely unscathed by the explosion. But the useless young master was dead. Even if I left the Min family now, he sighed, raising a hand to his face, I'd probably be harassed every day by the assassin warriors his family hired. The Assassin Warriors are a shadowy organization of daredevils who take requests from clients, specializing in assassinating other warriors, but their prices are extremely high. Rumor has it that even terrifying 7-Corps warriors belong to this organization. But to hire assassins of that caliber, money is no longer enough. They require an equivalent exchange. Shouldering his weapon, the Earth Elemental declares, "I'm done fighting. You two are monsters, so strong, yet you wield such low-grade cores." Aki agrees with a smile. "You're right. There's no point in us continuing to fight." He seemed to have come to terms with his situation, realizing the person he needed to protect was already dead. In this place, he's lost his reason to fight. Earth Elemental continued. "If you fought me seriously and teamed up with that demon from before, there's no way I could have retreated unscathed, controlling the elements and manipulating the demon corpses. You're hiding far too much," he said, staring intently at Aki. "Just what kind of power do you possess? What's your background?" Aki remained still, answering calmly with an unchanged expression. "Just a 4-Corps warrior fortunate enough to possess some special abilities. With your 6th Corps strength, even a duel with me could be dangerous." He thought darkly. A special ability from a rare genius warrior? I've heard of extremely gifted warriors who possess abilities that normal warriors don't. He looked at him inquisitively, asking, "I'm curious, if you've mastered elemental power, why seek quartz in the bone burial grounds? Shouldn't it be useless to you?" He simply replied that it was none of his concern. His words made him consider the elemental quartz. If it allows warriors to fuse with an element, what would happen if he combined the 5 elements and then fused them with the quartz? This terrifying idea had been in his mind from the start. He frowned grimly, as if telling himself he had to find a way to become stronger. He recalled the image of an unrecognizable man in tattered clothes, covered in blood, neither man nor ghost. Da, as a former 6th rank, absolutely couldn't be held in a place he could easily escape. If I want to save Daya, I can't rely solely on the demonic power within me, because I'll likely face the new king and the new 6 excellencies. Back outside, the warrior, Luke Ki Hong Hach, turned and left. "Forget it. I advise you to leave this place quickly. That fool's self-destruction will soon attract countless demons or warriors to this area. You should protect yourselves. He left them with a simple wish. Good luck. Aki and Situ Lu stayed behind to investigate the traces. They found strange footprints like those of wild boars, encountered monsters, and even made new friends around a campfire. Aki happily shakes hands with a blonde girl, seemingly agreeing to cooperate. Late that night, in a desolate place, a voice echoes. "Won't you rest for a bit?" It was Situ Lu's voice. She's in her sleeping bag and he's keeping watch. "You sleep first. I'll rest later." Half asleep and drowsy, Situ Lu murmured, "Aki, your combat skills and negotiation tactics are so seasoned. You're about our age. Where did you get all that experience?" He didn't know how to answer, so he sat and thought for a moment, finally coming up with a plausible reason. He answered himself with certainty. "Perhaps I know how to handle this." "Yeah, that's right." Situ Lu could only force a smile, speechless. "Look at your behavior. You really do resemble the soul of a fake old man." He leaned against the wall and looked up at the moon, as if this scene had appeared somewhere before. His past warrior self appeared as a phantom in the soft moonlight, his ambiguous answer hinting at so much more. Perhaps. Without letting her ask further, he told Situ Luyun to go back to sleep. Go to sleep and sleep well. As dawn breaks, Situ Lu is awakened by the sounds of explosions, the sounds of battle. Aki was already awake, staring at the hole in the wall. He glanced at her calmly, sensing the aura of a demon. The first thing Situ Lu did upon waking was ask, "Didn't you sleep?" He replied that he had dozed off for a bit. "It's fine. The energy waves over there are very chaotic. It seems quite a few warriors are giving chase. It's likely that elemental demon has appeared. He's going out to see what's happening. Follow me. I know how to find that demon quickly." 2 streaks of light flashed by too fast to see, and Aki couldn't contain his excitement. Situ Liu followed behind, wondering, "Why are you so excited?" He replied, barely containing his excitement. "It's all right, I guess." Saying one thing, thinking another. "Yes, I'm excited. To me, a new type of demon is something to look forward to. I've fought every kind of devil in my past life. But this elemental devil intrigues me. Before anyone else finds it, it must be eliminated." The shadows dart across the crumbling stone walls, so fast they appear as streaks of color in the air, as Aki maintains his speed, glancing back. Its movements have slowed. It must have found its hiding place. Time to drag it out. Situ Liu looked at him intently. "You know where those elemental demons are? This area is vast. They'll be hard to find." Aki's eyes shone with determination. "Don't worry. I know where it is." He thought to himself that as much as he hated to admit it, ever since the aura of the elemental demons appeared, he could sense their presence. The city flashed in Aki's mind, like sensing a kindred spirit. It was heading underground as Situ Lu shouted and pointed towards the city walls. "Aki, look over there. The people on the city walls are moving. They seem to have noticed us." Aki frowned, his eyes sharp. It seemed the rapid response team had noticed the recent battle, but it would still take them some time to find the demonic element. A different thought flashed through his mind. He needed a shortcut. He grabbed Situ Lu's hand, his voice serious. "Liu, we have to go." Situ Lu was confused, not understanding what was happening, and was immediately pulled away by Aki at an extremely fast speed, heading straight down a deep and large pit. Aki grabbed Situ Lu and leapt into the dark, dangerous pit, sensing that something was hiding beneath the fortress, the quickest way to find it. He's quite pleased with his mastery of elemental power. Aki exerts his strength, his face paling. "I've always wanted to try this." He embraced Situ Lu as large, long branches sprung up from the abyss, weaving into a square grid. That's the element of wood, slowing their descent with a series of wooden nets. Situ Lu screams, but Aki is thrilled, finding it all too exciting. A scream echoes, and the scene shifts to Situ Lu calling out for Aki. "Aki, where are you?" Situ Lu looked down, hearing his faint voice beneath her. Aki scratched his head, chuckling. "Sorry, didn't mean to scare you. Could you maybe get off me?" Situ's face flushed red, and she punched him. He stumbled in the darkness, never expecting a cave within the underground ruins. Behind him, Situ Lu asked in a trembling voice, "How much further?" His footsteps were getting closer. Up ahead, he signals for silence, observing a demon appears before them. A 5 realm. It looks like it's resting. He whispers that he's found it. The elemental demon, Tudo Lu, also sees it, and she slowly analyzes the situation. This is the elemental quartz demon, and a stage 5 demon at that. But unlike ordinary stage 5 demons, the aura it emits is very powerful. Aki added, "Fighting will attract many skilled warrior squads. Rao, we have to take down this demon before anyone else finds this place. Take the elemental quartz from its chest and let's get out of here." He looked at her with deadly seriousness. I'm guessing we only have 5 minutes to fight. I need your help. Situ thought to herself, 5 minutes to deal with a stage 5 elemental demon? Her eyes narrowed. What do you need me to do? The two sat in a dark corner, quietly discussing their plan, as Situ looked at him in surprise. High-level energy manipulation. Where did you gain so much experience? I've never heard of the energy manipulation method you're talking about. Aki explained slowly. In short, I believe you can do it. Now I'll go on ahead. With that, he charged towards the monster, and the five-headed demon roared. Aki channels his magic, his face changing, red streaks appearing from his forehead to the corners of his eyes glowing. If he doesn't take it down quickly, the stronger teams will arrive soon, and obtaining the elemental quartz will become much more difficult. The ferocious fifth circle demon beast says, I didn't expect you to find my hiding place so quickly. He's not simple. He's using his power to create two flames, one orange-yellow and the other blue. I was right. You really can control multiple elemental powers. Aki leaps into the air, and the fifth stage demon suspiciously asks, Your aura? You're a demon? He mixed the two flames together, creating a dual-colored blaze that he launched directly at Aki. Aki suddenly understands. By balancing the energy between elements, he can control multiple elements at once. Aki focuses his energy, and it's his turn. He creates two flames just like the diamond and charges forward. The two powers collide with equal force, filling the air with dust and an overwhelming aura. Situ recalls Aki telling her not to be surprised by his upcoming power and appearance, and to consider it his special ability. Remember this, I am Aki. Situ understood. This is Aki's special ability. This aura is indeed very similar to a demon's. Both were thrown back by the force of their opponent's power. The fifth stage demon looked at Aki, his tone somewhat appreciative. You grasped my skills with just one look. And why can you also control the extraordinary elements of water and fire? Aki approached, landing another blow that caught him off guard. He unexpectedly retreated, using wood to heal his wounds. Metal? So you can use the element of wood to heal yourself after all. Aki confidently looks at him. I've figured out your abilities. This ends here. With unwavering resolve, he uses the power of the wood element to create vines, restraining the demon, who is utterly surprised. Wood element, you control this too? He confidently creates a weapon, remembering the demon hunt. That fourth stage demon used the element of metal, but he remains resolute. Fine, let's see whose elemental power is stronger. I'll wager all of my metal power. The fifth order demon uses his energy to create a massive force called the three-handed shield. Aki smirks, finally forcing him to focus his energy. Then he shouts, Now, Liu! From afar, Liu, wielding the Six Styles arrow, enters battle mode, recalling Aki's explanation. It's a high-level energy operation. Try gathering the core's energy, then feel its existence, the flow and form of energy in your heart. From formless energy to form, converting power into a weapon. Then she thought, let me use it. Holding her arrow, ready to strike, Situliu's eyes shone with heroic spirit as she recalled Aki's daring plan and anxiously looked up at him. Let me deliver the final blow, she says, looking down with uncertainty. But that's a stage 5 demon, a special one at that. And with its high intelligence, if it focuses on defense, I'm afraid we won't be able to take it down quickly. Aki looked at her, smiling encouragingly. I'll force it to focus its energy in one place, countering my attacks. She knows that when it focuses its energy to attack, its defenses will be extremely weak. And Situ uses all his strength to launch the created spear. Because the green core's energy is focused behind the demon, who is struggling against Aki's attacks, this is my perfect moment to strike. By the time the demon realized the attack from behind, it was too late. They had been preparing for this strike from the start. Instantly, Situ's attack pierced the demon's chest, eliciting a pained cry. Situ, still in his spear-throwing stance, stared at the demon, surprised, thinking, the energy-gathering technique Aki taught me can draw out my core energy to the maximum. I didn't expect it to pierce the demon. It seems it didn't channel any energy into defense, and after being pierced by the spear, the demon tried to use wood element to heal, but failed in surprise. It can't heal? Seizing the opportunity, Aki rushes towards the demon, but not without praising Liu, then reaches for the elemental quartz, appearing behind the demon with it in hand. Losing the elemental quartz, it collapses to its knees, unwilling to accept its fading energy. Why can't I recover immediately? Aki asked, holding the elemental quartz as he turned to the demon and patiently explained. Because Ryu's attack is pure restorative energy, it rejects any healing methods that aren't its own. And with its energy constantly fading, the demon collapses, trembling. Repelling. You planned this. In the end, the demon had no energy left. Collapsing to the floor, it could only utter its final words. Everything before was now meaningless. Seeing the demon defeated, Situ rushes over. Aki, are you okay? Aki held up the elemental crystal, winking at her. I'm fine. Luckily, thanks to you, we got the core. That last attack of yours was awesome, truly worthy of a genius maiden. Aki's praise flusters her, and she turns away, arms crossed, trying to regain composure, but inside, she's resolute. Stop ignoring me. Of course, I wouldn't want to hold you back. Despite the praise, Aki still cares. As for you, that last attack used up almost all of your energy, didn't it? But it's okay. At least you can still move freely. Suddenly, footsteps behind him caught Situlu's attention, and she anxiously bit her lip, looking back. Just as he predicted, they'd found them. Aki also stares intently at the entrance behind them. Some warriors have a strong sense of perception, able to pinpoint the source of combat energy waves. There's no shortage of soldiers like that here. With that, he immediately dashed in the opposite direction. Let's go. He frowned, predicting footsteps from the left. Let's head right to find a way out of here. But before he could finish, a sharp pain suddenly struck Aki, freezing him in place. He drops to his knees, covering his mouth as he coughs up blood. Stunned by the sight, Situ rushes to his side to support him, causing the elemental quartz to fall to the ground. Aki, are you all right? Aki felt a sharp pain as he braced himself against the floor, confused. What's going on? I didn't sense an attack from the Ama. Overwhelmed by pain, he collapses, his hand scraping against the floor. It hurts so much. What's going on? My body is in so much pain. Aki groans in pain, collapsing to the floor, trembling, alarming Situ, who asks where he's hurt. After a moment of thought, he bit his lip, enduring the pain, realizing his body was overloaded. This body was originally weak, though its synchronization was much higher than before. He recalls his previous battles, but realizes he's used too much demon power, finally reaching this body's limit. Damn it. Why think of this now? Aki struggles to hand Situ the elemental quartz, telling her to take it and leave. The other warriors are coming. Take the crystal and get out of here. Wait for me. Not waiting for his reply, she grabbed his wrist, silencing him, then draped his arm over her shoulder to help him up. Together, she guided him toward the turning. I don't know what happened to you, but I don't have time for explanations. I'm the captain, and I absolutely won't leave you behind. Seeing stairs ahead, she encouraged Aki, saying that going forward might lead them to the surface, where the air would help him recover. For a structure as massive as the Bone Burial Fortress, there must be other exits. Aki, drenched in sweat, silently endures the pain. After a while, they reached the top of the stairs and emerged into the sunlight. Situ, pale and drenched in sweat, thought to himself that they had finally made it to the surface. If we follow this direction, we should be able to leave the fortress, right? But Situ looks at the fortress before him, worried. Why does it resemble the architecture from his dream? Suddenly, the stairs behind them erupted with rushing wind as dark figures flew out, kicking up dust. One of them, a 5th stage core cultivator, grinned. Forming a temporary team with you guys has really paid off. Your sensory abilities are impressive, triplets. A group appears, striking a pose as they stare down Situ and Aki. They're all 5th stage, no need for pleasantries. Heh. Are these the ones who started the fight? Situ stared blankly at the group before him, all 5th Corps warriors. Damn it. One of them, marked by 2 black circles around his left eye, crossed his arms and looked disdainfully at Situ. A 1-Corps warrior? Am I seeing things? Is your squad only made up of 2 people? Is the other one injured? Was it from the fight with that demon? Suddenly he notices something and looks down at Aki's hand, pointing in surprise. Wait, in his hand is elemental quartz. Hearing this, the others were stunned, then grinned as they happily divided the spoils. Excellent. Ha ha ha. Looks like we won't have to work too hard. The 3 of us will take this quartz. Ha ha. My squad won't allow that. Hearing them, Situ bit her lip, worried. What was she going to do? I'm no match for them. Damn it, if only I were stronger, I could have protected Aki. Suddenly, Aki pulls away, surprising Liu as he struggles to lift the elemental quartz for her. Help me hold the quartz. Analyze the situation calmly. Their target is the quartz, and they won't let us leave here alive. Seeing Aki use his core energy again worries Situ. Aki, at least I can still fight. He pulled Lei Qingjian forward, leaving behind a large, awe-inspiring figure. I am a warrior, and I will fight to the very end. Seeing his wounded body still carrying his sword, they were surprised. A wounded 4-Corps warrior with such spirit. You want to fight our 2 squads? We have 6 level 5 warriors. Ha ha. If you know what's good for you, hand over the quartz and I'll make your deaths quick. Aki trudged forward, gasping, realizing the demon power within him was almost impossible to awaken. His body couldn't withstand its immense force any longer. This will be a difficult battle. With no response from Aki, the group begins to move. It's every man for himself. Whoever gets it, keeps it. In that case, let's see who can grab it before the others arrive. Suddenly, an image of Aki collapsing flashed in Tudolu's mind, filling her with worry. Why did that dream suddenly come back to me? Deep down, I have a bad feeling about this. And just then, the others charged at Aki with weapons in hand. The bald thug ruthlessly ordered their deaths, demanding the core essence for themselves. Another member of the team tries to take it. Ha ha ha. Sorry, this time it belongs to our squad. This guy seems very serious. Our squad's already found a buyer. Even without the elemental core, we can sell it outright for a fortune. Even split, it's enough for the three of us to buy better gear. About a minute, Aki thought, gritting his teeth until the veins popped on his face. I can feel that if I activate the power of the demon one more time, my body can only withstand it for about a minute. Why does this damned body have to give out at a time like this? Situ anxiously watches Aki's deteriorating condition. He must ensure Liu escapes. Aki uses the sword's power to temporarily control the 6 attackers, blood trickling from his mouth. Even a little is enough to kill you all. The true flames of his power ignite, a 60-second countdown begins, and the villains can't believe their eyes. Him, this aura, how can this be? Is he a demon? Aki moves like the wind, a blur, and then vanishes. The opponent activates his ability to sense enemies, but even that can't detect Aki, who's already behind them. 58 seconds, the blonde felt it. 57 seconds, he immediately shouted. He's... Before being punched in the gut, Aki's eyes blazing. And then I'll start with you. The other two were still in shock, and they began to get angry. The third brother is down at 55 seconds. They all rush forward to avenge him at 54 seconds. 53, 52, using dimensional earth and metal elements. Aki swiftly takes them down one by one. The buzzcut guy is shocked. His skills and speed are too much. He defeated 3 people in an instant. Ugh, what exactly is he? Aki calmly advances as the countdown hits 40 seconds, and the spiky-haired man begins to face reality. Although the 3 brothers were skilled in perception, they were still core fighters, yet they were defeated in an instant. The others are resorting to tricks. Let's join forces. It's absurd that we can't even defeat one demon. All right, let's give it everything we've got. Aki rushes toward them, so let's see what happens. Suddenly he stopped, Two Eyes using the sword's edge as leverage to stay standing. Countdown 38 seconds. He bites his hand to stay awake, his organs on the verge of exploding. Damn it, 36 seconds. Situ realizes he's running out of time. Aki's body is reaching its limit. 34 seconds. His attackers are ecstatic, believing they can easily reclaim the Phase 1 warrior's core. But this man is still an unpredictable variable. Might as well use these 32 seconds to kill him, Aki thought, still lucid enough to realize. You want to rush me? Then let's see. Aki uses accumulated energy as a shield, but the spiky-haired Vochi just laughs triumphantly. It's just a shield. Attack it head-on. Everyone, use your attack skills. It seems their move was pointless. Each of them is gasping for air, asking if they should continue the attack. They've expended so much energy already. The barrier is shrinking, but they can't break through. The bald man wondered how it could shrink like that. A thought suddenly struck him, and he frantically warned his comrades that it was a trap. Everyone stop! Aki grins with satisfaction. Too late. This attack will return all your energy. Energy redirection activated. The countdown hits 0, and all the attacks on his shield are now returned to their senders. That energy must be related to the elemental quartz. They scrambled toward the blinding light, Aki's shield now gone. Exhausted, Aki collapses to his knees as Situ rushes to his side. Aki! Aki gasped for breath, his strength all but gone. Ha! Retract. His eyes shut tight, unable to speak. He's fortunate to have controlled the range and density of the energy blast. I'm glad you're okay. With that, Aki falls backward. Situ swiftly catches him, as Aki instinctively gives her instructions. Liu, don't worry about me. Go on ahead. That burst of energy earlier has attracted a lot of warriors and demons. Situ frowned in displeasure. Would he abandon his comrades? Hold tight to the quartz. I'll carry you. She hoisted Aki onto her back, refusing to let him fight alone any longer. Leave the rest to me. Her brow furrows as she recalls that dream. Annoying. It's becoming more and more like that dream. Aki. The creaking wooden door opens, revealing light flooding into the long corridor ahead. Light still streamed through the windows at the start of the corridor, but the air was thick with the stench of blood. Danger was present, but there was no turning back. Situ had no choice but to help Aki inside, panting as she supported him. The hallway is littered with the corpses of demons. Just a little further, Aki clenched the elemental crystal, gritting her teeth as she struggled to keep him from slipping off her back. We got it. There was no response from Akio. He couldn't fall asleep. Aki couldn't fall asleep, but he didn't respond, his weight bearing down on Situ, making her legs tremble. Don't sleep, Aki, please. Wake up, we've come so far. As she said this, Aki's hand suddenly went limp, and the elemental crystal fell to the floor, rolling away. Seeing this, Situ was shocked, and as she helped Aki turn around, she reached out a trembling hand toward the elemental quartz. Picking it up, she thought uneasily, I don't know when these visions started. She remembered these scenes from her dreams. Everything was coming true. Swallowing hard, she looked up, fearing the worst, only to find two high-level demons staring down at her. Seeing the danger above, her legs began to tremble. She desperately clung to Aki, running as fast as she could to escape the demons, but they were too fast. One of them caught up. Situ could only pull Aki down to shield her as the demon roared, raising a sharp hand. This is the end for the first stone warrior who obtained the elemental quartz. It plunged its sharp arm straight through Situ, a fatal blow. As it withdrew its arm, Situ face first, sending Aki, who she was protecting, flying further away. The two demons gazed at the motionless figures on the floor. How did you two weaklings even get here? To think we'd get an elemental quartz. We'll call this a worthwhile trip. Lying on the floor, Situ gasped, wondering if his demon-pierced heart could ever recover. The blue demon approached Aki and kicked him onto his back, noting his strange breath. As the demon approached, Aki feebly reached out, his vision slowly returning. He carries a scent that I find repulsive. Don't touch him. The demon sits and observes Aki for a long time. I don't like the way this man smells. Let's chop off his head and play with it. Hearing this, Situ mustered all her strength to shout, making the two demons turn around. Don't touch him. She glared at the two demons as her blood poured onto the floor, the blue demon approaching her with a mocking smile. How impressive. Even on the verge of death, you still know how to put up a front. With that, it kicked Situ in the stomach, sending her flying backwards, doubled over in pain. But her strength was too weak. Situ writhed in pain, bitterly thinking to herself, yes, I'm too weak. She struggles to look at Aki, failing to protect her teammate, failing to protect Aki. Situ's vision begins to blur. Don't you dare touch Aki. Even as her eyes closed, she blamed herself. Damn it, I wanted to protect Aki. It's all because I'm too weak. I can't accept this. If only I were stronger. Just then, a detestable voice suddenly echoed in the space. How awkward. Suddenly, the sound of high heels echoed as a light appeared in the middle of the corridor, freezing time and space. As Situ was sent flying, the Black Queen gracefully emerged. She is one of the 6 great king knights, a manipulator of time and space, her strange blue eyes taking in the scene before her with amusement. The Red King forbade me from helping that human warrior, but I did it anyway. What a headache. She glanced at Aki, who was gasping for breath next to the demon about to strike him, but she couldn't be blamed. Wasn't the one she was worried about the Red King, residing within that human's body? She smoothed her dress with both hands, hugging it close as she sat. A human body truly can't withstand the power of our beloved Scarlet King. She sat, tucking her hair behind her ear, and stared intently at Aki. This body has been overloaded for too long, yet you've held it together until now. She gazed at Aki's peaceful, closed eyes, just as the Crimson King had said. The will of the human he favored was truly astonishing. Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind. She needed to confirm something. Hua Queen lowered herself to Aki's corpse and whispered in his ear, like a lover. Are you there? She whispered sweetly, but no voice answered. Back in the silent space, she stood up, dejected. Damn it, I rarely get to see you and you won't wake up. It was then that the Dark King noticed Situ. Oh right, child. With that, she vanished and reappeared before Situ. She smiles, intently studying Situ's face. You possess a familiar surge of power. How interesting. She stood and pondered for a long while. It seems you're stronger than I thought. It's a pity you're human. You can't unleash your true power. Suddenly, she had an idea. If the Crimson King forbade her from directly helping the boy, surely indirect help was allowed. I'm so clever. She lifted Situ, supporting his head and legs. Then let me help you evolve into a new life. That beautiful mouth opened, revealing sharp fangs. You possess the perfect temporal energy. And with that, she pressed her lips against Situ's parted ones. I grant you my power. At that moment, the green core on Situ Lu's chest was instantly invaded by black, changing every cell in her body and turning her core pure black. Not stopping there, the 1 chi mark spun like a fan, transforming into the 4 chi core, a black core with the power of time and space. Satisfied, the Black Queen withdrew her tongue from those luscious lips, gazing at Situ Lu's core. I didn't expect your body to accept so much of my power. Very good. It seems your desire for power is quite strong. She leaps back towards the portal, blowing a kiss to Situ Lu. I'm counting on you. After the Black Queen left, the space gate closed, and the ripples signified the flow of time had resumed. Situ Liun slammed to the ground, coughing up blood, while Aki faced the demon's descending razor-sharp hand, poised to strike. But just then, a hand gripped that sharp arm, preventing it from moving even an inch. The demon looked at this scene in shock, for the hand did not belong to the person in front of him. What is this? The azure demon looked towards the other figure. The demon was stunned, staring at the smoke and the voice that echoed from within. How could this be? Ah, as I was saying. Situ Liu emerges from the smoke, transformed. Don't you dare touch him. Her signature white hair is now half black, and her eyes are just like the Black King. This is her demonic form. Black and white Lu Tu-Ki, with the power of time and space. She rushes forward, closing in on the demon. Touch him again and see what happens. Her space manipulation allows her to reach him, clawing at him and causing him to cry out as the demon stumbles back in surprise. Oh, a fellow kind? Situ Liu said. Kindred, I am nothing like you beasts. The remaining demon calmly says to her, trying to put on an act, no matter who you kill. With that, it lunged toward her, but Situ Liu remained, casting some kind of spell. Above the demon, a cube appears and crashes down, immobilizing it. You can control space. It struggled weakly, clinging to the ground to stand. Don't underestimate me. One sword isn't enough to kill me, Situ Liu sneered. Who said there was only one? Turns out she conjured dozens of swords around it, then furiously struck them all down, the sound of shattering echoing with the demon's agonizing screams. The demon's territory was reduced to nothing, and it was gone. With that one dealt with, she advanced toward the remaining demon. Seeing her power, the demon trembled, wondering just how deep that hole had been blasted into space, leaving no trace of its comrade. She glared at it and said, "You're next." The demon trembled and backed away. Why does this seemingly small human exude such pressure? It hesitates, asking what exactly they are. You don't need to say any more. Your abilities clearly mark you as one of us and a rare space manipulator at that. And your companion, he exudes an aura that terrifies us. Just what are you? Situ Liu calmly repeated his question. We are human warriors. The demon laughed, saying, You're human warriors? Do you even believe your own words? You were only a first-stage warrior. But now you possess the power of a fourth stage. Even a fifth-stage warrior like us can't stand against you. Before it could finish, Situ Liu tore the demon in two. You're too loud. She paused, looking at Aki, then gently stroked his cheek. You've always saved me. Now it's my turn to save you. She gathered the demon's spirit stones and helped Aki up. Let's get out of here. At the exit of the burial citadel, a knocking sound echoed. The two soldiers outside the city spoke through the intercom, confirming they were human. Soldier Luo turned to open the gate. The door opens to reveal Situ Liu supporting Aki, both bearing many wounds. She tiredly says, Aki, let's go. Before she could finish, she collapsed. Seeing this, the two soldiers rushed to them, shouting to get them to the treatment room. Before even looking behind the door, everyone was terrified by what they saw. Demons crushed by space itself. What in the world is this? How did they even get here? Dozens of demons were being crushed or impaled, a truly terrifying sight, when a voice echoed in Situ Liu's dream. I knew I wasn't wrong. You are very compatible with my power, little sister. Within you lies an untapped precognitive ability. I'm curious and eager to see it awaken. Situ Liu slowly opened her eyes, seeing another version of herself before jolting awake and staring at the ceiling. She sat up in bed. This is the infirmary outside the city. It seems we've been rescued. Who was that in my dream? She raises her hand, seeing that her wounds have healed. What is going on? My grave injuries have vanished as if they never existed. Situ Liu's memories are hazy. Why can't she clearly recall what happened in her own castle? Her head aches, as if that memory is shrouded in a dark mist. Suddenly, a hand drapes a coat over her shoulders. She saved me to get out. She turns to Aki, who continues. I overheard the person who brought us here. You really persevered to get to the city gates. Situ Liu, startled, recalls the recent battle and turns to Aki, asking if he's all right. Aki smiles and replies, "I'm perfectly fine. Just a few minor scratches. Nothing to worry about." Then his voice drops, tinged with sadness. "Just a few minor scratches. Nothing to worry about. I apologize for my carelessness. My body felt unwell inside the fortress, and we almost died because of the elemental core." Situ Lee suddenly realized something, looked around, and asked, "Oh right, what about your elemental core?" "Where is it?" Aki asks, dangling the core in her hand. "Don't worry, I've got it right here. When I woke up, I found it tucked into my clothes. Did you put it there for me?" "Thanks," he says. "That was very thoughtful of you." With a doubtful look, Situ Lu asked, "Me?" Aki says, "In any case, we've achieved our goal in coming to the City of Buried Bones. Next, we need to find a safer place." "How about I try refining this core?" Situ Liu said, stepping out of bed with a pensive look. "Okay, I'll let the medical staff know." She put on her coat and walked out, saying, "Once the formalities are done, we can leave." Aki, seeing her so healthy, agreed with a smile, but soon sensed something was wrong. "What happened in the fortress, Liu? Why do you have the same aura as me?" The two left the city's treatment center by car, and Situ Liu turned to Aki, asking, "You need a place for seclusion." As Aki drove, he said, "Just the place to focus my mind. Perhaps I need to spend some time researching this elemental quartz to make it easier to fuse." Aki thought to himself, with his demonic element, he could wield all elemental powers. And this quartz fragment contains the final element he needs, earth. If I merge all 5 elements, then use the quartz to recombine them, what would happen? Situ Liu said, "I heard my father say that some level B towns or higher offer training rooms for rent, usually for warriors to train, which might meet your needs." Aki replied, "That's good. There's a B-class town not far ahead. Let's go take a look." Salaman, a B-class town, built with ancient architecture. Though it appears ancient, inside it's a modern commercial city. Aki and Situ Liu get out of the car and step into the bustling streets. This town seems pretty popular. Yeah, there are a lot of warriors who aren't locals. Situ Liu noticed 2 warriors with guns on their backs and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, there are even warriors from the hunting squad here having fun." Aki laughed and replied, "Oh, even a city girl like you knows about the hunting squad." Situ Liu explains that it's common knowledge. Hunters are human warriors who don't live in towns. Wandering outside the towns with no fixed abode, their main purpose is to explore and search for materials. Usually operating in small groups, they have extremely strict requirements for individual abilities and are armed and highly organized. Salamanca may be a B-class town, but it's a rare trade city, Aki realized. No wonder other warriors can enter. A thriving commercial city. Hopefully, I can find a suitable training model. Suddenly, a loud voice echoed through a room. "Huh? What are these 3 combat points?" The shopkeeper looked at Aki and said, "Are you serious? A warrior who doesn't know about battle points? Battle points are the warrior's own currency. Warriors can use battle points for purchases in any city. Are you even a warrior? And the core disciple? How could he not know any of this? Are you cosplaying?" Situ Liu Aki pointed to the machine on the table as he spoke. Battle points are tied to one's identity, and it's easy to see how many you have. Just scan this machine with your finger. Seeing how knowledgeable she is, the man can't help but be amazed. This beauty is quite knowledgeable. After hearing their explanation, Aki put her hand on the device. "Oh, nice. Let me try." He thought to himself, in his past life, there was no such thing as battle points. Resources were distributed fairly to everyone, and you just had to submit a request for what you needed. Times really have changed. The machine then announced the result, 0 merit points. Everyone around him burst out laughing. Is this kid here to make a fool of himself? No combat points, and he wants to rent a training room. The shopkeeper, furious, yelled in his face, "Do you think I'm happy about this? You want to rent a training room with 0 points? Is this girl here to cause trouble?" Aki chuckled, scratching his ear, thinking, "Am I really this poor in this life? Why does this feel so normal?" The shopkeeper continued to rant. "My training rooms are the best around, and the cheapest is 600 points a day." As the two spoke, someone on the other end checked their balance. 1.2 million battle points. It was Situ Liuka telling the shopkeeper to book a large room, leaving Aki, the shopkeeper, and everyone else in stunned silence. "Tell me quickly, your other identity is the richest person in Hylos City, isn't it?" Then the owner led them into the room. Aki says, "I owe you one, I'll pay you back." "No need," she replies. The shop owner babbled on, "Follow me, my beautiful dear and lovely customers." Aki approached her and asked, "I knew your family was wealthy, but not this wealthy. I know Situ Liu is secretly thinking that his father taught him to be humble. It's all because they laughed at Aki." The owner steps forward, pointing to a room, saying it's this one. The three entered an incredibly spacious room, nearly 200 square meters, built with solid materials on all sides and featuring a private balcony at the end for relaxation. If anything happens during training, you can hide underground. How about that? My training room is top-notch. Aki entered, saying it wasn't bad, and Situ replied from outside, "If you like it, that's all that matters. Then I'll take this room. As for how long, I'll decide after my companion is finished," the shopkeeper replied cheerfully. Yes, no problem at all. I'll be going now. Just call me if you need anything." Situ entered the room and said to Aki, "Aki, I won't bother you any longer. Make yourself at home. I'll take this time to wander around the city and then rent a room nearby. I need to calculate my earnings from the last few days." Aki replies languidly. "All right, I'll contact you when I'm done. And it's getting cold out." "I'll lend you my coat," Situ said shyly, then shouted, "Who wants your coat anyway?" And with that, she leaves. And so they both began their work, with Aki placing the core down. "I have to get stronger. I will save Deza, the illusion, the old sixth master, Chilam Thach. Xinjiang's resistance fighters have had their limbs broken. But when the new king and the new six lords arrive, I'll settle the score. The backlash from the demonic power proves I can't rely on it alone. I must also strengthen my original abilities. I'll use the earth element filter on myself first, then fuse it with the 5 elements. Then, chanting the mantra, the core began to glow. The elemental core resonates within me. Meanwhile, Situ walks through the bustling streets, lost in thought. On the way here, I seem to recall events at the burial citadel. A power suddenly awakened within me, instantly boosting me to the 4th stage. It's a power both immense and foreign, craving battle and growth like a whisper in my ear. It's as if that was another me. Just how desperately do I crave power? What exactly is that power? I still haven't fully grasped it. Lost in thought, she notices a long line. This arena is amazing. No need to fight over tickets. So this is where the arena warriors fight. This arena competition attracts many people because the warriors come from different factions. The arena. Perhaps I need to fight to master this mysterious power. No matter what my body tells me, one thing is certain. I will fight and become stronger. If you want to participate in the arena, it's best to hide your identity. Suddenly, she heard the knife seller hawking masks and nano-cloaks for warriors in the hall. She bought a mask and thought, that's right, I want to become stronger. I don't want to be a burden, nor do I want any demon to look down on me. If there's a mysterious power awakening within me, then I'll control it. As she entered, the ticket checking stopped, and the owner, standing before his earnings, marveled at how much money he would make today. She approached him and asked, "How do I sign up for the arena fights?" He happily responded, "Welcome, warrior. What's your rank? And your name or alias?" "Call me Rakshasa Cat," she said. Seeing a new fighter sign up, the boss grinned from ear to ear. Welcome. We at the Salamanca Arena welcome you. Will you be participating today?" Situ tilts her head, ready to fight now, and the boss's eyes narrow with delight. "This is great. It's been a long time since we've had a new female fighter. The male fighters are mostly established, and female fighters rarely participate. Promoting her could make us a fortune." With that in mind, the boss turned and shouted at his staff, "Come here and lead the way." He wanted the female warrior registered immediately, and a boy rushed over, eager to help. "Come this way," the boy stammered, bowing respectfully and gesturing down the hall. "Please, follow me." The two walked down the long corridor as the boy stammered, "I've already registered you on the computer. Lisette Mew, female warrior. I'll give you a rundown of the arena rules." Situ watched a pair of fighters helping each other out, causing the boy to stammer, "Just call me Rakshasa Cat, no need for honorifics." Hearing that, the boy smiled happily, but still stammered, "Ah, yes, then I'll call you Sister Rakshasa Meow." Following behind the boy, Situ indifferently asks, "Whatever, but what's the highest level of warrior competing here?" "Currently, the highest-ranked fighters in Sakalaman City's arena are 5th Corps warriors. But don't worry, Rakshasa Cat, that's in the men's arena. The highest-ranked female fighter is only a 4th demon." Unfamiliar with the rules, Situ was curious. "You mean there are separate arenas for men and women?" That's right, the male warrior arena has a huge number of participants, so this format, very few female warriors participate. Situ follows the boy, wondering why they separate the men's and women's arenas. Wouldn't it be better to compete together? It used to be a mixed arena, but it's said the male warriors were unwilling to fight the female warriors. At this, the boy said, a little embarrassed, that it was shameful to win, so they separated the arenas after that. It's rare for female warriors to participate, and Situ strongly disagrees with that notion, believing strength determines victory. There's no shame in that. Only a weakling would say such a thing. Hearing that, the boy blushed with admiration, thinking how cool she was. Thinking so, the boy, eyes closed in admiration, flared his nostrils and clenched his fists, puffing, "Ah, you're so right. Warriors use their strength to decide victory or defeat." He was about to say more when a blinding light shone on them, so he pointed forward. They've arrived. Before them lies a vast area with octagon-shaped arenas, filled with the cheers of spectators and female warriors. Stunned by the sight, Situ thought to herself, "Wow, that's a lot of people. I'd be so nervous without my mask." Steadying her nerves, she looked toward the arena and asked the boy, "So just getting on the stage is enough, right?" "Yes. Good luck, Sister Rakshasa Cat. Winning means a reward." She's a rich heiress, so she's not interested in the prize money, turning back to ask a question that surprises the boy. "Prize money? Is there anything besides the reward?" "Well, there's the reward and—" The boy wasn't sure, so he scratched his nose and asked tentatively, "Ranking higher on the arena leaderboard is also a kind of honor. Yeah, that's enough for me." And so she heads straight to the arena, her robes billowing in the wind, nothing more important than a warrior's glory. A sight that leaves the boy stunned, then blushing and bashfully covering his face. I think I'm in love." Soon, an announcement blared, "Ladies and gentlemen, you are all in for a treat today." Situ now stands tall in the arena. Our female warrior arena has a new member. Let's welcome the warrior, Four-Fiend Rakshasa Meow. The crowd cheered enthusiastically upon hearing this. It's been a while since we've had female fighters. Let the battle begin. Situ glanced at the audience, lost in thought. The audience's reaction is intense. It seems female fighters are a rare sight in the arena. I'm curious about what's happening in the male fighters arena. The host sees the atmosphere heating up, and it seems everyone is eager for more. And now, please welcome our remaining challenger, the last female warrior standing, our goddess of the women's arena. As he spoke, a door opened to reveal a girl with a fan and a four-flag emblem on her chest, leaving Situ in stunned disbelief. The last female warrior, she looked up at the rankings and saw only one name. Ling Hua. Indeed, there was only one. As the announcer spoke, a charming girl stepped into the arena, flirting with the audience. Here comes the radiant Ling Hua, who loves all of her adoring fans. As she steps into the arena, the crowd erupts with excitement, eager to witness the beautiful Ling Hua in action. "Oh, Ling Hua, kill me." Situ looked at her opponent's revealing outfit with a puzzled expression. She closed her eyes and sighed, finally understanding why female warriors didn't participate in arena fights. The arena had become corrupted. Ling Hua, radiant with beautiful, alluring eyes, gazed at Situ. "Are you my opponent?" "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Radiant Lanhua, a 4th-level blue core." Situ introduced herself simply, thinking, a 4th-level black core Rakshasa cat. "Ever since awakening, I've been able to sense a powerful space-time force, but I'll have to fight to determine its exact capabilities." Luminous Ling Hua's beautiful lips parted in surprise. "Oh, a rare dark core and masked too. I'm very curious about Rakshasa Meow, little sister." She strikes a charming pose and reaches out her hand. "If you lose, you have to take off your mask. That's the deal with your sister." Seeing Lang Hua's radiant beauty on the big screen, the audience was ecstatic, chanting her name. Situ didn't want to say it, but she hated this nonchalant attitude, so she said, pointedly looking into the camera, "Such a drama queen. If we're both 4th-stage warriors, then let's have a serious fight." With that, both fighters unleashed their core energy, and the battle between Rakshasa Cat and Radiant Ling Hua officially began. Deadly serious, Situ immediately took a defensive stance as the match began, while Ling Hua gracefully rose onto her toes. "Are you ready to witness my beautiful dance?" Hearing this, Situ was filled with question marks. Ling Hua dances like a celestial being, each step on the arena floor blooming into a vibrant flower. She winked, smiled at Situ and began to sing, filling the arena with romance. The host commented, "The beautiful thorns that bloom wherever I go, the classic Ling Hua way step, what luck to witness such beauty." The crowd roars with excitement. "Ah, there it is." Ling Hua continues to dance, as the host comments on Situ's stillness. Has Rakshasa Cat given up, faced with such a massive attack? Ling Hua continues to dance closer to Situ with a gentle, sweet expression, amidst the dazzling splendor. But then, Situ slaps her across the face, distorting her features. The audience is stunned, eyes wide with disbelief, and the host isn't faring much better. Even the guide from earlier was stunned, though not quite bug-eyed. A knockout blow left the radiant Lingja foaming at the mouth, unconscious on the arena floor. Behind her mask, Situ felt a surge of disgust. She was even more ridiculous than that useless young master I met in the burial fortress. I can't even sense the aura of a core warrior from you. Your skills are just for show. Her words echoed, silencing the entire arena. Because of people like her, female warriors don't get the respect they deserve. Warriors exist to fight. With that, she was filled with killing intent, clenching her fist tightly. Please, don't insult the word warrior, and don't underestimate warriors. Damn it, the guide was thrilled to hear that. Wow, he's really raising both hands and cheering. How cool. Lasat Mu is amazing. Linghua's fanboys were stunned, then suddenly changed the Linghua image on their clothes to Lasat Mu, and the crowd goes wild, chanting, Luo Cha Miao is so cool. Kill me, please, the host shouts, rushing onto the field to make the announcement. Rakshasa Miao is victorious. Defeating her opponent with a single slap is truly astonishing. With unmatched charisma, let's congratulate her on topping the charts. Situ glares at the host, displeased. What childish games. This one-person arena is useless and should be dismantled. Take me to the men's arena rankings. Did he think he misheard her? What did you say? Situ emanates a blue aura, emphasizing his power. I want to challenge someone at the Southern Martial Arena. The scene shifts to a bustling marketplace in Salamanca. The townspeople parted, each glancing back at the young man carrying a girl on his shoulders. Look at that guy, wearing only a bathrobe to stroll through the streets. Is that his daughter on his back? What are you talking about? Ignoring the whispers of the crowd, he held the little girl's hand, a smile on his face as he navigated through the throng. The girl curiously glanced around, her eyes landing on a stall filled with candied hawthorns. I want to eat that. Holding her hand, Zidiao walked towards the stall. Ah, this. I hear they're sweet and sour. Would you like to buy some candied hawthorns? The vendor turns to the candied hawthorns, eagerly boasting that his are the sweetest in town. Shidio looked at Tio Dao Tu, who eagerly reached out for the candied hawthorns. He grabbed the entire straw stand, startling the shopkeeper. And just like that, he lifted the entire lollipop stand, handing it to the girl, leaving the shop owner stunned and falling backward. Without a word, he turned and left, leaving the shop owner dumbfounded. This should be enough to eat tonight, right? Let's see if there's anything else fun. Before he could react, the shopkeeper, now sweating, shouted, Hey, wait a minute, you haven't paid me yet. Hearing this, the cloth-slippered feet stopped and the two turned around. Only Bird was closing his eyes, seemingly lost in thought, while the girl looked at the shopkeeper with incomprehension. Seeing them silent, the shopkeeper angrily rolled up his sleeves. What are you looking at? Planning to skip out on the bill? Think you're so tough? You want to go? I used to fight in arenas, you know. Xiniao's mouth opened. The human world is so troublesome. His eyes suddenly glowed with a purple energy, as if to swallow the world. The shopkeeper stared into them, his own eyes losing focus, blood vessels bursting. As Shidio spoke, the shopkeeper turned around as if hypnotized. Go home. Yes. Xiaoduzi chatted as he stuffed candied hawthorns into his mouth. With the vice-captain and captain-level warriors out of the city, Jidiao grins, his white teeth flashing against the backlight. That's right, just kill a few human soldiers around the city and they'll panic. He grinned. Humans were so weak and cowardly. Once she completes her mission, he looks up and grins at Xiaoduzi. Massacre this entire town. Hearing this, Little Bean even chews on the wooden stick, smiling triumphantly. Back in the arena, the male warriors hear the host's excited voice echoing. The female warrior has requested to challenge the male warrior rankings. A first in history. The host smiles, pointing towards the arena entrance. Please, turn your attention to my right. And now, let's welcome our challenger, Luo Sha Miao. With that, Situ Lu put her hand in her jacket pocket and strode out with a powerful aura, igniting the crowd, who cheered, Crush him, warrior woman! As Situ Lu approached the host, she gestured towards the opposite entrance. Initially, none of the male warriors were willing to fight, but after some deliberation, a grim-faced warrior emerged, a blue aura emanating from the 4-chi core on his chest. Please welcome our first combatant, a 4th-stage warrior. He readies his blade, his eyes fixed on his opponent, thinking, a 4th-stage female warrior, and she's a rare black nucleus just like him. The host has now left the arena, leaving the two opponents to face each other in the center of the ring. I'll leave the stage to our warriors. Rule number 1, do not cripple your opponent. Rule number 2, do not kill your opponent. The two shake hands. Iron Hand Sect Dao stands tall, offering a friendly smile that hides his contempt. Please enlighten me, Rakshasa Katsha. Without extra rewards, I have no interest in fighting a female warrior. Just as their hands were about to meet, Iron Handsy whispered, causing Situ Lu to hesitate. Rakshasa Miao, let's talk. He grinned slyly. How about we cooperate and then share the profits? It's a win-win. I'm not ashamed, and you're beaming with pride. So, what do you say? Hearing this, Situ remained silent, staring intently at Iron Hand, who, receiving no response, gritted his teeth and frowned in displeasure. Was I not clear enough? Disdainfully, Situ turns away. You're not even worth shaking hands with. Seeing such disdain, Iron Hand's foot stomped the ground. He preferred punishment to politeness. He cared nothing for rules, and with a leap he somersaulted through the air, lunging toward Situ. Die. With that, he threw a whistling punch at Situ's head, but she leaned away. Though his attack failed, he smirked, and 4 blades sprang from his left arm like a fan. Pretty flexible, aren't you? As Situ leaned back to avoid the right fist, he followed up with a left, aiming to slice her in 2. Situ's blue eyes widened in fear at the sight of the blades. It seems Rakshasa Cat wasn't fast enough to dodge. Boom. The punch echoed as the arena floor cracked and crumbled, and the audience shielded their eyes. Did he just kill him? Did he die in the arena? As the dust cleared, the host saw the smug face of the Iron Hand warrior. Had his full-force attack killed his opponent? A forbidden act. As Iron Hand Sedao smirked, a figure appeared behind him, a green light hurtling towards his head. As the green light neared his eyes, he finally saw it was a hand enveloped in green energy. He quickly jumped back, staring at the spot where he'd been standing, now sliced through, and shuddered. What the hell? How is there someone else on the stage? Susho Shidao stared ahead, searching for answers, and saw Situ half in the ground, half in the air, his hand still reaching out. He didn't understand, but the host was ecstatic. What's with this Rakshasa Cat? Good heavens, the Rakshasa Cat actually has a trump card. Through the spatial rift he created, Situ reforms his body, showing no signs of stopping. Under his mask, Situ smiles, thinking, Father was right. Lin's potential is truly unleashed when he's cornered. The audience erupts at the sight. Is this the power of the Dark Core? An eye-opener. Go get him, Rakshasa Meow. Iron Hand Sato grits his teeth, frustrated, yet yearning. The power of the black nucleus is indeed bizarre, and I crave it, if I could steal it. He immediately takes a boxing stance and zigzags towards Situ. The blade-handed fighter unleashes the agile core skill, serpent swift steps. Facing the attack, Situ calmly closes her eyes and mutters, feigning a left punch before hooking with the right, if she can dodge at all. At that moment, the Iron Hand's left fist came hurtling forward. Situ's eyes snapped open, flashing a blue light as she muttered, he'll put everything into that left fist. The Iron Hand was stunned by her muttering, wondering how she knew what he was thinking. Situ used her spatial ability to grab his left wrist, leaving him frozen. It's simple, then. She immediately uses her spatial ability to appear above Iron Hand's head, grabs his other arm and slams her foot into his back, sending him crashing chest first into the arena floor, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Simalu was pleased with her handiwork, having successfully restrained him. Iron Hand sect. Blade's eyes turned bloodshot as he gritted his teeth, realizing his left arm was paralyzed by the energy invading his meridians. Isn't that the fighting style of a 6-core warrior? How does she know it? Seizing the moment while Rakshasa Cat is close, he clenches his iron fist, pouring energy into it as he glares at her. You think you can beat me bare-handed? Seeing this, the host exclaimed that the saber warrior had conjured a spare nano-gauntlet, unexpectedly able to operate 2 devices at once, truly worthy of a powerhouse with a synchronization rate as high as 40%. Iron Hand, the Tao, eyes gleaming, throws a punch with his enhanced arm straight towards Lasatmu's face. How arrogant. As the fist neared his face, Rakshasa Cat used his ability to open a spatial rift beneath it, and a palm strike emerged from the rift, knocking Iron Hand's fist skyward. As Iron Hand's sect blade attacks, the commentator explains his failure. He's pushed back by a hand emerging from another dimension, losing his balance and staggering away. Situ smirks behind her mask, realizing that she remembers now. Her ability is space manipulation. Seeing the future, she confidently retracts her hand, her body enveloped in dark energy. At that moment, the host's glasses beeped incessantly as he watched in disbelief. Rakshasa Cat's synchronization rate was skyrocketing. This device is a synchronization rate meter, an expensive one. While not as accurate as a precise measuring instrument, it's compact and convenient. His jaw dropped as he clutched his glasses, staring at the Rakshasa Cat as its sync rate climbed relentlessly, reaching 42% and still rising. 50%, 60%, and still rising. What is this? How can this be? Is my device malfunctioning? At that moment, fragments of memories flooded Tu Dolu's mind. He remembered everything that happened at the burial citadel. The one who granted me this power. Now, her emotions surge as she finally understands the truth. The demon across from him grits his teeth in frustration. Such a high synchronization rate? Before he could finish his sentence, Tudolu channeled energy into his hand, creating a transparent pillar that descended upon Thiet Thu the Tao. It crushed him, causing his eyes to widen and blood to spurt from his mouth. Witnessing this, the audience gasped in fear. What power is this? Is that Rakshasa cat really that strong? Even though he's pinned to the floor, Iron Hand is still barking mad, unwilling to accept defeat. Damn it, I'm ranked 10th in the male arena rankings. How could I lose to a female warrior? I'd rather die than submit. Just then, Situ Lu arrived, startling him with her imposing aura. With a word, she conjured countless pillars that floated in the air, filling the Iron Hand with dread, all under Situ Lu's icy gaze. He was truly terrified now. If one pillar could flatten him, a series of them would send him straight to his ancestors. I yield. I yield. I, Iron Hand, yield. I'll be known as Chicken Hand from now on. The host, hearing this, raised his hand and laughed. Iron Hand admits defeat. Unbelievable, Rakshasa Cat isn't too cool. Congratulations on defeating a top-ranked male fighter. She's won her first victory in the men's arena, and the crowd is going wild. Sister Rakshasa Cat, please kill me. With the atmosphere heating up, the host seizes the moment. Rakshasa Cat, do you accept the challenge? Tell us your choice. Under the moonlight, Situ Liusha's figure was captivating as she turned around without hesitation, and the host's confirmation of the next challenger ignited the arena. The Rakshasa Cat says she'll keep fighting. How cool. Let the games begin, as fireworks light up the sky, signaling a sleepless night ahead. Tonight is truly a grand spectacle. We'll watch Rakshasa Cat fight until dawn, while Situ Liu battles fiercely in the arena, and Aki trains relentlessly in the practice room. He panted, looking down at his chest and cursed under his breath. Damn it, after half a day, I can't sense any waves from the earth element. Normal magic doesn't work. But he quickly regained his composure and visualized the circulation of the elements. Okay, in my past life, I had no experience with this at all. Stay calm. Elements. I've only come into contact with this new type of power in this life. He closed his eyes, lost in thought, sensing his body. I'm still missing an earth element. What kind of power would I have if all 5 elements existed within me? The demon's elemental power. He stroked his chin, organizing the data in his head. If elemental power is derived from demonic strength, then human earth absorption techniques might not work. Does he need to tap into his demonic form to sense the energy within? Aki sighed, closing his eyes and wryly mocking himself. How ironic that to become stronger without relying too much on demonic power, he had to rely on that very power. Immediately, crackling sounds filled the room as a red aura began to emanate from the core on Aki's chest. Soon, the core on his chest shifted to a 5-element symbol, activating the elemental quartz, and stone hands erupted from the floor around Aki, unleashing a shockwave. In an instant, the room filled with dust and smoke, obscuring everything but a silhouette. Moments later, the dust settles, revealing Aki's sharp gaze and the massive hands behind him. At this point, Aki smiles with satisfaction. The Earth's power, I can feel it. As Aki completes his transformation, his demonic aura surges outward, catching Little Bean's attention from afar. Feeling his strangeness, Tiu Daotu tilted her head and asked, "What's wrong?" "Shidieu?" He didn't answer, lost in thought, then shook his head, saying it was nothing, probably just worrying too much. Xi Niao changed the subject, gazing at the bustling city nightscape from the tower. "Are you ready?" Little Bean. Hearing this, her beautiful eyes focused intently. She's been under my guidance since she reached the 2nd tier. Shidieu smiles, patting Aki's head. "I'm counting on you. Don't disappoint me. Complete this mission and you'll be eligible to advance to the 5th stage." Hearing this, Xiaoduzi closes her eyes and 2 horns sprout from her head. When she opens her eyes, she's transformed into a demon, surrounded by purple energy. Yes, she's ready. Standing atop the city's highest tower, she looks down and begins. Tonight, in the bustling city, everyone is eager to watch the arena battles. One person suggested it, and everyone followed. They say a powerful female warrior has appeared at the arena, called Rakshasa Cat. I see, she's challenging the male warriors on her own. This is unheard of, let's go see. Rumor has it she's already defeated several male warriors, and before he could finish speaking, everyone rushed towards the arena, where the host was getting updates on the situation. "Boss, I have a feeling the whole city is rushing over here, but we're already at capacity." Hearing this, the boss stammered in disbelief, then jumped for joy. Really? Is that true? I'm going to be rich. I'm going to be rich. Back with the ticket seller, he was being swarmed by groups of people wanting to buy their way in. One after another, people clamored to buy tickets. Tickets! I want tickets! 10 tickets, please. The crowd was too much for him to handle, and all he could do was shout, "We're sold out! No pushing! No more pushing!" But no one listened. They just surged toward the arena, much to his annoyance. All of them were ruining his chance to see his idol. At the center of the arena, thousands cheer wildly for Rakshasa Meow with burning passion. Rakshasa Meow, Rakshasa Meow, Rakshasa Meow. The center of the arena was now hers, as she gazed down at her opponent, who struggled for breath, thinking, what the hell is going on? Since when did Salomon City have such a powerful female warrior? His eyes narrowed, analyzing her previous moves. The male warriors before were defeated. She possesses a rare, dark core, and her attacks and power are indeed rare spatial abilities. But strangely, the speed I pride myself on is useless against her, as if she can read my mind. As if struck by a new thought, he muses that this child, no, this warrior, likely possesses more than just spatial powers. To test his theory, he summons his weapon. I thought I was strong, but she's clearly skilled. Damn it, I'm going to lose face. Seeing him summon a dagger, Rakshasa Meow mused, daggers. I used to use those too. Then she summoned her own and challenged him. Let's see who's better. With a flash, she lunges at him, catching him off guard, closing the distance to maximize her speed. Shameless. Does she look down on me? The thought fueled his rage as he gritted his teeth and charged toward her. Let's see what you've got. The two traded blows with lightning speed. As she attacked, he retreated, as if plotting something, then deliberately blocked her strike with his two knives, deflecting it away. Smirking, he felt confident. He just needed the right moment to disarm her. How's that? You think you can beat me with daggers? With that, he put more power into his blade and charged toward her. Unable to retaliate, she uses her space to blind him, sweeps his legs, and sends him flying. He gets up cursing. Damn it, why couldn't I see anything for a moment there? Suddenly, the MC appeared and announced, having left the arena, Rakshasa Cat is victorious, claiming yet another win. Next, she'll face the top-ranked fighter in the men's arena. Hearing the announcement, he was stunned, then protested, wait, who said leaving the arena counts as a loss? The MC awkwardly explains, that's how it's always been. It's just that no one's ever used it before. He stubbornly demanded, I don't care. I want to keep fighting, telling the person behind him to wait a moment. But before he could finish, a hammer slammed into the ground, startling him into a gulp. The current top-ranked player steps forward, calmly approaching the arena with confident composure, prompting the MC to welcome him to the stage. He's the current top-ranked fighter, having held the position for 6 consecutive months. He's known as the strongest 5-core warrior among the free warriors of Salamanca, and rumor has it he's nearly as strong as the captain. And now, please welcome the reigning champion, Lao Lanvu Jia Kala. Whispers and doubts followed him. Was this a joke? A direct challenge to the champion? Isn't that a bit much? Why is everyone so quiet? Or at least some back-and-forth questions and answers. Meanwhile, the staff member ran to the MC saying, Boss, you're letting her fight him? This isn't looking good. Can we stop the fight? The old man responded to the employee's concern with a shout, What do you know? I'm simply respecting her wishes. Isn't she here to challenge me? He said, turning back to the arena with a strangely excited expression. If I release this news, ticket sales will increase tenfold and I'll make a fortune. As for who wins or loses, what does it matter to me? Meanwhile, Rakshasa Meow analyzed Kala. A 5th core? I want to see how I measure up against a 5th core warrior. Kala's sudden words snapped her out of her thoughts. You're a truly fascinating warrior. I've watched all your fights. Your spatial abilities are uncanny and your predictive skills are impressive. He then unleashed his murderous aura as if to intimidate her, and continued. Not bad at all. Even among the 4-core warriors, you're a force to be reckoned with. One I'd love to beat to a pulp. Sensing that aura, she braced herself, preparing to predict his attacks. This guy's aura is on a completely different level than the others. It's like he's already seen my moves and he's using aerial skills to suppress me. Very well. Then I'll use my spatial power to get behind him and launch a surprise attack. Suddenly, the cudgel struck her face, interrupting her thoughts and sending her reeling backward. He laughed. What were you looking at? Trying to use your foresight to find my weakness. It won't work on me. The masked woman, reeling from the blow, questions her own abilities, wondering, what's going on? I clearly saw it coming. Where did I go wrong? Situ wondered, his movements different from what he had foreseen. Why? Could my precognitive abilities be flawed? Carrie's eyes turned murderous. If she's too weak, I won't enjoy crushing her and twirling my weapon because they'll say I'm bullying a weak girl, and that won't do at all. Hearing those words enraged Situ Liu, but she calmed herself, looked up and said, "But you have succeeded in angering me." She calms herself, calmly observing his movements as Kari grips her weapon. "Oh, angry are we?" Then he lunges at Liu, saying, "I like a woman with a temper." At the same time, her precognitive ability activates on the left, where he'll grip the staff's end and spin it to attack from that side. She quickly brandishes her daggers, ready to strike, but Kari attacks from the right, catching Situ Liu off guard. But before she can react, Kario's blow lands, sending her flying. "I'll crush your mask and skull." The audience watches in horror. Everyone gasped in horror, covering their mouths. Oh, heavens. Another strike to the face. Kario is brutal. No wonder he was in the hunting party. Did Rakshasa Meow's mask fall off? I'm curious to see what she looks like. Meanwhile, Kario senses that something isn't right. No, she blocked the attack. Situ Liu wasn't hurt, she was just pushed back. The commentator shouts, revealing that Luocha Meow risked everything to block the attack with a dagger at the last moment. Too fast. We thought Rakshasa Cat had been hit in the face again. Situ Liu's hands are shaking. She seems a little scared. Too fast, barely reacted in time. If not for the force of that attack, I almost forgot he was a red core strength type. To Kokario, he's like a demon hunting its prey, his speed and power far surpassing her own. A 5-core warrior. Her eyes shone with determination. I see. It wasn't my precognition that was off, but his high speed, allowing him to create afterimages to confuse me. What she saw was just one of his feints. To win, she'd have to rely on the power of the black core. Situ Liu stomps, cracking the ground, and is forced to take the offensive, appearing and disappearing like a gust of wind. Death fills Kari's eyes. Is that spatial ability changing positions again? Wanting to seize the initiative, Kari brandishes her weapon and crouches low. A woman who moves too much is no good. He activates the secret skill, Lulan Shadow Dance. He moved with incredible speed, swinging his staff in a flurry of attacks too fast for the eye to follow. Kari cried out, "No matter where you appear from, my staff will strike you. Your moves are useless against me." He was secretly pleased with himself. Spatial abilities were indeed troublesome. But all I have to do is defend against her skills, and my defense is my offense. In an instant, Kario creates a ferocious whirlwind. The MC in the distance exclaims, "Oh my God, Kari's staff has spun into a tornado reaching the sky. If this weren't a ring, this whole structure would be destroyed." Kari shouted, "Come on, let me guess where you are." Then she was beaten like a rat in a game of whack-a-mole as Situ Liu's voice echoed, "You overestimate my spatial abilities." As soon as she finished speaking, she appeared right behind Kario. With a piercing strike, blood splattered as Kario reeled backward, screaming in agony before collapsing. He was unable to attack, left to watch Situ Liu from below. Damn it, my leg's been cut and I can't stand, but how did she appear from under me? It's not just simple space movement, she can also phase through things. Situ Liu Yun looks down at Kario, her aura imposing. "If your speed can hinder me, then I'll limit it first. Don't worry, a few days with a healing warrior will fix you right up. Unless you beg me, then I might use my 6th core to heal you myself." Kario trembled with fear, realizing she'd underestimated the power of the dark core. Moreover, her aura is truly only at the 4th core. Situ Liu stood up, seemingly mocking him. "Now you're nothing more than a dartboard," the audience roared. Wow! Rakshasa Meow's abilities are truly different from Kario's. Kario's attacks are useless against her now. Taking down a level 5 with a level 4, amazing. Just then, a worried-looking employee hurried toward the gate. "Why do I keep hearing screams coming from the arena? Is the main event not enough humiliation for Rakshasa Cat?" His eyes betray his fear for Situ Liu, that Kario is a lightning master. What's more, she's always been known for her ruthlessness. Lasat Mew is acting too hastily. How can a 4-core beat a 5-core? Even if it costs me my life, I have to stop this fight. As Jinwoo arrived at the gate, the MC's voice echoed, announcing that Rakshasa Cat had gained an absolute advantage. Could the champion of today's Southern Warrior stage really be changing hands? The MC seizes the moment to advertise the first-ever commemorative fan badge set of Lasat Mew. They'll be worth so much more later. Only 1,000 are being sold. The employee was relieved, thinking, "That's worthy of Sister Rakshasa Cat." The MC then turned to the employee, saying that Rakshasa Cat was sure to win. And what was he doing standing around like an idiot? He needed to help persuade the audience. The MC's face glowed. "I'm going out to sell another batch. Every second is money now." With that, the MC rushed to the staff member, telling him to stir up the audience's enthusiasm as the staff member ran over and took the mic. Let me witness your championship moment. You look excited. Leave the support to me. He hugged the board and shouted with all his might. Will the Rakshasa Cat win the championship of the male warrior arena today? Let's watch and see. The crowd cheers, and the MC in high spirits happily skips away. Let me see. If things go well today, I could make 2 or 3 months' worth of sales. La la la. This Rakshasa Cat is truly my lucky charm. He was passing a little girl when he suddenly stopped, his foot suspended in midair. He turns back to confirm. A child. Then he warned the little girl not to linger there. Are you lost, kid? Where are your parents? A voice echoes from the child. Parents. The little bean looked up, black pupils and red irises. It had none. The MC, terrified by the child, cries out, "You're a demon!" And just like that, Little Bean sends the MC to meet his ancestors, then turns toward the commotion, cheering for Rakshasa Meow. Oh, it seems lively over there. And so Little Bean heads toward the commotion, leaving the MC's corpse behind. Below the arena, the MC's voice booms with introductions as the crowd roars with excitement. The atmosphere is electric, all eyes on the stage. Today, the female warrior is about to become the champion of the men's arena. She has proven that a warrior is not defined by gender, but by their own strength. Carla focuses on summoning her power, when suddenly a mysterious figure appears behind him, pushing him towards Rakshasa Cat. Caught off guard and losing his balance, Kayla struggles to regain his footing, as Rakshasa Meow swiftly prepares her weapon and charges toward him. Surprised by the turn of events, he grits his teeth in frustration, the ring on his chest flashing red as if containing some hidden power. He's being tossed around like a toy. Does he think he can beat me head-on? Then he counterattacks, swinging his mace at her. As Rakshasa Cat prepares to strike, a vision of the future flashes before her eyes, causing her to falter. What was that feeling? A sudden sense of unease washes over her. That fleeting vision felt so real. Could it be that, taking advantage of her distraction, Kala seized the opportunity and swung his mace in her face? This is his chance. The hammer whistles through the air, missing its target as she stomps down on his head and lands gracefully. Back on the ground, she replays the earlier vision in her mind. For a moment, I sensed a powerful demonic aura suddenly appear. But how could that be, here in the inner city? How could a demon appear here? But that familiar feeling deep inside her is stirring again, and she couldn't have been wrong about what she sensed. That's the aura of a demon, the demonic power within me. It senses its own kind. Meanwhile, Kayla, in a fit of rage, roared, "Damn it! How could I be defeated so miserably today? I'll kill you for sure." From the stands, the crowd jeers and mocks him. Did you see that? The Kylo got his face smashed into the ground. Amidst the jeers, Rakshasa Cat ignored them, instead searching her surroundings, leaving everyone bewildered by her strange behavior. Big sister, what's wrong? What are you looking for? Why isn't Rakshasa Cat attacking? Yeah, she's just looking around. What's she staring at? Rakshasa Cat, keep attacking. Her strange behavior is infuriating me. Are you looking down on me? This punk has no backbone. All talk, but inside he's screaming. The spot where I was stabbed really hurts. If this were normal, I would have already charged and knocked her down. Suddenly, Rakshasa Meow spoke up, trying to reason with him. You probably won't believe me. I just sensed a demon's presence, though it was fleeting. Let's postpone the fight. You're still a warrior, aren't you? Hearing her words, he not only disbelieved her, but mocked her. Where's the demon? This is the B-class city of Salomon. What demons could possibly be inside the city? Are you really this stupid, or are you just pretending? Before he could react, a hook pierced his chest from behind. What is this? Is this another one of your abilities? Before he could finish, he was blown to bits. Behind him, the little bean was speaking with a mocking expression. It's a 5-core warrior. How could he be so careless? Sensing danger, she recoils and warily searches. The child isn't a demon. Before the audience can react to her appearance and Kala's death, the MC speaks into the microphone. She turns to the MC, only to find him paralyzed with fear, speechless. It's a demon, damn it. Everyone, get out of here now. Panic erupts in the stands. Huh? What is she yelling about? It's hard to hear, but it sounds like something about a demon. What was Kayla shouting about, huh? When did this child appear? As if hearing their whispers, Xiao Duzi turned to look, causing them to gulp in fear and scramble away. Could it be a demon? Run, don't push. Make way! The demon is here! Hearing the cries, Xiao Duzi smirked as he watched them trample each other to flee. They panicked so easily, humans are truly cowards. Meanwhile, Rakshasa Meow frowned, pondering the girl's appearance. How did a demon turn into a little girl? And why does she look so strange? Contrary to her suspicions, the little devil seems surprised by how easy this mission is. The assassination of 6 5-core warriors is proving to be unexpectedly simple. She smirks sinisterly, knowing the rest of the mission must be completed swiftly. After all, Master said we could raise the city once the mission was complete. A revelation that shocked Rakshasa Meow. The Four Fiends Devil. What are you doing infiltrating the city? Only now does Little Bean notice her and exclaim, a female warrior. How rare. 1 minute, Master said that's how long it takes a B-class town to react to a revealed demon and for you human warriors to arrive. Rakshasa Meow eyes her sharply, noting her ability to freely change her appearance. This is no ordinary demon. Little Dowsy suddenly interrupts her thoughts, asking if this is the arena. 1 minute, how about you and I have a fight? Cut to the protagonist at home, suddenly startled by a strange aura from the inner city. Something's been off about the inner city since yesterday. Why are there two such powerful demonic presences? Aki seems to sense something too and gazes out the window, lost in thought. Am I just being too sensitive? He frowned, looking gloomy, but then dismissed it and focused on the main issue. No, he couldn't be distracted by anything right now. An orange light emanates from him and beads of sweat already dot his brow. Something's wrong. The stone on his chest glows, emitting an orange light. The reason this elemental quartz can grant elemental power to warriors is because it contains the pure energy of the 5 elements, inherently uncontrollable elemental energy, but if you resonate with it, you can pinpoint the earth element you need. He sits on a stone statue shaped like a hand, but designed like a human body, almost like a throne, looking incredibly eerie as Aki focuses on sensing, his face determined. If he can just complete the attunement and obtain the earth element, he'll have all 5: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Next is to fuse them together. He became more resolute than ever, his will unwavering to see what would happen. Meanwhile, outside at the martial arts tournament, the crowd surged towards the arena's exits. The crowd surged, pushing and trampling each other in a scene of utter chaos and misery. Screams echoed everywhere. Get out of the way. Stop pushing. A multitude of voices echo in the cramped space, as fear drives many to madness like rats struggling to escape. Xiaoduzi raises a hand to her ear, savoring the sounds with such satisfaction that she seems ready to dance for joy. Screams and cries fill the air. It's music to my ears. Suddenly, the action comes to a halt. With wide, demonic red eyes, Xiaoduzi giggles, saying, Master Bird said humans are inferior creatures who fear. Fear is a base emotion that makes one lose their composure and reason. Xiaoduzi proudly pointed to herself, boasting, we demons are not easily controlled by emotions, we are superior beings. That's right. Don't be fooled by its childish appearance. Situ saw the green aura and was certain that this was a high-level demon. Its words and thoughts are unlike any demon he's faced before. Gripping his weapon, Situ prepares for battle and demands, who is this bird of ill omen you mentioned? How many of you have infiltrated this town? Little Doozy asked, her voice laced with malice as she stared at Situ, reminding him, remember, you only have 1 minute. She unleashed a barrage of green rays like thin, sharp needles, but Situ reacted in time, using his spatial teleportation to escape. Teoduzi was surprised by Situ's power, stunned. Spatial abilities. Now serious, Teoduzi stared at her opponent. The scent on your body, the aura is strong. Who granted you that power? Dark spatial abilities? Could it be him? As the little devil's words trailed off, Situ's power surged to its peak. A green aura emanated, creating the illusion of a powerful, authoritative demon. Situ is taken aback by the little devil's power. She struggles to stand, one hand shielding her face. Such pure, agile energy. Truly a high-ranking devil. And she quickly deduced that my power was bestowed upon me. But who is that person it's referring to? I need to find a way to get some information out of it. With that thought, Situ puts his plan into action. She plans to infiltrate the scouts. Yes, that person. We're on the same side. What's your purpose in infiltrating the town? With a dark and menacing look, Xiaoduzi replied, an evolution mission. Stunned, Situ recoiled. An evolution mission. Demons evolve by devouring their own kind or those of a higher rank. What is this evolution mission? Xiaoduzi froze, a hint of surprise on her face. But then she smiled strangely, stepping towards Situ. Devouring to evolve? Haha, that's just how low-level demons evolve. Without her noticing, Little Bean had appeared before Situ, revealing that they had more than one way to evolve. Ah, right. She thought to herself, oh no, do the other warriors know about this? I need to get more information. She was grabbed by Little Bean, but this touch felt strange. Little Bean smirked, saying, if we were allies, you'd know this. I can't believe you deceived me. The sharp blade hurtled toward her. She was done for, her rhythm broken, unable to deploy her space. Situ luckily reacted in time to escape the deadly blow. Just as she escaped, she saw the power of the attack and was shocked. Before she could recover, Little Doozy grabbed her hand and unleashed the flame-light thrust. But this time, she was faster, striking first and running behind Doozy. Thankfully, her arena fights have honed her skills. And seizing the moment, Situ struck the back of Doozy's neck. The blade at his throat, the boy remains unfazed. Something catches Situ eye, and she instinctively leaps back, aborting her attack. Through the smoke, Xiaoduzi's voice echoed, turns out your trick isn't so great, forcing me to change form. Hearing Xiaoduzi's voice, Situ was shocked. Weren't you protecting yourself? The smoke appears, and those around are engulfed in a blue flame, but it's fine. I was originally going to use my original form to carry out this mission. Little Bean emerged in his original form, the azure flame. Situ was shocked. What secrets did this demon of his class hold? Little Bean, in his original blue flame form, approached Situ and said, I'm out of patience. I have a mission to complete, and I'm going to tear you apart. Meanwhile, outside the arena, the soldiers were scrambling to assess the situation, cursing the timing of these events with both the captain and vice captain absent. Such a coincidence? Another soldier replied. I also find it strange. Demon events around here always happen according to a pattern. We always handle things well, but a few days ago it was as if the demons were deliberately causing a series of brutal massacres around the town. Some supply personnel were also mysteriously attacked, including many high-ranking warriors. So, to stabilize the economy and safety of our town of Salamanca, the new captains organized a large-scale sweep, but on the very first day, someone reported that a demon had appeared in town. How strange. Oh well, I'll go take a look. The three of us 4 knights combined are more than enough to defeat ordinary demons. Don't underestimate us, you damned demon. We're all candidates for vice captain. The demon Jai Diao, perched on a rooftop, disregarded their words and chuckled to himself. Strange, is it? Looks like I'll have to make it look more like an accident next time. Humans are strange, ignoring what they should pay attention to and thinking strangely about what they shouldn't. Let's see how Little Bean is doing. Back in the stands, Little Bean and Situ are still locked in fierce combat. Situ, as Rakshasa Meow, watched the blue flames of Xiaoduzi's attacks, knowing she couldn't touch them. Even from a distance, she could feel their terrifying heat. Interrupting her thoughts, Little Bean, in his original blue flame form, shot forward like an arrow, scoffing, all this dodging is wasting my time. The warrior woman charges forward, and Situ does not back down. Don't call me sister. It disgusts me. Situ creates another dimension, pushing Xiaoduzi into it. Faced with this, Xiaoduzi calmly pushed me into the void. But it was futile. Your human abilities are useless against me. Then she reaches out and the two soar into the sky. Xiaoduzi is surprised by her actions. This female warrior pushes herself upwards, but what level is her spatial ability to be able to do this? This ability to pull things through space, it's not a natural talent. I've only seen it used by a few human officers. How could someone have mastered spatial abilities to this degree? Could her power really be that of the Great One? Situ looked at the burn on his arm. Just touching it caused this. But could she withstand it because the power of the demon also affects the body? I must strike while its core is in the air, unable to fight back. She grabbed the imp's arm, a secret smile playing on her lips. This move was originally just a technique to use the body to fly up and grapple with the enemy on the ground. But now she could use her spatial abilities to upgrade it to a fatal level. She then tightly clamped her legs around the original blue flame form of the demon, preventing her escape, and dove like an arrow toward the ground. The impact left the demon with no time to react, bearing the full brunt of the attack. Situlu's mask falls off, and she asks how many demons like her have infiltrated this place. Xiaoduzi grits her teeth in anger, never expecting to be pushed this far by a human warrior. She angrily retaliates. The one who granted you spatial abilities is the great Lord Black King, one of the great kings? Otherwise, you couldn't have obtained such advanced abilities. Just who are you? Situ hears Xiaoduzi's question and thinks, Black King Qi, the one who appeared in my mind. This Black King Qi, who is this king? Are there rulers among the demons? Aren't the 7 demon gods the highest rank of demons? What level of being is the Black Queen then? Pinned under her foot, Xiaoduzi angrily retorts, "You damned humans, you damned human warriors. You use our demonic power, yet act so superior." Master Bird was right. Humans truly are a despicable and disgusting bunch. Suddenly, one of the little bean's arms is broken off, and the purple flames send Do Lu flying. His body is frozen. Is this the Purple Core's mental attack? How did it discover the fifth kalpa? The little radish stood up and said, "Master Chi Diao will be disappointed to see me like this. She's getting stronger, perfecting her power. I didn't expect you to make me go all out." Her form is now a dual-core, fifth-stage demon. The warriors, sensing the demon's power, charged in. "The demon is only in the fifth stage. Don't be distracted by that. The three of us together are more than a match for it." The three warriors advance on the fifth-order demon, as Situ Lu weakly cries out, "No, don't come any closer." The fifth order? Demoness scoffed, looking up as she said, "Pathetic humans, you are not worthy to be my target." The three warriors were aghast. The dual-core demon turns, pointing at the three with a bewitching sound, then chants a curse of mutual slaughter, blood erupting from them. Turning back to Situ Lu, she says, "You are different. You are worthy." Xiaoduzi turned to Situ Lu, who was trembling as he struggled to his feet, and said gleefully, "You are worthy to be my target, the target of my trial." She slowly approaches her. "We high-ranking demons can gain the right to evolve through mission assessments, and my assessment is to kill 6 level 5 warriors who are slaughtering the city." She recalls her master manipulating the entire city. "To make things easier for me, my master lured those strong vice-captains out of the city. If those human soldiers teamed up, they'd really give me a headache. But there are still some 5-core warriors in the city. That's enough. Though you're only a 4-core warrior," she glanced at Situ Lu's tattered clothes, "your wounds and trembling defiance are enough to make you my target." She grits her teeth, frowns, and her thoughts are in turmoil. What should she do? My dual-core 5th-stage abilities are strong, but I'm no match for her right now. What should I do? Aki's thoughts are interrupted as she brushes her hair, memories flooding back of the hardships they overcame together. Why am I thinking of Aki now? Before she could react, the woman raised her hand, releasing a burst of energy that coalesced into a black orb. "All right, I've wasted too much time with you." The sphere grows, drawing everything around it closer. "Thank you for bringing me joy." The surprise snaps her back to attention, but the flames are already being drawn in. She stomps the ground, cracking it, and with lightning speed lunges at her, fist raised. "Die!" She was so fast that all the relic could do was stare in shock, unable to react. But suddenly her eyes widened as she was pulled into another space, and then a voice echoed, "I can't interfere too much. Little sister, we are both beings who want to protect what's precious, and I've already given you the power." She floated in the water, naked, and suddenly opened her eyes. "You're gradually mastering spatial skills. How far you can take them depends on your own enlightenment." Then the Black King chess piece appeared behind her, but she just smirked, seeing it as nothing more than a demon before unleashing her power. "And now you speak of enlightenment to me." As she charged forward, she suddenly noticed something was wrong. As expected, she erupts with power, unleashing a fierce aura that sends her opponent flying. She's shocked by the sheer force of it. "The Black King must have given it to you. Just who are you? Aren't you a human warrior?" "The Black King betrayed us demons, yet she only summons her own power. I don't care." Then she slowly ascended. "I must accept this power without question, for only by growing stronger can I protect him." Then bolts of blue lightning began to converge around her, evolving ceaselessly. She gritted her teeth in anger. "Don't think that accepting the power of us demons means you can stand on equal footing with us. Foolish human warrior, do you even comprehend the Black King's true intentions? It seems the only way to get answers is to bring your head back to him." And with that, she summons the phantom of a monster with a gaping maw and razor-sharp teeth. Unafraid, she looks down at her, saying, "Then try it. Even if it costs me my life, I will kill you." She immediately counters with her own attack, targeting the 2-core demon. The two attacks collided, creating a massive shockwave that lit up the entire city. Elsewhere, Ji Niao, wearing only a bathrobe, looked up at the sky. "The sky I loathe is rumbling and roaring, so noisy." While Yang was lost in the sky, someone called out to him, "Hey you!" A group of people are running towards him, led by Kamen, who questions him as he arrives. "What are you doing? Why are you still strolling around? Don't you know demons have appeared in the city?" He calmly clutched his robe to keep it from flying open as he walked toward the group. "There's a demon in the city. Do you want to cause them trouble?" Then his expression darkened, his eyes widened, and he stared directly at the group. "Oh no, I'm sorry, I misspoke. Are you trying to wipe them out? The leader was angered by this and tried to rush forward to answer me. Are you a registered resident of this city? What's your exact address? Do you have an ID? He was wary, damn it. Rumor has it that a humanoid demon has appeared in the city. But he just smiles, raises his hand and acts carefree, with a hint of arrogance. I'm just passing through, don't get so worked up. Then he reached into his coat. I do have ID, let me show you. But he rummaged for so long that everyone tensed up, only for him to make a heart with his hands and wink. Well, that just completely set everyone off. Seriously, winking at a time like this? No matter what you are, I'll tear you to shreds. He smirked. Not. Immediately, a purple aura and the phantoms of the monsters he summoned appeared. This is proof of my power. He moved silently toward the group, and with a flick of his fingers, a surge of energy swept over them, leaving them no time to react before they screamed and perished. A drop of blood splattered onto his face. He wiped it away in disgust. I hate blood. Just stay away from me. Indeed. He wiped away the blood, flicked his cloak, and turned away. The rude human walked for a while, then stopped before a large training hall. Sensing something familiar, he realized the strange aura from before originated here, and released his own aura as he entered. All right, let's go inside and see. Aki is still focused on his training, his body's energy constantly transforming, and the earth element is being refined. He meditates, merging the elements into his consciousness. Excellent. First, he must solidify the earth element within himself. Now, the 5 great elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, are gathered. Let's try to merge the 5 elements. A surge of energy emanates from his forehead, causing him to frown. He hadn't expected introducing the earth element to be so taxing. The slightest lapse in concentration could disrupt the flow of elemental energy. It's not easy to focus. The earth element slowly merges into his body. He mustn't lose focus, or it will all be for naught. On the first floor of the training room, someone shouted from outside, "Hey boss, what do you think that kid's doing in such a big room all by himself?" The shop owner sighed, resting his chin in his hand. You wouldn't understand the joy of being taken care of. I wonder if any sugar mamas would go for a guy like me. Suddenly, the TV blared an emergency alert. Urgent announcement, the newscaster warns. A demon is suspected to be in the city. All residents are urged to stay indoors. Suddenly, the shop door opens as the emergency broadcast continues. Meanwhile, Zijiao enters the shop, immediately stunning the owner. A man approached and shouted, "What are you doing? You don't look like a warrior. Didn't you hear about the demons in the city? The shop is closed, so please leave." But he ignored them and kept walking. The shop owner was furious. This is a training room for warriors. You can't just barge in. But with a single word, he twisted the necks of everyone in the shop backwards. He mused, "So this is a warrior's training room. Could that energy signature be coming from a human warrior?" He walked straight in, ignoring the question. "Who are you?" And wondering which room it was. "He's not killing you," someone shouted. "Where did you come from? Get out of here." "He didn't kill you?" With each door he passes, blood is spilled. Which room could it be? Meanwhile, Aki was focused on his training, sweating and furrowing his brow as he told himself to concentrate his mental energy. The earth element was gradually merging into his consciousness, with only a little progress left to go. Just then, Shidu arrived at his room, marveling, "Only one room left. How extravagant." He smiled, focusing his power into his human warrior's hand, and struck the door in greeting. But a hand appeared, blocking his attack and scattering his power. Seeing the door completely unharmed, he was puzzled. He can't break it down. Feeling something, he looks down to see a hand pressed against his own. A hand that instantly grips him tight. The Crimson King appears from beyond the door, and Ji Diao is stunned. You're the Crimson 8 flags. I remember you." He brings a hand to his mouth, silencing himself, while the other snaps Chidu's arm, causing him immense pain. The Red Flag King raises an eyebrow and whispers. He turns his head towards the door, this being the most crucial moment for him. Even I'm eager to eliminate any echoes. Instantly, a red soundproof barrier appeared, leaving Ji Diao in shock. "Are you the legendary king?" "Red King Chi, my lord." He chuckled wryly. "A legend, am I? Ha, it seems I've become a legendary figure. Those guys are doing well, I see." He immediately recognized the bird's identity. "Are you one of the Violet King's subordinates? How does their current strength compare to before?" He immediately kowtowed. "Yes, I am a subordinate of Lord Death King, and you lords are the strongest beings in our race, including you, Lord Red King." I retorted, "Now that I'm in this state, things aren't looking good." He glanced down at the city below, which was under attack. "Your strength is not bad. You must be one of the talented aides of the Violet King. I sense another demon in the city." Is that your companion? He didn't dare look up as he replied, "Yes, my disciple. He's here today to test his strength. His superiors gave him a chance to prove himself. If he passes, he'll be granted power and promoted." He smirks. "A mission to massacre and destroy a city, is it? The rules I set before are quite interesting, aren't they?" I continued. "But not this time. I don't want him to be disturbed." Shidio trembled. "Aren't there only human warriors here? Who is this person you speak of, my lord? Is it the one with the strange aura I sensed earlier?" Crimson King looks down at him. "Him. He is my secret, and I can't have you reporting back to the Purple Monarchs." Hearing this, the man's face went pale. He immediately looked up and promised, "Wait, great Crimson King, I absolutely won't breathe a word. I'm still a subordinate of the Violet King banner." But before he could finish, his upper body exploded, and she smiled. "Well, that puts my mind at ease." Turning away, he said, "The secret I've been hiding." Then he stepped back through the door, a secret he couldn't let anyone discover. While Aki trained, Red Kingi rambled on. Aki's growth was astonishing. He could materialize elemental power in his mind. A warrior's body can only contain one attribute, yet he wants to cram in 5. He frowned, trying to focus. So greedy. He watched him from above, but I like it that way. Yes, it's painful, isn't it? He can't even sense me right in front of him, forcing 5 incompatible attributes into one body. He's lucky to be alive. He grits his teeth, focusing with all his might as he encourages himself, fully entering his sea of consciousness. For a human, that kind of mentality is already quite good. Aki was once hailed as the strongest warrior among you humans, right? He thinks he made the right choice in choosing you as his vessel. He stretches. "Well, I should return to your body now. To keep others from bothering you, I had to reluctantly come out in soul form, costing me a lot of energy." He still couldn't stop smiling and rambling. "But all of this was worth it, as your constitution will be greatly improved. This is also a good thing for me." Suddenly, lightning flashes from the earth element, gradually spreading to the surrounding elements. He was astonished. Lightning still furrowed his brow as lightning flashed across the training room sky. He realized something was amiss as a massive lightning bolt struck the training building, destroying everything in its path. Crimson King quietly encased himself in a red sphere, wondering again, why lightning? His elements are also constantly linking and binding together. He frowned. He actually wants to bring 5 attributes into his body and merge them into one? Is that even possible? As the 5 attributes continued to merge, he gritted his teeth and said, "Grow!" He then roared towards the heavens, and another bolt of lightning struck the building. Red King Chi watched him suspended in the pillar of light, thinking, "It seems I underestimated this human. Not only is this kid evolving to the 5 extremes, but he's also creating this unique lightning attribute by controlling and fusing the 5 attributes." He frowned, thinking, "This white lightning is really unpleasant. Lightning is an attribute I despise." With that thought, he vanishes. Elsewhere, Situ gazes up at the pillar of light, pondering the lightning energy soaring into the sky. "What is that?" Instantly, something hurtled towards her. "Are you spacing out?" The clash of their powers cracks the earth around them. Xiaodozi marveled, "I'm surprised that a mere 4th stage possesses such power. Truly, this is the strength of the great Lord Black Flag." As Situ struggled to hold on, he thought, "If this continues, I won't last much longer." Even with her 4th stage powers awakened, this could be a 5th stage double-core demon. She frowned, knowing the city's captain-level fighters must be on their way. "I need to change tactics, use my abilities to buy more time." Xiaodozi immediately throws a punch. "Don't think I don't know what you're planning." She sees the punch coming for her face and immediately dodges. Immediately, cubes began to materialize around her, launching towards Xiaodozi, sending her flying back. She spread her legs and stomped on the ground, causing many cubes to appear, recalling her past training. When you're not sure you can crush your opponent, keep your distance and observe their movements. Find their openings or weaknesses. Back in the present, she unleashes a flurry of kicks against the cubes, which are now appearing on Xiaodozi's side as well. She smirks, an unreadable expression on her face. Spatial power, huh? Immediately, she uses a mind-numbing sonic attack, freezing her in place for a mental assault. Then smirks as she easily blocks her kick. Then she pierces through her calf with her hand before withdrawing it. She retracts her leg and quickly retreats, gritting her teeth as she realizes her ankle has been pierced. Even with her healing abilities, this wound won't heal quickly. Xiaodozi smiled. Chengzhen is marked for death. Even if I fail, which I won't, my master could easily turn this place into a dead city. In short, this city won't survive the night. And so she unleashed a technique, giving up on the human warrior. Unable to dodge, she could only watch as the attack hurtled toward her. Near death, a shield of lightning appears from the sky, easily blocking the attack. Xiaoduzi cries out in disbelief. My technique was destroyed by lightning? How is this possible? A demon suddenly appears before her, leaving her stunned. But then she realizes who it is and rejoices. It's you, Aki. Aki stood before her in his new 5th stage form, a thunder god. He raised an eyebrow at his opponent, the 3rd order form terrified by Aki's power. Who are you? Situ Liu recognizes Aki. Are you Aki? He replies, yes, it's me. This one's strong, you did well. Aki realizes that Liu must have also received demonic power, and she warns him to be careful. This wasn't just any demon, it was a double-core, high-ranking demon. Aki responded, I know, don't worry. A high-ranking demon is nothing new to me. It says, you're a warrior too. The aura you and that female warrior share. It's like you both carry our essence. Hearing this, Aki reconsiders their aura. Don't lump us in with you monsters. We're the ones who kill your kind. His words ignite its fury. Its lightning is truly unbearable. It must be destroyed quickly. Then it unleashed a devastating attack, declaring death to all, but Aki stopped Situ Liu by striking a pressure point on her forehead. Don't move if you're injured. You go first and leave the rest to me. Aki unleashes a balancing force against the lightning serpent demon, splitting its attack in two. In the clash of powers, the energies intertwine around Aki, creating an electric atmosphere as he battles the demon, who realizes his power has been split. How could my pure concentrated energy be split apart? What exactly is his lightning? Even demons fear the power of humans like Aki, whose killing aura protects Situ Liu and whose electric shockwaves obliterate everything in sight. It seems I've fused 5 attributes into something quite effective this time. Aki recalls, this lightning seems particularly effective against you demons. When the 5 elements merged within him, he thought he'd be incinerated, his body racked with piercing pain, on the verge of collapse. He'd assumed it was elemental rejection, but it ultimately coalesced into this mysterious lightning attribute. He muses on the power in his hand. How effective will it be against demons? It seems the demon thinks Aki is prepared, that he only wants to kill me, that he's only blocking my moves. Aren't you overestimating yourself? It prepares to attack, but I've already activated my core potential. Ha ha ha, if my master knew, they'd definitely scold me. Master, I know I'm disobedient, but I want to use my strongest power to obliterate these 2 humans. It transforms into the most brutal demon, unleashing the full force of its demonic power. Even the mighty Aki is wary of its core potential. What it's talking about must be similar to the core power that our warriors use to rapidly enhance their strength to its peak in a short amount of time. This one seems to be fully committed. The fiend unfurls its wings, unleashing a shockwave that cracks the earth, then uses its claws to launch itself upward with such force that its veins glow purple. The air seems to be the core demon's domain, its wings granting it superior speed and range. Aki seizes the opportunity to attack the core demon, who cheers him on. Lock on for me. You're trying to defend with your bare hands? Damn it, I can only defend against these relentless attacks. My lightning isn't refined enough, and its core is too agile to hit. If I keep fighting one-on-one in the air like this, I'll really be at a disadvantage. Although I can materialize wings, I can only maintain them for a short time. Defending and dodging, Aki asks Situ Liu, right, Liu, what are your abilities? The demon core relentlessly attacks. I must admit, the demonic power you wield forces me to acknowledge your species' adaptability. He laughs, but lowly humans will always be lowly humans. Even with the borrowed power of our kind, you're still just lowly humans. To save my breath, the demon core unleashes its full power, a dark, spatial force that no human could survive. This mysterious power is the true essence of demonic strength, a city-destroying technique. That multifaceted universe began to coil, shrinking into a mystical black and green vortex of death, the great torrent of evil. Suddenly, Aki commanded Situ Liu, who embraced her as she said, "Run, it's getting interested. Run, you can't escape my whirlpool." As the vortex obeyed its master's command, it devoured all creatures around, seizing the demon within the demon core as victory seemed within reach, growing darker and stronger. The demon core above was ecstatic. Got you. You'll be reduced to dust this time, right? But little did it know, Aki had other plans, and a small loophole appeared. A spatial gate. Could it be? It hears a sound from behind. I remember now. Aki ambushes it from behind. Our warriors never falter. Aki and Situ Liu unleash a massive surge of energy, both yelling, "Get down here!" Lightning energy rips across the sky, striking her directly. She can't resist. How could his lightning be so savage? She gritted her teeth, realizing her body was paralyzed. Situ, Liu, and Aki jumped down, landing on the clear crystal shards. Aki looked down, his eyes sharp, and declared, "Lightning paralyzes enemies, slowing their movements." He declared, "Tonight is the night you die." The little bean-eyed demon seethed with resentment. You dare kill me?" she said, her voice laced with defiance. "If you kill me, my master will avenge me. He is an immortal and all-powerful being." Aki remained calm in the face of such provocation. "An immortal being, you say? I don't care who your master is, but if they come, I'll kill them again and again until they're gone for good." Aki remains calm, raising his hand to conjure a long weapon, electricity crackling around its tip with immense power. Aki, brimming with confidence, declares, "No matter how strong you are, I just need to be stronger." Little Bean looks defeated, staring at the two figures before her. Situ Liuyun offered her assistance, waving her hand. "Aki, let me give you a hand," giving him an even greater push. Aki nods in agreement as she uses her magic to manipulate space, helping him leap from place to place and amplifying his speed to lightning-fast levels. Aki gripped the electric arrow, lightning crackling around him, and fired it downwards, his mana forming into two dragons, the lightning within his heart. The combined force of their powers hurtles towards the little bean, striking with a cataclysmic explosion. Dust fills the air, rocks fly everywhere, and little bean Sprout looks utterly pitiful, heavily wounded and groaning in pain. "Caw, caw, it hurts, master. I'm seeing images of you and me from the past." She proudly picks up the little bean. Oh, she's found a fellow demon, and a double-core one at that. "Ha ha, I'll teach you how to evolve and disguise yourself." The two of us went through many days of hard training together. Little Bean's heart was filled with obsessions, the joy of slaughtering humans and the fear of facing the strong, emotions and instincts common to low-level demons. The image of her and her master in the meadow that afternoon reappears. She was so much more innocent then. "But master, what is sorrow?" Her master simply smiled and replied, "It's good not to know sorrow. I hope you never know this feeling." Little Bean's body begins to fade. "Master, I've disappointed you. To think I'll never see you again after I die." She felt a wave of sorrow as tears streamed down her face. Little Bean finally understood. As soon as the thought crossed her mind, her body completely vanished, leaving only fragments of energy. Aki sighed as he landed, finally done with it. Situ Liu clutched her shoulder. It was a high-ranking demon, and though she was also considered a high-ranking demon in development, its power was formidable indeed. Aki turned to look at her, smiling with satisfaction. "To fight it this long with the 4-Chi warrior's power, you're already strong enough." Aki secretly assesses her. Liu has also received demonic power. Whether that's good or bad, he'll be sure to keep an eye on her. Aki, seeing the wound on her leg, anxiously asked, "How's your injury?" Situ Liu looked down and rotated her calf slightly. "I've used my hex-core energy control to manage the wound, but it's quite severe this time. If I want to fully recover, I need a place where I can recuperate." A purple energy emanates from her. It seems they both sensed Aki's confirmation that the aura belonged to a warrior, and a powerful one at that, causing Situ Liu some concern. "I'm sure the squad leader warriors who left the city on missions have returned. This raid. It seems this demon and its master planned this all along," Situ Liu stated, her eyes dark as she continued. "Even the captains leaving town must be part of their scheme." This is a good opportunity to explain the demon's situation to the captain-level warriors, as well as their plans this time. She reminds them that the demons are not as simple as they think. Her voice turned serious as she explained that there was a powerful being among them, perhaps even a 7th stage being, one that humanity had never encountered before. Aki was surprised, not expecting the person before him to understand so deeply. This girl has already discovered the problem. Humanity's understanding of demons only extends to the 7th rank, and they don't even know the specific types of demons. For example, even though this high-level demon is still growing, its power is beyond what a 5th or even 6th core warrior could handle. Aki looked at Situ Liu and asked, "But do you think we should stay here, in our current state?" Situ Liu looked at herself, puzzled. Understanding her thoughts, Aki explained, "Having just received the demon's power, you can't immediately revert to your original form, can you? As you know, I've already far surpassed the strength of ordinary warriors." "It's because you borrowed the power of a demon," he added seriously. "Now it seems you're just like me. Do you think humans or ordinary warriors will see us as human in this state?" Aki reached out to Situ Liu, signaling her to come with him. "Let's go, we should get out of here." He held her close. He then immediately carried her on his back, darting forward like the wind. "I'll take you to get healed, then we'll continue on our journey." Piercing through layers of thick, dark clouds, the last rays of light finally emerge, transitioning to the training room. Situ lay scattered on the floor, his body in pieces, but as his hand twitches, a strange energy envelops him, gathering his blood cells and organs. Gradually, his body pieces itself back together. He slams his hand on the floor, his face weary, as if the power he just used has taken its toll. Thankfully, he has the ability to revive and reconstruct. The Crimson King is too terrifying. He must report this to Lord Violet King and quickly halt the evolution mission, bringing Little Bean back. Thinking this, he was shocked, as if realizing something. Wait, Little Bean's aura has disappeared. Shidio is utterly stunned, gazing through the window at a heartbreakingly lonely figure. From above, he sees a group of people talking. The other teams have split up to look for clues, and they're asking the citizens to clear the way. A man approached the Iron Hand Squad leader, reporting, "Commander, we've recovered these core fragments. Inside the case are a few small stones, likely from a 5th stage demon, but they've lost all their energy." Lost all their energy, he says. Then they're no different from scrap. Just give them to the analysis team and see if they can glean anything. The man closed the yang box and acknowledged the order. Understood. He gritted his teeth, frowning as he pondered this strange, seemingly planned ambush that had claimed the lives of so many high-ranking soldiers, and the arena-turned battlefield still radiated an astonishing demonic aura. Surveying the surrounding devastation, he knew this was no ordinary 5th stage demon. But who was it fighting? How did it die? And who was the killer? A series of questions raced through his mind. And this aura. Why does it feel like there's more than one demon? A girl pondered, if the aura doesn't belong to just one demon, could it be a death match between demons? He retorted, "You mean a demon deliberately intervened to protect the town?" "Don't say such foolish things." Meanwhile, the blonde man was lining up for his assigned mission, lost in thought. A new incident means a chance to shine, and he felt the captain had been paying attention to him lately. I'm sure to get promoted next time. Suddenly, a hypnotic voice echoed from the alley. "Come here." He immediately stopped and turned toward the voice, finding Jin Yao in the alley, wearing only a bathrobe. He frowned. "Tell me what happened at the arena." The blonde man recounted the events. The demon that attacked the town was defeated, but it was unclear who did it, and he didn't know anything else. He pondered silently. Little Bean is dead. Then he recalled the recent events involving the Crimson King, but something wasn't right. If the Crimson King had acted, the city would be gone. He asked, "What's inside the yang?" The blonde man revealed that it contained fragments of a demon's core, and he immediately ordered it to be opened. The blonde man obeyed and opened the container, and he peered inside, saying, "Little doozy, let me see who killed you." He glared at the soul construct. From the core fragments, a purple mist emerged, rapidly expanding. From this, we learn more about soul constructs, controlling conscious energy to enter the core, allowing one to see the final moments witnessed by the core's owner. The more complete the core, the more scenes and information it contains. The less complete, the less it holds. And then it slowly shrinks back down. From within the smoke, a small screen appears, replaying the battle from the previous night. Surprised, he watches the two human warriors, a man and a woman, listening intently. "Though I don't know what deity your master is, if he comes," Aki's demonic face appears on the screen, "I will kill him again and again until he is utterly dead." Hearing Xiaoduzi's explanation, the master thinks that perhaps the child understands this feeling of sorrow. Gritting his teeth, the veins in his face bulging, he swung his hand and decapitated the blonde, clutching the core fragments in his bloodied hand as he shot outside. "I'm going back to report the news of the Crimson Flag King. He's completely lost it and will kill you all." Elsewhere, Aki is tending to Situlu's wounds, holding her ankle. As he healed him, he said, "This battle has taken too much of a toll on you. You don't have enough energy to heal. My wood attribute isn't much worse than your healing core, so leave it to me." She blushed, thanking him while internally screaming, "No one's ever touched my feet before, let alone a man," she wondered. "Aki, where should we go next?" he wondered. "My purpose in coming here was to find the elemental core and merge its attributes with my own. Now that I've succeeded, I suppose I should continue on my way to gather the information I seek." She wondered, information? What information are you gathering? Her image reflected in his eyes, he pondered, realizing it was a fair question. Besides Lena, no one knows about my reincarnation or my plan to rescue the imprisoned DSA. He thought about the two opposing factions, wondering if Liu and the others knew about the conflict between Zanwang and the new 6 heroes, and if they would side with him. Aki bows her head to avoid the subject, saying it's nothing and that going alone might be easier later on. Your current strength is equal to a 4th stage warrior, on par with the extreme Path Hall leader. Are you worried he wants to set off alone? He affirmed, yes, but I'll accompany you for a while. I have something to discuss with Captain Aurora. All right, your wound is stable, but it will ache a bit as the muscles heal. Don't move too much for now. As dusk settled, he said, let's go. She agreed. 3 days later, in the C-rank city of Hesperos, Toe captured a shot of a bird in flight, then collapsed in front of the window. She's so bored. She collapses to the floor, wondering when Lou and Aki will return. They're not here and I'm so bored. Sino's nearby lifting weights. Maybe they're trying to rank up. He glanced at her with a smile. We can't afford to fall behind. She rested her chin on the floor, looking at the camera. I know, I get it. I'm just bored. It's so boring without them here. I want to go out and train. It's too slow to level up in Hesperus. Suddenly, she heard a familiar voice. If it's too slow, how about I, your captain, take you all out to level up? She immediately jumped up and looked towards the door to see a figure standing there. They exclaimed in unison, and Liu Situ hummed in response. Sino rushed over, asking if Liu had returned and where Aki was. She announced that he had gone to find Captain Aurora and requested to renounce his status as a Hesperus warrior. Upon hearing this, they were both shocked that he would request to relinquish his warrior status, as the extreme Nectar Squad leader gritted his teeth in the meeting room. He clenched his fist, shattering the table, and demanded to know why they were abandoning the city. Extreme Soju, sitting next to Joel and Zago, loudly questions the man standing with his back to them. What exactly happened? Aki Joel rested his chin on his hand and said, Did you look down on us in Hesperus after going out to train? Aki chuckled and waved his hand. No, Captain, you misunderstand. How could I be so ungrateful? He continued, It's just about what I want to do in the future. I don't want to involve you all. To involve Hesperus. Jago crossed his legs, calmly asking again about involving them and Hesperus. Explain yourself, Aki. Renouncing a city's status is no small matter. Aki ran his hand through his hair, replying to Jago, I don't really know how to explain it. To speak such words in this era is heresy. But Aki is worried about who will suffer, unable to tell them he's the reborn Aki who wants to overthrow the king and the new 6 heroes. He frowns and says decisively, It's hard to explain, but please believe in my plight. I just don't want to drag you all into this. The 3 listened in silence. Joel crossed his legs, sighing. The kid has a bit of the forlorn look I used to have. Jago gasped in surprise. Her questioning of Joel's decision is so obvious. Is he really going to agree? Jago turned to Sugar, urging him to speak up, worried about the dangers ahead. The sugar addict frowned, thinking silently, then stood up, hand on the table, and said to Aki, Aki isn't distrustful, just worried. How about this? He stood tall and declared, If you can defeat the 3 of us, I'll agree. What do you think? Jago turned to look at Sugar Addict. She held her head, reluctantly saying, Who am I to disagree? Aki was flustered. Huh? Like this? I'm just a bit strong now, so how about we do it differently? Which of us 3 do you want to spar with? Joel and Yoga are both eager to hear Aki's answer. With a burst of killing intent, Aki put his hands behind his head and spoke confidently. To put everyone at ease, come at me all at once. In the warrior training room, Shino still wondered about what Situ Liu had said. You mean Aki not only wants to leave Hesperus, but also wants to renounce his warrior status in this city, right? He lowered his head, severing ties with us. Su also asked Situ Liu if Aki had some kind of trouble. But Situ Liu looked down and said, He didn't tell me the specifics. She remembers the drive back, speeding down the broken road, the 2 of them talking in the car. Aki confided, Liu, there's something I want to do. Perhaps something that wasn't sanctioned at the time. He recalls his past as he drives, Aki continuing the story of his past. I want to challenge some higher powers and rescue an old friend, so I don't want to implicate anyone later. I've returned to Hesperus with you, to relinquish my status as a warrior of this city. The wind sweeps Liu's hair back as she turns to Aki, questioning, Why so suddenly? Is it absolutely necessary to cancel it? Perhaps I can. We can help you. Aki firmly says it's impossible, leaving Liu stunned. Aki stated, Even if you know what happened and the ice dragon helps, your current strength is useless. After telling Siro and Tomo the story, Situ Liu said, lowering her eyes, That's all I know. Siro and Situ Liu fell silent. Tomoe wonders if Aki sees them as a burden. Siro, with his eyes closed and hand on his forehead, says, Aki has always been a caring teammate, willing to sacrifice himself to save others. I can always see so many things I can learn from him. If he's determined to do it, then he must have his reasons. I believe in him. His trembling hand clenched tightly, veins popping on the back of his hand and arm. But Zero, feeling unappreciated, muttered uncomfortably, "This really sucks." "You're gritting your teeth in frustration?" Tomoe asks Situ Liu. "Liu, you've always hated losing, that's why I like you. Are you really going to give up this time?" Tomoe winks at Situ Liu. "Aren't you planning on letting us help you save face?" Zero agreed. "Captain, we're a team of 4. We haven't even done a mission together. How can we disband?" Situ Liu is touched by their words. "Everyone." Tomoe smiles, holding up the photo of the 4 of them still on the screen, saying that their 4-person squad can't be missing anyone. The photo of the 4 shows a smiling Zero and Tomoe with their arms around Aki, while Situ Liu stands coldly in the back. She's sure of it. Aki intends to leave the team. Situ Liu turns and walks away, saying they should go find him, and the 3 leave to search for Aki. In the Warriors arena, Aki faces the 3 he just challenged. Joel speaks. "Indeed, after returning from the outside world, your sights are set higher. Ha, Aki." Joel stares at Aki, a smirk playing on his lips. "Don't underestimate us just because we're not on your radar. We are the guardians of Hesperus, after all." Joel casually put his hand behind his head while Yoga leaned forward with her hands on her hips as Joel introduced the 3 alluring Hesperus guardians. Joga protests, saying it's not dignified at all. "This is another name you made up, isn't it?" Even Gook Ryodang agrees that no one would use such a weird name, making Joe sigh in annoyance. "You 2 are so boring." Aki, standing tall with his hands behind his back, smiles and says, "Captains, thanks for your time. How shall we decide the victor?" Jotang confidently stands beside the 2. "Ace means to defeat the opponent with all your might. Do you think the 3 of us are enough?" A surge of power surrounds Jutang, eyes blazing, fist clenched, ready to strike. He told Aki, "If you insist on abandoning your warrior status, consider this an assessment. I know you're a gifted warrior and your strength has grown, but challenging the 3 of us at once is arrogant." Aki blinks. "Understood, Captain. I'll keep your guidance in mind." Roll's energy core glows as he says that Hi is just a cocky young warrior. "So, we'll teach you a lesson." With that, the 3 of them charge towards Aki. Joga declares that since this is an assessment, even if Aki is his subordinate, he won't hold back. Joga stomps, cracking the ground beneath him, and declares that he's going to strike the vanguard. Kyokumi flies into the air, fist clenched, aiming a blow at the calmly standing Aki. A massive explosion erupts, the luminous force blasting everything away. Amidst the smoke, Aki effortlessly blocks Extreme Elixir's trembling fist, leaving him bewildered. He's suspended in midair, Aki's fist locked on his, surrounded by a thick haze. Aki calmly states, "Captain, I told you, all 3 of you come at me." Amidst the smoke, Aki halts the Drunken Pole's trembling fist. The Drunken Pole is baffled by this turn of events. He's suspended in midair, Aki's hand gripping his tightly, surrounded by a thick fog. Aki calmly states, "Captain, I told you, all 3 of you come at me together." The remaining 2 rush forward, surprised to see Aki holding off Gukri Updong as Joga shouts, blocking Duong Duong's earlier attack. "Just how far have you come, kid?" They both stomped down, cracking the tiles beneath their feet. "Tang tang, Joe's unleashing his core energy," Joga said. Joel flies up, combining his power into one strike as the 3 prepare to attack Aki. Aki reaches back, forcing Ironhide to avoid a direct hit, and declares his transformation. Immediately, all 3 felt something was wrong, as Aki sent them flying backward. Aki, now in his red demon form, clenched his fist and spoke, his sharp fangs bared. He uttered "wood," then raised his hand toward the 3 of them, as massive branches burst through the reinforced walls, seeking to crush them. The branches slam into them, pinning all 3 to the wall. All 3 were astonished by Aki's sudden attack, as he stood below, manipulating the branches that bound them. Joel, squeezed by the branches, gritted his teeth and said to Aki, "No wonder the demon from last time sensed something strange about you. You're a demon." Aki stood calmly, his demonic nature now obvious, and said to the 3 captains, "Please remain calm. I've shown you my abilities, and I hope you'll believe I mean no harm. Now, allow me to explain." The branches slowly receded, and the 3 captains stood before Aki, ready to listen. As the leader of the Hall of Supreme Mystery surely remembers, Liu and I set out together for the city of buried bones. I had Liu accompany you so you wouldn't be alone. They found a small, bright white quartz, and as Aki said, that's where I obtained the elemental quartz. Then, due to a mishap, he refined that quartz, obtaining unimaginable power. Aki, in his demonic form, extends his hand as he explains. Remembering Liu's transformation, a ferocious face, horns, and discolored nails like a demon, he added that Liu had also gained a similar power during that time. However, controlling this power changed our appearances. After all, they couldn't say they received demonic powers. Joga asked in surprise, Liu received the same power as you, so her current strength? Aki replied that she wasn't fully accustomed to her powers and needed more practice. Her current strength is around that of a fourth-stage warrior. The three were stunned. Joga questions if his power is greater than Liu's, wondering what his current strength is. Aki closed her eyes, focusing on controlling her power, and as the power orb subsided, she returned to her normal form. He says that in human form he's about a level 5 warrior, leaving all three speechless. Aki's eyes still glowed brightly, flashing with a small spark of lightning, but he wasn't sure about using demonic power to control the lightning element. Joe was excited, practically in disbelief. I've heard of that elemental quartz. You need the strength and the luck to receive enlightenment from it. Joga chimed in, saying perhaps they both received their own blessings. A fourth and fifth circle warrior becoming Hesperos. We can hold our heads high. As they talked, Romea turned to find that Extreme Elixir Hall was just standing there silently and asked, "What's wrong? Why aren't you saying anything?" But Extreme Elixir Hall remained pensive. Aki calls out to him, "Captain Extreme Elixir Hall?" Extreme Elixir Hall replies that it's nothing. He's just proud of them both, and it suddenly reminded him of when his younger brother was their age. He recalls the past, a fortress shrouded in darkness, surrounded by flickering red lights like blood. He recounts that Hesperus also faced a small-scale demon invasion. "My brother was taken by demons. When I found him, he was nothing more than a corpse. Back then, Extreme Nectar howled, cradling his brother's corpse amidst the rubble and raging flames, a blood-red power stone appearing before him." Gukryuldung continued. "From then on, I vowed to become a warrior strong enough to protect those around me." He reached back, looking at Aki with a serious expression, reminding him that with greater power comes greater responsibility. Hearing the story, Aki fell into thought. So Captain Ju had such a past. No wonder he was so frantic when our squad was captured by demons. I heard he searched for us like a madman. Probably reminded him of his brother. Aki remembers the image of Gukryuldung frantically searching everywhere for his squad, desperate and driven. Closing his eyes, Jiaotang focuses, not knowing the exact reason he wants to give up his warrior status, but seeing that he not only does not succumb to this power, but is also very good at controlling and bearing the pressure. Looking at Aki with pride, he says, "As your captain, Liu and I are proud of you both." Yoga turned, concerned. "Wait, what do you mean, Duong Duong?" Before he could finish, Kukdiu Duong affirmed, "Yes, I agree to let him relinquish his warrior status." Aki's eyes widened in surprise, his hands clasped behind his back, as Extreme Elixir Hall stood tall. "I believe that kid knows what he's doing. No need to ask more. They have their own choices and futures." Aki bows his head, clasping his hands in thanks to the Extreme Elixir captain. The three watched Aki's vehicle disappear into the distance. Joga ran a hand through his hair, saying, "That kid really just left." Aki's past flashes before us, a frail figure repeatedly collapsing under physical challenges, sometimes even fainting in his commander's arms. She recalls his weak appearance during the exam, truly pathetic. They wonder how far he'll go this time, the three of them gazing into the distance. Joel chuckled. "I don't know, but we really couldn't hold that kid back. I probably shouldn't say this, but that kid, and even that Aki," Joel thought, picturing a powerful warrior, "always reminds me of a great being." Looking at the receding car, Gukdio smiled, thinking that Aki's future achievements might surpass even that existence. Beneath the vast blue sky, Aki speeds along a solitary road, pursuing his own goals. As he drives, Aki thinks to himself that he needs to reach at least 6 cores to ensure the rescue plan is successful. Aki thought that with the recent surge in demons, gathering more cores could expedite his advancement when he heard a noise from the trunk. Aki wondered why his trunk was shaking. Then a fist punched through, sending the lid flying. Aki, startled, shouts, "What the hell?" Inside the trunk were Mai Lu, Tomoe, and Siro, all gasping for air. Tomo exclaimed he was suffocating and couldn't take it anymore. Tomo and Siro then confronted Aki, saying Mai Lu told them he was planning to leave the team. "Aki, you're the worst." Aki's lips trembled, unable to speak. Momo then shouts, "When did you all get in the car?" After exiting, the entire squad stands together. Aki addresses the captain, while Situ Liu looks embarrassed. Her face flushed, she spoke softly. "A captain should respect the opinions of their team members." Aki cuts her off, "But didn't we talk about this in the car?" Situ Liu says loudly. "I don't want you again." She suddenly stops, turning away indifferently. I don't want the team to just disband like this." "You don't understand anything." Aki is surprised, a huge question mark hanging over his head as To's frame shows 2 contrasting figures. In a reproachful tone, Tomo says she and Snow were bored to death in the city. Easy for you two, she says, hands on her hips, eyes full of resolve. You go out with Ryu, then come back wanting to leave the team. I absolutely refuse to agree. No way. Sino raises his hand, explaining, that's right. Akia, if we're a team, then your problems are our problems. Two agrees. That's right, that's right. Yuhai wants to help too. Sino adds, if it's something dangerous, then you shouldn't act alone. Aki nods, his hair a mess. I can't win with you guys. Aki thought to himself, that's right. As a member of the team, I should tell them what's going on. I can't tell them about being reborn, but whether they can accept the other things is up to them. Aki regains his composure, his expression hardening. All right. Maybe after hearing everything, you'll all be able to make a choice. My situation is complicated, and I fear for your safety if you get involved, he continued. After a long discussion, everyone asked in surprise, you want to rescue the person imprisoned by the illusionary Shadow Duke, the new king? Aki calmly responded. That's right, this is my secret, he explained, closing his eyes in thought. Now that everyone knows this is forbidden, they're still determined. To cuts in, excitedly saying this is just too exciting. Wow, I'm in. Let's fight the new king and save our hero. Sino was also thrilled, adding brightly, leave it to Aki, keeping secrets like this. Other things aside, I trust Aki, and I'm in too. From afar, Situ joins in, leaving Aki unsure of what to do. Wait, their reactions seem a little off. Did you all really hear me correctly? That would be going against the new king, Sino brightly declares. We, the people of Hylos, have always been loyal followers of the former king, even to say that without the former king there would be no Hylos. Situ's eyes darkened as she solemnly said, my grandfather, Sitojie, was a subordinate of the old six heroes. The image of a tall man appears in Situ's mind, someone clearly important to her, as she continues her story. The image of the land being built under the Chaebol's shadow evokes a longing for the past, when she followed the previous king's guidance and built Hylos with her comrades. So I think Grandpa would agree with this decision. Aki seems to realize something. No wonder the name Situ sounded so familiar back then. He remembers the first time he heard Situ's name. It was that kid. Looking at Situ, he immediately recalled the brave warrior who charged into battle with him, remembering the first time Lu Hao brought the boy to meet him. So tense, yet so sincere. Time really does fly. Aki pondered, then made a decision. All right, but if you all want to join, your current strength is far from enough. If you all want to help me, then I need to introduce you to someone first. The whole team's eyes sparkle as they ask in unison, who? Cut to Violina, the former 6th warrior, a 7th stage, 6-core powerhouse. She stood before them, arms crossed, and confidently asked, train them? The entire team froze in place as Aki requested assistance. Yes, I'm asking for your help. I'm afraid my training efficiency alone won't be high enough. Situ, Ryu, Tomo, and Shino are all astonished, thinking they need to take a lot of pictures of Lena. How does Aki know this divine being, and even ask her to train us? Lena turns towards the cliff, accepting the request. All right, but how much their strength can increase in a short time is not something I can decide. It's up to everyone, she says, turning towards the sound with a questioning look. You're planning to take those 3? They have potential, but their current strength... Aki, anticipating Lena's hesitation, explained, it can't be helped. He's their captain in this life. Lena brushed her hair back, a satisfied look on her face. Just like before, more and more people were gathering around him, and he couldn't abandon them. Lena wanted to ask even more questions. So you've merged with the crystal element and even researched the lightning element? So his body may not be as strong as before, but it's still impressive. Aki points to himself, brimming with confidence. Who am I? I am Aki. In that instant, Lena's eyes sparkled. She was utterly amazed, smiling as she thought, yes, he's still the same man, the one who can do anything. The squad turns their gaze towards Aki and Lena. What are those two saying? I can't hear them. But isn't Vilena supposed to be really old? Sino. How strange. She looks like she's our age. Situ looked at Lena, admiringly explaining that only she could achieve the 6th core, restoring and maintaining her youthful appearance. Aki confidently approaches the squad. I want to become a 6-core warrior too. Our goal is for everyone to reach 5-core strength before we act. Otherwise, we're just walking to our deaths. The squad is bewildered. 5-core warriors. Something I never even dared to dream of before. Aki looked at Lena with a smile. So, according to plan, I'll leave them to you, and I'll level up on my own. He calmly added, plus I need to find a way to boost their power by 1 level. Lena smiles, contemplating the challenge of raising them to 5 cores as she throws her scarf back with pride. If you want to get stronger quickly, you might have to use our old training methods. It'll be tough and exhausting. Can you handle it? The whole team agreed, no problem. Cut to the main gate of Light City, where a large jeep sped out. Inside the vehicle sits a strange individual pondering a certain crystal. If he could find more elemental crystals and acquire dual-core equipment, the results could be unimaginable. The Crimson King appears, saying that thanks to the crystal fusion, he'll lend a hand when the time comes, casually leaning back with his legs crossed on the car's edge. The crystal you speak of. I know a little something about it. Aki drives coolly, lightning crackling around him. Thanks to you fusing with that quartz, it's given me some power. The Crimson King lounged on the car's roof. That quartz you mentioned. I know a little about it. The car speeds down the road, the wind unable to drown out Aki's voice. Why have you appeared? Didn't you want to sleep for a while? The Crimson King asked, glancing over. Ha! Thanks to your clever consumption. That elemental quartz unexpectedly provided me with some energy, but sadly it's still too weak. Remembering the horrific images, the Crimson King continued, adding that he'd also conveniently helped him deal with that troublesome guy last time, consuming the spirit he'd struggled to obtain. Then he closed his eyes and smiled at Aki's confused expression. Forget it, you wouldn't understand what I'm saying anyway, so I won't hold it against you. As for that quartz you mentioned, at the rate you're going, you probably won't find another one in a year. The Crimson King's words stunned Aki. I can help you find several similar ones in a short amount of time. Hearing this, Aki slams on the brakes, the sudden stop leaving long black streaks on the road. Aki, filled with doubt, blurts out, "What way do you have? Why do you want to help me? What other tricks do you have up your sleeve?" His last words were muffled as he saw the muscular figure curled up in the corner of the car from the sudden stop. The Red King gritted his teeth. "Next time you slam on the brakes, give me a warning." Aki sighed. "Maybe you should wear a seatbelt." Red King ignored the reminder. "Didn't you fight a dual-core demon before?" A familiar image flashes in Aki's mind, and he turns to Crimson King. "That's right. Something like that did happen. Seems you're not completely cut off from the outside world while inside me." Folding his arms, the Crimson King said, "That two-core demon you fought was too low level. Otherwise, you would have obtained a demon subjugation core." A blood-red stone flashed in his memory. Aki still has his doubts. What exactly is a subjugation core? It has a similar effect to quartz, only much stronger. Like a professor giving a lecture, the Crimson King explains, "You should know that ordinary demons evolve by absorbing demons of the same or higher rank." The Crimson King, thinking of others, continued, "If your three comrades could refine this subjugation core, they could gain immense power." Aki turned. "You said the demons I fought were too low level? Does it have to be a 6th stage demon? And how do you refine a subjugation core? Just sense the energy of the core, then resonate and fuse with it." The Crimson King gestured, showing off his luxurious manicure. "Ha ha ha. No, it has to be a level 6 demon with 2 cores, at least. Only level 6 demons and those with 2 cores or more have demon subjugation cores." Aki was wary. "What are you plotting?" "Why tell me this? Are you planning to steal the subjugation core and control my mind with its energy? Why are you sweating? Aren't you a demon too? Aren't you worried about betraying your own kind?" Suddenly, the Crimson King laughs. "Ha ha. Aside from the 9 kings, including myself, the other demons are nothing more than chaotic byproducts of the ancient stone tablet." The Crimson King mused, "You wouldn't understand the situation with the Dark Emissary, and you underestimate me. I wouldn't even glance at a mere subjugation core." The Crimson King speaks mysteriously, his massive hand gripping the nearby chair as he lunges to the side. "Didn't I tell you already?" Aki was caught off guard by the sudden lunge. "Oh, what are you doing?" A flash of light and the Red King seizes Aki's hands in one swift motion. The Crimson King looked down. "I told you. I'm in you. You're in me. You are me. And I am you." As they struggled in the carriage, he said, "If you want to evolve, I'll indulge you. If you evolve, so will I. If you grow stronger, so will I." The Crimson King's expression turned serious. "So don't doubt my good intentions. Just focus on becoming stronger. Level up. Got it?" Aki grits his teeth, drenched in sweat. This is the power of a king vessel. Even a weak one can pin him down with ease. Aki pants, revealing his chiseled abs. "Get away from me, you creep. You're disgusting." The Crimson King scoffed. Aki repeats his question as he releases him, and the Crimson King sighs, settling into his carriage. "You're so stubborn." Aki becomes serious. "Then where am I supposed to look for the twin-core devils, Sixth Lord? You know these high-ranking devils come and go without a trace." Very mysterious. The Crimson King's eyes lit up. Why are you humans always in such a hurry? I can't help you search lest we attract existences you can't handle. Ah, how troublesome. The strong wind whips through the Crimson King's hair as he speaks in a deep voice. I'll tell you how to achieve your goal. It's up to you now, Aki pondered. A dual-core, six-path demon. A high-ranking demon, to say the least. I understand. Though I don't like that place, and it's dangerous if what you say is true, then the risk is worth it. Beneath the blue sky, the youth's voice echoed, "Hold on tight, we're taking off." The Red King grunted. "Where to?" The car speeds off, Aki responding to the city lights. The Crimson King paused. "What's this seatbelt you speak of?" Night falls and car lights approach from afar. Aki stopped the car. "We're here. Let's stop here for now. It's a blind spot in the town." The Crimson King sat in the car, arms crossed. "Until you obtain the demon core, I won't appear again. Manifesting consumes too much of my energy." Aki coldly steps out of the vehicle. "Understood." Red King glanced over. "I don't know your specific plan, but let me remind you, after obtaining the subjugation core, don't force your teammates to comprehend and refine it. That will only cause them to explode and die." Aki grumbled in dissatisfaction, then suddenly stopped, turning back with a guilty scratch of his head. "Hey, do me a favor." The Crimson King is taken aback. "Oh, so there's finally something you need from me. Go on." Aki blushed, biting her finger shyly. Can you change my appearance? I'm going to Kwang Fortress to join some high-level subjugation missions, so I can't use my old appearance, especially after the demon hunt competition. Oh, and if you could, give me a weapon too." A great sword appears. The current blade is useful but doesn't feel strong enough. The Red Flag King glows triumphantly, arms crossed, looking up to the sky. "Ha, if we're one and the same, this little thing is no problem at all." The Crimson King's body turned into a small ray of light, which slipped into Aki's body, causing him to spring backward. Aki's eyes glaze over as the Crimson King's essence coils around his arm, enveloping it completely. With a flash of arrogant laughter in Aki's eyes, the Crimson King surveyed his new form. A sword appeared. "This blade is yours to borrow. Its name is the Crimson Dynasty." Aki stares at the newly formed sword, pulls back his hood, and draws it, thanking the entity within. The demon quakes in fear as he grips the sword's hilt. "All right," Aki strides forward with imposing style. "Let's try joining the subjugation squad. Northwest corner, Kwang Citadel, military drill ground. Welcome warriors to join the cause. This purge requires a minimum rank of 4th Corps. If the subjugation is successful, a huge reward awaits. Extra normal warriors, please enter the training grounds in order." They discussed it. Who was this powerful warrior from Kwang Citadel leading the team? They hear the announcement and are invited to tour in order. Aki follows, figuring that although all sorts of people come to sign up, the more people who subjugate the demons, the better. The leader arrives, a man with a powerfully built physique, the commander in charge of this operation, Niem Duong, a Red 6-Corps warrior. He said, "To all the warriors participating in this subjugation operation, thank you for your assistance. I'm in charge of this extermination operation." They followed his orders, and this time the captain himself was dispatched, so it seems like there's a serious situation. It's said that Captain Ran Yang once single-handedly fought a level 5 and a level 4 demon, and then beheaded the level 5 demon. Truly shocking. Niem Duong says, "My squad is investigating the demon's whereabouts this week. They went missing in the Rotten Forest, 2 miles north of Dawn City." A 6-man squad, none of whom returned. He added that the scout team leader was a 5th Corps Azure warrior and a long-time comrade of his. No weakling. The other team members are also top-tier 4-Corps warriors, and they haven't had any incidents in years. According to the last transmission from the scouting party, they likely encountered a powerful demon, at least a 5-Corps, possibly a dual core or higher, posing a threat to the transport routes around Ziguang City. Niem Duong added that the city couldn't spare many warriors, so they needed help from outside warriors. Aki thought to himself, it could be a dual core, at least a level 5, which means it could be a level 6 dual core demon. Just like the Crimson Flag said, they need at least a level 6 dual core demon to get a subjugation core. As warriors, we must be ready to sacrifice, but we must also recover our dead. I will eliminate the demons, then you can give orders to everyone. All right, everyone understands the situation. If you're willing to stay and help, step forward. We'll form up and depart immediately, striving to return before sunset. At the Northwest City Gate, warriors donned combat armor for protection. Before them stood the people, hoping for victory and peace. Eradicate the demons. The Bamboo Squad declared victory and set off, chanting, "Bamboo Squad wins, eradicate the demons, eradicate the demons." They arrived at a scorching desert, and Ranyang warned that the journey was 3 to 4 kilometers long, with many devils along the way. The soldiers were warned to stay close and quiet, for straying would invite a demon swarm and certain death. Aki realized the man was right. Since leaving the store, their group had attracted the Yama's attention. But the arrogant warrior retorted, "Hey, Captain Ranyang, don't treat us like clueless newbies. With so many strong warriors in our ranks, any demons that come will just be offering their lives." That infuriates Renyang. "Keep it down, you fools." But unexpectedly, the man is attacked, pierced through the heart and kidneys, shocking everyone. Sand demon. Sand demons are a race of demons that inhabit the barren land. A creature that loves to hide in the sand and ambush its prey. Its dark yellow color allows it to strike from the dunes and disappear just as quickly. "Sand Demon Clan, we've been ambushed," his comrades cried as the warrior struggled against the elusive demons, perfectly adapted to the sandy battlefield. Niem Duong's was concerned. The number behind them was almost equal to a small-scale third-stage demon invasion. He shouted as he fought, "Soldiers, don't fight alone. Form teams and fight together." They charged forward, attacking with abandon, as if this were all a game. But to Ryan Dyer, these third-rate desert demons were no match for his enhanced body. He sliced through them one by one, each kill beneath his notice. Niran's satisfaction with the victory brings a sinister smile to his face as they shout, "Captain, our team is scattered. This isn't good. Tell everyone to regroup. Scattered and isolated, our ranks will fall. Some are already too far gone to save. Until then, we're on our own." The demons easily fight and torment the soldiers, but Aki appears, creating a red blaze that forces the demons to retreat. His comrades noticed the black-haired, golden-eyed man who appeared as their savior, unknowingly crushing something in his hand. Aki urged his teammates to stick close to the group, but they asked why he wasn't joining them. "Yeah, the squad's getting further and further away, and there are more and more demons. Let's go, there's no time to worry about others." Aki just smiles faintly. Then he unleashed a destructive force, finding it easier to fight alone, while his comrades struggled against the encroaching demons. They were rescued by Ranyang, who told them to stick to the battle formation and not fall behind. Squad leader Huang reported, "Captain, the team is fully assembled." He replied, "Good." Then behind Captain Ranyang, a lost warrior returned. Ranyang approached them. "You're the most scattered group. Is there anyone else?" They said a foreign warrior saved them by blocking the retreat, staying behind to face the remaining demons alone. That fool stayed behind alone. Why didn't he retreat with everyone else? Brave, sure, but what an inexperienced warrior. He was practically asking for death. They said the ambush was massive. If he stayed behind alone, he'd be facing over a dozen desert demons. I urged him to retreat with us, but he didn't even turn back, just said one thing and left. Ranyang asked, what did he say? The warrior said, "Seems like it's more convenient if I'm alone." The man behind him laughed. "Ha! How arrogant. He'll be lucky if he's still in one piece." Even so, Ranyang's intuition told him that even he would have trouble escaping unscathed against so many demons. Then he said, "If he hadn't stayed behind to draw the demons' attacks, our losses would have been even greater. He commands that, dead or alive, he is still their warrior, and they should go and see. They anticipate more scattered demons and prepare for battle, heading into the fray. The captain is right ahead, but this is a high-wind area with limited visibility. Everyone be careful. Our team was separated the furthest by the desert demons, and the sandstorm quickly put us at a disadvantage. Before them was a sandstorm, the domain of the desert demons, and their comrades cried out, 'Captain, demons are coming.'" Niem Duong orders everyone to prepare for battle as Aki's figure emerges from the dust, sword in hand, exuding a cold and mysterious aura, a sight Niem Duong can scarcely believe. His teammates point him out, the one who stayed behind to guard their rear. Aki spots the group and asks, "Why is the team here? I thought you'd moved on. I was about to catch up." But Renyang studies him, sensing a dangerous aura. Could it be from the demon blood on him? His teammate asks, "Are you okay? I heard you stayed behind." "What about the rest of the desert demons? Weren't there more than 10 of them?" Aki silently tells the demons, "I killed them all. Before them are only the skeletons of demons in the desert." The news sent shockwaves through the team. He single-handedly eliminated over 10 desert demons. "What rank are you? That's impossible." "Captain, something's off about this guy. If he's not higher than you, how could he take down 7 demons alone?" Aki responds, "I am a mere 5th Corps." He knew his current potential far surpassed the average 5th or 6th Corps warrior, and even a 7th Corps warrior wouldn't be a problem, but he wasn't lying. a revelation that struck everyone like a bolt of lightning. 5 cores aren't bad, but even Ranyang is surprised. He didn't expect Aki to only have 5 cores. Even as a 6 core, facing more than 10 desert demons alone is difficult. How did you do it? Aki calmly replied, I'm simply good at mobile combat, avoiding their gathering and then eliminating them one by one. Doubting me is useless. I came prepared. No wonder, fighting with mobility to isolate and eliminate them one by one, he's a true combat prodigy. Then Ranyang spoke. Young Outlander warrior, well done. Thanks to you holding the rear, the team had enough time to regroup. All right, everyone, let's move forward. Everyone, move out. Captain, we've finally reached the place where the exploration team disappeared. He asks. The map only marked 2 entrances, but there are 3. They ventured deep into the corrupted forest entrance. The warrior said, Captain, if we explore each entrance one by one, we might not have enough time. This forest isn't large, but it isn't small either, and searching for someone takes more time than usual. Our numbers are only sufficient for 2 entrances. Given the team's combat strength, he suggests splitting into 2 groups, ensuring sufficient fighting power, but no further division is possible. A difficult decision for Ranyang. I understand splitting into 2 teams is safest, but what about the other entrance? What if the scouting party is headed that way? As the others hesitated, Aki spoke up. I'll explore the remaining entrance alone. He seemed determined in his choice. He went alone, and a terrifying roar echoed from the trees, sending the others into a panic. Captain, something's not right with that sound. Time is of the essence. We need to form a team and investigate immediately. The man next to him added, Based on my experience, that sound suggests there's more than just a 5th stage demon in there. Aki approached from behind, asking, Captain, do you know the size of this forest? Suddenly, the man shouted, Why are you asking these things? Following Anne's lead, the captain raised a hand to interrupt, his eyes firm. I don't know the exact area. There were no specific measurements taken. Originally, one of the exploration team's tasks was to measure its area, which would likely take a standard 10-person team working non-stop. It would take 3 to 4 hours to complete, Aki said, face down, hair covering his eyes. And with our current numbers, 3 entrances won't be enough. Aki raised his index finger to illustrate his point. If I scout one of them alone, I can finish before sunset. He looks confident. If I didn't have this ability, any mishaps wouldn't affect the progress of the other 2 teams. What do you think? From afar, someone sneers, showed off a little and now he's acting all high and mighty. Someone agreed, saying, Captain, this kid may sound arrogant, but he has a point. The captain tacitly agreed, and who could argue? Besides, everyone knew whether his words were true or not, especially with 2 more squads appearing behind Aki. Team leader, if we're splitting up, make sure my brothers and I are on the same team. If that's the case, then I have an opinion. Don't put me in the same group as that self-righteous hunting team. Looking down on hunting teams? You're just a bunch of lone beggars without a team of your own. Before he could finish, another voice cut in. What's wrong with independent fighters? They disagree and are about to fight. You want to go? Aki watched the scene unfold, frustrated and helpless. Just like before, the chaotic nature of the Outlander warriors was impossible to control. Ranyang slammed his blade into the ground, telling them to shut their mouths. Annoyed, he shouts, If you want to fight, wait until the mission's over. While you're on the team, you follow orders. The captain's voice was like steel. If you really want to fight, then fight me. Everyone fell silent. Ranyang reorganized his thoughts. After all, they were foreign soldiers, and their lack of discipline was finally showing. In short, he needed to quickly find the scout team and return. The longer this drags on, the more problems we'll have later. He agrees to Aki's request. All right, but I'm warning you, kid, if you go alone and run into trouble, no one's coming to help. You strut right past the captain. I bet I could scout ahead of you lot anyway. The others behind him erupted in an uproar. That arrogant brat, even after performing well, he still wants to show off in this situation. That's right, there's at least a 5th stage demon inside. Ranyang is determined. All right, let's see who finishes first. He clearly assigned tasks, changed the elimination mission, prioritized rescuing the scouting team considering the demon's levels, split the other members into 2 teams to prepare to enter, and the aura emanating from the forest grew stronger and stronger. Everyone is ready. Aki is the first to step inside, walking calmly with everything laid bare before him. From the high branches, a creature had been lurking, waiting for its moment. And it pounced. Aki, calm as if he'd foreseen it, calmly drew his long sword and pierced the creature. Instantly, green liquid splattered from the creature as Aki's eyes softened, filled with the heroic spirit of the deep forest, watched by 1,000 red dots, 1,000 eyes. The demon fell to the ground, Motionless, he turns to survey his surroundings, considering the area. You're sure to band together, and you can't resist an enemy fighting alone, can you? He smirked. The reason I came alone is so I can use my full power without holding back. With that, he unleashed his demonic abilities. His eyes grew dark, and two sharp red horns emerged from his forehead. Overflowing with power, he stomped his foot, cracking the earth. Come at me. I'll keep killing until your strongest shows up. His voice was powerful, brimming with energy. Aki advanced toward the low-level demons, roughly 1,000 of them surging from the forest. Then the scene shifts to the main force. Even in broad daylight, the dense forest is as dark as night. The guide in the lead holds a flashlight, his voice filled with worry. The silence is terrifying. The trashy guy looks around, muttering, "Pay attention to the other directions. We can't let our guard down. As long as our squad sticks together, the devils won't be foolish enough to attack." Basically, there shouldn't be any major problems. Those following behind chimed in. "Do you think that arrogant fool is dead yet?" Ha. Even if he isn't, he's probably being chased by demons and pissing his pants. The leader seems to have spotted someone with his flashlight. Shh. Quiet, everyone. Look, what is that? That familiar figure in back. He quickly comes to a conclusion. That's the uniform of our reconnaissance team. He was surprised and overjoyed. How fortunate. Our squad found him as soon as we arrived. The rest of the squad rejoices, thrilled to have found it first. It wasn't all for nothing. Does this mean we'll get a reward? He quickly grabbed a lamp and ran toward the figure, full of excitement and joy. Brother, are you with the City of Light Scout Squad? We're here to find you all. Where are the other members? Where's the scouting team leader? Brother, are you all right? Come with us. The figure before him was motionless, creaking like grinding teeth. Unaware of what's happening, he shines his light on the corpse and asks, "Hey, what are you digging for?" He seemed to realize the problem, his eyes widening with shock and fear. A demon was devouring its lunch, the very corpse before him. He recoiled, dropping his flashlight and screaming as the demon crawled from the body, its voice terrifying and eerie. Perfect timing. This one's already been devoured. The team behind him trembled, their voices weak. A 6-core, dual-core demon, the creature growled. Blue core, its eyes glow, and with 2 fruit-colored cores on its head, it is the dual-core, level 6 demon. The dual-core, level 6 demon grins hideously, its bloody mouth and fangs ready to fight and target its prey. You've come at the perfect time. Its left eye glows red, and a strange, horrifying scent emanates from its mouth, as if it has discovered its rival. The dual-core, 6th stage, cyan-purple core demon. In the dark forest beneath towering trees, a voice calls out to a 6th stage. A dual-core demon. The blue-haired man is terrified by what stands before him, a dark-faced demon with menacing red eyes. In his hand, he holds something emitting a blue light and urgent sounds, signaling extreme danger. He urgently informs Captain Nyamduong, relaying the message from his teammate as he presses the signal flare. In a dark forest, a powerful beam of light shoots skyward from his device after hearing his teammate's report, revealing a dark, kneeling figure resembling a human beneath the demon. The bright blue light illuminates a small area of the forest, but the demon's lower body is obscured, hiding the kneeling figure except for their shoes. The light is too bright, causing the demon immense pain as it cries out, "Too bright, I don't like it." Now we can see a red-haired figure kneeling, but strangely, his entire body is black. The demon is gone, replaced by a beam of light behind him. The blue light soared, only to be seized by 2 3-fingered hands. It was the dual-core 6th stage demon, catching the light with crimson eyes, teeth bared in pain as it shone down upon him. It was determined to shatter the light, a sight that left everyone, including him, surprised and panicked. Yanjiang looks up at the demon, fear and disbelief etched on his face, wondering what it's planning. Is this a joke? Some of his teammates rushed over, looked up at the demon, and exclaimed in disbelief that it had caught the signal flare barehanded, and he frantically shouted a warning to everyone. Don't just stand there. Run. We're no match for it. Head to the rendezvous point with Captain Ran Yang. Breakthrough and retreat. As he finished speaking, something rustled in the trees. He looked up to see the demon descending, perched on a branch, gazing down at them with a dark aura. The 2 men below, terrified, scanned the forest, spotting small, ominous purple lights. The demon grinned, its purple eyes gleaming, and said in a chilling voice, "You can't escape." The 6th stage dual-core demon revealed its fangs, its tongue licking its upper lip in anticipation, taunting its prey. "Let's wait together." Ranyang stood firm, his body rigid, but a sense of unease lingered in his heart. It was too quiet, and something felt wrong with this mist. A sword flashes, and he glances back at a fresh corpse near the girl's feet. Something's not right. Something's off. He said nothing, turning away. The ground was littered with the corpses of monsters they had just fought. Her companion, sensing something amiss, turned around warily. This stinking forest isn't that big, but since we entered, we haven't heard a single sound, as if we've been cut off. The girl, focused on fighting the demons, hadn't noticed anything amiss. Huh? Why does everything seem normal to me then? She turns back and continues to fight. Moreover, with the commander and the outside soldiers working together, they're finishing off the demons after each engagement, making great progress. I just wonder how that stubborn lone wolf is doing. With a weathered look, Aki appears as a warrior, a bright light flashing behind him, followed by a loud noise that startles him. He turned to see the ground littered with demon corpses, but then spotted two of his red and yellow-haired comrades collapsed. Suddenly, the girl behind him speaks, revealing herself. He is the leader of the HJ group. He spun around, startled and wary. The girl from before had transformed into a demon, half of her face now demonic. The demon seemed amused, smirking. Do you like this sight? The demon's eyes glowed red. You're next. He swings his sword fiercely at the demon, shouting, Die! As he fought the powerful demon, a figure in a black cloak, wielding a red sword, appeared from behind, rushing forward, and the sound of clashing blades echoed loudly. Strangely, half the forest was red, the other half blue. He opened his eyes to find it was him. It was Aki, his eyes sharp, the red sword in his hand radiating a cool beauty, as the captain, visibly angered, questioned him and turned his blade towards the demon. Why protect a demon? Still, he calmly replies, Calm down, Captain. Just as Ranyang's charge dispels some of the mist, he blocks the man's sword. The girl has returned to her normal form, no longer a demon, and now she's holding a sword in defense. Look, is the person you want to strike down really a demon? He looked back in shock, seeing his teammates writhing in pain and screaming. Everyone has fallen victim to the demon's spell. He awakens and speaks. This place has a core demon that can influence people's minds, Aki pondered, resting his chin on his hand. Yes, and it's far stronger than the average violet core demon. He glanced at the blond man clutching his shoulder in pain. If I hadn't stopped you, you would have cut your teammate in half, the man exclaimed. Captain, I just saw everyone dead. A demon wielding your weapon came at me. Standing in the dark forest, he spoke. It seems everyone is seeing their own terrifying illusions, disturbing the mind. If it drives us to slaughter each other, it will surely bring our downfall. He ordered everyone to gather and confirm their surroundings. He started to leave, but turned back to see the protagonist standing still, staring at something. He asked, How did you figure it out? Aren't you on a different path? Luckily, you arrived just in time, or I might have killed. He turned, wielding his red sword with an air of power. Luckily, I possess a certain power that makes me immune to your enchantments, along with the flames surrounding you, the red energy, and the element of lightning. These two powerful forces seem to be protecting men from intrusion. I was just attacked as well. He grips the sword on his back, wary of the demon above preparing to pounce. Kai's red blade sweeps through the horde. However, after killing them endlessly, he realized something. No matter how many I kill, they keep coming. Then I realized the trick was the illusion created by the fog. This fog creates illusions, leading people astray without them even realizing it. Perhaps they're lost here. He turned to look at the man in black with his red sword. Just what power did he possess to resist the illusions? Are you really a fifth-stage warrior? He darkened, then brightened, saying, I'm willing to help, but don't ask about my affairs. Captain Ranyang, I'm not your soldier. Perhaps this demon is truly the six-flag, two-core demon I need. His face darkened, turning a deep shade of red. Suddenly, a scream echoed through the forest. Captain Ranyang, save me! Everyone frantically searched for the source of the voice. Nihim Duong's eyes lit up as he shouted, It's another squad. All soldiers follow me. The soldiers rushed after him, but Aki remained, gripping his red sword as he watched them go. The twin-core demon Luchi pins the young man down, causing him immense pain. He clenches the demon's hand tightly. I didn't expect anyone over there to be immune to my pleasure spell. How intriguing. And that power he just unleashed? The twin-core demon, Rocky, gritted its teeth, its red eyes gleaming with excitement. Come on, let me see. In the deep forest, he was pinned down by the demon. He was defenseless. Just who was this being? Eki, his eyes filled with sorrow, pondered deeply about the violet-green core demon. It's not that simple. Charging in like that would be walking into a trap. He turns to leave, but he can't just abandon them. He tiptoes and sprints forward with his comrades, deciding to follow and improvise. So the comrades rush towards the sound of their allies. How many warriors died here before? The light is fading. This time we're not just dealing with ordinary demons. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked ahead, crying out amidst the frantic rush towards their comrades. A rumble. Red veins flared around his eyes as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. He slowly spoke. That's... Looking up, he saw members of other teams unconscious and hanging from the branches. Pointing and shouting, he cried, "Hey, Captain! The other team members, they're all dead." Aki watches him with cold eyes. Remembering Aki's words, Ranyang steadies himself and says, "Don't panic. Have you all forgotten this demon is a purple core? It must be a mind trick to confuse us. Stay calm. It's waiting for us to defeat ourselves so it can strike." Aki calmly walks to his side, stating that this is real. They advance, confirming that this is indeed another squad. He stared in disbelief as a demon suddenly appeared, eyes wide, tongue lolling, and drool dripping. Everyone drew their swords, ready to defend themselves. The demons are already close. In the silence, a man's voice breaks through, weak and bloody from a recent struggle. "Captain, help me!" he cried, looking up at the young man in a panic. "Save me! Niem Duong, hurry and save them!" Not dead yet, his teammates rushed to his side. But as his teammates approached, Aki drew his sword, slashed it in front of them, and planted it in the ground, leaving him visibly surprised. His teammates were startled and fell backward. Niem Duong looks furious, asking what Aki thinks he's doing. His face darkens, his eyes gleaming. Look closely, the captain, who was just crying for help, is now being controlled by the twin-core 6-stage demon behind him. Clinging to him with one hand and pulling his head back with the other, the demon revealed itself with a sinister laugh. Heh. The demon slowly begins to reveal its face. "Oh ho, you've piqued my curiosity. I didn't expect you to detect my presence so easily. How strange. My enchantment doesn't work on you, so these corpses are useless." A beam of light erupts below, filling everyone with fear and dread, and enraging our hero. You damned beast." Suddenly a massive red beam shoots from the tree to the ground, and he raises his sword, ready to fight. With a furious expression, he brings his sword down on the demon. "Die!" With a mountain-splitting blow, a deafening roar echoed through the great forest, accompanied by a red light. A small part of the forest was devastated, smoke slowly rising into the air. The once great tree had been cleaved in two, leaving only ruin and dust in its wake. In the forest's silence, a young man wondered, Did we do it?" Silence fell for a moment, but then another voice echoed from a nearby branch. "Oh my, you humans are so violent. You startled me." Both turned to see the demon was still alive. The twin-core demon Lukiel perched on a branch, smug, but far from defeated. The diminutive Six Paths core warrior grimaced, frustrated that he couldn't kill the demon despite his efforts. "Then I'll keep hitting you until you're hurt." Many rays of blue, red, yellow, and green light shone down on the ground, illuminating part of the area. Wait, hearing him say that makes this situation a little difficult to handle. He knew the demon was strong, he thought to himself. Damn it. Too many people. Too fast to stop them. They've lost their minds to rage. Everyone attacked the demon perched serenely on the branch, its purple eyes blazing with a sinister, challenging grin. "Then let's play a game. The red sword pierces right through your mother." Suddenly, his eyes glowed red as he slashed through the smoke, landing and shielding his eyes. Purple smoke filled the air, but the demon had vanished without a trace. The demon turned into smoke and vanished. He landed, urging everyone to quickly find the demon and its core, the Luke Kai. The smoke obscures the view, but a bright white light shines from behind it. Turning back, he sees Aki and the white shadow of the demon. Half demon, half Aki. Damn it, Aki's body is slowly transforming into the dual-core 6th stage demon. Its face darkens, a sinister smile spreads, and the boy points towards Aki, crying out. And everyone looked in the direction the man was pointing. The fiend was over there. Aki stood still as everyone stared, realizing he was no longer himself, but a demon in their eyes. Now in everyone's eyes, Aki is just a demon. So that's how it is. I'm immune to the demon's illusion, but they were already manipulated and fell victim to its spell. It used illusions to make them see me as a demon and turn against me, while it watched from above. So, the demon sits upon a cloud of purple smoke, legs crossed, watching with amusement as his opponent prepares to destroy himself. Behind him, a large purple eye watches as his manipulated comrades raise their swords, ready to strike. But instead of running, he stood firm, red sword in hand, facing everyone, while above, a demon watched his opponents prepare to destroy each other. Ha ha! How amusing. Niem Duong and Aki are about to fight to the death. The demon dies, and Aki's eyes gleam with rage. Captain Ranyang never expected to fight him. From above, the scene below was a sea of demons bathed in red. The demon is delighted, calling it a feast for the eyes. It's been a long time since we've seen such a spectacular massacre. Aki is furious. They're treating us like a joke for their entertainment. All right, perfect. Just the chance to test the true power of the lightning attribute. A blast of red energy is fired straight at the demon, but it rushes towards the other two instead. The demon unexpectedly blocks Captain Ranyang's red nuclear attack, who has transformed into the Crimson Flag King. If the essence of lightning can restrain demonic power, then the Crimson Flag King wields power from his glowing sword. Seeing this, Ranyang angrily roared and charged forward, seeking revenge for the other warriors. Wielding the power of the sword, the Crimson Monarch strikes, forcing the captain to take a break. The sword's energy explodes outward, sending soldiers flying. Nyam Duong is shocked. More lightning? What is that kid's power anyway? Not only does he possess immense demonic power, but he also exudes an unsettling aura. Standing amidst the fallen, the Crimson Monarch confirms his suspicions. By adjusting the intensity of his unique lightning, he can erase their negative states, including the demon's enchantment. Red King looked up at the purple eye. The demon was still in the sky, surprised that his enchantment had been broken by lightning. What would he do now? From below, the Crimson King's voice booms with thunderous energy, shaking the demon perched atop the violet eye. The giant purple eye begins to crack, and finally explodes, sending the demon plummeting. The demon then ambushes the Red King from behind. Die, human warrior. The Red King turns, his eyes blazing crimson. Either you die. He swung his sword at the demon, sending it flying backward. It barely blocked his follow-up attack, but not before taking a hit. The Red Flag King approached the demon, sword over his shoulder. This 2-core, 6th-stage demon was indeed worth the trip, possessing strange lightning powers, showing no fear or tension when looking at him, but instead great interest, as if he were the demon and he was the prey. The Crimson King leaps forward, lunging at the dazed demon before him. The ground around the Crimson King is torn apart, but the demon remains unscathed. The demon swiftly evades his attack and begins to summon its power. A horde of demons swarms the Crimson King, launching an attack. This isn't mere illusion. The Crimson King strikes back, targeting each demon in turn. Demons surrounded him on all sides, taunting him. A combination of illusion and the nimble movements of 2 cores, yet only one entity. The Red King's sharp eyes carefully observed the actions of each demon before he suddenly spoke. "It's you, isn't it?" He quickly drew his sword and slashed at the demon. The summoned demons slowly dissipate. His power is truly my bane. My attacks are useless against him. A light appears above the demon's head, and in an instant, Red Flag King descends, swinging his glowing sword down on the demon. "Offer your demon subduing core to me." Meanwhile, in Twilight City, lightning crackles across the dark sky. Situ Liu stands high above the skyscrapers, her lips pursed in silence. But then, a piercing scream echoes. It's Sumo. Liu withdraws her hand after striking the person, and Sumo slowly sits up, looking at her companion and asking, "Liu, what are you doing?" Her only response was a nonchalant voice. "Nothing. I'm just sensing Anne's presence." As Situ Liu spoke, he moved forward, prompting a surprised question from Sumo. "Huh? So that was Anne?" She continued to wonder, "That lightning? Why is that?" But before Liu could answer, they heard Sino's voice. He tilted his head, asking, "What are you guys looking at?" Before he could finish, To pointed to the flickering lightning. "We're looking at Anne." The two of them crouched down, looking thoughtful. Is that Anne?" To replies, "I don't know." Liu said we might sense Anne's presence there." Hearing that, Sino retorted, "What nonsense are you talking about? It's just thunder. It must be raining over there." Before they could argue, a piercing scream erupted from behind, startling them all. "What are you three doing? Just standing there?" With a grim look on her face, she approached them and immediately began to shout. If they don't get stronger before Anne returns, they'll only be a burden to him. With that, she recalled Anne's instructions before he left. "Before I return, they must be stronger. They need to possess incredible strength." Anne's face became clearer and clearer, along with his earnest request. "I'm counting on you, Lena." She vowed to fulfill Anne's request at any cost so he could return safely. When Lena roared once more, her tone growing fiercer. "Keep fighting for me. Now it's my turn and you all have to defend against my attacks for 10 seconds. No sooner said than done. Sumoya lamented the difficult task. 10 seconds? We could barely handle 5 last time. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the Crimson King relentlessly hunted the twin-core 6th-tier demon, who, refusing to yield, unleashed his fury. "Damn you. I'm the only one who gets to stab people in the back." Before he could finish, the Crimson Era King swung his sword forward, grinning with delight. Could he be faster than lightning? Then, grinding his teeth, he said, How could you be so stupid? To the sixth-tier demon. Now the demon trembles, sensing an unfathomable power emanating from him. Could this warrior really be human? Before the Red King's overwhelming aura, the sixth demon collapses, and with lightning speed, a sharp, chilling blade pierces through him. As he moved, he said, "It ends here, dying demon." The sixth circle demon, holding the sword in front of him, shouted, "Damn it, because of your strange lightning, my twin cores can't exert even half their power." It continued to threaten, "But don't you dare think you can have them." As he finished speaking, the demon's core emitted a strange light, signaling its self-destruction, and its eyes glowed with an eerie light. To prevent its plan, the Scarlet King threw him high into the air with a sword. The Scarlet King smirked. "You want to self-destruct and summon void lightning? Let me help you." He spoke, and moments later, lightning filled the sky. Lightning strikes the demon Lucci relentlessly, and he cries out in agony. "Are you human or demon?" The Crimson King didn't answer, simply replying, "A warrior." His body explodes, smoke billowing, and finally the twin cores appear, slowly descending into the Crimson King's hand. He clenches them, then releases, thinking, "So these are the demon subjugation cores?" As darkness falls and the moon glows bright, a figure lies unconscious against a tree in the forest. Niem Duong stirs, clutching his head, wondering, Am I unconscious? Since when?" He looked around and noticed the others were unconscious as well, wondering if they were all out cold. Cutting through his thoughts, a familiar voice called out to him. Aki asked softly, "Captain, are you awake?" He responded with surprise, "It was you, Aki?" Leaning to the side, Aki supported himself with one hand on the ground, slightly against the tree behind him. Niem Duong was about to charge forward with his sword when he asked, "Is it night already? Then where is the twin core demon?" "I killed it, and I've taken care of the surrounding demons, so don't worry." Nian Yang paused at his reply, catching the water bottle he'd tossed. Aki said with a nonchalant expression, "Have some water, Captain." "You're saying you took care of the twin core devil all by yourself?" Ren Yang asked in disbelief. Aki leans against a large tree, his sword beside him. "Yeah, but the other team members? We tried our best." He's surprised. It was a dual-core, 16th-level demon. "Just what is your power?" Aki wearily gets up. "Even if I happen to be able to counter this demon, the most important thing is that everyone survived, right? I'll check around for any remaining demons. It's midnight now, so rest with the others for a while." Hearing this, Ranyang turned to look around. Everyone was sprawled out on the ground, and he said they probably wouldn't wake up right away. This demon's illusion magic is truly difficult to defend against. Even I was unconsciously invaded. Aki explained that dual-core demons are considered top-tier fighters in their class. 2 different dark cores. The power isn't simply doubled, you're already strong for waking up so quickly. But Ranyang sighed. As a powerful 6-core warrior and top fighter of Light City, I was underestimated by this demon and couldn't use my full strength. It's frustrating. He frowned, both as the person in charge of Light City's purge operation and as a captain. "Because you saved us, I won't investigate your identity any further. But as a warrior, I can't ignore this." Ranyang clenched his fist. "I'm incredibly curious. Which of us is stronger, a 6-core warrior like me or a foreign warrior who can single-handedly defeat a dual-core 6-winged demon?" He proposed a friendly competition, wanting to see my true strength, but Aki flatly refused. "There's no need, Captain. I believe your true strength is certainly no less. This time was a special situation, and a lack of information about the demon led to your predicament." Before he could finish, Ranyang interrupted, "Don't refuse me. Consider me extremely curious about your strength." His sword points towards him. "Please, spar with me." Aki silently assesses his combative and competitive nature. He's right. How can a warrior become strong without these 2 traits? Then, correcting himself, he said, "As for me, I'm fine. There's an open space nearby." The bright moonlight illuminated every corner of the forest as they moved to a nearby clearing. Nian Yang's feet begin to move as he enters a battle-ready stance, warning, "Don't hold back. If you're truly strong, then show me." Aki responds, "I was once as eager to fight as you, so I'll take this seriously." He reaches behind him, drawing his sword to attack. Niem Duong is pleased. "Very good." Like the wind, he lunges at Aki, unleashing a savage strike, a flurry of crimson blades. But then, Ren Yang is bewildered. Where is he? He looked around, but there was no one to be seen, only traces of the previous attack. Ren Yang's eyes widened as a dark figure leaped from above, aiming to strike him down. His reflexes kicked in, but the attack came from above and behind. Hiem Duong parries Aki's blade, but Aki fights dirty, stepping on his hand. A cataclysmic explosion erupts, blanketing the ground in dust. Aki disarms Nian Yang and declares, "You've lost," he continues. "No matter how many times you try, I'll find an opening and disarm you the moment you attack." With cold, emotionless eyes, he asks, "Do you want to try again?" Hiem Duong trembled slightly. He's right. Whether I'm ready or not, he'll disarm me. This is the difference in strength. His power, his pressure. I only see that in them. Shin Ryuho. Aki helps him up. "Come now. Your face softened for a moment there. Let's end it here." Nian Yang was still stunned, sensing a completely different aura than before or from Shin Liu Hao. Sometimes like a gentle elder, sometimes cold, and sometimes warm. He smiled, silently concluding that this was truly a mysterious warrior. Nian Yang grabbed Aki's hand, cheerfully saying, "Okay, I give up." A moment later, he rubbed his arm, unable to resist asking, "With your strength, why join a temporary team like this? You're definitely not a typical Fifth Corps warrior. You're the strongest I've ever seen, second only to Shin Roxu-hu." Aki frowned slightly. He muttered, "The new 6 are behind them?" Ranyang continued, 7-star warriors are the pinnacle. The gap between 6-star and 1-star is probably greater than that between 1-star and 6-star. The power of a new 6-star is beyond anything a 6-corps warrior like myself can comprehend. Their full strength remains unseen. I heard one of them once entered a place called the Ancient Arena alone and returned safely. It's beyond our imagination. Aki suddenly entered the Ancient Royal Flush. So they were the Ancient Royal Flush all along. He remembers how miserable he was in there? Aki's expression turned serious. No, something's not right. They're hiding something. Ranyang pulls him back to reality. Dawn is breaking, and the other warriors will soon awaken. Will you return with us to the city of Lumina? Aki calmly agrees. Yeah, let's go back. As it happens, I have some things to take care of. Dawn arrives, illuminating his thoughts. It's time to see the effects of the subduing demon core. And so, the two returned to the City of Light. Back at headquarters, Tian Songyao summoned Ranyang and said, "Dual core, 6th level, death core. This is formidable." I heard some soldiers say, "There's a powerful outsider. What's his strength like?" He bowed his head and honestly replied, "He's just a 5th Corps warrior." After the mission ended, he left the team on his own. During the mission, they were okay, but the other members were also excellent, especially the fallen soldiers, said Tian Kongyao, the honest strategic commander. The 7-stone Corps warrior asked in surprise, "A 5-corps warrior? I thought he was a stronger outsider. If that's the case, I have to meet him and find a way to recruit him into our team. If there's nothing else, you're dismissed. The detailed report can wait." With that, he turned away, and Ranyang quickly replied, "Yes, sir." As he walked out, his teammates remarked, "Look, Captain Ranyang is coming out of the Strategic Command Pavilion." He didn't respond, but thought to himself, "As requested, I've done it." In addition, Ranyang remembered what Aki had said before. "Captain Ranyang, I hope you'll downplay my abilities. I've joined Twilight City's temporary team, but I don't want to attract the attention of the higher-ups. This is my request." At that, he asked in surprise, "You saved our team members, and if it's something I can do, but you don't care about the mission rewards? Just who are you?" Aki wondered with a sigh. Then, gazing up at the sky, he nonchalantly said, "I don't know either." Meanwhile, in a hotel in Kwang City, Aki emerges from the bath, relieved to have washed away the demon blood. He approaches the bed and glances at the demon subjugation core. Aki then sat down gently, picked up the demon subjugation core, and muttered to himself, "Next is this." A thought then struck Aki. This demon subjugation core was indeed different from ordinary demon cores, especially the demonic aura contained within. If an ordinary warrior were to forcibly absorb it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just then, the Crimson Flag King suddenly appeared. "Well, you obtained the first demon subjugation core so quickly." Aki, now flustered, asks why he suddenly appeared, to which he calmly replies, "Since you have the subjugation core, do you know how to use it? But no one but you can use this." Hearing that, Aki asks in surprise, "Why?" So, the Crimson King casually replies, "Because you're special," and transforms him into a form resembling his own, causing Aki to angrily shout, "Hey, what are you doing?" And the Crimson King simply says, "Yes, I like you just like this." Even so, he still tries to ask, "What do you want? Don't act like we're so close." He cheerfully replies, "Hey, human nature is so bad. I'm just reminding you that this form of yours is very useful." The subjugation core is a unique product within a demon's body, and its power is not something a normal human body can withstand. It's too violent, enough to drive the average warrior mad, even to the point of self-destruction. But you possess two things that can suppress this power and violence. Aki quickly asks him. Two things, the Crimson King replies. First, your demonic constitution, because of my existence, makes you completely immune to any erosion from demonic energy. The second is the lightning attribute you evolved in the elusive flower garden. Aki, still unsure, hesitates. You mean this? As he conjures lightning before him. This caused the Crimson Flag King to frown in displeasure, and he issued a command with a scowl. Snap, she thought. That's it. No need to show me. Put it away. Aki had inadvertently discovered the Red King's weakness and muttered to herself, this guy really resists my lightning. Furthermore, he clarified something to him. His formidable lightning attribute is highly effective against demons. It can suppress the power of demons and purify the demonic aura emanating from the subjugation core. In other words, by combining these two abilities, you can help other human warriors fuse with the subjugation core, but they must possess sufficient physical and mental strength. Without sufficient mental fortitude, the fusion process can easily affect their minds. As for the rest, we'll only know once you help them merge, if you have anything else to say. After a transformation, Aki returned to normal and asked, so how exactly should I merge them? How exactly do I help them merge? Be very specific. Red King proposes a one-on-one nude fusion, and Aki cries out in alarm. What? Naked bodies combining? Red King begins to explain, step by step. Why are you so agitated? To maximize the sensation, isn't this perfectly normal? Combining means merging and sensing energy. Channel your own energy into the other person's body. Aki followed the instructions, sensing the changes within his body, and thought to himself, this is very bad. Sino is still okay, but Lu and Sumoe are both girls. Won't they misunderstand me as a pervert? Wait, Sino is the weirdest. He imagined their naked forms and the blunt invitation, I'm undressed, let's begin. Then, horrified, clutched his head and screamed, I don't want to do anything with a muscle-bound man. Seeing Aki's overreaction, he sighed and said, what in the world are you doing? After all, the Crimson King couldn't understand human embarrassment. While Aki was still reeling from his thoughts, the apartment door swung open, revealing an excited Lina. You're back? Aki replied calmly. Yeah, I'm back. Where are the other three? Here are the other three, you and Lina, just as you asked. I've taken good care of them. Seeing Aki, the three ran towards him, with Tomo leading the charge, asking, why have you changed again? Bringing up the rear, Tudulu says, I'm used to it. I can sense his aura more easily. Seeing the three of them, he hesitates. About cultivation. I have something important to tell everyone. At this moment, he adopted a serious demeanor about the secret he was about to reveal. After a hot discussion in the room, Lina stomped hard near Aki's manhood, making him jump and scream, his face furious as he growled, Are you serious? Looking at Aki, Sumo covered her mouth in surprise. Oh my god, did I hear that right? Naked fusion? Lina gritted her teeth. In the past life, you were clearly indifferent to all my hints and night attacks, but in this life, you know how to play. With a scornful look, she glares at Aki. You perverted boss, do you think I won't stomp you into oblivion? He trembles, fearing the end of his bloodline. He calmly explains, what nonsense are you spouting? I told you, this is a mandatory situation. We have to cooperate like this to fuse the subjugation cores. Without my help, they'll be consumed by the demonic power within the demon core. He trembled, glancing at the foot, threatening his manhood. And could you put your foot down? I feel a draft down there. Hearing Aki's words, Lina was speechless. She angrily flounced out, saying, You guys discuss it. I'm going to take a nap. Call me when you've decided. With that, she stormed out, slamming the door and startling everyone inside, leaving the room in silence as Sumoe hesitated. Lina, Senior, what's wrong? Aki became very serious at this moment, explaining to everyone that the method was not only strange, but also dangerous. If it really works, I'll quickly get the other two subjugation cores. For now, this core can only help one person advance. So, who goes first? Sumoe pondered in bed. Even as comrades, being naked in front of others was embarrassing, so she thought of Sino, who, of course, would have no problem with it. All she could imagine were 7,749 positions between her and Sino. From the shadows, Tudolu hesitated, her face flushed with embarrassment. I already possess demonic power, so it might be easier for me to assimilate. Let me go first, Sino interjects. I'm obviously the first in line. A dangerous task like this is best left to me. My strength and spirit are only useful at times like these. Aki was overjoyed that someone believed in him. Okay, Thank you for believing in me. Tomo happily chimes in, I understand and I support you. In contrast to everyone's excitement, Situ Liu remained silent in a corner, while back in the room, the two began to undress, his physique improved by Li Na's training. Shino slowly takes off his shirt, revealing his toned body, feeling stronger than before. Perhaps the male fans of my channel all want a physique like that, right? If you do, leave a like and subscribe to get it. After removing his clothes, Shino asks Aki if he should take off his underwear too, startling Aki, who grabs Shino's briefs tightly. Don't take them off, you don't need to. It'll only affect it a little bit, just a little. Outside, Tomo and Situ Liu were secretly recording their lively moments with cameras. This is the perfect angle. Their cameras capture the two as they transfer their inner power. Are we okay with lurking around like this? When Lena suddenly appeared behind them. It's fine. We're just worried about them in case they need our help. Hearing her voice, Tomo looks up and asks, Huh? Senior, what are you doing here? When Lena put her finger to her lips, signaling them to be quiet. Just here to observe. The three stood outside, silently watching. Inside, Shino held the exorcism stone in his hand. If what you say is true, it contains a terrifying demonic power. The exorcism stone in your hand emits a faint light, along with a black aura. Even holding it makes me tremble. Aki began to channel energy into him, reminding him to relax, hold the subjugation core in his palm, close his eyes, and use his power to connect with it. It's going to hurt a little. But don't worry, I'm here to help. Sino closed his eyes, his voice firm as he entered his subconscious. In his subconscious, a vast space envelops him and a faint golden light slowly appears. He sees it. That golden light is spreading wider and wider over there like his core power. Can the exorcism core identify a power that suits me? The space within begins to warm from the heat radiating from the golden light. He gazed at the golden light, wondering if he should approach, and slowly began to walk towards it. Suddenly he stops, gazing up at the orb of golden light cradled by a colossal, mysterious being, astonished by its immense power, the true essence of demonic energy. He reached out a trembling hand toward the orb. Was this the power of a primal demon? Suddenly the orb cracks open, unleashing a colossal power that shakes the very space around him and quickly engulfs him. It gradually invades his body, causing him immense pain. Reaching his limit, he roars, realizing this is the power of a primordial demon. How could a human possibly resist it? Suddenly, the enormous creature opened its eyes, embracing the orb that surrounded him. Damn it, the power of the primordial demon is beguiling me, invading my very mind. Will I become a monster with reason? Crimson King watches from above, saying, See, I told you to listen to me. Otherwise, there's a high chance your friend will explode and die. He loosens his grip, revealing another form holding a sword in his hand, adding, Now it's your turn. His eyes widened, creating a strange sense of pressure as he flew high, looking down at his opponent, the Golden Demon. The Golden Demon gazes at him, surprised to encounter Wang Chi here, as Crimson King looks down at the demon, a miniature human with sharp, claw-like nails in his palm. He lowered his gaze. This thing has a consciousness? I thought it was just a phantom. The Crimson King looked down at the miniature human as the demon clutched a large, golden light bulb. This thing you see is a primal form of demonic power, and I am the purest existence closest to that primal power, hence its reaction. The Crimson King's eyes glowed with golden light. I can't bring myself to attack it. If you want to help your friend, act quickly, or don't blame me when he becomes a mindless monster. The resilient young man is flung into the air, his footsteps rising, slowly approaching. Zeno ascends, unleashing lightning from his palm upon his opponent, shocking him with agonizing pain. You can't fall here. The gold demon curls up, its golden light and keen senses picking up on something. There's a terrible stench coming from you. The golden demon has caught a scent, and a foul odor emanates with a flash of golden light. Such a disgusting stench must be eradicated completely. His eyes have caught a whiff of something too. Suddenly, a figure clad head to toe in golden armor intercepted the blow aimed at the light-wielding golden goblin. The tiny figure in his palm leaped high, pointing his sword at his opponent. What is that thing? The golden demon curls around its orb of light, facing another demon. How did another demon get here? The gold goblin gazes at its opponent, the primal six-winged devil. In a dimly lit space, he looks down from above, having shrunk in size. But it's not that easy. Below, both are poised and ready for battle. To help their comrade, they must first defeat the demon before them, the phantasm demon of the subjugation core. The golden demon has begun its attack, approaching its opponent and reaching out. He crossed his arms, watching the golden demon, a red chair behind him covered in eyes and topped with a goat's head with long, sharp horns. He sat down, crossed his legs, and began. Annoyed by the urging, he turns to his master, while the two demons silently observe them, warning him not to be so patronizing and order him around. The golden demon emerges from the light, descending rapidly upon his foe, foot raised to crush him. But then a golden light and a massive explosion filled the air, and his eyes burned with hatred. Exhausted from the fight, he gasped, "Come on, let's see this strange power of yours." As he spoke, the golden demon charged into battle, and he met it with his sharp red sword. Thanks to the dual cores evolving into a yellow core, An's power has increased significantly, his long toenails digging firmly into the ground. Leishan kicked the yellow devil in the gut, shouting, "Get lost!" However, despite the powerful kick, its armor remained largely intact, unscathed. His eyes glowed a fiery red as he gazed at the yellow demon, realizing that fists and feet alone would require some effort. Indeed, it lives up to its reputation as the Yellow Core's renowned defense. The yellow devil touches its abdomen with a sharp hand, concentrating. The massive golden devil, unnerved, pressed close, causing him to drop his sword, a shield offering both offense and defense, confident in competing with his physical prowess. Is that so? His eyes light up. Let's give it a try. The golden demon trembled slightly. What strange power is this? Combining demonic and lightning power makes him incredibly strong. He uses all his strength to rush towards the gold demon like a flash of light. The sound of stones scattering filled the air as he pulled back on his sword with immense strength. He then pierced through the golden demon's abdomen, unleashing a great light from behind the fiend. On either side of him, two snakes with sharp fangs and furious eyes sought a way out, while below, a hooded figure with long nails unleashed an upgraded demonic lightning attack. He unleashed another powerful attack on the golden demon, resulting in a blinding light and shattering its golden armor into pieces amidst a spray of blood. The golden demon, impaled through the stomach, collapses in agony, its eyes filled with fear as it glares at him. He actually stole the demon's illusory subjugation core and channeled its power through his sword. Even the primal power of a demon is terrified by the subjugation core's strength. What strange power have you evolved? Perhaps I can truly harness this ancient strength of his. He licks his upper lip as if contemplating something delightful, thinking his plans might just go even smoother. If that's the case, then continue to evolve. Humanity. A powerful white light soars into the sky. Continue to evolve. A large white beast with sharp teeth opens its mouth, approaching him from some unknown place. He spreads his arms, bathed in a powerful white light, gritting his teeth as he evolves into his five-phase form. He reached down towards his feet, smoke rising around him. He opened his mouth, fangs bared, and exhaled plumes of smoke. His eyes blazed with furious golden light. Is there anything else? Bring it all on, sixth form evolution complete. The golden devil silently watches him, then looks at the swordsman as its armor is consumed by the growing light and vanishes. He flies in, impressive. Devouring most of the subjugation core's power not only helped him evolve, but the rest was enough to awaken his friend's demonic powers. With a single glance, a figure slowly awakens and glows. His friend is about to awaken. In a large room, the group sits around a bed, where Aki sits with Shino, his hand on his friend's back. A golden light emanates from Shino's body as Tu Liu rests his head against the bed. So, camera in hand, Tu snaps photos of the two friends, seemingly delighted, while a sleepy Lena yawns from her chair, book in hand, asking if they're done yet. Tu tilts the camera, startled by something, eyes widening as she responds. Wait, it looks like Sino has discovered us. Situ and Lin were startled by this and gasped softly. Everyone stared at the golden light around Sin Shino, their faces filled with shock as Shino's eyes changed, the golden color becoming more pronounced. Lena stared at him, thinking that Tunok's eyes were the eyes of a demon. Suddenly, a huge explosion rang out, and an earthquake-like tremor struck the building. The golden light flares as the three girls cry out in fear, Sino's body changing. The light forms a brilliant golden vortex, then explodes in the sky. His body ascended into the light, and everyone watched in stunned silence as something began to emerge from his back. More and more of them emerge, becoming arms with visible bones, flesh, and tendons. The three girls are shocked to see him with 4 arms. Smoke engulfs him, turning a dark black as it clings to his body, now bearing 4 arms and 4 golden horns. His face darkened, and he sighed. Tsunaki had successfully evolved into his 4-limbed demon form. Lena stared, wide-eyed. How can this be? Isn't it true that the core demonic power has merged with a human? Aki donned his cloak, the black fabric billowing as he spoke frankly. Now is not the time to be surprised. Sinao's advancement process has unleashed an overwhelmingly violent power. We'll be discovered by the warriors of the City of Luminescence. We have to leave quickly. But before she could finish, Shino grabbed her hand, his 4 massive hands seizing each of them. He told everyone, "Excuse me," as Aki smiled, took his hand, and replied, "Do you have a plan? Then we're counting on you, Shino." Suddenly, golden wings burst from his back, followed by a massive explosion, and he carried one person in each arm as he flew out of the building. Sumue smiled brightly, impressed. Wow, she thought to herself, Shino is really amazing. The dazzling light vanished, and the group flew away, leaving a gaping hole in the hotel roof. The next morning, people gathered outside, discussing how the sign had fallen from the building. "There's nothing to see here, just an accident. Please disperse." A man reported, "Captain, other than the hole in the roof and the broken sign, we haven't found any other traces." The captain of the Dawn Guard warriors hears the report, frowns, and thinks to himself, "That was definitely the aura of a demon, and it only took me a few minutes to get here." Suddenly, the warrior looks up and shouts, "Captain, look over there." The two then knelt down as an eerie blue light appeared, and a figure materialized within it, slowly descending. The man continued, "Why have you come here yourself? Lord Dylan?" He looked down, his expression unreadable. "He is Famdich Luan, the new 6-star warrior and the strongest dual-core recovery type." Meanwhile, Sino has landed on a mountain with a roaring waterfall. He slowly descends to the ground as Sumo says admiringly, "Oh, Sino, how do you feel?" Sino frowned, held out his hand, and looked at it thoughtfully. He replies vaguely, "I feel my body overflowing with demonic power." As he lands, the power dissipates, and he returns to his original form. Su Hyung praises, able to freely transform back into human form. Lena still has questions, but could the one-step advancement to Tier 4 be because of Anne's help? Sino recalls the past, saying, "Even when I wasn't conscious, Anne was helping me and regulating the power of the subjugation core." He adds, "It's a shame the demonic power was too strong, requiring time to adapt, so I could only advance to the 4th stage. Otherwise, I might have reached the 5th. Hearing this, Lena remarks, "Ang is hiding quite a few secrets, isn't he?" Aki pauses before replying, "It seems we can no longer return to Light City. It's sure to attract attention." "Lena, what are you apologizing for?" Lena sighed. "That place is no longer the Dawn City it once was, so let's just forget about going back. Since that's the case, let's strike while the iron is hot and help me and So advance as well." Hearing that, Tomo-e happily chimed in, Yeah, Tomo-e agrees with Situ Lu, I want to get stronger too." Lena crossed her arms, wondering, next we need to act together. "Hang, what do you have in mind?" Aki turns to Sino and asks, "Sino, didn't you say you needed time to adjust to your power?" Sino admits that he feels a power within him that he can't quite grasp, to which Aki replies, "Excellent, I want to see what you're capable of now." He then proposes an idea. "Let's go hunt a dual-core level 6 demon together." Shino reluctantly transforms, posing for Tomo to take all sorts of photos. Tomo is excited and happy, exclaiming, "That's the stuff!" Yes. Sitting by the roaring waterfall, Lena hears footsteps and turns to see Aki approaching, asking, "What are you looking at?" He continued, "You're usually so straightforward. Why so quiet today?" He sat down next to Lena, nodding towards Sino as he asked, "Is this about Sino?" Seeing the combined form of human warrior and demonic power feels strange, something that wouldn't have been accepted before. And also has demonic power within him, doesn't he? What will become of humans and demons in the end? I understand less and less. Aki paused, then said, "Lena, at first, I couldn't accept the demon power within me either." He recalled the past, his voice filled with hatred and disgust, and with a grimace he continued, "But just like how we became warriors by synchronizing with the demon core, we gained power that, without it, I don't think we could defeat the stronger demons. Or perhaps demons are no longer our only enemy." He envisions countless other foes, his eyes hardening. Lena responds, "Besides the demons, the new 6 heroes, and the new king, I admit they are much stronger than we were before, especially the new king. Although it was only a fleeting moment, the new king gave me a feeling that he was so strong that I was terrified." She recalls the previous scene and the new king's powerful and strange magic, continuing, "That is definitely not a power that human warriors can possess. At that moment, even I, who was willing to fight to the death, wanted to give up resisting." Her body trembled slightly. She continued, "It's laughable, isn't it? A 6-star being so afraid." Aki smacked her on the head, saying dumbfounded. He retracted his hand and smiled reassuringly. "What's there to fear? I'm here. In Lena's eyes, a familiar figure appears. She looks at herself in the water and whispers. Suddenly, a loud voice calls out, "Anne, we're done resting. Let's find a town to stay in." He echoed back, "Okay." He stood up and said to Lena, "Let's go. After hunting for demon cores, we should be able to get the remaining 2 exorcism cores, especially with a legendary warrior like you here." Lena lowered her head, a little embarrassed, and replied, "Okay." As the sun began to set, they came across a demon gnawing on something, its mouth covered in blood. Sino approached and asked, "Eating rotten meat." He then remarked, "Low-level diamonds are everywhere, but this base Anne found seems to be a massive demon stronghold." Aki hurled his sword, striking a demon in the mouth, followed by a loud cry, "Enemies!" An attack. Aki gripped his sword, stepping forward with a fierce look. "Lo," he says, "I've searched from sunrise to sunset and finally found a rare, large nest. I hope there's a dual-core demon here. Don't disappoint me." A red aura emanates from him as the demons whisper, "He has the aura of a demon." A tall figure stood behind them as Sino grabbed 2 demons by the head and slammed them together, dealing massive damage. Their heads fall, and he says, "That's done." Tomo looks on in surprised admiration. Aki senses something, explaining, "I can feel a powerful force deep within this lair. Perhaps we can find the demon core inside." Situ Liu suggested, "I want to fight too, I can help." But Aki cut her off before she could finish. "No, I know you have a demon form, but fighting now would drain your stamina and energy. You and Sumoer can't fight before merging with the demon core. Combining with Zenwo takes a lot of energy, and the fusion process requires absolute preservation." Finally, he ventures deeper and tells Lena to watch over them. She agrees, and suddenly 3 demons burst forth from within. They roared, surprised that humans had come all this way, and demanded their lives. Shino raised his hand, saying, "Let me try this myself." Aki rushed forward, slashing with his sword. Shino faced the demon, landing a powerful punch to its head. The remaining demons panicked, wondering, is this a demon or a human? Finally, they stomp their feet and roar, declaring that whatever he is, he must die. They charge more fiercely, engaging Sino in battle. Seeing this, Tomo turned to Aki and asked, "Will I become like that after I demonize?" She imagined herself with 4 arms. Aki frowned, giving an ambiguous answer before falling into thought. After her demonization, Sinuo became more ferocious and belligerent. I wonder how Liu and Tomo are doing. Shino grabbed both ends of the demon and used Bone Blossom. He says, "I used to be so weak, possessing only a defensive core in name. Faced with a low-level demon horde, led by a first-stage demon, I could only stand by and watch the captain protect the town. Facing a second-stage fire demon, I could only flee under the captain's protection. But I'm different now. I have power. From now on, I want you demons to fear me." Aki confidently advances, drawing the demon's attention. He frowns, sensing the gathering energy. This is definitely a demon's lair. Seeing them rush towards him, he grew worried. There were more and more demons. Lena asked anxiously, "Do you need my help? I'm afraid something will happen if this drags on too long." Aki quickly replied, "Then I'll trouble you. It's good to get the subjugation system quickly." Hearing this, Lena braced herself against the ground, preparing to unleash her power and spring into action. Tomoe watches from behind, excited to witness the power of a 6-core. Lena stomps, cracking the ground beneath her, then leaps forward, striking down the demons with incredible speed. Even Liu Bei is astonished by this power. Is this the speed and strength a Core 6 can achieve? I never even imagined it, while Sumoe is utterly disappointed at failing to keep up with her idol. "It's too fast. I can't get a shot." Zeno, who was farming monsters, exclaimed in astonishment. "What skill is that?" The demons in front were wiped out in the blink of an eye. Aki grins, clearly amused as she hasn't used any skills at all. As Lena sped ahead, he added, "Just activate the shield and run through." Their voices echoed through the cave. "Zoinuo, let's follow them. Liu and Tomi, hold back. Conserve your energy and stamina." Despite Lena's speed, she realized there was a vast space deep within the cave, perhaps where the demons had emerged. She successfully entered, braking quickly. Lena cautiously surveyed her surroundings when a strange voice echoed, "To think you'd make it this far, all the way to where the head honcho, the demon, sits upon his stone throne. Your strength is unlike any warrior I've ever encountered. This is the 6-stage dual-core devil." Lena ignored its words and charged forward. It narrowly escaped, but the throne was shattered. The demon roared in anger. "The throne! You destroyed my favorite throne! My throne!" Lena scornfully stepped on the rubble, looking down with arrogance. The throne. Lena's eyes narrowed with contempt. You're not worthy? The demon goes berserk, raining blows upon the earth. You're spouting nonsense. From the ground, countless tentacles of dark energy erupt, lunging toward Lena, as Zeno arrives, ready to play the hero. Leave it to me. He unleashes a devastating blow, easily shattering the tentacles. The demon is as gentle as a leaf. It senses the aura of comrades emanating from behind. What's this? Aki has appeared as well. Drawing his sword and threatening him, he demands the core. Then he rushes in, bloodlust in his eyes as his serum rains down like blood. Aki, satisfied, looks at the corpse at his feet. Now, with this demon core, I only need one more. He suddenly remembers and turns to ask Han what's wrong. Lena, exhausted after a tense battle, clutches her injured shoulder and replies that it's nothing, just a little drained, meaning she can't always fight alongside everyone. Lena glances at the core on her chest, its energy nearly depleted, and a seventh core is hard to come by. Especially since the new king took office, and the old six are forbidden from using them. Aki silently looks at her, and Lena quickly tries to diffuse the awkward atmosphere. But I'm old now, and I can't force myself to be a Liu Kao anymore. And you, Angang, are looking at him with an indescribable look, as if entrusting all your dreams to him. You have to create a miracle once again for us to witness. Aki trembled and clenched his fist upon hearing that. With determination in his eyes, he replies, "Yes, I agree. I will take back everything that was lost." Elsewhere, inside a rather modern-looking hotel, Aki, holding a vial in the hallway, says, "Finally got two. Now to help them fuse with the demon power." He reminds Lena and Tunak to keep a close watch. Lena confidently replies, "Rest assured." Tunak nods in agreement. "This is just a C-class town, so there shouldn't be any problems," she suddenly asked. "What about you?" Lena's cheeks flushed as she teased, "Can you handle the two of us?" Aki is furious. What nonsense is she spouting? Inside the room, the two girls overheard something, like voices in the hallway. They hesitated. Does Lou look tense? The door opens and Aki steps inside. He turned on the light and asked if they were ready, and who would go first. A hesitant voice replied, "Are ready." Or should I go first?" she stammered shyly. "Let Rui go first," Aki said with a light cough. "So, you two decided to let Tumo go first?" He lowered his head shyly, secretly calculating. "Damn it, I don't know where to look." Sumo embraces Tulu in an embarrassing display. Actually, Leo really wanted to go first, but she's not used to speaking up. Hearing this, Liu blushes and cries out, "Yos moe!" She stammered, I didn't say I wanted to go first." To ease the tension, Aki quickly agreed. "Of course," you say, looking at Dulu with gentle eyes. "Then Lu can go first." Tomo quickly stepped aside, grabbing the camera as she went and smiled brightly. "Well, I'll go rest in the next room. I promise I won't peek." Sensing something was up, Tulu angrily shouted, "Put down that camera!" Having dealt with the troublesome Sumo, she sat upright on the bed, eyes glued to a chi as he removed his shirt, revealing his toned abs. "What is it? Is there something strange about me? Why are you staring at me like that?" Dulu's face was burning up, and she tried to deny it. "No, nothing. My head's just about to explode. Is she really going to strip in front of me? Help." Dohua lowered his head, stammering, unable to speak. "Sister, that thing," she asked timidly, her ears flushed red. "Do I have to take off my underwear too?" No, you don't have to. I can't concentrate like this. It's not that you don't need to undress, but Tomo and the others in the next room are blushing just as much. I wonder what they're thinking." Inside the brightly lit room, Aki and Tulu sat upright on the bed and opened the box containing the cursed spirit orb. Aki generously handed the cursed spirit orb to Doryu, who accepted it with a grave expression. "Anne, is the demonic power inside this the same as the demonic power within me? Even now, I still don't know where the power inside me truly comes from." Tulu's eyes fell. "I both crave and fear that other me." She recalled her demonic form. Du Ryo began to recount her dream. "Sometimes I dream of being enveloped by a figure both familiar and foreign. That power is immense, evil, dark, and unpredictable." After hearing her confession, Aki gently agreed. "I understand. If that's the case, I'm very curious as well. So perhaps this time we'll find the answer." He carefully guides his disciple through each detail. Grasp the demon core in your palm and then let your spirit invade it." "Okay." Aki slowly placed his hands on her trembling shoulders. "You give the signal and I'll begin. Okay." Doa closed her eyes, remembering Aki's words. Invade the mind, forget everything. Quickly, she entered a meditative state. The primal devil. Tulu opens her eyes, slowly falling into a space. Before her was a demon embracing a glowing orb, the power of a devil. There it is, the power of a demon, known as the primordial six-path demon. Du Ryu slowly approaches, contemplating that the absolute power of the restoration system is all right here, a truly potent and corrupting aura. The demon sensed her presence and opened its eyes, unleashing a surge of power that startled her. In that instant, Du Lu froze, her eyes clouding over. Though sinister, with this power, she could become even stronger. But a magnetic force draws her to the glowing orb, the power to protect him, to protect many. Become a servant of the great demon race, and you will gain immense power. Du Ryu's hand trembled, just inches from the orb. Accept the power of the primal demon, human. But then, a hand appears, grabbing her wrist. Another demon has suddenly appeared. Oh, that won't do, my lovely warrior. Du Lu awakens, crying out in confusion. You're a demon? The demon from my dream. The demon gazes intently, a satisfied smile spreading across his face as he wraps his arm around Tu Lu's waist, his primal power evident. She's the Black King, one of the 6 great kings who controls time and space. Sorry, but this girl is mine. I claimed her a while ago. The demon seems to have found an answer to a question in her mind. One of the 6 great king demons, the Black King demon. No wonder I felt something was off. Why does this human possess such familiar power? So, it was you. You gave her a portion of your original power, didn't you? Wang Qi firmly grasped Tu Lu's hand, affirming, she also helps me take care of another human. I have my own plans, and I'm very interested in this child. Then she coldly warned, so don't make things difficult for her. Finally, Tu Lu hesitantly says, that demonic power within me. Its form is you. She stares intently, asking directly, are you one of the 6 kings? The Black King? Seeing Du Lu's face pale, is this being even greater than the 7 demon kings? Wang Kai slowly explains, for you, this is indeed our first meeting. She touches Du Lu's full, rosy lips, saying she really misses them. It really is her, a real headache. A familiar voice echoes as the demon observes the scene and remarks, this is a rare sight indeed. Aki and the Crimson King make a cool entrance, prompting the demon to exclaim, the 2 kings have gathered. The Red King gazes down sternly. Didn't I tell you not to interfere? The Black Flag King, Aki was also a bit doubtful. Is Lu's power coming from the Black King piece? Both the King piece and Du Lu clutched their faces in agony. They acted in perfect unison, as Dongthan pointed out. Your lord has arrived. The Red King and Aki landed on the ground. The Black Flag King rushed over, calling out to Red with a bright smile, blushing like a young girl in love. Oh, don't be angry, she says, winking at the Crimson King. You said not to interfere with that kid, and I listened. I'm just arranging for a human warrior to be an assistant and help me gather information. Aki watched the 2 powerful demons who seemed quite close, and a thought occurred to him. Black Queen, the strongest demon who controls time and space. What are she and Red King planning? The Red King gently stroked her head, indulging her whims, and the Black Queen's heart fluttered at the tender gesture, causing her to squeal with embarrassment. In a rare moment of tenderness, he gently tells her, interfering with anything around him increases the risk of exposing me, bringing more potential danger. The Black Queen, feeling a little aggrieved, replies, I'm just concerned. If something happens to that kid, it'll affect you too. Red King coldly and sternly asks, don't you trust my judgment? Knowing she can't say more, Black Queen has no choice but to compromise. She gives a seductive smile, saying, all right, I understand. If you don't like it, though it's a shame, she reaches for Situ, declaring, then I'll just kill that human woman. Aki immediately senses something is wrong, his eyes blazing with anger. He unleashed his evolved form, snarling, you dare! I'll kill you first. He lunged forward with incredible speed, but the Black Flag Queen showed no fear or panic. She simply stood there calmly, flicking away the Red Flag King's power from him. Seeing him so easily defeated, Liu was shocked and anxiously called out his name. Nya! Aki flew backwards, dropping heavily to one knee. He remained motionless, clutching his stomach, the blow clearly having taken its toll. Liu brushed past the Black Flag King and rushed to his side, calling out his name. Are you okay? His body trembled. His eyes were blank and he couldn't speak, only adding to Liu's panic and worry. Ngang! The Red Queen crossed her arms, warning, don't inflict any more damage on him. Knowing he shouldn't have gone too far, the Black Flag King replied, rest assured, I only froze his time, making him constantly feel the pain. I was just playing around. I didn't expect him to dare attack Wang Qi. With that, she glared with her right eye, dispelling the magic. Only then did Aki's body escape the control of time. Liu stayed by his side, rubbing his back, and asked Han Gang, "Are you okay?" His upper body slumped, and he propped himself up with his hand on the ground, panting. The Black King chess piece teleported before him, and feeling the immense pressure, Aki realized he was no match for the King chess demon. He was powerless to fight back. This was the power of the King chess piece. The Black King chess piece grinned menacingly. "I like this girl too much to kill her." She then raised her hand as if to do something. Suddenly, Liu was pulled away, bewildered, like iron drawn to a magnet, and her panicked screams startled even Aki. Liu returned to the Black King while the Red King turned to leave, prompting Aki to stand and say, "Let's go. Looks like you're not needed here." He turned back and shouted, "No, I don't trust leaving Liu with that she-devil." His steps faltered. He glanced at Aki, his tone laced with disdain. "Do you even know anything at all? She's the Black Queen, master of time and space, and one of the most powerful beings in existence." He was always cold and brooked no argument. The strongest, most demonic of the bunch. He glanced back to see the Black Queen signaling for silence and said nonchalantly, "If she truly had any murderous intent, you would breathe your last without even realizing what happened. Besides, she's never considered humans to be anything at all. Frankly, this is your honor." He said so much, and Aki can't argue anymore. The Red King didn't want to waste any more time there, urging him to leave it to the Black King and not bother them any further. "Black King, don't do anything unnecessary." With that, the two figures shattered and vanished from Liu's spiritual world. After they left, the Black King Demon, not wanting to linger, said to the Green King Demon, "Well, the Red King Demon is gone, and there's no fun left here, so let's end this." It had no choice but to agree. Agreeing, the two devils turned their gaze towards Situ Liu, with one pointing at her forehead, channeling their power into her through it. Her body shifts, her eyes now resemble the Black King's, and she realizes she can sense the awakening of both red and green energies. Then she explodes with power, wings sprouting from her back, signaling the completion of the transfer. Outside, Aki paced anxiously, wondering why Liu hadn't awakened immediately as they'd expected. The Red King had to calm him down, telling him to be patient. But as soon as he spoke, Liu erupted with powerful energy, shocking Aki. A plume of smoke rises as Liu escapes the spirit world, stepping back onto solid ground. A surprisingly alluring form, the six-tailed state, with a black and green core, the black and white Liu. Aki stares in disbelief, utterly speechless. "Huh? Is this really Liu?" Even the Crimson King can't help but smile in admiration at her transformation. The Black Star King's energy seems to have greatly influenced her upon her full awakening, an unavoidable consequence. Suddenly, she reaches out and Aki is pulled forward by an irresistible force, shouting as he flies toward Liu. Her hand gently touches his chest as she leans in close, asking, "I've always wanted to know what surprises Aki." He softly calls her name, Liu. She looks directly at him without a hint of shyness and asks directly, "Do you like me? Answer me. Stop stammering." Aki is bewildered by her question. "What?" He thought to himself, Liu, the complete Liu, really has a free spirit. The Crimson King couldn't help but sigh. What in the world? The Red King sighed again, wondering why someone with such power would care about such trivial things. Humans were so strange. Suddenly, a tapping sound came from outside the door. The door bursts open, sending Soe and Sinuo tumbling to the floor as the Crimson King vanishes. She turns to Sinuo, complaining, "It's your fault for being so heavy and landing on me. We missed a golden opportunity." Looking up, Toe's eyes widened at the horrifying sight of Tulu sitting on the table, clutching Akai's collar. So asks curiously, "Lu, what are you doing?" This makes Rue extremely embarrassed, his cheeks flushed red. "Huh?" She covered her blushing face, trying to explain, "Don't get the wrong idea. It must be the demonization's influence, but Tomo definitely doesn't believe it." "Oh," Aki thought to himself, relieved. "Thank goodness, or I wouldn't have known how to respond." Clearing his throat, he says, "Now it's your turn, Somoe." Somoe lifts the glowing exorcism core in her palm, realizing how light it is, yet so warm, as her body is now completely bare. Aki couldn't help but feel concerned, sternly reminding her, "To, you need to be serious. This is no joke. If you don't concentrate, the subjugation core will reject you." To raised her hand in acknowledgement. Okay, I understand, so I just hold it seriously?" Aki could only sigh helplessly. She really was a worry. He placed his hand on Somo's back, instructing her carefully. "Remember, you must calm your mind to sense the demon core. After entering the demon core's space, you will encounter the original demon power." He continued seriously, You'll have to endure attacks on both your body and mind, but don't worry, I'll go in with you and do my best to help. During this process, you must concentrate and not let it control you. You must control it. He reassured her, remembering how long it took Sinuo and Liu. Seeing Sumoe unmoving, Aki's eyes widened in shock. Had she already entered the space? When did she successfully sense it? He immediately closed his eyes, focusing his mind. Damn it, I have to enter the space now. When Aki opened her eyes, her appearance had changed. The Crimson King watches and praises Sumo, noting how strange she is. Not only was she not attacked, but she entered the space and now stands before the demon, absorbing its energy. Crimson King marveled as she effortlessly absorbed all of the energy. The demon looked at her, and she looked back. Its gaze held no malice as Tomo successfully absorbed all the energy from the high-ranking demon. Aki is stunned, and even the primordial demon Kaigang smiles in response, as if even the primordial power of the devil favors her, giving her all the energy it had acquired in its core. As Tomo absorbs the surging energy, her body emits a mysterious blue light. It grew brighter and brighter, tearing apart the surrounding space. 2 small horns sprouted on Tomo's head, and she gained new attachments. Most striking of all were the beautiful wings on her back, as the aura contracted into a sphere. Tomoe vanished inside, leaving the Crimson King in disbelief. She didn't need their help at all. This is truly strange. Your friend emerged from that sphere with an immense power, like a butterfly from its cocoon. She now had a new title, the 6-winged azure white lion owl demon, Tomoe. Even Tomoe was stunned by this miracle. What was happening? It's already over? I thought it would be more troublesome. She called out, her wings beginning to beat. Tomoe thought to herself that this could increase her speed, and she took off as fast as idle Lena. Tomoe suddenly appears before Aki, surprising him. She praises herself for being so fast. Wow, Anne, I'm so strong now. Aki nodded in agreement. Yes, you're much stronger than before. He couldn't help but feel suspicious. She says she might just be a hidden super genius. A voice echoes. All right, let's go. Atop a building, 4 beams of colored light suddenly appear. They shot straight into the sky as onlookers gazed up, whispering in confusion. Look, what are those lights in the sky? Is something flying up there? Ignoring the whispers, they soared past everyone. The 4 beams of light were Aki, Lena, and Tomodoru. He reminded everyone that it was time to find a suitable place for them, to adapt carefully and adjust their teamwork. Lena suggested Demon Cave in the west, near Dawn City, a massive cave even their warriors avoid. Hearing this, Aki asked, So it must be full of powerful demons, right? Why are your eyes sparkling? But I think we can go there and take a look now. So, the demon squad, huh? The 4 stars continue to move, their power soon able to deal with the new 6 spears. The next morning, Aki and Lena stood by the stream, hesitant. He was stunned. She wasn't coming with them? His voice faltered. Did I make you unhappy? It's not because the energy in my core is almost depleted. In theory, I can't be of much help anymore. If I keep tagging along, I'll just become a burden. Annoyed, Aki flicks Lena on the forehead, making her wince, and quickly explains himself. A burden? What are you talking about? How can you be helpless? You're one of the 6 stars. Besides, weren't you the one who told us about the demon cave nearby? At worst, I'll just find you a new 7th level core. Aki rubbed the spot where he'd hit her, gently trying to console him, saying she just needed a new core. Lena refused, adamant. I don't need it. Sideways, she turns and walks away. The truth is, I couldn't keep up anymore, and Lena didn't want to either. Dragging her heavy feet, Lee slowly walked away as Aki questioned her. But what does that have to do with you not keeping up? Once you wear it again, shouldn't you be fine? With her combat experience, certainly. Lena cuts him off, her face filled with sadness. You've simply forgotten. I'm old and I can't be with you for much longer. She continued to explain to Aki. It's only thanks to the Green Core's regenerative abilities that I've maintained this youthful appearance. Otherwise, I'd be a decrepit old woman by now. Seeing his silence, Lena continued. It's just that you're still young, and have forgotten that I'm already old enough to be called grandma. Just a little fighting, and I'm already exhausted. She compares herself to her teammates while he and the others are in their prime. Especially now that you wield the power of demons, I no longer have the strength to understand or guide you. If I stay by your side, I'll only hold you back. Lena pulled Aki's hand close, grasping it tightly as she pleaded, I want to leave. Just watching you from afar is enough. Being with you like this only makes me sadder, you understand? Aki couldn't agree. Lena, even if you can't help anymore, I don't care. Lena smiled. Okay, say no more. When you go to save Da, find me. Take this. Then she pressed something into his hand. Aki looked at it, wondering, what's this? She introduced it. A location compass. With this, you can find me anytime. Lena pointed to a spot on the compass. The blinking blue light is me. Immediately, a notification sounded. Win Lena, status, optimal. She explained. It also has a voice prompt function. How thoughtful. I prepared this especially for you. If you need help later, you can find me anytime. Lena then handed Aki a scroll saying, and this. Inside, I've noted the specific locations of some demon concentrations, as well as a few notes that might be helpful. Aki carefully tucked the item into his coat. All right. So, where do you plan to go? You can't go back to Dawn City, can you? Lena calmly replied. Don't worry. Ordinary soldiers can't stop me. After all, I am Win Lena. I still have some treasures in Dawn City. I'll go back and pack them up, then move to a small town further away with money for retirement. Akili watched the three laughing innocently. Retirement? Don't talk like that. Are you leaving now? Aren't you going to say goodbye? Lena pondered. It's better to just leave quietly. I've been alone for so long, your presence has been unsettling. Oh, right, and that girl Liu. Aki was startled and turned to look at Liu, who stood in the distance, sensing that they were talking about her. Her face flushed red as Liu tilted her head, radiating the aura of a storybook muse, before turning back to laugh and talk with her teammates. Lena reminds Aki that Liu cares about him a lot, and he shouldn't ignore her feelings. Aki remained silent, lost in thought. He was always a fool when it came to these things. Her words were full of hidden meaning, as the exercising light began to shine on the river. The time has come to part ways, and Lena turns without hesitation. All right, I'm off. There's a small town nearby. I'll catch a ride back to Min City from there. Watching her leave, Aki called out, in any case, if I find a new green nucleus, you can't refuse me then. Lena smiled softly. Nang, you're such an idiot. No girl wants to seem out of place in front of someone she likes, especially. The falling leaves seemed to console her, as better girls had already gathered around him. Tomoe and Shino rush over, out of breath. Lena's already gone? That's right, and she didn't even say goodbye. Aki turned to watch Lena's retreating figure, explaining that she just went back to take care of some personal business. Liu laments not having thanked her, as Lena had helped them so much. Zinwo then asks, so, we're heading straight to the demon cave then? Aki nodded. Yes, according to Lena, this cave is huge and filled with powerful demons. The perfect place to test our current combat strength. Aki turns and walks away, mentioning he's also looking for something. Sino asks what he's looking for. Aki exudes killing intent. A new 7th level green core. I'll give it to Lena next time I see her. The four of them are now in battle mode, each with a dangerous look on their face. Okay, back to Dawn City, Sinuo exclaims. The high rises at night are sparkling with lights. The two discover a strange dark figure and become wary, sensing a presence. Hurry, let's check it out. If it's a demon, eliminate it. The shadow was Lena, back in Dawn City, hiding in an alley. The patrols here are tighter than before. The shockwave from Snow's awakening has put them on high alert. Lena spots a safer entrance. Luckily, the window inside is still open. Activating her superhuman speed, Lena scales the building and enters the room through the window in a flash. She calculated. She had to be quick, grab the item, and leave immediately. Lena frantically searched. It had to be here somewhere, right? Where is it? It can't be. Unbeknownst to her, Dan was sitting behind her, never expecting she'd actually return. It seems I was right. When Lena turned around in shock, Dylan crossed her arms, her face calm as she confronted Lena. Do you think I'll let you off the hook this time? He's the new Lukao, the strongest dual-core emerald swordsman, Vandarin. Lena was angered by this, saying she simply had some business to take care of. So, just because you're one of the 6 spears, you can barge into my house, Vandarin? Dan didn't answer, silently pulling something from his pocket. A small box that he held with a slight smile. She had left, only to return. Is it because of this? Lena seemed surprised to see the box in his hand. How did you get that? Memories of it begin to flood her mind. She was out hunting monsters with everyone when she scolded him in passing. Why is your lazy self here? There are so many people waiting for you to sort things out. Aki turns and replies, You're the best, Lena. I have something to show you. He then holds something out to Lena. It turned out to be a sparkling necklace, one that I just made. It's a gift for you. Lena accepts the necklace. He marvels at it, calling it beautiful. Back in reality, Dylan's voice tears through her memories of that moment. He sneers, saying she's always been so carefree. This alone was carefully kept. I wondered what treasure it was. A handmade stone necklace, so old and ugly. He continues to mock her, wondering if some man gave it to her. As soon as Dan finishes speaking, Lena lunges at him. Give it back to me. She touched the necklace, clutching it tightly. Suddenly, Dan kicks her hard in the stomach and Lena coughs up blood. The kick sends her crashing into the ceiling, and though Lena escapes outside, Dan relentlessly pursues. His blow sends Lena crashing into the balcony wall, using her feet to slow her momentum. She finally managed to stop herself. Annoying. Lena frowned, realizing her inner energy was far too weak. Her arm was even broken beyond repair. Dan slowly approached, mocking her, saying her energy was now similar to that of an ordinary soldier. His lips curled slightly, and he said that she would die. The old hag Lena gritted her teeth and bit down on the ring in her mouth. She screams out in anger, saying that no matter what, she was once one of the 6 spears. The new king once agreed that if I willingly gave up my position, I wouldn't be bothered again. Could it be that you don't even listen to his orders? Dan asked suspiciously. However, from the previous shockwave, I sensed a trace of your presence, suspecting you were connected to that suspicious figure. Besides, do you really think the king would care about a washed-up old woman like you? With that, he conjured a sword, as Lena turned to see the cat bristling behind her. He raised his blade and shouted, "Die!" It hurtled towards her. In that desperate situation, Lena turned to shield the cat, pulling it back and inadvertently startling it. Dellen's blade creates a massive explosion, sending dust and debris everywhere. Lena, bruised and battered, gently pets the cat, telling it to stay out of fights from now on. Startled, the cat scurries away and Dan suddenly grabs Lena. He sneers. How naive. If you struggled a bit, you could have avoided this attack completely. But it seems like I made a bit too much noise. Dan forcefully drags her away, saying, "Let's get out of the city." He and Lena then speed through the buildings. Lena was thrown violently towards the forest outside the city, crashing into the trees. As the dust settles, Lena clutches the necklace in her mouth. She sat motionless beneath the tree, too weak to move, as Dan stood over her, showing no pity for her miserable state. "Hey, Lena, I can barely sense any energy from your core anymore." He looked at her broken hand, unable to help but mock her. "I heard those hands of yours once saved over 600 people in a single battle. Truly formidable." Dan raises his foot, a wicked smile spreading across his face. "It's a shame those days are over." Lena's scream echoed through the forest as the scene shifted to the demon cave, where Aki and the others were searching for something. The demon of the 7 disasters. Sinuo is getting involved too. The 4 of us can only kill it if we work together, and we're not quite in sync yet. Aki obtains the demon core and breaks into a bright smile. "Yes, we got the demon core." Suddenly, a scream pierced his mind, and Aki turned towards the cave entrance. Seeing his unusual expression, Zeno asked, "Ngang, what's wrong?" Aki anxiously replied, "It seems the light guiding book suddenly made my heart race." He pulled out a compass, wondering if Lena's compass could help. The compass shows Lena near death, a sight that shocks all 4 of them. Lu immediately summons her wings, suggesting they set off at once, back to the forest. Where Lena was being tortured, Dan continues to unleash bursts of power. Aki and the others rush in at lightning speed. Akai speaks up. The compass says she's close. Ahead, the 4 quickly located Lena, and Aki thought furiously, how could her aura be so weak? They rushed towards her, stopping dead in their tracks when they saw Lena's condition. Before them, Lena leaned weakly against a tree, her hands destroyed, her severed arms scattered on the ground. Lena sat there, eyes closed, clutching her necklace in her mouth, a sight that horrified the 4 of them. Sumo covered her mouth, asking, "Lie, what happened?" "Lena, she's crying." "Lena!" Sinuo trembled with rage as he stared at her arm on the ground, while Dulu shouted, "Lena's arms are broken, and she's lost too much blood. We have to save her first." She then used her powers to heal her. Wiping away tears, she turned and said, "Sinuo, let's keep an eye on our surroundings. This residual core energy definitely couldn't have been left by an ordinary enemy." Sinuo and Sumoe spread out to protect the area as he shouted, defending their surroundings. Aki watched quietly as Tulu healed her, his eyes drifting to the necklace Lena clenched in her mouth. Aki recalls her expression when she received the necklace. "Thank you. I love it. Lena promised me then that she would cherish this gift." Aki knelt before her, whispering softly, "Fool, you came back just for this necklace. This is just a trinket I made years ago without a second thought." Suddenly, Tulu turned around, her face grave, the situation dire. Not just Lena's arms, but her internal organs were severely damaged. Lena's green core energy is completely depleted, so she can't heal herself. Otherwise, with her level, Lena stirred slightly, barely whispering, "Aging." Upon hearing this, Tulu's eyes widened. Her passive youth-sustaining power vanished, and she burst into tears, her breath and pulse fading. Tears streamed down Tulu's face as she said in a trembling voice, Lena is dying." Everyone watches intently as Lena receives treatment, and a thought flashes through Aki's mind. Does she need a 7th level core? He sat down heavily, whispering, Lu, is there any way to save Lena? Lu replied, with my current abilities, I can only try to delay her death. Lu then had an idea. I can use my restoration powers along with the space-time abilities granted by the Black King to seal Lena within a space I create. She does her best to slow down the flow of time in Lena's life, continuing, but I won't be able to move either, forcing her to exert all her energy to maintain the stability of space, though even that won't last long. Then she anxiously warned that if they couldn't find a better solution before sunrise, Lena would. And Tomo wondered, how could there be a demon near Dawn City that could defeat Lena? Even if her strength isn't what it used to be, she shouldn't be losing to demons. Suddenly, Aki spoke up, commanding, Liu, do as she says. She's keeping Lena alive. She replied, okay. Then he approached Tomo and instructed, stay here and protect Liu and Lena. Don't let any low-level demons interrupt her skills. Then he walked over to Tunak, telling him to follow. Hearing this, Zeno asks, what do you mean? Though he knows who's responsible, he remains silent. Van Dan's image flashes in A's mind, and he suddenly shouts out a name, stunning everyone. Van Dai Lan Tan Luk Hao. He confidently affirms the lingering, potent aura. I know him well. I've fought him before. Knowing his aura and style, and leaving Lena with a trace of himself, it couldn't be out of kindness, could it? Upon hearing his name, Lu anxiously says, Nyangang. Even our demonization can't stand up to Van Dai Lan. What if there's another new number 6 in the city? This is too risky. Aki reassured him. Lena said the other 5 are on missions, not in the city. Trust me, there's no time left. Doe-eyed, Dulu thought to himself that he couldn't stop him, as Aki turned and angrily said, damn it, he's using Lena as bait. As he watched him walk away, Dolu asked Ngang quietly, so, what are you planning to do? He clenched Van tightly in his hand. Aki, burning with rage, demands Van de Lan be killed and his core extracted, as the scene shifts to the city he mentioned, now under a fierce barrage of attacks. Sino looked on, disagreeing, saying that rushing in to find Van now would be too risky because fighting in the city would endanger many innocent people. And Dawn City is not a place to be trifled with, being the strongest S-class town of mankind. Aki added that the energy shield was made from energy extracted from demon nuclei, granting it incredible defensive capabilities, strong enough to block a full-force attack from a rank 7 demon. It's fine from the inside out. We flew out earlier without any problems because the system defaults to safety. Zinuo looked at him, surprised, and asked, how do you know so much about Dawn City? Aki rushes toward the city, saying, in that case, let's lure him out. Sinuo looks at the city and replies, understood. A massive explosion echoes as the city's inhabitants wonder, what was that? The curly-haired man asked, what in the world is that? The woman replied, they're probably not fighters. The smoke's clearing. The faces of Zeno and Aki appear, and someone shouts, wait! Those are the 2 humanoid demons! The curly-haired man yells to activate the city's defensive laser cannons. He cursed inwardly. Damn it! The automatic counterattack system scan isn't always accurate when dealing with humanoid demons. The Vias gun turned towards them, all the laser guns aimed. Aki stared at it, thinking, how ironic that something I helped build is now pointed right at me. He gritted his teeth, completely seen as a demon. Aki spoke up loudly. We're not here to invade the city, nor do we intend to harm anyone. Tell Van Dai Lan to get out here. The curly-haired man was stunned to hear Dan's name. The curly-haired man roared, the name of Lord Van Dillen is not for you to utter. You're just lowly demons. As long as I'm here, you won't get near the city tonight. Thinking of Lena's condition, he couldn't help but feel enraged. Get out of my way or die! The curly-haired man yelled, fire! Laser fire erupted from the guns, aimed at Aki, but he blocked it all with his bare hands. The onlookers were stunned, stammering, he blocked a defense laser. They stared at Zinuo holding the cannon, shouting, just how strong is this demon's body? Call for backup. Zeno quickly calmed him down, asking, were you just about to kill them? At this point, Aki had completely lost control, and a voice in his head cackled, calling them ants and saying to just kill them all. Aki thought to himself, shut up. They're just ordinary guards. I don't want to hurt innocent people. A group of people rushed over, shouting, assemble! Demon attack! Soldiers near the wall, come and assist. Suddenly, a green light shot up from the city, and Sinuo asked in surprise, what's flying up there? Van Dielen's figure appeared in the moonlight, and a blue blade hurtled towards Sinuo. Sina braces himself, raising his shield to its maximum, but Dan lunges forward, shattering it with a kick. With a thunderous crash, Zeno was sent flying, Aki catching him. Zeno's eyes widened in horror as he recognized the figure before him, Van Dan. Dan stood there, one leg raised, a faint smile on his face as he coldly remarked that he didn't expect him to withstand that blow. Not bad. The people on the city walls recognized him and cheered, "It's Dai Lan, Lord Dai Lan. The city is safe now." They activated all the laser cannons, ready to provide support. Van Dalen eyed the two Akkas and said, "Humanoid demons, you say? How unexpected. So the old hag really is mixed up with you demonic beasts. Are you her subordinates? When did demons and the old six unite? What kind of shady deal is this?" he said, stepping onto the ground. Dan smirks cruelly, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Perhaps the old hag intentionally rejuvenated herself to offer her body to you, demons, for your pleasure?" He laughs. "What a disgrace to the human warriors. Good thing I disposed of her. So, you're not holding back anymore, unleashing your power in front of everyone." Dan thought, stunned by the overwhelming energy, and why did it feel so familiar? What connection do these two demons have to Lena? And now, the city gates slowly open. Aki asked Sina for a favor. "I just need you to do one thing for me." Sina replied, "Go on." Hearing this, he continued, "Hold back all reinforcements." Soldiers marched out from the city gates, shouting their support for Lord Tylan as they charged to kill the demons. Tsuno asks, "What about you?" Aki points to himself. Aki draws his sword and heads towards Don, declaring he must be the one to kill Van Dan. Aki's steps were as powerful as ever as he charged forward to attack Don head-on. He quickly raised his shield to block, but it seemed to be a cheap knockoff, unable to withstand Aki's blade. It shattered instantly, forcing Don to stumble backward. A subordinate cries out his name in worry, "Lord Don." Don frowned, recognizing the familiar energy, but as he pondered, Aki seized the moment and attacked. Don's entire body now glowed as if blessed, his hands behind his back as he stood calmly, while his aura effortlessly deflected Aki's frenzied sword attacks. It allows him to relax with nature, but suddenly Dan smirks, seemingly pleased with himself. Aki, still wielding his sword, cries out, "Heh, you walked right into his counterattack." The counterattack releases a strange energy, leaving Aki stunned for a moment. Regaining his composure, he suppressed the attacking aura, gritting his teeth in defiance. Enduring the pain as he pulled the aura, gradually drawing Dian Lan back towards him. As his opponent returned, Aki delivered a bonus kick, sending Zero spilling from his mouth, forcing Don to catch his breath. Catching his breath, he suddenly grins menacingly, launching a surprise attack that catches his opponent off guard. That aura is binding Aki, pulling him high at Don's command. Don laughs triumphantly. "Worthless demon. Fighting like this, you cause an earth-shattering explosion that shatters the land with that light." Dan was thrown high into the air, his sentence unfinished. "You dare oppose me?" A red sword appears, spinning around. It quickly plunged into the ground, shattering the earth, standing firm and unwavering. The group in the distance rushed towards something, unable to reach Lord Dian. "But we must at least deal with this demon. This demon is disrupting our formation. Quickly surround it." Golden light poured down from above, sending the group flying back with terrified screams. They used their bodies to break, skidding to a halt. One of them looked at his leg in surprise. "Huh? I'm not hurt." Another looked at his hand and sighed. "Strange, it just threw us back." Sinuo pondered the question. Why isn't this demon using a finishing move? His eyes burning with frustration, he thought, "There are too many of them, and I can't hurt them. The others need to hurry." Tsunuo was ambushed from behind and fell forward, barely managing a cry. Gritting his teeth, eyes blazing, he spat out each word. "Damn it." Behind Tunak, two unfamiliar figures emerged from the wall. Two figures, one tall and one short, wielding gleaming tools appeared. The same two shadows from before, a man and a woman. A voice from afar identified them as the captains of the assault team. The girl, holding a massive hammer, looked ahead and said, "It's a bit far, but it can withstand my attack. This demon's power is at least 5th stage. The bearded man is a 7th stage warrior. His eyes narrowed, a sardonic smirk playing on his lips. Where did they get the nerve? To think we'd force Lord Lu Hao to appear? The hammer-wielding girl, also a 7th stage warrior, grins with anticipation. It's been a long time since a demon was foolish enough to launch a surprise attack on Dawn City. The two 7-star warriors barely spoke when they turned to see only a flash of light where their target had been. Below the city, a man with a grave expression shouted, "Provide fire support, protect the city." Aki's golden pupils wavered, cursing the two seventh-stage warriors. A golden protective circle appeared, and he muttered, "Then I'll have to help out." Alone within the protective circle, he endures a storm of attacks, until he lies prone on the ground, seemingly defeated. Aki, weary and listless, his eyes filled with thought, wondered if even 2 seven-star cores wouldn't be enough. Seeing Aki falter, Dan quickly flies up and hurls a barrage of spear-like projectiles at him. Aki remains motionless, his eyes fixed on his enemy. Finally, the protective circle is shattered by a gigantic golden egg, injuring those nearby. Snow. A spot suddenly gleams on the golden egg as a voice echoes, "It's almost dawn." Everyone around is severely injured, some fearfully covering their mouths, on the verge of tears. However, Aki, seemingly triumphant, shouts, "Crimson King banner, lend me your power." With all his might, Dan attacks, screaming, "Die, demon!" as the ground explodes beneath him. After the attack, he gloats, "Ha ha ha! Daring to come to Dawn's Keep, you overestimate yourselves." But his taunt is cut short as his ear is physically torn off. Dan stared at the destruction he had wrought, wondering, what's going on? That last attack should have killed him. Where did he get such power? Rising from the rubble, the Chess King points a finger, saying, "I was wondering how long you'd waste my time with your pathetic pride." Dan grits his teeth in frustration. He's several times stronger than before. No, 10 times stronger. What's going on? The King of Calamity's majestic image appears incredibly powerful. He stood tall, his red sword firmly planted in the ground, and in a flash he retrieved it from afar. Sword in hand, the king's face darkened, and a mocking tone echoed, "Long time no see, Crimson Dynasty." With a friendly face, the King of Quee's sword in hand says, "Let me teach that kid how to use you. What do you think?" The soldier's eyes widened in disbelief as he stammered, the demonic core in his chest trembling. Before him, a figure wielding a sword in midair emanated an aura of death. Everyone recoils in fear, whispering, "What is that? That aura? It's demonic." Leaving everyone behind, the soldier desperately fled, crying out, "Retreat to the city!" Seeing him run, the woman turned, enraged, and roared, "I dare anyone to run. I'll kill anyone who moves." Someone stood there, dumbfounded, contemplating the scene around them. It was different from before. Aki brazenly advanced, radiating energy, lost in thought, sensing an unfamiliar aura, his face cold and stern. From above, Van Dan looks down, unwilling, and sneers, "I didn't expect you to hide your strength. Not bad. You're a 7th stage devil, but even if you are—" Dan clasps his hands together, as if summoning an endless source of power. He unleashed a burst of green energy, spun around with his wire, and, chain in hand, smirked, "Don't forget, I have 2 7th-stage cores." As the two sides charged, ready to fight, Dai Lan suddenly stopped. Aki's attack was so swift, Don couldn't react in time, the force and brutality sending him flying. Seeing this, the soldiers panicked and shouted, "Lord Dai!" as they gripped their weapons tightly. He stared intently, lost in thought, as his body began to disintegrate. His mind races, though he's forced his consciousness into this body, it's still just a human vessel, and his spiritual power is too weak to unleash its full potential. She scoffs, thinking her power is truly weak in this state. Looking at the scene before her, everyone seems so tenacious. One man cried out, "Lord!" Everyone thought he'd be unconscious from exhaustion, but he's still in a defensive stance. Dan tensed, trying to think of a way to counterattack. That last blow, its speed and power, far exceeded that of a 7th-stage demon. Seeing him standing there, he suddenly laughs, thinking, "I didn't expect to run into such a tough beast. I can't show any more weakness. Besides, the town being destroyed would ruin my image." He emerges from the crater, hardened and ready for battle, knowing the demons are now far too close to the town. He grips his weapon tightly, his face hardening as he prepares to change the battlefield. A deafening boom echoes as the earth shatters. A blinding light flashes, but Aki remains patient, awaiting a brutal fight. He lunges toward his opponent, taunting him relentlessly. "Fly away like a good little bird." Aki stood motionless, head bowed, without a word to offer in response. As the clash erupted, the fiery light of both sides resembling a battle to the death. An eerie silence falls. Aki bursts forth, a flash of light sending his opponent flying, his strength depleted, his hands trembling. Vanon's desperate screams echoed as the soldiers below trembled, stuttering at the sight of the battle. Lord Din plummets from the sky, his face no longer triumphant but stricken with fear. Energy surged from all directions, creating a blinding light as Aki moved with incredible speed. A piercing scream accompanies the devastating attack, so powerful it lights up the sky, and everything seems to be torn apart. His frail face and the power he once wielded now gone, he's lost an arm, and with his remaining hand he weakly points, uttering, "Impossible." "You blocked it?" Aki stood firm, replying, "Daring to use such a dangerous move aimed straight at me, heedless of the town? How ruthless! Even a demon like me is protecting this town." As he began to protest, the order came: sever his remaining arm. Within him, a body was connected by tightly bound tendons. He coldly says, just like how the man treated Lena, "Cut it all off." A terrifying voice echoes, "I'm fine, but can your body handle it?" Aki's body is cracking and breaking, while Dan clutches his wounds. Aki looked at him, saying smugly, "The one before you is considered one of the strongest warriors. A rare opportunity indeed." "Before your body crumbles," he says softly, approaching with his sword still firmly in hand. "Let me teach you a few tricks." In the distance, the sun begins to rise, and a flash of light cuts through the forest, instantly bisecting 3 or 4 monsters. Suddenly, a monster lunged at So, but she gracefully leaped onto its back, dodging the attack. Then she stomped down, shattering the ground beneath it. Monster blood splatters everywhere, some hitting Tomo's face, causing her to frown in annoyance. Standing atop the monster she just defeated, she coldly utters a single word: "Next." Beneath a tree, a badly wounded Lena lies unconscious, while Situ Liu desperately creates a shield to protect her from the monster's onslaught. Her face twisted in frustration as she realized time was running out, and she had to retrieve the 7 core quickly. Elsewhere, 3 powerful energies clashed in the city sky, creating a storm of sparks. Then, an explosion in the sky sends them both flying. Vandale clenches his teeth, pouring all his power into his hand as he lunges forward, snarling, "Just die already." Instantly, a series of crescent-shaped green energy blasts hurtled towards the Crimson King, who casually deflected Dan's attacks with a wave of his hand. The deflected attacks were twisted into jagged shapes, forcing Dan to struggle to evade, but he was still wounded. He secretly assessed and unleashed his strongest blow, cleaving the earth and sending tremors through the ground. Suddenly, Dailan's expression changes as the Crimson King appears behind him. Dan's face is filled with horror as he turns to see the blade pierce his stomach. He looked down at the bloody wound in his abdomen, his eyes wide with horror as he gritted his teeth, realizing this demon's power was far beyond even the 7th seat. Lan's subordinates watched in shock. "Lord Den, Lord D is at a disadvantage." The red-haired warrior cried out, "We're coming to help!" Sin, defeated, grabbed their legs on the ground, muttering, "No, I can't let you interfere." The old man, enraged, drew his sword and stabbed Sin, causing him to cry out in pain. He gritted his teeth in pain, his face darkening as he thought this was the moment of defeat. Was this the difference between him and a 7th stage warrior? Is this my current limit? He lay motionless on the ground as the wound on his back began to crack, but thanks to Master Lena, he was forced to embrace the higher power he had once abandoned: demonization. Suddenly, a great power descended from the heavens, leaving both of them in utter shock. "I can't believe a demon has such a strong will," the redhead shouts. "He's evolving, a 5th wing has appeared." Sino steadies himself, rising to his feet, his gaze fixed forward, a cold determination hardening his face as he vows to protect those he holds dear. Meanwhile, Dailan is in tatters, sent flying by the Crimson King, one of his arms severed. Gritting his teeth, he used his remaining arm to control his newfound power, barely stopping himself, then adjusted his body, focusing his strength to create a perfect Tran bullet, and swung his arm forward, commanding, "Go!" The Gen bullet hurtles towards the Crimson King, but with a single blow, he sends it flying dozens of meters away, creating a massive crater upon impact. Amidst the crater, Dailan lay covered in blood, both arms severed, as he gasped for air and wondered aloud, "Cut off my arms?" He chuckled weakly, guessing it was to mock his actions towards the old hag. Interesting. Aki, inside him, grimaces, blood flowing from his nose and mouth, struggling to remind him, "There's no time left. Kill him and extract the core." The Crimson King's golden eyes remained cold as he watched Dan on the ground, raising his hand to gather crimson power into his sword, confidently saying, "Killing me? Are you underestimating me too much?" A green power suddenly envelops Dailan. Wings sprout from his shoulders and arms, and his restored arm slams into the ground. Then his other wounds begin to heal as Dailan slowly rises. He gives a sinister smile, muttering, "I promised the king I would never use this form." Dan's body still struggles to stand, but suddenly 2 emerald wings sprout from his back. "Looks like I have no choice but to kill you." Both the Crimson King and Aki stared in disbelief. Demonization. Dan in his demonic form looks up and smiles menacingly. The Red King was surprised, staring intently at Dailan, then chuckled, "You're quite meticulous." High above, the Red King calmly analyzed, "You quietly moved away from Dawn's Keep while fighting, so even if there's demonification, it won't be detected, right?" Dan closes his eyes, laughing as he replies, "That's why I commend you." He looks up to the sky, shrugging with a nostalgic expression. "How long has it been since an enemy forced me to use this form?" His tone is full of confidence, even though I hate that look. This form is truly invincible. Dan vanished, leaving only a lingering afterimage. Instantly, he appeared before the arrogant Red Flag King, a smile on his face as he attacked, his taunts never ceasing. But the blow sent the Red Flag King crashing into the earth, shattering it. Dan turns, ensnaring the Crimson King with a dark tether, and unleashes a devastating blow, roaring, "It's not over yet!" The ground trembled and split apart from numerous slashes as Dylan looked down with a grim expression, his body still surging with power. He frowned, watching intently below, not letting his guard down for a moment. As the dust settled in the deep pit and long gashes, a figure emerged. Crimson King stood still, sword guarding his face, his cold eyes fixed on Dylan. His brow furrowed as he thought, "The power after transforming into a demon is indeed beyond my expectations." Dan looks down from above, a smug expression on his face, and can't help but offer some praise. "As a humanoid demon, you're already quite skilled." He laughs maniacally, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "You can't win." The Crimson King, unfazed, simply scoffed in reply, "Oh, that's the first time anyone's dared to say that to me." His grip tightens on his sword as a surge of crimson power descends from the heavens, distorting the very landscape around him. The relentless surge of energy before Dylan's eyes leaves him in utter disbelief. What level of power is this? Suddenly, the Crimson King's eyes turned cold as he glared at Dylan, saying, "I'll show you the difference in power." But he suddenly stopped, his eyes closed, suppressing the pain as blood began to flow from his entire body. He thought to himself, "This kid's body has been bearing my power for too long." The droplets of blood fell to the ground. It's almost at its limit. Red King's body is covered in cracks, and he bites his lip tightly. If he doesn't withdraw in time, the boy will not only die from his body shattering, but even my spirit might as well. Red King glanced up at Dylan, sighing inwardly. It was laughable that he found the one before him interesting. He scoffed. Perhaps he'd been asleep too long and was simply bored. Though his eyes were full of reluctance, he could only smile wryly in resignation. But then, the Red King's eyes suddenly widened, surprising Dylan as well. His aura has returned to normal. The Crimson King plunged his sword into the ground, his face contorted in frustrated self-doubt. "What's wrong, Red King? Why didn't you kill him at such a crucial moment?" But he quickly awakens, exhaling a breath. Don't be so foolish." The Red King's voice echoes in Aki's mind as he floats, the red threads clinging to him beginning to fall away. "If I hadn't withdrawn in time, this body would have exploded. If you die, I disappear too." The Crimson King's voice is still worried, but he's already demonized. "My power can't overcome him now, and my comrades are still waiting for the core." His whole body trembled, his face contorted in pain, as he thought, "The Crimson King's power resides within you. You just haven't unlocked it yet. Try channeling your consciousness into the weapon." The Crimson Monarch King gripped his sword, feeling it. "It will guide you on what to do? It will show me the way?" "You mean it can talk?" The red sword appeared in his mind. "Red King Dynasty was my most trusted subordinate back then. The battles it has seen are beyond your imagination. Awaken it, child. If you can't even kill trash like him, you're worthless. I guess I chose the wrong person." Seeing the Red Banner King kneeling motionless on the ground, Dylan burst into mocking laughter. "I see. That previous state wasn't really you. Within you lies another great power, but you're too weak to summon it now." Dan laughed triumphantly, raising his hand to deliver the final blow. "Then die." Red King's eyes were heavy, unreacting as he closed them and waited silently. "If you can hear me, answer me." Then suddenly, the Red King's eyes snapped open, a chilling glare fixed ahead. The Red King Dynasty. Within the forest, So's power surged as she moved too fast to see, her energy cutting through everything, slaying countless monsters and splattering blood everywhere. After a frenzy of monster slaying, Tomo struggles to stop, furrowing her brow and biting her lip as she realizes that even though they're low-level demons, there are simply too many. A deafening roar echoes from the dark forest as a horde of monsters emerges, parting in fear before a monstrous foot. Two stage 6 demons and one stage 5 demon swaggered in, their voices dripping with glee. The scent of human blood is so sweet here. The sight of the 3 demons sent a shock of fear through Tomo. When Situ noticed Tomo's lack of reaction, he asked what was wrong. Sweat pours down Tomo's face as she forces a smile, saying, "Liu, focus on protecting Lena. Don't worry about me. It's just that this fight might be more intense than before." The demon licked its hand with a sinister grin, saying with a hint of interest, "Not human, but a humanoid demon. Perhaps we should keep one for research." Facing the horde of monsters, Tomo showed no fear, declaring, "But I won't let any of you survive." She entered a battle stance, calculating her next move, knowing she couldn't let them gain the upper hand. Tomo dashed forward, knocking one of the 6-legged demons away and impaled another with a fatal blow. Her face cold, she thought. Take one down first, but suddenly her expression changed as the 2 remaining demons rushed at her from behind, their faces full of excitement. "You're pretty fast." They slashed at her back, leaving her no time to defend, but she leaped away, landing lightly in midair. Gathering her strength with a cold glare, she spins through the air like a whirlwind, unleashing the wind slash, forcing the demons back. They braced themselves, shocked, saying, "She used our momentum to reposition and push us back." Seeing this, the red demon grew even more excited, already gathering an energy orb in his hand to retaliate. "If you're going to use skills that leave us no way out, then here I come." But before it could react, Sumoi leaped forward and brought her weapon down with force, while the red 6-circle demon quickly raised its hand to block a massive blast of energy. Her face etched with exhaustion, so he thought angrily, "Damn it, my body is reaching its limit." Her face fell as the brown 6th-level demon she thought she'd killed rose again, its fatal chest wound rapidly healing. It laughed mockingly at Tomo-e, saying, "Did you think I was dead? I'll strike at the one who can't fight back." He laughs maniacally, then immediately rushes towards Situ, who is healing Lena. Startled, Situ raises his hand to defend himself. Instantly, Mo struck a powerful blow, sending the demon crashing to the ground, spitting up a mouthful of green blood as she gritted her teeth and raged, "How dare you!" Seeing Sumo block the attack, Situ was relieved, but suddenly, Sumo was ambushed from behind, crying out in pain as she was sent flying. Monster blood splattered, and Situ-Lu's eyes widened in shock as her scream echoed through the forest. Blood filled her mouth as she gasped for air, her eyes fixed forward, unwilling to yield as she gritted her teeth. "Damn it, my body's about to give out, but you beasts..." She turned and struck a nearby 5th-order demon in the head, then shouted, "You will die!" Mo spun her weapon, unleashing a flurry of blows that decapitated a 5th-order demon and cleaved a red 6th-order demon in 2. The monsters fearfully took several steps back, their legs trembling as they desperately tried to threaten, "Come on, you beasts." The monsters trembled, fearfully refusing to advance, and slowly retreated into the forest until they disappeared. Seeing this, Situ happily said, "They retreated. Sumo, you did it. Are you okay? What's wrong?" Still unmoving and unresponsive, Sumoi's armor fades away and she collapses. In this battle stance, she has slain 2 6th-circle demons, 1 5th-circle demon, 6 4th-circle demons, 16 3rd-circle demons, 20 2nd-circle demons, and 45 1st-circle demons, successfully protecting her comrades. Back with Aki, a voice echoes, accompanied by the image of blood-red eyes in his mind. "You are not the Crimson King, so how can you awaken me?" Even in battle mode, Aki couldn't hide his surprise. He reached out and placed his hand on the sword, thinking that the Crimson King dynasty could still communicate with him through his mind. The Crimson King dynasty was actually a living being. Nearby, Van Dyen, surrounded by poisonous vines ready to strike, wondered what Aki was up to. What tricks did this guy have up his sleeve? Not wasting any time, Vandla seizes the opportunity while Aki is lost in thought, launching a full-force attack. Toxic vines surge toward him as he declares, "Without that power, you have no chance of defeating me." Seeing the vines hurtling towards him, Aki calmly raised his sword, his eyes firm, ready to fight at any moment, and said to the crimson eye on the sword, "Crimson King, first, let's kill the guy in front of us." After hearing his proposal, the blood-red eye on the sword simply replied with a single, dismissive, "No," followed by Aki's surprised exclamation, not expecting such a response from the Crimson King. As Aki cried out, the vines hurtled towards the ground where he stood, Vanen's poisonous tendrils impacting with explosive force, tearing the earth apart. The force of the attack sends debris flying, further devastating the landscape, as the vines leave deep, jagged cracks in the earth, and dust fills the air. Everything shows the fierce destructive power of Van's previous attack. Aki is now entangled by Vanan's poisonous vines, his face contorted in pain as his movements are restricted. His limbs tremble from the loss of strength, yet he grips his sword tightly, red energy radiating from his sword arm. It seems Aki's energy is being absorbed by the surrounding vines, and he can feel his power draining away. Aki's face contorted in pain as he realized the vines were draining his energy. Having restrained Aki with his poisonous vines, Van speaks with malicious glee. "Bound by my poisonous vines, you'll soon be nothing more than blood." Van then looked down at Aki, who was still suffering under his attack. Aki's body is lifted into the air by the vines, his face contorted in pain. He thought to himself, his energy constantly draining away. As Ju closed in, Aki, with unwavering resolve, spoke to the sword in his mind. He asks, "Red King Dynasty, why do you refuse to fight with me?" The sword's voice echoed in his mind, "Only the Crimson King is worthy to fight alongside me. Who are you?" And with that, Aki's energy erupted. Vines tightened around him as Van Lan looked down to see a crimson energy erupting from within his prison. Then, a massive energy explosion erupted, shattering the vine sphere from within and sending its pieces flying. A massive surge of energy erupts, sending lightning bolts in every direction, and the surrounding area is engulfed in dust. From the smoke and dust of the explosion, Aki emerges, his blood-red sword still in hand. Red lightning crackles around him, and the remnants of shattered vines litter the ground. His eyes gleam, flashing with crimson light. From the smoke, Aki speaks with conviction. Even in defeat, he will fight to the death. Seeing Aki emerge from the energy explosion, Van became defensive, a green aura enveloping him, worry etched on his face. Vandalan wondered about the strange lightning he'd used from the start. How could he wield the element of lightning? Then, his eyes narrowed dangerously, though a hint of worry lingered within them. Vandalan thought to himself that he had to finish him quickly. At that moment, the Crimson Dynasty seemed to be thinking about something, and then the sword suddenly burst into laughter, as if it understood. Electricity crackles across the sword as Aki stares down at it in surprise. Then, the Crimson Monarch suddenly speaks, "So, this is the power. You are worthy." After hearing the sword's words, he gripped it tightly, his voice filled with resolve. "Understood." Aki raised the sword to the sky, red light and lightning swirling around it as he thought, "Then fight with me." Red Dynasty. As Aki spoke, the sword in his hand shattered into pieces before his very eyes. Aki's eyes widened as he gasped in surprise, and the fragments of the sword began to gather on his arm. The fragments gathered, forming a solid crimson armor identical to Aki's original sword, and as the armor solidified before the stunned youth, a red eye appeared on his arm, just like the one on the sword. The eye spoke to Aki, promising to show him the Red King Dynasty's true power, and the youth smiled. Aki gazes at the Red King Dynasty armor, a triumphant smile spreading across his face as he thinks, "Indeed, you are powerful, Red King Dynasty." Meanwhile, Van Lan grows impatient, green cracks appearing on his face. Van Lan thought with annoyance, what exactly is this guy? Next, the green aura surrounding him suddenly erupted, transforming into a serpent coiling around him. Van Lan knew he had to kill him immediately, and the snake formed from his energy lunged toward the ground where Aki stood. Vanan thought to himself, "Use my strongest skill." His eyes became bloodshot and his face was on the verge of cracking. He gathers energy in his claws and unleashes it towards the ground, as the serpent bares its fangs and lunges at Aki. He stood firm, unfazed, ready to meet the otherworldly serpent formation. Suddenly, Aki sprang into action, stomping hard on the ground beneath him. Then he gained momentum and charged towards the approaching serpent, releasing a red beam of light from where he stood, straight towards the ferocious snake. Our protagonist throws a punch, Aki's eyes blazing. He tears through the air, screaming, "Come on!" The clash between Aki and the serpent intensifies as a red light engulfs the beast, triggering an explosion that lights up the sky. Van Lan realizes in disbelief that his skill has been shattered. Aki's energy surges toward Van Die Dan as he lunges forward, fist outstretched. A clash of titans, their powers collide in a blinding explosion. Next, a powerful explosion erupts, sending shockwaves in every direction. Van Dan struggles to withstand Aki's attack, his face cracking as wild, green energy emanates around him. He roared in defiance, "Impossible! You can't beat me!" Hearing that, he calmly replied with an indifferent attitude, "To me, you're just a fake level 6. Then, with all his might, Aki punches Van Dalen, his energy blazing as he shouts, "And I was once king!" Van Dien desperately tries to block the attack, his hands trembling as he struggles to hold on. The blue and red energies clashed violently as Van Dien trembled, asking, "Once a king?" Impossible. Weren't you dead? Before Van Dian could finish, Aki, no longer willing to wait, pierced through him, sealing his defeat. Even in defeat, Van Dian couldn't believe he'd lost, his eyes wide with shock and resentment. Aki flies through him at high speed, the surrounding blue energy fading away as Vannin's body plummets to the earth. He turned back to where the battle had taken place, answering a question he seemed to have asked himself. That's the right answer. Fool. The two orbs of energy streak through the air amidst the vast mountain range. Suddenly, a figure flickers into existence in their path as Aki snatches the two green orbs with lightning speed. Then he sped away, leaving only a red streak across the vast sky. Aki spoke. Got them. Let's head back. Meanwhile, in the city's outskirts, the battlefield was scarred with the marks of battle as Shino struggled to stand, gazing up at Dan's two close guards. The silver-haired elder looked at him incredulously, saying, "What's wrong with this guy? We've attacked him together so many times, and he's still standing." The red-haired kid replies in disbelief. Not only does he have incredible defense, but this humanoid demon's aura grows stronger with every blow, as if he'll never fall. Surrounded by a protective shield, the two continue to assess the situation. Indeed, he seems to be protecting himself, preventing us from advancing. A truly terrifying foe. The annoyed youth forced out, "I can't let you pass." The red-haired kid angrily retorted, "I don't care what he is, we need to kill him quickly. This is dragging on too long. The other warriors will lose faith." The silver-haired elder quickly agreed, and together they focused all their energy. The ground beneath them was already pulverized. Together they declared their final strike to kill him. Suddenly, two streams of energy shot into the sky, quickly merging into one, a full-force attack aimed directly at Shino. He couldn't react, frozen in place as a helpless thought crossed his mind. This attack. He closed his eyes, resigned, hoping he'd bought Aki enough time. When suddenly, a blow from above blocked the attack. Aki, in the body of the Crimson King, unleashed a thunderous blow, instantly knocking them both unconscious. Seeing Aki in front of him, Shino was relieved and called out his name. "Aki." He turned his head slightly, smiling reassuringly. "Don't worry, they're just unconscious. I got the core, let's go." Aki and Shino reverted to their human forms and hurried off to find their comrades, his face etched with worry as he thought, why does the smell of blood linger so strongly? They must be close. Suddenly they stop, faced with the corpses of monsters strewn everywhere. To Aki and Shino's surprise, Tomoe rushes forward, striking Aki with a blow he struggles to block. Suddenly his eyes widened in disbelief, for before him stood Tomo, devoid of consciousness. Aki hesitated, questioning if it was really Tomo. Seeing her blank face and lifeless eyes, he guessed she had fainted, and clutching her hand, he asked in disbelief, "Did you do all this?" His lips trembled, his voice full of pity as he gently comforted her. "We're back, Tomo. It's okay." Hearing this, she paused for a moment, then fell forward in relief. Seeing this, Aki anxiously pulls her into an embrace, while in the distance, Situ continues to heal Lena, his voice filled with concern. She lost consciousness, but she's still protecting us." She sighed, relief washing over her face, and smiled softly, finally holding on until they returned. In Situ's hand are two rank 7 cores, which Aki notices and asks about in surprise. A 7 Wonders core? I can't believe they actually defeated a new level 6. She gently brings the core to Lena's chest. The cores are quickly absorbed by Lena, and a powerful energy emanates from her. The surge of energy ripples through the forest as Lena's lifeless face visibly begins to recover. Her mouth still clenched a necklace, her complexion regaining its color as green energy emanated from her shoulders, enveloping her, and her arms began to regenerate. Seeing this, Aki exclaimed with joy, "It's working! Lena's body is recovering." To their surprise, Tudulu collapses to the ground, and they both cry out her name in alarm. Aki catches her and places her in Shino's arms, examining her closely before sighing in relief. Thankfully, Lu only fainted from overexertion. Sino looked at Lu and So, then smiled fondly, saying, "They must have used up every last bit of energy and spirit." Aki, relieved, smiles at them, praising, "They truly are amazing warriors, amazing girls." He spoke with a smile still on his face. "Sino, could these two have—" He suddenly stops, looking suspiciously at Shino and calling out his name. Across from him he sat, having fallen asleep without even realizing it. Aki sighed, smiling softly as he thought, "So you've exhausted your energy too? Rest easy, brother." Warm sunlight gently blankets the surroundings. He and his 4 teammates were finally at ease. Aki thought, "I'll watch over you until you wake up." Rest well. Thank you, everyone. On a hill of lush green grass dancing with the wind and clouds, Lena lay as if asleep. Suddenly, Lena's eyes snapped open and she sat up, propping herself up with her hand, a look of confusion on her face. She wondered if she was dreaming, but a voice snapped her back to reality. Lena, what are you staring at? Before her stood a group of people in red cloaks standing proudly amidst the clouds. One of them turns around. It's Aki in his alien warrior form. He gently asks Lena, "What's wrong? You look like you're in a daze." Her face was full of confusion as she spoke hesitantly. "It seems I just had a very long dream. A very, very long dream. And I dreamt that. My hands are finally gone." A brutal scene flashed through Lena's mind. She was covered in blood, her arms severed in a truly tragic state. Aki chuckled, but reassured her gently. "You silly girl. You must be tired lately to have such strange dreams." Then a girl rushed towards Lena, took her hand, and said, "My good little sister." She knelt before a bewildered Lena, trying to comfort her. "Relax, it was just a dream. A vision of Seelen, the most powerful nuclear purple mist queen." She smiled gently. "Don't overthink it." Aki pointed ahead. "Look, the new main city is almost finished. This could be the first S-class city in history." Before her stood a massive, fortified city, humanity's new city of hope. Kos, with a vibrant smile, and Yasunari, the second strongest Red Corps at the time, spoke excitedly. "Plus, the city's residents are voluntarily erecting a huge statue of you right in front of the gate to honor you." A vision appears of people surrounding a massive statue, a statue of Aki. Aki stands beside it, looking awkward, and sighs. "I refused, but no one would listen. You are our king, the one who brought hope and a future to the survivors." Yasunari, the strongest gold-ranked nuclear, added, "You deserve this statue." A gentle, blue-haired youth agreed. "Of course you do." Everyone cheered in unison. Nothing could be better. Aki said nothing, only helplessly blaming them. Everyone's so talkative, but he couldn't hide his happiness as he turned and hurried back to town. "Shall we head back?" Savi, the strongest Void Corps at the time, said with a slightly serious expression. "I've heard that ancient aces have been frequently experiencing mutations lately, and I'm considering whether to send a garrison to investigate." Hearing Savi's words, he seriously analyzed that there were still many important projects in the city that needed to be promoted. He planned to dig tunnels connecting all the towns to facilitate resource sharing. Furthermore, Aki described a sword symbol and continued, "I've heard that a religious power is rising." Lena, still lost in thought, listened to everyone speak when suddenly a voice called out, "Lena, hurry and catch up." Hearing that, she happily replied, "Yes, coming." But as her hand touched the ground, a strange sensation ran through her. She collapses in agony, her arms vanishing, leaving only a stream of blood. She kneels on the ground, helplessly watching everyone fade from view, crying out in anguish, "Wait for me, please." Suddenly, everything returned to reality, and Lena saw Aki, Tomo, Situ and Shino sitting there. Aki's eyes widened in shock as he gently laid Situ down and rushed to Lena's side. He rushed to Lena, asking if she was awake, as she looked over her body, wondering if the fusion of the two Seven Wonders cores had filled her with energy. Lena trembled, staring at her hands, her voice faltering. "My hands have grown back." Aki rushes to her, embracing her tightly, his voice filled with excitement. "This is amazing." Lena stares blankly at the battlefield behind Aki, littered with monster corpses. Tears welling, Lena's voice trembled, each word punctuated by a sob. "What have you all done?" "I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. I've caused you so much trouble and almost got you all killed." Aki held her tighter, gently reassuring her. "Don't apologize, Lena. We're all willing to do this for you. Once a teammate, always a teammate, even if it means sacrificing our lives." A series of events are recounted by Aki. Lena cries out in shock, "Van is dead?" This is bad. When the new king and the new six heralds find out, they'll make their move for sure. Her brow furrows, her face etched with worry as she says, "We have to get out of here now," prioritizing recovery. Aki agrees. That's right. Everyone's exhausted. Yasunari appears in Aki's mind, as he recalls that even though 3 of the old 6 spears are gone and Desa is imprisoned, there is still one left. Yasunari, the Earthmaster with the Golden Core, relinquished his identity after being gravely wounded and went into hiding in a secret town. A hazy memory of him walking alone in a sandstorm. He pondered. We could find him there. It should be safe. Then, Aki's face suddenly lit up with excitement. "You're sure about your old comrade?" He immediately said, "Huh? Okay, let's go at once." Lena immediately agreed. "All right, I'll heal them first." Lena creates a protective barrier around her 3 fallen comrades and begins to heal them, saying, "Vanon's core energy is incredible. So powerful it regrew my hand, and healing them feels effortless." Looking at Situ Liu lying there as if asleep, Lena spoke with gratitude, remembering Liu's reminder. Lena smiles, a look of relief in her eyes as she balances an incredibly powerful green core. Aki marveled that he had a new, powerful companion by his side, then asked if their destination was far. She continues healing and replies, "It's not about the distance, but even if we find Yasunari, there's no guarantee he'll help us." Lena, still focused on healing, spoke hesitantly. After his death, Yasunari fell into despair, even harboring resentment towards him. Aki's eyes clouded with sadness as he continued. "He hates that I abandoned them, leading to everything that followed." But he didn't dwell on it for long. His eyes quickly regained their determination as he said with a resolute voice, "I absolutely have to meet him and explain everything in person." In a barren valley, cracked mounds of earth lay lifeless, concealing a vast, ominous cave shrouded in darkness. Light, clad in red armor, stands in the cave, pensively holding a mysterious bag. His face twisted in disdain, he scoffed, "Disgusting, foul creatures." His wristwatch vibrated, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. "An emergency call. It's been so long since I've received one." The watch on his wrist spoke in a measured tone. "Have you acquired the item?" He retorted, annoyed, "Yes, I have. Did you use an emergency call to ask me such a stupid question?" He snapped at the person on the other end. "How many times have I retrieved items for you? Do you still not trust me?" The other person was silent for a moment, then said, "Don is dead." The shocking news froze Ruyal in place, his face pale. The voice calmly explained to the new 6th star, "The red, double-core, 7th stage nucleus. The Crimson Lion, Ruyal. My subordinate said that 2 powerful humanoid demons attacked." He asked again indignantly, "When I return, hand the investigation back to me." The other party avoided answering directly. "Let's discuss this later." A murderous intent flared in his eyes, his face streaked with red. "I'm going to investigate. I'm not asking, I'm telling you." The other end remained silent for a long time, carefully considering. Meanwhile, Lai was staring intently at his watch, awaiting a response. After a few minutes, he pleaded, "Please." The other party finally relented. "Understood. I'll inform the other 3 and send you the current investigation results shortly. It should be of some help." The other person consoled him with regret. "Lai, you must stay calm. I know you and DN grew up together, and we're all very saddened." The line goes dead, and silence fills the air as Light recalls happier times with his friend. He trembled with grief, desperately calling out Don's name. Consumed by anguish and rage, he roared, "D, why would you?" Unleashing his fury, he screamed, "I will avenge you." The cave is torn apart by the power, a massive force erupting into the sky, accompanied by an angry scream that leaves no bones intact. Elsewhere, 2 streaks of light flash across the sky. Aki carries Lena in the lead, followed by Shino carrying Tomo and Situ Liu. Aki asks worriedly, "Are you tired?" Let's rest for a bit," Situ Liu gently and politely replied. "Tomo and I are fine. It's Shino who has it rough, carrying both of us." Shino calmly replied, "Don't worry about me. I'm fine. Let's keep moving." Lena, held in Aki's arms, encourages everyone to persevere, for Van Dai's death is a momentous event, and the remaining 5-6 Hao will likely begin their investigation. Our current situation is extremely dangerous. We need to reach Anran's town before sunset to be safe. Aki, noticing her worry, softly reassured her, "It'll be all right. We'll be safe." Situ Liu watched the 2 ahead in silence. After some time, the group arrived at a verdant city nestled in the forest, the tranquil, level sea town of Green Isle. Aki landed outside the city and commanded his vehicle to revert to its original color, then gazed at the city with excitement, saying, "I didn't expect to find a C-class city in this area." The group stood before the city gates, surrounded by lush greenery, a refreshing and simple place. Lena chimed in. "Verdant Greentown. Years ago, before Anyam left, he told me he was coming here. I didn't expect it to be so beautiful. Let's go." And the others agreed, following him in. Situ Liu asks, "Aki, are we here to find the old 6th Lord? Aran the Earth, right?" Aki answered frankly, "Yes. Lena advised us to come here, considering our current state. If the other 6 heroes surround us, it could get very messy." "I know that, but are you okay?" Aki asked softly, concerned. "What's wrong? Are you okay?" She suddenly stopped, a flicker of curiosity in her eyes, scrutinizing him. Just who is he? Lena walks ahead, a hint of loss in her eyes as she sees the 2 so close. Aki has also stopped. He asked seriously, Who am I? What do you mean? I am Aki. Aki and the alien Aki within him affirmed that the king named Aki, once revered as the strongest warrior, had died half a century ago. He revealed everything without reservation, leaving Sino and Lena stunned. Tudo Lu was shocked, unable to believe it, and asked again with a stiff expression, while Tomo stammered, "Aki, brother, what are you saying?" Aki calmly replied, "If you want to know, I don't think there's any need to hide it now." The warrior Aki replied, "I will tell you what happened to me, and the secret within my body." Everyone exchanged confused glances. Aki began to tell everyone everything about himself, while Lena remained pensive, showing no particular surprise. Both Sino and Situ Liu stared in wide-eyed shock, trembling with surprise. Sino couldn't believe his ears, turning to Aki. "Brother Aki, what you're saying is hard to grasp." "Aki, are you kidding? Time travel? Rebirth." He claims to be Aki, the strongest warrior and king from 50 years ago, who led humanity to build the City of Light. "This is absurd," Aki continued. "For reasons I can't explain, I traveled 50 years into the future, possessing this body." He hesitated, then continued. "The Crimson King dwells within, the demon subjugation 8th stage, one of the 6 strongest king stages." The three were shocked and horrified to hear this. Shinuo repeats in shock, "A royal demon, one of the 8 royals." Lena then said, "An existence stronger than the 7 kings?" "Aki, are you saying there are demons in this world stronger than the 7 demon kings?" Situ Liu frowns, saying, "The 8 demon kings." Aki speaks up, revealing that Liu possesses similar power within her, the ability to control space and time. He interrupts, thanks to the Black King piece, another king piece symbolizing the Black Core. Situ Liu suddenly realizes something, she says, "So it's the Demon King, the 8 pieces, the Black King piece." "Though I suspected as much," Lena exclaimed, "but what exactly is this king chess piece? Why would it be parasitic on 2 people? What's its purpose?" Aki frowned and replied, "I don't know either. The Red King banner never told me its full plan." He continued, "I only know that it seemed to have cooperated with other king banners." Aki recalls the Red King flag and Black King flag, certain of the latter. He remembers the past, continuing, "In my previous life, I entered the ancient king's deck and discovered the existence of the 8 flags." He recalled his body covered in blood, but their power was no match. "I don't know why it chose me, nor its true purpose." He closed his eyes and continued, "But I could feel it had its own plans, possibly even related to the fate of humanity." He lowered his head, saying, "But now I have something more important to do. The appearance of the new king and the new number 6, I need to save Da. And I hesitate, but I must meet this so-called new king." He looked up at the sky, wondering where it was leading the survivors. Situ Liu anxiously wondered, "Red King banner, Black King banner. What is their purpose? Aki, will you forever coexist with the Scarlet King banner, or?" He lowered his head and replied, "Is this my final destiny? I don't know." Liu pondered. "The Red King banner's power makes me stronger, but its existence is also a double-edged sword." He wondered if he could feel it watching him, waiting for something. He looked at everyone and said, "But now I have no more secrets. You're all my teammates. I believe you deserve to know these things. Whether for you or for me, this is probably a good thing." Sino scratched his head and replied, "Aki, your secret is terrifying." Sino chuckled nervously. If Sue Moore were awake, she'd be losing her mind right now. He looked Aki in the eye and said, "But no matter what king you are, I believe in you. You're my brother." Situ Liu frowned. "Aki, thank you for telling us, but this is all too much. What can we even do?" Aki smiled. "No, I should be thanking you all. You've done more than enough." Turning to Lena, he said, "Lead on. Once we find and ran, we'll heal up and plan our next move." She glanced at Sino and Situ Liu, still troubled, thinking how difficult this must be for young warriors to believe. She turned and walked, thinking they needed time to adjust. As they continued forward, a shout suddenly echoed from the distance. "Don't go any further." Lena turned around, startled. A 6-corps first-term city guard, he raised his weapon and declared, "Sorry, outsiders aren't allowed in." "This town doesn't welcome outsiders, so leave now," Lena shouted from below. "We're not enemies, we just need a place to recover." She added, "My comrade is injured, please. Let us into the city." "We have an old friend in this town," the soldier said skeptically. "How do we know you're really injured?" "An old friend? Who knows if you're demons in disguise? We've never had outsiders here, and we don't need any." Sino continued to plead, "We really need a place to recover. We're from Hylos." A mage with magical power flew straight down to Sino's feet, and the warrior yelled, "Enough! Leave now, or I swear I'll kill you. Red magic emanates from Aki as he repeats, kill us? He reaches down and grabs the arrow that was just fired. He snaps it in two, his face a mask of fury, and declares, Do you believe I won't raze your town to the ground? His eyes bulge with veins and burn crimson. The warrior cried out in alarm. What's with that look in your eyes? He declared, You really are demons, and ordered, Prepare for battle. Aki, calm down, they cried, while Lena gasped. Aki, what are you doing? The opponent is a first-term soldier, Situ thought to himself. This murderous aura, the Crimson King banner, it's eating away at Aki's heart. Suddenly, a figure appeared, leaping to the ground with earth-shattering force, and Aki's murderous intent vanished at the sight of them. He stammered and ran. A figure appears, clad in white and gold amidst the dust, and Enron declares, Such intense bloodlust. Let's see who dares cause trouble in our town. The soldiers exclaimed in surprise, It's Lord An-A-Neem. The soldier from before added, Lord An-A-Neem. These people insisted on entering and even threatened us. The crowd rejoiced, Great! Lord An-Neem is here! An-Neem stared intently at Aki, and as they locked eyes, Lena rushed forward. Wait! She removes her hat and cloak with a smile, saying, Aran, it's me, Lena. Aran's eyes light up. He removed his helmet, revealing a face aged and scarred, prompting the elder to exclaim, Lena, why have you come here? Lena quickly explained, An-Neem, we need a place to recover. My comrade is seriously injured. She pointed to Sumo and continued, We mean no harm. We just need a safe place. The old man pondered for a moment, then closed his eyes and ordered the gate opened, prompting a panicked response from a soldier. But Lord An-Neem, the old man reassured him. Rest assured, I am here. He obeyed the order, replying, Yes. He then ordered the doors to be opened, revealing a breathtaking scene within. The heavy door slowly creaks open, and a large man in a red suit enters, carrying a briefcase. Inside the grand room, a girl waited, and upon seeing him, she spoke, You've arrived, Lyet. This woman is Terena, one of the new 6 pillars. A dual-core purple, 7-star nucleus. She then hesitantly said, Lie, about Den. I'm so sorry. He didn't respond, his face dark as he placed the white suitcase on the table. But Lee remained silent, slowly opening the suitcase. After showing Terena the neatly arranged, multicolored cores inside, he finally spoke. I've safely brought back the new batch of cores. Lie's hand glides over the colorful stones, pausing at a green one, but he chooses the red one beside it. His hand firmly grasped the stone, and as he turned to leave, he coolly said, Send me DN's battle intel, demons or otherwise. But Terena quickly stopped him. Wait. Hearing that, Lyet stopped and asked in a deep voice. Tell me, Terena replied calmly. You won't be going alone this time. This is an order from above. A sigh escapes her lips. She knows Lyet won't like this, but she has no choice. Hearing this, he turned around in surprise, asking, Is this an arrangement from above? Do you mean the king, or... Before he could finish, a voice cut him off from the corner of the room, where a figure had been standing unnoticed. This is my first time working with you humans, isn't it? A sound that did not please Lee at all. His face darkened, seemingly with anger. The mysterious figure, wearing an open robe and slippers, approached. This is Shidieu, a handsome demon with a disarming smile and questionable enthusiasm, hoping for a pleasant partnership. Then the two set off together, but Lee, disliking his teammate for this mission, didn't bother to wait and strode ahead. Chidiao leisurely followed, knowing he was disliked, yet still teased. You don't seem too happy to have me along. Lai scowled and retorted. If it weren't for orders, I wouldn't even glance at a 5th-stage demon like you. Just stay out of my way. I have no fondness for demons. His words were lost on Shidieu, who, with a pained expression, muttered, Is that so? A 5th-circle demon? I could crush you with one hand. But before he could finish, a massive scythe pierced his chest. Could the demon have lost his mind and killed a colleague? With a pained roar, Lai cried, You dare ambush me! His body contorted, eyes rolled back, pupils shrunk, and he roared, You damn thing. But then the scythe vanished from his chest, and Shidiu's indifference left Lyet speechless and humiliated. Seeing this, he stepped forward and said, Let's go. Looking down at his chest, he saw it was completely healed, leaving him speechless. Then he thought, It's an illusion, and not a low-level one. I couldn't even detect it immediately. His suspicious gaze fell upon Zhu, silently confirming that this person was definitely not Wu Qi. Zhu then smiled and said, You called me Wu Qi. but that's just what I wanted you to see." He turned back, his eyes burning with resentment, and said, "Let's go, Mr. Lai. I have a score to settle as well." The scene shifts to a small wooden house from which a loud, startled scream erupts, shaking the entire building. With his mouth full, Yu Hai curiously asks, "Are we equals now?" "Wow, amazing." Seeing the boy's excitement, Liu chuckled. "I knew Hui would react like this." Sino, sitting next to him, was speechless as he watched the boy eat as fast as a machine. Hui, a flexible core isn't meant to be used like that. But the boy didn't care, focusing only on stuffing food into his mouth. "This is so good." While the three were talking inside, another group of three were talking in the garden. This must be important, judging by the tension in the air. After explaining everything, Aki said softly, "That's what happened, Niem. So our current goal is to rescue Da, right? That team is stacked. Those three are strong. If we can coordinate well, we can—" At that moment, Niem suddenly stepped forward and punched Aki hard in the face without a word. Lena was stunned, not understanding why Niem would do such a thing, as Aki lost his balance and fell to the ground. Lena rushed to stop him from attacking again, asking, "What are you doing?" But she was powerless to intervene, unable to even control her own trembling hands, which were slowly being pushed away. Lena could only curse. Niem's rage had caused him to lose control. With eyes blazing gold, he lunges forward, fists flying, Niem unleashing his pent-up frustrations with every blow. "Do you know how much we suffered after you ignored everyone's advice and went into the ancient king's tomb alone? Do you know what I had to do to survive?" Aki didn't dodge or fight back, just lying there taking the beating. Inside the house, the three friends hear the commotion and wonder what's going on. Lu quickly jumps out the window and shouts, asking what's happening. Seeing Aki get hit, she screamed in horror, letting go of her hold as Ran used her powers to keep everyone away. He roared, demanding that no one interfere. After landing a flurry of blows on Aki, Niem finally stopped. But it wasn't over yet. He grabbed Aki's collar, pouring all his energy into a scream, reminding him of their fallen and wounded comrades and how they had nowhere to run. "And you, our king, you left us then, and now you suddenly appear and talk about some kind of rescue mission?" Faced with these reproaches, Aki could only bow his head and apologize, then say with a serious look, "Brother Ran, please join me again. This time I'll repay you 100,000-fold." These words brought him to tears. The commotion draws his wife and son, who rush out in concern, and she's shocked to see her husband attacking someone. His young son angrily shouted, "Who are you people? My dad doesn't like you. Get out of here." Startled, Lena worriedly said, "That's Niem's family." Aki turned to look, and silence fell. Only the sound of the wind remained. After a moment, he released Aki and said softly, as if begging, "Nang, my king, please forgive me. I'm no longer the great Earth Einheim I once was. I fled to this small town, met the people I wanted to love, and lived with them. I cherish them, and am content with my current life. I no longer possess my former strength. Here, I can only protect them. Protect this small town." As Niem spoke, a gust of wind blew, revealing an arm that had been severed. Aki sadly gazes at the old general, who is helplessly weeping before him, unable to do anything, as Niem pushes himself up from the ground, his intentions unknown. Suddenly, he bowed deeply before a stunned Aki, begging him to leave this place once he's healed.